Wen Ci has traversed into a narrative, finding herself amidst tumultuous events, all for the sake of the male protagonist within the story. She has nearly perished in the guise of a malicious female antagonist who sought to ruin her betrothed, Pei Siyu, through a nefarious scheme. The world has unraveled chaotically, yet fortunately, in her previous life, she was a beast master, capable of comprehending the speech of fluffy creatures. Pei Siyu, utterly disillusioned with her, proposed divorce just as a little crow flitted above her head. He will die, he will die. His vehicle's brakes have been tampered with by ill-intentioned individuals. She intervened just in time, successfully steering Pei Siyu away from a potential car accident. Pei Siyu's younger brother, a domineering figure revered like a Buddha, found himself ensnared in scandalous rumors, nearly ruining his reputation. A magpie perched upon her shoulder, chattering away with updates. He did not sleep with his brother's girlfriend. He was ensnared in a malicious scheme. Pei Siyu's grandfather had his medication swapped, placing his life on the precipice of peril. A little swallow darted past her. The old gentleman's caretaker is of dubious character. Quickly, go save him. Wen Ci merely wished to remedy her insomnia and depart from the Pei household. Yet, she soon realized that Pei Siyu's gaze toward her was increasingly unsettling, filled with fervor and obsession. When she broached the topic of divorce, he cornered her against the wall, biting her lip with fervor. Be good, do not leave, otherwise I shall make you weep. She raised an eyebrow. Who will cry? Pei Siyu replied, I will cry. One fateful day, she stumbled upon an art book he had cherished for many years. Within its pages lay a plethora of her portraits, chronicling his affection for her from childhood to adulthood, each stroke illustrating his love. Chapter 1. Oh, dear. To arrive only to face divorce? Wen Ci perished. Fortunately, after her demise, she traversed into another narrative. As she opened her heavy eyelids, she beheld a cold, chiseled face, sharp and commanding, drawing closer to her. The man's thin yet powerful lips pressed against hers. Wen Ci's long eyelashes fluttered. Oh dear, to be greeted with a kiss from a virile man brimming with testosterone upon her arrival? Before she could fully comprehend the situation, he forced a breath into her lungs, causing her to cough up a mouthful of briny seawater. Upon noticing her consciousness return, the man immediately withdrew, his dark, profound eyes radiating a chilling coldness and indifference. Wen Ci, I promise you divorce. Wen Ci's head throbbed painfully. What was happening? Just a moment ago, he had kissed her, and now he was proposing divorce? She glanced around, realizing that she and the man were stranded on a tranquil, deserted beach, both drenched. Suddenly, a memory that did not belong to her surged into her mind. She had indeed traversed into a narrative, inhabiting the persona of a malicious faux heiress who shared her name and was both ample in figure and lacking in intellect. 2 years prior, Pei Siyu, the captain of the criminal investigation team, had sustained grave injuries during a mission, rendering him a vegetative state. To counteract the misfortune, the Pei family compelled the Wen family to fulfill their marriage pact. The Wen family, reluctant to see their genuine daughter marry, coerced the false daughter, Wen Ci, into wedlock with Pei Siyu. Since her high school days, Wen Ci has harbored affections for the male protagonist of her beloved novels, Sia Jing Huai. Sia Jing Huai is the illegitimate son of Pei Siyu's father. In her attempts to win Sia Jing Huai's favor, Wen Ci not only swapped Pei Siyu's medication, nearly rendering him permanently unconscious, but also pilfered confidential information from the Pei family, almost leading them to bankruptcy. During the past 6 months since Pei Siyu awoke, Wen Ci has continued her tumultuous antics, desperately seeking to seize the Pei family's fortune and compelling him to divorce her. Just days ago, she threatened to commit suicide by cutting her wrist. Tonight, she stealthily administered sleeping pills to Pei Siyu, and once he succumbed to slumber, she invited Sia Jing Huai to the seaside, hoping he would elope with her. Unexpectedly, Pei Siyu was not deceived and silently pursued her. In a state of panic, Wen Ci lost her footing and fell into the sea. Although filled with resentment, Pei Siyu still rescued the drowning original owner of the body. Wen Ci raised her long eyelashes and gazed upon the man whose aura was both chilling and formidable, his countenance dark and forbidding. It dawned on her that he was not kissing her but rather performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Tomorrow morning at 9, I will be waiting for you at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. The man's voice was deep and cold, devoid of warmth. Upon rising, he stood tall, robust, and imposing. Wen Ci fell back onto the ground, and as she tilted her head, she could only perceive his rigid jawline, sharp and uncompromising, and the pronounced movement of his Adam's apple as he spoke. He wore a black t-shirt, clinging to his muscular chest after being soaked by seawater, showcasing his well-defined pectorals and sharply delineated abdominal muscles, barely concealed beneath the fabric. My goodness, such a chiseled physique. Utterly captivating. Wen Ci swallowed hard, her throat suddenly feeling parched. The original owner intended to offer her first time to the male protagonist, Sia Jing Huai, and had even taken an aphrodisiac before leaving. Wen Ci couldn't help but roll her eyes. The original owner's mind must have been devoured by a zombie, for she disregarded the legitimate heir of the Pei family to pursue a scoundrel, an illegitimate son. Wen Ci's gaze slowly drifted down from Pei Siyu's tantalizing upper body. The effects of the drug surged through her, igniting a feverish warmth within her. Before leaving, may I indulge in some activities? She was a beast master from a millennium ago, cursed with severe insomnia, and after dying from sleep deprivation, she found herself in a modern society 1,000 years later. Yet, the torment of insomnia still plagued her, and before her 23rd birthday, she perished once more. This marked her third reincarnation into a story. She was uncertain if she would again suffer the agonies of insomnia leading to her demise. She merely wished to experience the pleasures of a man before facing death once more. After all, having lived 3 lives, she had yet to even brush against a man's fingers. Such a pity. Wen Ci, what are you saying? The man's aura grew even more menacing. Wen Ci felt her reason under the influence of the drug gradually eroding. Ignoring the man's piercing gaze, which seemed to wish her 1,000 torments, she fixed her ardent, fiery eyes upon him and declared, I feel unwell. I want to play with you. Oh no, I mean I want to be with you. No, I mean I want to give you something. Pei Siyu's towering form gradually crouched down, drawing closer to Wen Ci, his cold and dangerous masculine presence enveloping her. His long, bony fingers firmly grasped her chin. His pitch-black eyes, as cold as an abyss, scrutinized her. What trickery are you attempting this time? With their proximity, his resolute and profound features were laid bare before her. His sharp brows and striking contours etched themselves upon her heart. She silently prayed to the heavens to show kindness to the elderly soul. May this remarkable man be sent to my harem. I wish to fulfill our overdue wedding night. Upon hearing Wen Ci's words, Pei Siyu narrowed his inscrutable eyes slightly. She had once evaded him like a plague, her heart and mind solely occupied by Sia Jing Huai. What prompted this sudden transformation? Observing her bloodshot eyes and the erratic rise and fall of her chest, Pei Siyu quickly grasped the reason. She was under the influence of the drug. Had he not followed her discreetly, she would have willingly surrendered herself to Sia Jing Huai. The grip of Pei Siyu's hand on Wen Ci's chin tightened, his gaze cold and perilous. Wen Ci, I would never lay a finger upon you. Wen Ci, her mind clouded, gasped. Why not? I find you repulsive. No sooner had Pei Siyu spoken than a delicate, soft hand reached toward him. The woman's fingertips glided from his robust chest to the well-defined muscles of his abdomen. His body stiffened abruptly. The woman's crimson lips approached his ear, her breath fragrant. Only after indulging can one discern what is clean and what is not. Just as Wen Ci's hand was about to slip beneath the hem of his t-shirt, he seized her slender wrist with force. The grip was so tight it felt as though it could shatter her bones. Tears blurred Wen Ci's vision from the pain. It is said that tears are a woman's most exquisite adornment. Her enchanting eyes sparkled with moisture as she gazed at him. You're squeezing me so hard it hurts. Her voice, both delicate and alluring, seduced without form. Pei Siyu gazed at the traditional Chinese medicine as if transformed into a different person, his expression inscrutable and as frigid as ice. Water-soaked pork is undesirable, he stated, releasing her wrist with a dismissive gesture before rising coldly to his feet. Wen Ci observed his retreating figure with a twitch at the corner of her mouth. What a despicable man. His words were truly venomous. How foolish she had been to previously applaud his looks in her heart. Just as Wen Ci stood from the ground, preparing to walk in the opposite direction, a voice suddenly echoed in her ear. He will die. He will die. Startled, Wen Ci paused. In her previous life, she had been a beast master, capable of understanding the speech of small animals. Her gaze swept over a small crow that had just flown overhead. Why do you say he will die? The crow, nearly plummeting from the sky, turned back, its 2 pitch-black eyes gazing at Wen Ci with a clarity that was both bewildered and innocent. Can humans truly comprehend what I say? Chapter 2. Astonishment. She can communicate with small animals. The raven's eyes, resembling 2 small black beans, gleamed with a naive clarity. A smile danced at the corners of Wen Ci's lips as she replied, Indeed, I can comprehend your speech. The little raven circled above Wen Ci's head twice. Barbecue. This human genuinely seems to understand what Wo is saying. How alarming. It appears she possesses a scent that Wo finds quite appealing. Wo wishes to kneel and call her great-grandmother. Wen Ci couldn't help but chuckle. She was a beast master from a millennium ago. How could it possibly call her great-grandmother? Glancing back at Pei Siyu, who was approaching his black SUV, she quickly inquired, "Why did you say earlier that he would die?" The raven flapped its wings, revealing a look of concern in its eyes. Wo saw him diving into the sea to rescue you, and a masked figure subtly tampered with his vehicle. The masked figure even made a phone call, stating that if he drove back, he would either be dead or severely injured. Wen Ci's heart skipped a beat. Although that wretched man Pei Siyu had a terrible temper, the original owner of this body had betrayed him, stealing secrets and courting disaster. Yet he had not only spared her life, but also saved her from drowning. Having taken over the original owner's body, she ought to express her gratitude, right? Thank you, little raven. Wen Ci turned and hurried towards Pei Siyu. Wait, don't get in the car. Upon hearing her voice, Pei Siyu glanced back at her. To her surprise, he turned around, and she was taken aback, losing her balance and sliding to her knees before him. As she fell, her hands instinctively stretched forward, half kneeling on the ground, wrapping around his waist, her fingertips brushing against his rear. Quite firm. The heat within her flared up, once more like a roaring flame. Jiafun, Jiafun. The little raven, witnessing the scene, flew above Wen Ci and cawed raucously. It was reminiscent of a mischievous child in a melon patch. Wen Ci felt exasperated. The effects of the drug were driving her to madness. What good was it to touch a firm backside when he utterly despised her and would not permit her to seduce him? Wen Ci, if you touch me again, do you believe I won't kill you? Wen Ci's breath quickened as her bloodshot eyes swept over his long fingers, then lingered on his well-defined waist. How would you kill me? With your hands? Noticing where her gaze had settled, Pei Siyu's breath hitched. It appeared that she had completely lost her sanity under the influence of the drug. If you can't bear it, you can wait for Sia Jing Huai to arrive. Wen Ci shook her head, grasping the man's powerful hand as she slowly rose from the ground. I will no longer be a sycophant for Sia Jing Huai. Pei Siyu pushed Wen Ci away, his dark, profound gaze swirling with tumultuous emotions. Your affairs are no longer my concern. Wen Ci's heart sank. It seemed this man had been deeply wounded by the original owner and would never forgive her. Garlic bird, she thought. Though she wished for him to be her antidote, a forcibly twisted fruit would not be sweet. I promise to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow to divorce you. But you must agree to one condition. Pei Siyu's eyes grew increasingly cold and dangerous. Speak. Do not drive this car tonight. Why? Wen Ci pressed her lips together. She couldn't very well tell him that she had undergone a transformation and was no longer the old Wen Ci, now capable of understanding the language of small animals. Just agree to this condition, and I will definitely divorce you tomorrow, never to entangle you again. Pei Siyu, unwilling to entertain any further nonsense from Wen Ci, pushed her aside, opened the car door, and prepared to enter. In the next moment, she slammed the door shut. Grabbing his shirt sleeve, she implored, I will not harm you. Before she could finish her sentence, he forcefully shoved her against a car door. His strong arms bracketed her on either side, his dark, piercing gaze coldly scrutinizing her. Wen Ci, my patience is limited. If you provoke me again, I won't hesitate to send you back into the sea. She couldn't swim. Had it not been for his rescue, she would have drowned that night. Wen Ci stared into the proximity of the man, resembling a fierce beast of the night, dangerous yet enticing. His chiseled features and handsome visage emanated an air of untouchable authority and coldness. The closeness allowed her to catch a strong, masculine scent that she found appealing. Desire surged within her, clamoring for attention. It seemed she was not deterred by his gloom and fury, her fingertips involuntarily poking his taut arm. You're so hard. Hard arms, hard temper. Pei Siyu, unable to endure any longer, extended his hand and pushed her away. Fortunately, they were on the beach. Wen Ci fell onto the sand, escaping without serious injury. Not wishing to spare her another glance, Pei Siyu climbed into the car. As he prepared to drive away, Wen Ci grew anxious. Raven, quickly summon your companions to give him a thorough lesson. All right, you silly little temptress. Wen Ci prayed to the heavens, please discern loyalty from treachery. She was indeed under the influence of the drug, which led her to wish to seduce him. Just as Pei Siyu drove off the beach, a flock of dark shapes suddenly appeared in the sky. Upon closer inspection, it was a swarm of crows. Caw, 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 caw. He won't let great-grandmother touch him. Hurry and drop droppings on his car. Great-grandmother means well. He refuses to heed her advice. Hurry, hurry. In no time, the SUV's windshield was covered in a dense layer of dark bird droppings. Some droppings even slid down the glass, completely obstructing Pei Siyu's view. At 25 years of age, Pei Siyu had never encountered such a bizarre situation. Had he offended these crows? Pei Siyu, who had a penchant for cleanliness, could not tolerate the sight of bird droppings all over the windows. He had no choice but to stop the car, open the door, and exit. However, just as he stepped out, the lead raven relieved itself on his head. Last drop. How refreshing. Letting you deny great-grandmother a night of pleasure. Take that. Stinky droppings. Hee hee. Pei Siyu's handsome, cold face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Bird droppings on his head were far more disgusting than Wen Ci's prior advances. Pei Siyu's sharp, sinister gaze swept toward the little raven as he extended his long hand, attempting to catch it. His agility was remarkable. The overconfident little raven almost burst into laughter. Realizing Pei Siyu could no longer drive, the little raven quickly led its comrades in retreat. Pei Siyu could no longer tolerate the droppings on his head. He leaped into the sea to wash it away. As he passed by Wen Ci, he caught her staring at him intently. With a gloomy expression, he stated, "Tomorrow at 9 o'clock, do not forget to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau for the divorce."
Wen Ci's lips twitched.
After all, they had once been a couple. Did he intend to leave her all alone here in the dead of night? Pei Siyu sneered. Didn't you make plans with Sia Jing Huai? After the divorce tomorrow, if you choose to be with him, I will even set off firecrackers for you. Wen Ci had never encountered such a sharp-tongued man. She pressed her fingertips into her palm, declaring, "Pei Siyu, you saved my life, and I just saved yours. We are even now. Even if I become a dog to you, I will never sleep with you again." As for the original owner's misdeeds, they were of no concern to her. After the divorce tomorrow, all debts would be settled, and they would part ways. Chapter 3. Explosive. His presence can lull her to sleep after Pei Siyu left. When Ci fumbled for her phone, soaked in water, it would not turn on. With only 100 yuan in her pocket, she felt disheartened. Seeing her dejected expression, the little raven flew over and cawed a few times. "Great-grandmother, don't be disheartened. There are countless handsome men out there. The next one will be even better looking." When Ci extended her hand, allowing the little raven to perch in her palm. The little raven, catching the scent on Wen Ci, couldn't help but bury its head in her hand. How fragrant, how delightful. Having sniffed the scent of great-grandmother, what feels destined to become the king among crows. Wen Ci gently patted the little raven's head. "All right, I must find a hotel to rest. If fate permits,
we shall meet again."
"Okay, great-grandmother, see you next time." When Ci rose from the sandy beach, her body damp from the sea, and as the cold ocean breeze swept over her, she involuntarily shivered. Passing by Pei Siyu's vehicle, she noticed the door ajar, revealing a black windbreaker inside. As she draped it over her shoulders, a refreshing, pleasant scent, tinged with a hint of mint, wafted to her senses. Unable to resist, when Ci licked her lips, enchanted by the fragrance. Wrapped in Pei Siyu's windbreaker, she exited the coastal waters and sought refuge in an inexpensive inn that did not require identification. For 80 yuan a night, she spent the remaining 20 on a bowl of instant noodles and a pack of disposable underwear. Upon entering the bathroom, she took a cold shower, determined not to be a puppet of desire. This time around, she vowed to seek happiness, health, and wealth. Once prosperous, she would indulge in the company of 88 male models. After an hour-long cold shower, the heat within her began to dissipate. Clad in a disposable towel, Wen Ci stood before the mirror, eager to inspect her appearance in this new life. When she beheld her reflection, hair dyed a nonconformist shade of yellow, and a face reminiscent of a palette, she nearly screamed in shock. No wonder she had dared to flirt with Pei Siyu. It was a miracle he had not turned away in disgust. Given her looks, it was commendable that he did not express his disdain outright. When Ci swiftly styled her hair into a bun and began to remove her makeup. Once stripped of her cosmetics, her skin glowed like jade, revealing a captivating visage. Her eyes, shaped like a fox's, sparkled with life, and a faint mole at the corner added an alluring charm. It was identical to her appearance in previous lives. Furrowing her brows, a sense of trepidation crept into her heart. Surely, this life would not also end before the age of 23, succumbing to insomnia? Shaking her head vigorously, she reassured herself that fate would not be so cruel. Lying on the bed, when Ci closed her eyes, ready to drift into slumber. Despite her fatigue, sleep eluded her, and she tossed and turned restlessly. This was disastrous. Once more, she found herself trapped in the throes of insomnia. She sat up, massaging her throbbing temples. Memories of her past lives flooded back, where insomnia had tormented her to the point that even sleeping pills offered no respite. She had been driven to the brink of death by this affliction. The anguish of that experience was one she wished to avoid at all costs. Wandering around the room for hours without a hint of drowsiness, she realized dawn was approaching. Her head pounded mercilessly, her legs weak and weary. She collapsed onto the sofa. Suddenly, a refreshing minty scent filled her nostrils, as if it possessed soothing properties. Her eyelids grew heavier with each passing moment. Across the street, a discreet yet luxurious business vehicle was parked. The butler, Fu Bo, glanced cautiously through the rearview mirror at the stern-faced man in the back seat. After receiving a call from the young master to meet him at the beach, he had not returned home to freshen up. Instead, he was instructed to quietly follow the young mistress. Upon witnessing her enter the budget inn, his brow furrowed, contemplating whether the young master was there to confront her about infidelity. After all, the Pei family was well aware that the young mistress harbored feelings for only one man, Sia Jing Huai. Uncertain of how long he would have to wait, Fu Bo remained vigilant, his thoughts interrupted as dawn's light began to creep into the sky. Awakened from a brief slumber, he shot a glance at the man in the back. The young man's dark gaze remained fixed on a particular room on the second floor of the inn. Fu Bo couldn't shake the feeling that the intensity of the young master's stare was both damp and unsettling. Driving back to the Pei residence, Fu Bo was met with a chilling, cold glare from Pei Siyu that made him break into a sweat. Indeed, it must have been nothing more than his imagination. The young mistress had created chaos within the Pei household, leaving the young master in a state of constant irritation. It was inconceivable that he would develop feelings for her. Unless he were a masochist or a psychotic, that was simply out of the question. Wen Ci was jolted awake by a series of chattering sounds. Blinking her heavy eyes, her mind momentarily clouded. She thought, wait, wasn't I suffering from insomnia last night? How did I fall asleep? As she glanced around, she discovered she was clutching a man's windbreaker. Sniffing the air, she was once again reminded of that refreshing minty aroma. Suddenly, it dawned on her that this scent had lulled her into sleep the previous night. Could it be that Pei Siyu's essence had a calming effect on her? Given her experiences in past lives where even medications had failed to soothe her insomnia, it was astonishing that she had encountered a scent capable of granting her peaceful slumber once more. Overwhelmed with excitement, Wen Ci felt a smile tugging at her lips, only to quickly suppress it. She had boldly declared to Pei Siyu that she would no longer pursue him and intended to file for divorce today.
Eek.
That human on the sofa looks rather foolish. Don't stare. Eat your meat before the human catches us. We're doomed. The meat smells so good. It's been ages since I've had any. Wen Ci's thoughts were interrupted by the tiny voices emanating from beneath the bed. Carefully, she set down the man's windbreaker and rose silently. As she inhaled deeply, a faint metallic scent lingered in the air, biting her lip. Years of experience warned her that there was likely something sinister lurking beneath the bed. It's delicious. If only we could eat it every day. Don't be greedy. Just being able to have it occasionally is already a blessing. The conversation continued, and as Wen Ci crouched down to peer under the bed, her gaze unexpectedly met the lifeless eyes of a female corpse, its pupils wide open. The eyelids showed signs of hemorrhaging, lips and nails were tinged with blue, and there were ligature marks on the neck, indicating a death by asphyxiation. 2 rats, gnawing away at the body, froze at the sight of Wen Ci peering down at them. Oh no, we've been discovered by a human. She must be here to silence us. We're done for.
Chapter 4, Surprise.
The little mice revealed a corpse hidden in the inn when Ci's gaze shifted from the corpse to the 2 rats, staring back at her in shock. What on earth? Caught red-handed while sneaking a snack? Brother, what do we do? Will that human kill us? Fear not, I shall protect you. We will never bow down to evil. In the next moment, the older rat suggested, shall we flee now? She has 2 legs, we have 4, and we can easily scurry through holes. She won't be able to catch us. Wen Ci beckoned the 2 rats with a finger.
Come out.
I promise I won't harm you. The rats' mouths fell open in astonishment. The plump younger rat exchanged glances with his leaner brother, bewildered that a human could understand their language. Wen Ci shook her finger, correcting them. No, I understand animal language. Having never encountered a human who could comprehend their speech, the 2 rats trembled slightly, contemplating escape. Yet, there was an inexplicable allure about Wen Ci that intrigued them. Oh no, when she beckoned us. I felt as if I were seeing our great-grandmother, the older rat remarked. The plump younger rat, quaking with fear, responded, brother, once we're out. She Wen Ci's to us, will she? The older rat replied, that is possible. After all, she wasn't he afraid when she saw the corpse. She must be a fierce one. Wen Ci couldn't he help but twitch her lips. These two rats were not only chatty, but also quite imaginative. Narrowing her beautiful eyes, she commanded, let me say this one last time, come out. The chubby and lean rats obediently approached Wen Ci. The plump little mouse brother, timid by nature, dared not meet Wen Ci's gaze. His ears pressed flat against his head, his rotund body trembled incessantly. Yet, in a bid for survival, he mustered the courage to plead. Please, dear human sister, do not harm my mouse brother. I possess talents. I can sing. Before Wen Ci could respond, the plump mouse began to sing. Mei Mei sang Nei, with a steady thump, gurgle gurgle, and round, plus the basin. Wen Ci mused, why does this one have a northeastern accent? Has society devolved to the point where even mice boast of talents? You two are forbidden from gnawing on corpses. I shall report this to the landlady. My phone, having succumbed to water damage last night, is inoperable, thus she cannot alert the authorities herself. Upon learning that a female corpse lay concealed beneath the bed in room 208, the landlady hurriedly followed Wen Ci into the room for a glimpse. At first, disbelief clouded her mind, but upon witnessing the scene firsthand, she nearly fainted in shock. After the previous guest checked out, she had merely tidied the room, not bothering to inspect beneath the bed. How could a corpse have been hidden there? Trembling, she dialed the police. After reporting the incident, she glanced toward Wen Ci, who stood in the hallway, a bowl of instant noodles in hand. Having spent a night in the company of the corpse, she exhibited no fear and remained unfazed even while eating. Truly a remarkable being. Before long, officers from the Yecheng criminal investigation team arrived. The leading man, around 25, possessed a tall and striking figure, handsome features, and an air of superiority that bordered on arrogance. This was Wen Ci, the protagonist's elder brother in the Wen family. Both he and Pei Siyu had attended police academy, where Pei Siyu consistently outperformed Wen Ci. However, in the past 6 months, Wen Ci had cracked several high-profile cases, earning a stellar reputation and ascending to the position of team leader at a young age. Meanwhile, Pei Siyu, having suffered a setback during a mission, had fallen into a coma and upon awakening, had a persistent limp from an unhealed injury. The second criminal investigation team faced disbandment, and Pei Siyu had been reassigned to handle police dogs. Wen Ci immediately spotted Wen Ci, who was wiping her mouth after finishing her noodles. Disgust and disdain flickered in his eyes as he ignored her presence and led the coroner and officers into room 208. While the coroner conducted the examination, Wen Ci stepped outside to inquire who had reported the crime. The landlady, trembling with fear, explained, it was Miss Wen who discovered the body. Her phone is broken. After informing me, I called the police. The mouse brothers, hidden in a corner, observed with worry as Wen Ci's piercing gaze swept toward Wen Ci. The plump mouse brother whispered, oh dear, they won't mistake you for the murderer, will they? The lean mouse brother replied, how could that be? The victim was strangled to death yesterday morning. Our dear one hadn't even checked in. The plump mouse brother chimed in, yes. I recall now, it was a ruffian who killed the woman. The lean mouse brother added, the murderer intended to take naked photos of her, but when she fiercely resisted, he killed her in a fit of rage. Wen Ci furrowed her brow and quietly asked the mouse brothers for a description of the murderer. Wen Ci, noting Wen Ci crouched in the corner murmuring, felt his disdain intensify. The impostor lacked the Wen family's bloodline and heritage, inherently bearing a lowly demeanor, unworthy of recognition. After questioning the landlady, he learned that the establishment was an illicit motel, devoid of surveillance and registration requirements. The landlady spent her days playing mahjong at the front desk, hardly recalling the appearances or characteristics of those who rented rooms. When Ci's expression darkened, he promptly informed the public security department to seal the premises after the investigation. After finishing with the landlady, Wen Ci approached Wen Ci. Name?
Age.
Occupation? Wen Ci, sensing the extreme disdain radiating from him, patiently replied, Wen Ci, 22 years old. An insignificant actress. Wen Ci's tone sharpened. When did you discover the body? What were you doing at this motel? Why were you looking under the bed? Did you touch anything at the scene? Wen Ci raised a hand to interrupt his interrogative tone. The corpse has already developed livor mortis. The time of death exceeds 20 hours. I arrived at this motel only at 11:40 last night. After checking in, I went to the convenience store diagonally across the street to buy instant noodles and disposable underwear. I remember that store has surveillance. Wen Ci took notes, his sharp gaze fixed on Wen Ci. You should withdraw from the entertainment industry. Do not attempt to compete with Qing Yu for roles. Just look at yourself. You are not worthy of even holding her shoes. The original protagonist, having grown up in the Wen family, received little affection. Her father was often preoccupied with business, while her mother favored sons and showed little regard for her. Her two brothers also held disdain for her. Upon discovering her status as a fake heiress, her mother and brothers ruthlessly pressured her to marry into the Pei family, while the true heiress, Wen Ci, found favor and adoration from their mother and brothers upon returning to the Wen household. How dare you threaten our dear one? I'll bite you. The plump mouse brother, seizing an opportunity when Wen Ci was distracted, leaped onto his ankle, baring his teeth and delivering a sharp bite.
Ouch.
Wen Ci yelped, quickly glancing down. Fearing for the safety of the plump mouse brother, the lean mouse brother swiftly scurried up Wen Ci's pant leg, climbing up his thigh. Dare to threaten our dear one? I will tear you apart and ensure your lineage ends. Wen Ci, in Chapter 5, a dark thrill, damp and twisted. Wen Ci felt a furry creature burrowing into his pants. His tall frame stiffened abruptly. Realizing it was a mouse, his entire being went cold. His face darkened with rage. He wanted to scream but restrained himself, aware that he could not disgrace himself in front of his subordinates at a crime scene. He pressed his lips together tightly and stomped his foot in an attempt to shake off the creature. However, it was nimble and crafty, its sharp claws clinging to his skin, refusing to budge no matter how forcefully he stomped. Wen Ci's expression turned grim as he reached down to slap his pant leg. The creature was slippery, darting away whenever he tried to grab it. To make matters worse, it dared to bite his underwear. Wen Ci's muscles tensed, veins visibly pulsing on his forehead. Observing his struggle, Wen Ci stifled a laugh and provocatively asked, "Captain Wen, what is that in your pants?" Before he could respond, she added, "Let me help you get it out." With that, she raised her foot and delivered a hefty kick to Wen Ci's calf. Oh dear. That little rascal is too clever. I missed, let me try again. Wen Ci kicked his other leg. Wen Ci hadn't anticipated her strength. He stumbled and fell to his knees. The lean mouse brother, sensing the cue, bolted out from his pant leg. After exchanging a glance with Wen Ci, he scurried away with the plump mouse brother. Hearing the commotion outside, the officers within the room rushed out. Upon seeing Wen Ci in a disheveled heap on the ground, his expression contorted in pain, they were all taken aback. "Captain Wen, what happened?" Wen Ci's face was ashen, and gritting his teeth, he rose from the ground. He glared at Wen Ci. "Your actions only serve to intensify my disdain for you." Wen Ci arched an eyebrow. "Once you've composed yourself, do speak to me again. Your disdain is of no consequence to me, as if winning your favor would elevate my existence." Wen Ci's knees, legs, and the most vulnerable parts of a man throbbed with pain. With a sullen expression, he ordered, "Take Wen Ci to the station for questioning." After Wen Ci was taken away, Wen Ci retreated to a corner and dialed a number. In the quiet whispers of the night, a tragic murder occurred at the inn in the southern alley. "Use your unique abilities to help my elder brother discern who the true mastermind is," came the plea. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Pei Siyu stood clad in a black tactical jacket, its zipper fully fastened, closely hugging his chiseled throat. His lower attire consisted of black cargo pants, and his feet were adorned with rugged combat boots, his tall and muscular frame exuding an aura that demanded distance. With one hand casually tucked into his pocket and the other hanging loosely by his side, his deep, piercing black eyes gazed into the distance. Below his prominent nose, his crimson lips were pressed into a straight line, radiating an intimidating presence. As the clock approached 10 in the morning, Wen Ci had yet to arrive. Her phone went straight to voicemail when he attempted to call. Without hesitation, Pei Siyu jumped into his off-road vehicle and sped towards the inn. In the first criminal investigation unit, the coroner handed the autopsy report to Wen Ci, just as Wen Ci had indicated. The time of death of the female corpse had exceeded 20 hours. Officers retrieved surveillance footage from a convenience store, confirming that Wen Ci had been there at 11:50 p.m. the previous night, purchasing instant noodles and disposable underwear. Upon learning that Wen Ci had entered the police station, Pei Siyu rushed over. At the time of the incident, she had an alibi, exonerating her of suspicion. Wen Ci, seeking to cause her trouble, found himself devoid of any reason to do so. Wen Ci, you better not let me catch you with any incriminating evidence, or I won't spare you, he warned. Wen Ci narrowed her beautiful eyes, retorting, what kind of dog are you, to be so arrogant? She truly couldn't comprehend why, throughout her life, her mother and two older brothers had held such disdain for her, while Wen Qingshu had returned to shower her with affection. Wen Ci, I warn you once more. Do not think of competing with Qingshu for Jing Huai's affections. You are not even worth a single hair on Qingshu's head. Jing Huai will never come to love you. Wen Ci's lips curled into a cold smile. Then let him block me and cease all contact. Just last night, he promised to elope with me. The moment she uttered those words, the air at the entrance grew noticeably colder. Turning around, she found Pei Siyu standing there, his exquisitely chiseled face shadowed with a fierce intensity. His gaze was lethal, capable of extinguishing life without a trace. Wen Ci shivered slightly, realizing she had gone too far. She had failed to keep the scheduled appointment to file for divorce at the Civil Affairs Bureau. The infuriated man would undoubtedly be upset. Just last night, she had boldly declared that whoever did not file for divorce would be a dog. Reflecting on her insomnia, she thought perhaps his presence could provide the remedy she desperately needed. A spark ignited in her eyes as she looked at him. If he could cure her sleeplessness, he would become her deity. She would kneel, she would submit, she would do anything, as long as it meant escaping the clutches of insomnia. Pei Siyu, are you here to pick me up? Wen Ci's eyes sparkled with a radiant smile. Pei Siyu was momentarily taken aback. It had been years since he had seen her smile at him in such a way. No, I'm here to work, he replied curtly. Wen Ci cast a glance at Pei Siyu, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. What business does a cripple like you have at work? Your criminal investigation team is on the verge of disbandment due to incompetence, just like your family. It has all fallen into decline. You should consider finding another path. But whatever you pursue, it is likely to fail, especially since you can't even control your wife, who flirts with Sia Jing Huai daily, allowing you to be cuckolded without a care. You are but a handsome facade devoid of substance. At that moment, Wen Ci wished she could transform into an octopus, delivering a few well-deserved slaps to the insolent Wen Ci. Captain Wen, I am fully aware of my husband's capabilities. He is a vigorous man, capable of remarkable feats, even to the point of refusing to let go when delivering a slap. As for you, if you don't seek medical attention for those rat bites, you might end up with a lineage that ceases to exist. Chapter 6. Meow meow meow, do not lay a finger on my daddy. Wen Ci's words brought to mind the painful memory of Wen Ci being bitten and clawed by a rat, causing him to grimace as he left in haste. He needed to go to the hospital quickly. If the damage were severe, it could indeed lead to a tragic fate. After his departure, Wen Ci approached Pei Siyu, only for him to turn abruptly and stride away. Perhaps she had misjudged, but his once frosty demeanor seemed to have thawed slightly. A hint of crimson appeared on his ears. Could it be that he felt bashful at her compliment of his vigor? It was hard to believe that beneath his tough exterior lay a tender heart. Was he still a virgin? Pei Siyu, wait for me, she called out. But he did not pause. He took a few steps forward when suddenly he halted. His younger brother, Pei Jian, emerged from the police office, embracing a long-haired woman. Little Pei, the bail procedures are complete. Miss Nanchua's brother is in the clear. The woman nestled against Pei Jian smiled softly at him. Jian, thank you so much. Nanchua, why are you being so polite? I've always said your troubles are my troubles. Just as Pei Jian finished speaking, he noticed Pei Siyu in the distance. Elder brother? He released the woman and hurried toward Pei Siyu, who shot him a cold glance before turning to leave. Sigh. It seems the eldest still refuses to forgive little Pei. Wen Ci observed, eyeing the lawyer conversing with them. Why won't Pei Siyu forgive Pei Jian? The lawyer glanced at Wen Ci, taken aback by her unadorned beauty, her bare face glowing with radiance, captivating and exquisite. His heart raced. My goodness, the eldest lady of the Pei family, without a palette of makeup, is astonishingly enchanting. Rumors had it that in the past, when Madame Pei was gravely ill, it was little Pei who had pulled her life support.
Wen Ci gasped in shock.
Pei Siyu's father, Sia Bingcheng, had entered the Pei family through marriage. All four siblings bore their mother's surname. Logically, Pei Jian should have been closer to their mother. How could he have acted so cruelly? If true, it would be utterly heartless. Was there a misunderstanding? The lawyer, realizing he had spoken out of turn, quickly covered his mouth and shook his head. Madam, please do not inquire further. If the eldest and little Pei were to find out, they might have me silenced.
Wen Ci pondered.
Was Pei Siyu truly the cold-blooded and ruthless detective he appeared to be? If she refused to consent to the divorce, would he resort to extreme measures?
Yet,
In comparison to the agony of insomnia, she would rather face any fate. Wen Ci remained at the police station, waiting for Pei Siyu to finish his shift at noon. Upon seeing her, he did not utter a word, his expression as sharp as ever, as he strode toward the exit. Cautiously, she trailed behind him, contemplating how to dissuade him from his divorce intentions. As they walked, she unexpectedly collided with a solid chest. Looking up, she realized Pei Siyu was only a few steps away from his vehicle. Caught off guard by her distraction, she had carelessly stumbled into his embrace. The crisp scent of mint wafted from him, an aroma so refreshing that it beckoned her weary mind to surrender to sleep. Wen Ci, no matter what tricks you play, I will not be deceived again, Pei Siyu began, but before he could finish, she fluttered her long, thick eyelashes and gazed at him.
today,
She had styled her golden hair into a bun, with a few strands cascading down her cheeks, accentuating her fair complexion. Her enchanting fox-like eyes appeared to carry a hint of drowsiness, glazed and shimmering, as she lazily blinked, the faint tear mole at the corner of her eye drawing him in. Pei Siyu, I long to sleep with you, she murmured. But the words barely escaped her lips before she succumbed to slumber. For someone plagued by severe insomnia, even 3 days and nights of sleep would merely scratch the surface of her exhaustion. Pei Siyu glanced down at the woman nestled against him, his brow furrowing in discontent. The very person she had always wished to sleep with was none other than Sia Jing Huai. Last night, she nearly drowned, and after he rescued her, she seemed to have changed in some inexplicable way. Pei Siyu wanted to distance himself from her. Yet upon catching sight of her exquisite profile and the way her lips gently murmured in her sleep, his thoughts drifted back to years gone by. Back then, she would also mumble in her slumber. 30 minutes later, when Ci was roused by a deep, chilling voice. We have arrived. Before she could utter a word, the man had already opened the car door and exited. Upon entering the Pei residence, when Ci inhaled sharply, I can smell the aroma of spicy hot pot. Pei Siyu cast a complex and somber glance at Wen Ci. Do you enjoy it? Her beautiful fox-like eyes sparkled with delight. I absolutely love it. It's utterly intoxicating. She had a penchant for bold flavors and could not resist spice. Pei Siyu led Wen Ci to the dining room, where an array of dishes awaited. Spicy hot pot, spicy chicken and crayfish, all of her favorites. Her stomach audibly protested. If you're hungry, then eat. She quickly seized her chopsticks and took a bite of the hot pot. It's so delicious that I feel like slapping myself for not indulging sooner. As she continued to eat, Wen Ci sensed something amiss. She felt a profound gaze upon her. Turning her head, she met Pei Siyu's penetrating stare, a gaze that she could not escape. A shiver ran down her spine. Had he prepared a final meal for her since she had not gone to the Civil Affairs Bureau for their divorce? Pei Siyu averted his gaze, his face a mask of cold indifference, betraying no emotion regarding the divorce. When Ci dropped her chopsticks onto the table, clasped her hands together in a pleading gesture, and spoke earnestly, after nearly drowning last night, I suddenly gained clarity. As a married woman, I should not repeatedly hurt you for the sake of another man. If you grant me one more chance, I promise to harmonize with you. Pei Siyu narrowed his inscrutable, dark eyes. Wen Ci, do you think I would still believe you? Little liar. Years ago, she had claimed that once she grew up, she would make him her white moonlight. Instead, she had chosen to be another man's lapdog. 9494. While the master is away, she calls her lover every day, wishing to stray. Bad woman, master. Do not trust her. A fluffy, regal-looking chinchilla cat with round emerald green eyes and a slightly upturned nose nestled at Pei Siyu's feet. It bared its teeth and meowed a few times. Bad woman. Do not dare to lay a finger on my noble and aloof master. Pei Siyu bent down to pick up the chubby cat, and for the first time, a hint of tenderness flickered in his usually cold, impassive eyes. Wen Ci couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Clearly, the little cat enjoyed a status akin to that of a prince in the Pei household. Wen Ci, I can temporarily hold off on the divorce, provided that you prepare a meal for my little leopard that satisfies it before I return tonight. No sooner had he spoken than the little cat in his arms emitted an indignant warning growl. I refuse to eat the cat food made by the bad woman. Absolutely not. Once Daddy returns tonight, I will divorce the bad woman and be free from her torment. Pei Siyu understood the little leopard's character well. It was proud, aloof, and fiercely protective. Aside from him, it refused to bond with anyone. Pei Siyu cast a dark gaze at Wen Ci. If you fail to complete the task, you shall pack your things and leave the Pei residence tonight. His low, chilling voice, paired with an overpowering aura, sent a shiver down Wen Ci's spine. Was he like a frozen ice cube, capable of freezing someone to death? Had it been in the past, Wen Ci would have undoubtedly packed her bags and left upon hearing such cold, unfeeling words. But now, her insomnia could only be alleviated by him. With her heart in his grasp, she had no choice but to acquiesce. Wen Ci smiled sweetly, "Fear not, I will conquer your little leopard's appetite. Bad woman. I am the valiant little leopard, not a soft and squishy dumpling." Pei Siyu set the growling little leopard down, his deep, resonant voice reminding, "Even if you dislike her, do not scratch her." The little leopard mewed in protest. Daddy must have been bewitched by the bad woman. If it weren't for Daddy's warning, I would have long unleashed my claws on the bad woman, driving her away from her home. With matters at the police station to attend to, Pei Siyu hastily departed the villa. Soon, only Wen Ci and the cat remained in the dining room, locked in a silent standoff. The little leopard bared its teeth at Wen Ci, growling menacingly, its white tail fluffed up as if ready to pounce at any moment. "Bad woman, I would rather die than eat your cat food." Wen Ci crossed her arms, raising an eyebrow. "Is that so? Once I prepare the meal, you better not slap me in the face." The little leopard, while aiming its claws at the air, nearly scratched its own round face in the process. Its mouth opened in a perfect O shape. What the heck? The bad woman can actually understand what I'm saying? Impossible, impossible. It must be my imagination. Wen Ci shook her finger. "It's not your imagination, little chubby cat." The little leopard's sapphire-like eyes shifted from aggression to bewilderment and fear. "This is insane. She really can understand me." "Humph. If she understands, then bad woman, I advise you to leave my daddy. You are unworthy of him." Wen Ci shrugged. "I'm not leaving, so why don't you come and bite me?" The little leopard was on the verge of exploding with frustration. Its indignation was palpable. It was determined to become its daddy's guardian and oust this bad woman from the Pei residence. Its snowy fur bristled, and like a soldier going into battle, it unsheathed its claws and lunged at Wen Ci. Ordinary people might have fled in terror, but Wen Ci, being a beast master in her past life, understood the nature and weaknesses of these little creatures better than anyone. Just as the little leopard's sharp claws were about to graze her white calf, Wen Ci deftly turned her wrist, not to seize the little leopard, but to flick her knuckle against its paw. The force was neither too light nor too heavy, effectively neutralizing the little leopard's momentum. "Ouch. That hurts." The bad woman actually dodged my attack. Before the little leopard could react, Wen Ci's other hand slipped under its armpit, her fingertips gliding along its ribcage, pinning it precisely at its weakest point. The little leopard was hoisted up clumsily. Despite its plumpness, which would typically make it difficult for anyone to lift, Wen Ci handled it as though it were a weightless bag of cotton. Ah, how humiliating, how infuriating, how maddening. "Bad woman, let me go. If you don't, I will make you pay." A resounding slap echoed as Wen Ci playfully swatted the little leopard on its rear. The little leopard felt even more enraged and humiliated. It kicked its hind legs furiously, but no matter how it struggled, it could not escape Wen Ci's grip. Reminiscent of a hunter with a captured mouse, its ears flattened into little triangles, and its once fierce growls transformed into pitiful whimpers of indignation. "I've been subdued by the bad woman. I want to poop." Wen Ci could see that this was a proud little cat fiercely protective of its master, and its hatred for her stemmed from the original owner's previous mistakes. "As long as you don't attack me, I will let you go, and Wen Ci hit you again." The little leopard fell silent, clearly unconvinced. "What, not convinced?" Wen Ci lifted the little leopard even higher. "Let me down, bad woman." "Humph, a good cat does not quarrel with an evil woman. As long as I refuse to eat your cat food, you will have to leave the Pei residence in disgrace tonight." As Wen Ci observed the little leopard, which could only express its impotent fury and dared not launch another attack on her, she smiled sweetly and set it down on the ground. The little leopard, seeing Wen Ci still daring to smile at it, felt even more humiliated and indignant. "Bad woman, I absolutely refuse to eat the cat food you prepare."
Wen Ci's smile deepened.
When it came to her culinary skills for beast food, she could confidently claim the second place, as no one would dare to claim the first. Little chubby cat, prepare to be proven wrong. Ci, the little leopard appears quite furious. "It hasn't scratched you, has it?" A surprised female voice called out. Following the sound, Wen Ci turned to see a young woman, elegantly dressed and carrying a designer handbag, approaching her. It was Jiang Yuro, the original owner's close friend from high school. Jiang Yuro came from a single-parent household and, after graduating high school without entering university, had been working various jobs. Later, when Wen Ci married into the Pei family, she introduced Jiang Yuro to work as a maid for the Pei family, hoping to secure her a high-paying job. Despite the maid's position, Wen Ci treated her more like a dear friend than a servant, and all the clothes, bags, and jewelry Jiang Yuro used were from Wen Ci. Moreover, she constantly urged Wen Ci to divorce Pei Siyu, painting him as cold and unromantic, wanting her to escape from her miseries sooner. Ci, didn't you elope with brother Jing Huai last night? Could it be that Pei Xiao discovered it? Jiang Yuro gazed at Wen Ci with concern. Wen Ci sized Jiang Yuro up and down. Although the original owner had caused quite a stir, Pei Siyu, as her husband, had never been unkind to her. The walk-in closet had never lacked for high-end clothing, bags, or jewelry. Yet, the original owner, who harbored a deep-seated disdain for Pei Siyu, refused to touch any of the items he purchased, inadvertently benefiting Jiang Yuro instead. When they went out together, Jiang Yuro appeared more like a wealthy lady. Ci, why have you removed your makeup? If Pei Xiao discovers your beauty, he won't agree to divorce you. And you won't be able to be with brother Jing Huai. Pei Siyu had a cold and strange demeanor, and he didn't get along well with his two younger brothers. I think you should leave him as soon as possible. Otherwise, I fear for your safety.
Wen Ci scoffed internally.
This was no friend. She was clearly a frenemy. Just as Wen Ci was about to say something, the little chubby cat lounging on the sofa piped up in a fierce tone. Fool. Your so-called friend has long coveted my daddy. Every day, she stares at the underwear my daddy hangs out to dry and even discreetly measures its size.
Yuck.
Just as disgusting as the bad woman. Chapter 8. Hiss. I'm about to be driven mad with desire. Peeking at Pei Siyu's underwear and measuring its size? It seemed Jiang Yuro was trying to incite her against Pei Siyu, hoping to climb into his bed herself and become Mrs. Pei. Ci, are you listening to me? When Ci lightly curled her lips. Pei Siyu is indeed rather frightening. Perhaps for your safety, I should let you go. Jiang Yuro was taken aback. Was it just her imagination, or did Wen Ci's tone carry a strange edge? Moreover, the way she looked at her seemed to pierce through her innermost thoughts.
No.
Wen Ci was merely a big-chested fool. Back in school, she had deliberately spread rumors about Wen Ci, leading her to be ostracized. When Wen Ci was at her most isolated, she had approached her with feigned friendliness, quickly becoming her best friend. She had thought that once Wen Ci's fake heiress identity was exposed, she would fall from grace and become a plaything of the upper class. Little did she expect Wen Ci to marry into the Pei family instead. Despite her antics that nearly led to Pei Siyu's demise, he had not thrown her out of the house. What charm did she possess? Ci, how could I possibly leave the Pei family first? I want to stay by your side, accompany you, and protect you. We are the best of friends, destined to face challenges together. What kind of best friends? More like plastic friends. Trying to climb into my daddy's bed? My daddy would never look at a scheming woman like you. When Ci glanced at the little chubby cat, licking its paws on the sofa, her blue eyes narrowing as she surveyed it. The little chubby cat finally said a couple of things that pleased her. Bad woman, what are you staring at? If you keep looking, I might just eat you. When Ci raised her index and thumb, mimicking the action of pinching the little leopard's soft spot. The little leopard, recalling its earlier humiliation, felt both ashamed and enraged. Arrogant bad woman, you infuriate me. Ci, how about I call brother Jing Huai right now and have him come take you away? As Jiang Yuro finished speaking, a sharp sound echoed through the room. When Ci raised her hand and slapped her face with force.
Chi, are you mad?
Why did you hit me?
Oh.
My apologies, there was a mosquito on your face. When Ci opened her palm to reveal a mosquito she had just swatted dead. Jiang Yuro opened her mouth, about to retort, when her other cheek received another slap. There's also a mosquito on this side. Jiang Yuro covered her swollen, painful cheeks, her eyes reflecting disbelief. It was already mid-October. Mosquitoes were scarce, especially considering the Pei family staff was diligent about disinfection and pest control. How could 2 mosquitoes have bitten her in rapid succession? Holy cow! The bad woman can summon mosquitoes to bite people? She swatted 2 mosquitoes with her palms. How bloody, how brutal, how pia.
Chi.
I'm off to attend the alumni gathering. If I run into brother Jing Huai there, I'll sneak a photo of him and send it to you. In the past, whenever she sent Wen Ci a photo of Sia Jing Huai, Wen Ci would be immensely grateful. You don't need to send me photos of Jing Huai. I'm a married woman, not a trash bin. Hurry along, I have a surprise for you when you return tonight. Jiang Yu misunderstood Wen Ci's sarcastic tone and hidden meanings, thinking she would be gifting her the luxury items Pei Siyu had bought for her. I'm about to explode with anger. Not only is the bad woman wicked, but she's also foolish. Even her plastic friend is trying to steal her husband, and she still wants to prepare a surprise for her. Wen Ci ignored the little chubby cat on the sofa, who was growling in frustration. She returned to her room to change clothes and powered on her phone, which had been soaked in seawater the previous night. Moments later, the phone powered on successfully. To her surprise, it actually turned on. Wen Ci opened WeChat and glanced at her account balance. There was barely 1,000 left. After Pei Siyu woke from his vegetative state, he had proposed giving the original owner a monthly allowance of 100,000. However, the original owner, detesting him, perceived it as an insult and had furiously refused. Wen Ci lay on the bed, pounding her pillow with her small fists. If only she could have traversed into this world when Pei Siyu initially proposed that monthly allowance. Alas, not only did she now face the agony of insomnia, but she also risked being thrown out at any moment. To make matters worse, she was now utterly impoverished. No matter, money could be earned through various means. The immediate priority was to secure food for the little chubby cat and avoid being cast out. Wen Ci took her mobile phone and stepped outside. She returned with chicken breast, deep-sea fish, cornmeal, and some vitamin and mineral supplements for cats. With an apron tied around her waist, she began bustling about in the kitchen. The little leopard, having napped on the sofa, awoke to the enticing aroma wafting through the air. Saliva trickled down the corner of its mouth as it abruptly opened its glass-like blue eyes to see Wen Ci squatting before it. Holding a plate of food she had arranged in the shape of a heart. A cat's nose is akin to a high-precision detector. Even if Wen Ci hadn't brought the food to it, it could precisely capture the scent. Not to mention, Wen Ci had placed the delectable dish right under its nose. Hiss, hiss, it smells so good. Is the bad woman trying to drive me crazy with desire?
No, no.
You must resist, dear mouth. With a haughty, flustered turn of her head, saliva flowed uncontrollably. Wen Ci stirred the small buns gently with a spoon. Are you certain you don't want to try? Just a taste, they're truly delightful. Vile woman, there's no way you'll tempt this cat. I said I won't eat it. And I mean it. The tiny, pink tongue licked uncontrollably. Quickly, take it away. If you don't take it away soon, I shall be forced to unleash my wrath. Wen Ci slowly rose, a look of regret adorning her features. Earlier, I spotted a stray cat outside. It must be yearning for the cat food I prepared.
With that,
she headed toward the door. As the enticing aroma drifted away, the little leopard could no longer resist and jumped off the sofa. How dare you, vile woman? Why should a stray cat feast on my gourmet food? Run faster, you foolish legs. Just as the little leopard reached the entrance, it skidded to a halt, colliding with Wen Ci's leg. She looked down, amusement twinkling in her eyes. Oh dear, who is it that insisted they would never eat? The little leopard. Sand ginger pork heart. Both the little leopard and Wen Ci stared at each other, eyes wide in disbelief, holding their gaze for a few seconds. Ultimately, it bowed its regal head. That wicked woman must have added something to the food. Even it, the king of culinary delights, could not resist such temptation.
moments latte.
Wen Ci languidly sprawled on the sofa, observing the little chubby cat eating with great relish, a smile involuntarily curling her lips. No matter how difficult a cat may be, there is nothing that a meal prepared by a beast master cannot conquer. If it fails, then 2 meals shall be made. Wen Ci retrieved her phone, found Pei Siyu's WeChat, snapped a picture of the little chubby cat, and sent it. So you want her to leave the Pei family? Let her find a remedy for her insomnia before she dares to kick that dog of a man to the curb. Chapter 9. The Dog Man. Truly Repressed Criminal Investigation Team 2. Boss, when Sherwa has already identified the suspect in the hotel body concealment case, I heard they're on their way to make an arrest. Song Lin reported as he approached. Currently, Team 1 was highly valued by the leadership. For any significant case, Wen Shui's team would be assigned to take over. Meanwhile, Team 2 was left in the cold, with their leader assigned to train police dogs, leaving the rest of the team to idle. They all understood that if things continue this way, Team 2 would inevitably be disbanded. Pei Siyu's stern features tightened, his dark gaze heavy with guilt. I have brought this upon you. Had it not been for the failed mission 2 years prior, resulting in his accident and vegetative state, Team 2 would not have fallen to such a plight. Boss, how can you blame yourself? If it weren't for you, our entire team would have perished in that inferno. We also caused you to injure your left leg, which has yet to heal. Pei Siyu placed a large hand on Song Lin's shoulder. It's all right. A limp won't hinder my combat abilities. Care for a spar? Song Lin nodded, sure. After a couple of rounds, Song Lin found himself subdued, half kneeling on the ground.
Boss.
Your skills remain as formidable as ever. I am in complete admiration. Just as Song Lin finished speaking, another team member, Shun Lei, approached.
Boss.
The car you asked me to send to the 4S shop had its brakes tampered with. It's fine at low speeds, but it could fail and cause an accident when going downhill. Hearing Shun Lei's words, Pei Siyu's sharp features darkened, a layer of frost settling upon them. Did someone wish for his demise? Ever since awakening from his vegetative state, he had been tracking that person, yet they seemed to have vanished without a trace. A vivid memory flashed through Pei Siyu's mind. You mustn't drive that car tonight. You saved my life. I just saved yours, so we are even. From now on, even if I were to be a sleeping dog, I will not sleep with you again. Last night, as he intended to drive away, Wen Ci had stopped him. Ignoring her, he later encountered a group of crows that decided to relieve themselves on his car. Could it be that Wen Ci knew his vehicle had been tampered with? Pei Siyu's dark eyes narrowed dangerously.
Ding.
Suddenly, Pei Siyu's phone chimed. Wen Ci had sent him a picture. In the 6 months since awakening from his vegetative state, Wen Ci had scarcely communicated with him over WeChat. Whenever he occasionally inquired about something, her responses were always curt or dismissive, dripping with disdain. He opened the photo to find it was of the little leopard enjoying the cat food. Pei Siyu's eyes flickered with surprise. The little leopard was notoriously picky. The cat food it consumed was meticulously prepared by a pet expert he had brought from abroad. Even the meals he prepared for it were often rejected. Yet, it was relishing the food Wen Ci had made. After completing her task, Wen Ci felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. She had left Pei Siyu's black tactical jacket at the hotel. If she wished to sleep, she would need to find another piece of his clothing. Wen Ci entered the master bedroom, rummaging through the wardrobe. All she found were freshly laundered clothes, lacking the refreshing minty scent she had come to associate with him. As she prepared to exit the closet, she suddenly remembered her plan to surprise Jiang Yuro that evening. She found a few pairs of Pei Siyu's underwear among his things. Oh my, how scandalous. Chapter 10. The Mouse Brothers. Providing clues, you naughty woman. Why are you stealing my dad's underwear? Put that down. The now satiated little leopard dashed over. Wen Ci lifted her hand, sending the men's briefs flying, which landed squarely on the little leopard's head. Meow, it's dirty. The little leopard froze, its fluffy tail twitching. It then nudged its head, only for the underwear to slide down to its ears and get stuck. In a futile attempt to claw it off, it only succeeded in fitting it snugly against its neck, resembling a comical little vest. With its glassy blue eyes, it glared at Wen Ci. Vile woman, take this off my head. Wen Ci could not help but crouch beside the little leopard. Did you not say Jiang Yuro was eyeing your father? I have an idea to drive her out of the Pei family. Would you like to collaborate with me? The little leopard huffed in pride. I refuse to collaborate with a woman who wants to make my dad wear a green hat. Wen Ci's slender fingers gently caressed the little leopard's fluffy chin. Vile woman, do not tease me. What is this? It feels so good when she touches me. And her scent is delightful. The little leopard let out an involuntary, lengthy purr. Oh, how embarrassing. The little leopard turned its head, avoiding Wen Ci's gaze. Its ears drooped, revealing its soft pink inner ears. It raised a paw, attempting to swat Wen Ci's hand away, yet ultimately could not bring itself to do so. Don't be shy. I promise to cook delicious cat food for you regularly. What do you say? A flicker of indecision passed through the little leopard's beautiful blue eyes. Quickly, refuse her. I shall not become a gluttonous cat. Wen Ci raised an eyebrow. Very well. Since you refuse, I shall not press the matter. I was only planning to make a little fish pudding later. The little leopard recalled the delectable dish Wen Ci had prepared earlier, licking its lips in anticipation. A cat that turns down delicacies is not a good cat. I shall agree to collaborate with you this once. But I vow I will not be tempted by your culinary delights again. Wen Ci removed the men's underwear from the little leopard's head, unable to resist giving the proud, adorable creature a gentle pat on its head. Little bun, may our collaboration be fruitful. Humph, I am not little bun. I am little leopard. After reaching an agreement with the little leopard, Wen Ci found a cage in the garage and took a taxi to the hotel. Pei Siyu's black windbreaker was unmistakably high-end, undoubtedly worth a considerable sum. She had to retrieve it. Upon arriving at the hotel, Wen Ci discovered that the caution tape had been removed. The proprietress was tidying up at the front desk, and upon seeing Wen Ci, she paused her actions. The case has been solved, and the hotel will undergo renovations. You are here to collect that suit jacket, aren't you? Wen Ci was somewhat astonished. The case was already resolved? It had barely been 6 hours since the report was filed. The proprietress raised her chin and gestured towards the television in the corner.
Look.
On the old color television, a host sat upright, reporting a news story. In the case of a corpse hidden under the bed at the hotel. The first criminal investigation team of Yi City took merely 6 hours from the discovery of the body to solving the case. According to police reports, the victim died from strangulation. Investigations revealed that the suspect was the victim's sister's ex-boyfriend, who has now been criminally detained. Captain Wen is quite capable, I must say. My hotel lacks surveillance and records. I can't even recall who stayed here, yet he managed to solve the case in such a short time. No wonder he has become the captain of the criminal investigation team at such a young age. Wen Ci held a low opinion of Wen Shirui. Previously, his skills paled in comparison to Pei Siyu's. How had he suddenly become so formidable in the past 6 months? After chatting with the proprietress, Wen Ci ascended to the second floor. With the case resolved, the crime scene was now unsealed. She pushed open the door and entered, grabbing the windbreaker from the sofa. She was about to leave when she heard a squeaking sound. Brother, are we going to be hungry again? Don't worry, I'll find food for us. I'll save all the good stuff for you. Brother, what is in this bottle? I remember this bottle. It came from that shrimp offender. The voices of the thin mouse brother and the fat mouse brother echoed. Wen Ci crouched down again to look beneath the bed. The mouse brothers? Brother, I think I heard great-grandma's voice. Yes, it's great-grandma. Let's hurry out. Before long, Wen Ci saw the chubby and thin mouse figures scurrying out from a hole, both visibly excited to see her again. Great-grandma, great-grandma, are you here to take the mouse brothers away? Wen Ci pointed to the cage she had brought. Would you like to come with me? I will take care of you. That would be wonderful. My brother, and I won't have to go hungry anymore. Wen Ci looked at the fat mouse brother. What about the bottle you mentioned earlier? Great-grandma, wait a moment. The fat mouse brother immediately dashed back into the hole. In no time, he emerged with a small white pill bottle clasped in his teeth, delivering it to Wen Ci's hand. She retrieved disposable gloves from her bag, opened the cap, and poured out 2 pills. Bringing them to her nose, her pupils contracted sharply. They were that kind of drug. Chapter 11. A major discovery. The drug dropped by the murderer. Seeing Wen Ci's serious expression, the fat mouse brother's dark eyes showed concern. Great-grandma, are the pills very toxic? I saw the shrimp offender become extremely agitated after swallowing 2 pills. The thin mouse brother nodded repeatedly, recalling the scene of the shrimp offender's frenzy, making even the usually bold mouse tremble. Wen Ci pondered for a moment. So, the murderer lost control after taking the drug, which led him to strangle the woman. The fat mouse brother nodded eagerly. Yes, yes. After the man released the woman from the suitcase, they had a fierce argument. He slapped her twice and even attempted to take her nude photos. However, after her pleas and cries for mercy, he pulled out the pill bottle and consumed 2 pills. The thin mouse brother continued. After taking the pills, his emotions spiraled out of control. No matter how much the woman begged for mercy, he strangled her like a madman.
Wen Ci nodded doubtfully.
The man likely suffered from mania. Had no one replaced the pills in the bottle, he might have retained control and not killed the woman. While the man did indeed strangle the woman, the true mastermind behind her death was the one who swapped out his medication. After coaxing the mouse brothers into the cage, Wen Ci took Pei Siyu's windbreaker and departed the hotel. She headed to the police station with the mouse brothers in tow. Wen Ci placed the cage among the greenery outside the police station. You 2 stay here obediently. I will be right back. The mouse brothers nodded in compliance. Brother, we must have saved the galaxy in our past lives to encounter great-grandma in this one. Hee, we'll no longer have to worry about food and drink. The thin mouse brother gazed adoringly at the fat mouse brother. Don't just think about eating. We'll help great-grandma with tasks in the future, follow her directions, and never cause her trouble. When Ci arrived at the criminal investigation team, upon entering the courtyard, she witnessed 2 factions confronting each other, tensions palpable. Pei Siyu. Our captain Wen solved the case of the corpse hidden under the hotel bed in just 6 hours. How long has it been since your second team cracked a significant case? The second team is about to be disbanded. If you kneel and bow 3 times to our Captain Wen, perhaps she will accept those few useless subordinates of yours. Wen Shirui crossed his arms. Looking disdainfully at Pei Siyu. 3 bows wouldn't suffice. He would need to crawl through my legs as well. Wen Ci harbored no fondness for Wen Ci, nor for Pei Siyu, especially since Pei Siyu had consistently outperformed him in the past. The officers from the first criminal investigation team burst into laughter. Do you really think our leader would crawl through your legs? Ridiculous. Shunlei rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge at the first investigation team. Pei Siyu quickly reached out to restrain Shunlei. Stone, calm down. Wen Ci and the first investigation team had just cracked another major case and were riding high. If a conflict broke out, the second team would be the one to face the consequences. Shunlei, your leader has become a cripple, and yet you still defend him? If you bark like a dog 3 times, I might plead with our captain to let you join our team. Wu Peng, a sycophant of Wen Ci, sneered.
Dream on.
I would rather be expelled than join your team. Wu Peng's arrogance grew. You just don't know what's good for you. Your crippled captain's beloved, Tang Wan, has already turned to our Captain Wen, and they are about to get engaged. When Shi stoked the fire further, last night, Wan was still under me, saying I made her experience the essence of being with a man, and that you, Pei Siyu, are nothing but a waste. When Ci strained to recall the original owner's memories. Soon, she remembered that Pei Siyu had been rumored to be with Tang Wan before becoming a vegetable. The specifics of their relationship remained unclear to her. You can't even hold on to Wan's heart, let alone Wen Ci, that useless girl. I see you're not only a waste, but also a green-eyed turtle. Laughter erupted from the first team members. Pei Siyu, who had been emotionally neutral, felt a surge of blood rush to his eyes at the mention of Wen Ci. He moved like lightning toward Wen Ci, swiftly executing a precise maneuver that forced Wen Ci's wrist down, followed by a powerful kick that sent him crashing to the ground. The movement was fluid and decisive. Wen Ci was taken aback by Pei Siyu's sudden aggression, falling to the ground with a red mark appearing on his forehead. Pei Siyu pressed his knee firmly against Wen Ci's back, maintaining his grip on his wrist with an unyielding hand. His voice was as frigid as ice. If you continue to be obstinate, I wouldn't mind letting you test whether your tongue is tougher than my grip. A hush fell over the air. Wen Ci internally exclaimed in admiration. This man is incredibly skilled. He is simply too manly. Once Pei Siyu released Wen Ci, the members of the first team hurriedly came over to help him up. Pei Siyu, just wait and see. Wen Ci's face turned ashen as he raised his hand, pointing a finger at Pei Siyu's nose. Wen Ci approached and forcefully slapped Wen Ci's finger away, admonishing. Did your mother never teach you that pointing fingers at others is a gross display of rudeness? Upon seeing Wen Ci, Wen Ci's eyes brimmed with unmasked disdain and indifference. Wen Ci, who allowed you to come here? Did I not warn you to stay out of my sight? Wen Ci scoffed. If Captain Wen truly finds me so unbearable, you might as well take matters into your own hands and depart this world early. With that, she turned to Pei Siyu and Shunlei. Ignore these individuals, after all. Those of true capability appreciate one another, while only the base shall gossip and bicker. You must be the sham heiress who, after marrying into the Pei family, refuses to adhere to traditional wifely duties. Fortunately, the Wen family has severed ties with you. How dare you still show your face? Wu Peng interjected. When Ci shot him a disdainful glance. What do I have to fear in showing my face? It is you, however, who resembles a turtle gazing into a mirror. With that repulsive visage, Pei Siyu's companion, Shunlei, could not suppress a laugh. When Ci, apologize immediately. When Shi commanded. When Ci raised her gaze to him. With a mind as dull as yours, I genuinely question your ability to solve cases. The doubt reflected in her eyes made Wen Ci's heart skip a beat. Was it merely his imagination, or did Wen Ci seem somewhat different this time? In the past, she had desperately sought familial affection, always striving to please the Wen family. Our Captain Wen's investigative prowess is unparalleled, a height that Pei Siyu shall never reach. It is you, a woman of loose morals, who bears the mind of a dung beetle. Wu Peng retorted. Speak one more word against my wife, and I shall make you regret it, Pei Siyu warned coldly. From his time at the police academy to the criminal investigation team, he had never once fallen short of first place in any assessment. His prowess in combat, marksmanship, and obstacle courses was leagues ahead of the rest. Even with a slight limp in his left leg now, Wu Peng was no match for him. Let us leave, Peng. I shall solve a few more major cases, and the second criminal investigation team will be disbanded. There is no need to engage in a war of words with these fools, Wen Ci said as he led Wu Peng away. Pei Siyu's eyes darkened as he looked at Wen Ci. Why are you here again? Come. I have something to discuss with you. Following Wen Ci, he stepped outside to the flower bed of the police station. The two little mice, upon seeing Pei Siyu, squeaked excitedly. Great-grandpa, is this our great-grandpa? Wow, so cool, so handsome. And look at those muscles. Chapter 12. Confession. He believes she can understand the furry creatures. Wen Ci shot a displeased glare at the mice and murmured, "What great-grandpa nonsense. To me, he's merely a tool, with a bit of utility for sleep." Pei Siyu, trailing behind her, wondered to whom she was speaking so oddly. He glanced around and noticed that there was no one else nearby, just the two mice in their cage, gazing at Wen Ci with bright round eyes, chattering away. "Wen Ci, who were you talking to just now?" She pointed at the two mice in the cage. "If I told you I could understand what little animals say, would you believe me?" As the captain of the 2nd Criminal Investigation Team, Pei Siyu was known for his stern demeanor, unyielding even in the face of dire threats.
Yet,
Upon hearing Wen Ci's declaration, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. "Wen Ci, what trickery are you up to?" Wen Ci could not help but roll her eyes. "Do you not recall the incident last night when that crow relieved itself on your head?" Pei Siyu's jaw tightened. "Don't tell me that was your doing?"
indeed.
"Because the little crow informed me that someone tampered with your car, and if you drive away, you might meet with an accident." After saying this, Wen Ci produced a sketch from her bag. "This must be the murderer apprehended today, correct?" Pei Siyu took the sketch and glanced at it, surprise flickering in his dark eyes. Although the case had been solved, the murderer's photograph had not been released to the public. "How did you know what the murderer looked like?" Wen Ci pointed to the mice in the cage. "They told me." Pei Siyu pursed his lips, remaining silent. Wen Ci continued, "I suspect the murderer was being used as a pawn by someone else." Pei Siyu's brows furrowed tightly. The suspect in the hotel corpse case, Zhou Hao, had previously been a petty thug. He had developed feelings for the innocent and lovely university student Meng Ting. After dating for a while, Meng Ting's sister, the deceased Meng Ci, discovered their relationship. Furious, Meng Ci ordered Meng Ting to break up with Zhou Hao, but Meng Ting refused, leading Meng Ci to confine her sister at home. For nearly a month, Zhou Hao was unable to contact Meng Ting. Eventually, he learned that she had unexpectedly become pregnant, only for her sister Meng Ci to force an abortion. This fueled Zhou Hao's resentment and hatred towards Meng Ci. He had stealthily followed her for several days, tracking her every move. On the day of the incident, Zhou Hao took advantage of Meng Ci going to buy groceries and, in a secluded alleyway, knocked her unconscious, stuffing her into a suitcase and taking her to a hotel. Zhou Hao intended to take nude photographs of Meng Ci to blackmail her, ensuring she would not force Meng Ting to break up with him. However, Meng Ci was uncooperative and hurled insults at him, which ultimately enraged Zhou Hao, leading him to strangle her to death. Wen Ci retrieved a vial containing a substance sealed in a transparent bag. This drug was originally meant for treating bipolar disorder, but it has been replaced with a stimulant that causes uncontrollable rage. Unfortunately, 12 hours post-ingestion, the drug's components can no longer be detected in the bloodstream. According to the mice, Zhou Hao initially intended to spare the victim, but it was the effects of this drug that caused him to lose control completely. Pei Siyu took the transparent bag, his expression complex as he regarded Wen Ci. "Are you sharing this with me so I can investigate further?" Wen Ci nodded. "Yes. I believe with your capabilities, you will surely uncover the true culprit." Pei Siyu gazed at Wen Ci, who appeared transformed, devoid of makeup, reminiscent of the bright, encouraging girl from his past. "Wen Ciyu, why are you being so polite? I will be your wife in the future, so you must not fall for anyone else. You must wait for me to grow up." She had been so kind and beautiful when they were younger. Why had she changed? "The fact that I can communicate with little animals I will only share with you for now. Do not disclose this to anyone else." Pei Siyu pressed his tongue against his cheek. "Wen Ci, didn't you always want to ensure way to solve cases?" Wen Ci waved her hand dismissively. "Let us not talk about that troublesome matter. I am your wife, and I will certainly stand by your side in the future." Upon hearing the words "I am your wife," a myriad of complex emotions flickered in Pei Siyu's deep-set eyes. "Investigate thoroughly and uncover the truth for the deceased. I shall take my leave now." Wen Ci picked up the cage and turned to leave. After taking a few steps, she heard a low, slightly hoarse voice call out from behind. "Wen Ci, is that you returning?" Wen Ci did not catch it clearly and turned back to Pei Siyu. "What did you just say?" Pei Siyu shook his head. "It's nothing, just go back." Wen Ci gave an okay sign. "You should hurry back to the police station too." Pei Siyu nodded and turned to head back. Wen Ci observed his slightly limping left leg, her delicate brows knitting together. In her second life, she had studied medicine. Given the opportunity, she would ensure Pei Siyu's limp would be healed. The Pei residence was located halfway up the eastern hill of the city. Built before the elder Pei fell ill, it consisted of 5 houses. The elder Pei lived in one, while Pei Siyu, Pei Jian, Pei Xingye, and Pei Sinian each resided in their own. Upon returning, Wen Ci used the last remaining 1,000 yuan in her card to purchase fruits and nutritional supplements, preparing to visit the elder Pei. Old Master Pei's dementia had become increasingly severe. Before his illness, he had cared for and doted on the original owner immensely. He had promised her that if Pei Siyu remained in a vegetative state for 2 years without awakening, he would consent to their divorce. After placing the Shushu brothers in her room, Wen Ci carried fruits and nutritional supplements to the Pei family villa. Upon arriving at the villa's entrance, she heard a swallow chirping from a tree, its voice sharp, furious, and urgent. The swallow is furious. That wicked nanny has knocked down its nest. When Grandpa is awake, he allows the swallow to build its nest and even catches bugs for it. Poor Grandpa, that evil nanny has stolen his collection of ancient paintings and luxury watches. And he remains unaware. Most despicable of all, that vile nanny plans to. Chapter 13. The Swallow's Informant. A trap laid. That wicked nanny intends to climb into Grandpa's bed and persuade him to marry her. Once Grandpa passes away, she will seize his fortune. Wen Ci was taken aback. Her mouth agape. Goodness, that nanny was even more malicious than Cai Genhua's little darling. She approached the large tree in the courtyard and beckoned to the indignant swallow. Swallow, do you know when that wicked nanny plans to make her move? The swallow, perched on the branch, nearly fell to the ground in shock upon hearing Wen Ci speak. Beautiful human, are you talking to me? Wen Ci nodded, affirming, yes, I am speaking to you. The swallow was even more startled. Oh my, has that human become enlightened? Wen Ci chuckled softly, I haven't become enlightened, but I do understand animal language and can communicate with you little creatures. The swallow flapped its wings, circling over Wen Ci's head twice, seemingly trying to discern whether she was good or bad by her scent. Gulp. Human, I truly like your aura. Wen Ci extended her delicate white finger, inviting the swallow to perch in her palm. The swallow gently pecked her hand with its sharp little beak. Human, can you really understand what I say? Wen Ci nodded. Indeed, I can even read your thoughts. The swallow flapped its wings excitedly. Oh no. Does that mean I have no privacy left? Wen Ci couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry. I won't disclose your secrets about peeping at the nanny's bathing habits and her unfortunate figure. The swallow covered its eyes with its wings. Oh my. She can truly read my mind. Feeling reassured that Wen Ci was a good human, it divulged all it knew. Grandpa is relatively alert today. He will be attending a gathering with his old friends soon. I overheard that wicked nanny on the phone with her son, planning to accompany Grandpa to the gathering and secretly drug him. When the effects kick in, she will take him to a private room, waiting for her son to bring people to catch them in the act. Grandpa is a sentimental man. Whenever he is awake, he holds his late wife's portrait and expresses his longing. If Grandpa's reputation is tarnished, he might not cope well. Wen Ci gently stroked the swallow's little head. Don't worry. I will protect Grandpa. Once we deal with the wicked nanny, you can rebuild your nest. Yay, really? That's wonderful. After the swallow flew back to the tree, Wen Ci entered the villa with her offerings. The nanny responsible for taking care of the old master was Jiang Yuro's aunt. Ultimately, it was all the original owner's doing. Old Master Pei had trusted and cherished the original owner, yet she had introduced a calamity into the Pei household. Aunt Jiang, upon seeing Wen Ci, scrutinized her with a hint of disdain in her eyes. Once she climbed into old Master Pei's bed, she would become the mistress of the Pei family. Commanding Pei Siyu to divorce Wen Ci and marry her niece, Jiang Yuro. Miss Wen, what brings you here? Aunt Jiang inquired. Wen Ci shot her a cold glare. Miss? Aunt Jiang, have you grown so old that you can't even recognize the young mistress of the Pei family? Aunt Jiang shuddered involuntarily. Why did Wen Ci's aura seem so formidable? Additionally, Wen Ci had always referred to her as aunt in the past, never addressing her as Aunt Jiang, let alone speaking to her in such a sharp tone. Wen Ci you. Aunt Jiang began, but Wen Ci interrupted with a cutting voice. Do you want me to show you the servant manual? Aunt Jiang was taken aback by Wen Ci's overwhelming presence, lowering her gaze. Young mistress. Wen Ci handed her the fruits and nutritional products, treating her as merely a servant. Aunt Jiang's teeth nearly ground to dust. Once she secured her position, she would immediately instigate Pei Siyu to divorce Wen Ci. Is Ci Bao here? Old Master Pei, clad in a Zhongshan suit and leaning on a cane, emerged from the room. His spirits seemed relatively high today. "Grandpa," Wen Ci smiled as she approached. A tender smile illuminated old Master Pei's murky eyes. "My dear Ci Bao, you are growing more beautiful by the day." Wen Ci could sense the genuine affection he held for her, remembering the wicked nanny introduced by the original owner, who nearly caused old Master Pei's demise. Her eyes involuntarily glistened with tears. "Is something wrong? Has that rascal Pei Siyu upset you?" Old Master Pei grasped Wen Ci's hand. "Grandpa will avenge you," he declared, reaching for his phone to call Pei Siyu. Wen Ci hurriedly shook her head. "Grandpa, Pei Siyu hasn't upset me. I'm merely angry at myself for allowing you and the Pei family to treat me so well while I—" Old Master Pei interrupted her unfinished sentence. "In Grandpa's heart, Ci Bao is the best girl." Wen Ci sniffled. "From now on, I will be sure to show my filial piety towards you, Grandpa." After Aunt Jiang set down the items, she observed the joyful interaction between old Master Pei and Wen Ci, her brows knitting tightly. What was going on with Wen Ci today? Wasn't she usually averse to visiting old Master Pei's villa? She had always complained about old Master Pei's advanced age, his dementia, and the lingering scent of old age. "Old Master, we're set to depart for your gathering with old friends," Aunt Jiang announced. Old Master Pei nodded, his gaze warm and indulgent as he looked at Wen Ci. "Ci Bao, Grandpa is heading out. When I return, we shall have a good chat." Wen Ci linked her arm with old Master Pei's. "Grandpa, I have nothing planned this afternoon. I would like to accompany you to meet your friends." A hint of surprise flashed in old Master Pei's eyes. "An elderly gathering is rather dull. Won't you find it boring?" Wen Ci shook her head. "Not at all." Old Master Pei's face broke into a smile. "Very well. My Ci Bao is becoming increasingly understanding." Aunt Jiang, upon hearing Wen Ci's intention to join, felt a flicker of displeasure. However, she quickly reasoned that Wen Ci, being large-breasted yet brainless, and Jiang Yuro's best friend, would likely assist her in seeking revenge if she witnessed old Master Pei being sullied. At the Yeqing Grand Hotel, old Master Pei, anticipating the reunion with his friends, had a slight smile on his lips that faltered upon entering the room, where he encountered someone he greatly despised, his former son-in-law, Sia Jing's father, Old Man Sia. Old Man Sia had intruded uninvited, and the esteemed gentleman in the private room did not directly expel him. Once impoverished, he had risen to wealth through his son, now embodying the very image of a nouveau riche. Upon spotting old Master Pei, a glimmer of schadenfreude and smugness flashed in his eyes. His son had endured countless hardships and indignities while living with the Pei family. Thankfully, fate had been merciful, taking old Master Pei's only daughter early.
Now,
his son was a renowned tycoon in Yeqing, and his grandson, Sia Jing Huai, was a promising young man. His current lifestyle was exponentially better than old Master Pei's. Wen Ci did not miss the look old man Sia cast at old Master Pei. Was the father of a sugar baby reveling in his fortune?
not only that,
But Wen Ci also discovered that upon entering the private room, Aunt Jiang cast a flirtatious glance at old Master Sia. Oh, dear. Could it be that these two share a clandestine affair? A sudden idea struck her mind, and a smile crept onto her lips. She truly is a clever little minx. Chapter 14. Spectacular. An explosive scene. Old Master Sia rolled up his cuffs, deliberately exposing his luxurious and resplendent gold watch. This timepiece, he explained, was a gift from his grandson Bingcheng, who had recently traveled to Switzerland for business. He had mentioned it was a Rolex, but as an elderly man, he hardly understood such matters. Initially believing it to be worth only a few hundred yuan, it turned out to be worth millions upon investigation. With a glance toward old Master Pei, he taunted, "Pei Leoj, why is your wrist bare? Oh, I recall now. Your family is on the decline and can no longer afford a watch worth millions. Should I have Bingcheng send you one tomorrow?" Old Master Pei tightened his grip on his cane. When Sia Bingcheng had first entered the Pei family, old Master Sia had arrived with a basket of vegetables from the countryside, bowing and scraping before him. He had once thought that the honest and unassuming man was merely a wolf in sheep's clothing. The old friends in the private room were all aware of how the Sia family had risen to prominence. Yet the current standing of the Sia family in Yi City was something none of them dared to offend. Seeing that no one dared to counter his words, old Master Sia produced two objects the size of walnuts, declaring, "This is jade from Hetian. My grandson Bingcheng says it can soothe the mind. But honestly, it's better to have sons. Pei Leoj, when you were younger, you should have had more children with your wife. Just one daughter? Such a beauty. Yet her fate is so tragic." With a thud, old Master Pei slammed his cane against the floor. Sia Lao, have you said enough? Who is responsible for your daughter's tragic fate? How could old Master Sia still have the audacity to bring it up? Old Master Pei glared at him, his eyes bloodshot, as if he wished to rend old Master Sia to pieces. Old Master, don't let your anger harm your health. Have a sip of tea to cool down, Aunt Jiang offered, bringing a cup of tea to old Master Pei. He accepted it, gulping down several mouthfuls. Out of the corner of her eye, Aunt Jiang exchanged a silent glance with old Master Sia. Wen Ci observed the entire scene with keen interest, a faint smile playing on her lips. A good show is about to commence. As dinner progressed, old Master Pei stood, leaning on his cane. I'm going to the restroom. Aunt Jiang hurried to assist him. After they departed, old Master Sia also stood up, declaring, I'll go to the restroom as well. Wen Ci lowered her eyes, continuing to eat. Approximately 5 or 6 minutes later, a young man burst into the private room, visibly enraged. I work near the restaurant, and a few minutes ago, I received a distress message from my mother. Old Master Pei is trying to assault her. Where is he? As Jiangbin spoke, the room erupted in chaos. Old Master Pei is not that kind of person. If he were of poor character, your mother wouldn't have worked as a maid for the Pei family all these years. Jiangbin's face turned ashen, his fury palpable. When old Master Pei is in a daze, he wouldn't dare, but when he is lucid, he occasionally harasses my mother. If the Pei family didn't offer such a high salary, would my mother endure such indignities? You all defend old Master Pei, but where is he? Where has he taken my mother? The old friends in the room exchanged worried glances. Aunt Jiang had been helping old Master Pei for several minutes. Could something truly be amiss? At that moment, a group of men in suits strode past the private room door, led by Sia Jing. Upon seeing him,
Jiangbin's agitation heightened.
Mr. Sia, my mother is being harmed by her father-in-law. I implore you to seek justice. Sia Jing halted, his sharp gaze demanding to know what had transpired. After learning the details, he promptly accompanied Jiangbin toward the restroom. The others in the private room followed suit. When Ci discreetly took out her phone, sending anonymous messages to various media reporters, the restroom was empty. Just as Sia Jing was about to consult the manager about reviewing the surveillance footage, a series of breathy sounds emanated from a lounge down the corridor, igniting a wave of embarrassment among the onlookers. The sounds were too lascivious, causing the old friends to flush with shame. Such public indecency was utterly disgraceful. Mr. Sia, that's my mother's voice. Jiangbin trembled with rage. How could old Master Pei dare to use such despicable means against her? Those without wealth or power must endure such humiliation. I want to kill that old man. His outburst drew more curious spectators. Sia Jing placed a reassuring hand on Jiangbin's shoulder. Don't worry, if your mother has been wronged, I will stand by you. Mr. Sia, thankfully you distanced yourself from the Pei family early on. They truly are despicable. Sia Jing sighed, acknowledging the Pei family's unsavory conduct. Otherwise, he wouldn't have disowned his 3 sons with the Pei surname. Before he could finish, a powerful voice boomed from behind. Sia Jing, our Pei family has never wronged you. Rather, it is you who is ungrateful and worse than a beast. Sia Jing whirled around, stunned to see old Master Pei emerging from another lounge. Jiangbin was equally taken aback. According to their plan, old Master Pei should have been incapacitated. How could he be here? If the person in the room was not old Master Pei, then who could it be? Taking advantage of the momentary shock of Sia Jing and Jiangbin, Wen Ci supported old Master Pei to the lounge door. The sounds of amorous entanglements wafted into their ears. Grandfather, Aunt Jiang's son is adamantly claiming you assaulted her. You cannot bear that blame. Old Master Pei's face darkened. Correct, I will not take the blame. With that, old Master Pei flung open the lounge door, illuminating the dark room with a resounding clap. The 2 individuals engaged in illicit activities within turned in alarm. Upon witnessing the indecent scene, old Master Pei swiftly covered Wen Ci's eyes. Ci bow. Don't look, lest your eyes be sullied. As the lights flickered on, Wen Ci instinctively closed her eyes. She had no desire to witness the disgraceful sight of old Deng with Aunt Jiang, for fear of inviting misfortune.
Ah!
Jiangbin gasped as he recognized the man atop Aunt Jiang, nearly losing his composure. Sia Jing's expression shifted dramatically, instinctively reaching to close the door to shield others from the scandalous display, but the next moment. Chapter 15. Frantic. Scandal exposed in that instant. Aunt Jiang emitted a horrific scream.
Please don't die on me.
Startled, old master Sia suffered a heart attack and collapsed. The crowd of onlookers was left aghast. An elderly man engaging in an affair with the Pei family's maid was a spectacle beyond belief. Sia Jing faced an immense disgrace, having stormed in to confront his father-in-law, only to discover his own father entangled in a scandal. Like father, like son, they said. Sia Jing had long been known for his extramarital affairs, neglecting his 3 sons after his first wife's death in favor of raising the child of his mistress as his heir. Retribution was surely on the horizon. Fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening, Sia Jing dialed for an ambulance, his face a mask of fury as he looked upon the unconscious form of old Master Sia. After the ambulance arrived, the medical staff promptly lifted Aunt Jiang and old Master Sia onto a stretcher. As old Master Sia had fainted, he could not be separated from Aunt Jiang and was taken directly to the hospital. Sia Jing could only hope that this scandal would not spread any further. But as soon as the stretcher was carried out, a blinding white light illuminated the scene. Countless reporters rushed from the shadows, some even disregarding the medical personnel's attempts to stop them, lifting the blanket covering old Master Sia and Aunt Jiang. Isn't this the father of the newly wealthy Sia Dong? Goodness, at 70 years old, he's still involved in such explosive matters. The Sia group had only recently gone public, and now old Master Sia seemed poised to single-handedly ruin the company's stock. Indeed, old foxes are still cunning. Sia Jing's complexion had turned a deep shade of liver color. He wanted to prevent the reporters from capturing more photos, yet they were as fervent as if they had been injected with adrenaline, ignoring his furious protests. Sia Jing was baffled as to how the situation had escalated like this. They were supposed to catch Aunt Jiang and old Master Pei in an affair. How had it morphed into a scandal involving his father? Ceramic treasure. Were they originally trying to set up your grandfather? Old Master Pei inquired with a furrowed brow. When Sia took hold of old Master Pei's arm and deceitfully claimed that she had overheard Aunt Jiang on the phone, plotting to usurp the Pei family's fortune. I took advantage of Aunt Jiang's inattention to secretly switch her medication, then placed the pills in both her and old Master Sia's cups. Old Master Pei gazed at Wen Ci with affectionate pride, declaring that she was truly a blessing for the Pei family. If it weren't for her, his reputation would have been utterly ruined tonight. Grandfather, with ceramic treasure around, no one can conspire against you. A smile graced old Master Pei's face. His eyes filled with satisfaction and pride. Indeed, with ceramic treasure protecting me, I fear no evil spirits. The two shared laughter, and old Master Pei's spirits visibly lifted. Upon returning to old Master Pei's villa, Wen Ci immediately sensed something amiss as she entered the living room. Pei Siyu stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his sharp and handsome features taut, his piercing gaze radiating an unsettling chill. Hearing the noise, he turned to glance at her. His dark, brooding eyes seemed to weigh heavily on Wen Ci as he asked, "Where did you take grandfather?" Under the intensity of Pei Siyu's stare, Wen Ci shivered involuntarily. What had she done to offend him? Was taking grandfather out not permissible? Just as she was about to speak, Pei Siyu approached her with an icy demeanor, grasping her chin firmly. "Have you forgotten the last time you took grandfather out and nearly lost him, causing him to almost be hit by a car?" Pei Siyu's words triggered a faint recollection in Wen Ci. She struggled to remember the original owner's memories, realizing that such an incident indeed occurred. This time is different. Just listen to my explanation. Before she could finish, old Master Pei's furious voice boomed, "You little rascal, what's wrong with my granddaughter-in-law taking me out? You dare to scold her? Just wait until I give you a good beating." With a resounding slap, a feather duster struck Pei Siyu's backside. Pei Siyu stared incredulously at old Master Pei, his emotions shifting rapidly in his deep-set eyes. "Grandfather, What? You little rascal. Do you often scold ceramic treasure when I'm not paying attention? If it weren't for her, I would have made the headlines tonight." With that, he struck Pei Siyu again. Seeing the stoic man being reprimanded, Wen Ci nearly burst into laughter. It had been a long time since Pei Siyu had witnessed his grandfather sober, and despite being scolded, he dared not express any dissatisfaction. What headlines? Old Master Pei pulled out his phone, opening the media-captured photographs of old Master Sia and Aunt Jiang in a compromising situation. "Thanks to ceramic treasure, your grandfather's reputation has been saved." Pei Siyu glanced at the phone old Master Pei offered, and after grasping the situation, his gaze towards Wen Ci grew dark and complex. Last night, she had successfully helped him avoid a car accident, and today, she had shielded his grandfather from a scandal. Had her tastes also changed? It was evident that before last night, she could not handle even the slightest bit of spice. Had the true Wen Ci returned? Wen Ci felt a chill as Pei Siyu's penetrating gaze bore down on her. "Why are you looking at me like that?" she thought, feeling like prey under the gaze of a wild beast. Old Master Pei, wielding the feather duster, struck Pei Siyu again, saying, "Can you be a bit gentler with ceramic treasure? If you keep up that cold demeanor, I might just kick you out of the family tree." Wen Ci quickly waved her hands, "Grandfather, it's not necessary." Pei Siyu narrowed his dark, inscrutable eyes, about to speak, when Wen Ci's phone rang multiple times in succession. She pulled out her phone to find several photos sent by Jiang Yuro featuring Sia Jing Huai. True to the role of a male lead, he was strikingly handsome with a refined demeanor, his phoenix eyes holding a captivating depth. Yet, a hint of shadow lingered beneath, hinting at some underlying weakness.
Pei Siyu,
standing close to Wen Ci, noticed her rapt attention on Sia Jing Huai's photos, and the tension in his expression became nearly unbearable. Old Master Pei pulled Pei Siyu aside, lowering his voice. "If ceramic treasure doesn't like you, shouldn't you reflect on yourself? You always dress so tightly, like a rookie insurance salesman. Look at Sia Jing Huai. He knows how to attract a woman's attention with a few undone buttons. Meanwhile, you seem terrified of revealing anything. Which woman would be drawn to a man as conservative and unromantic as you?" Pei Siyu's lips twitched slightly. Was it really his fault that Wen Ci was stepping out of line? Chapter 16. Show what you must. Flirt when you can. What do you lack compared to Sia Jing Huai? Good looks?
Affi physique?
You must be bold and flirty, as long as you take the initiative. Even the most formidable women will fall at your feet. Pei Siyu pressed his lips into a thin line. "Grandfather, are you sure you've been watching too much melodrama while sober?" Old Master Pei slapped the back of Pei Siyu's head, declaring, "Wife is heaven, wife is earth. You must listen to your wife's words. If she likes abs, show them off. If she likes wealth, earn and hand it all over. Treat your wife like a treasure. You'll never stray from her side. If you can't handle your wife, you're in for a lifetime of trouble. Also, stop being cold and reserved. Flirt like your life depends on it." Old Master Pei's sober thoughts were alarmingly progressive. Pei Siyu furrowed his brows. "Grandfather, please don't meddle in my affairs with Wen Ci." Old Master Pei, puffing with indignation, replied, "If I don't meddle, when will you ever make your wife fall for you?" Pei Siyu lowered his dark, deep-set eyes. His lips pressed tightly together, remaining silent. Even when he was not physically impaired, Wen Ci had not liked him. What hope did he have now with his flaws? Pei Siyu wished to avoid further arguments with Old Master Pei regarding Wen Ci. He needed more time to observe her. He needed to discern whether the true Wen Ci had indeed returned. Wen Ci stayed at Old Master Pei's villa until nightfall before finally returning to her room. As she pushed the door open, she heard the trembling pleas of the Mouse brothers. "Meow meow king, we were brought here by great-grandmother. We won't steal your food or dig holes indiscriminately. Woo woo, please don't eat us, meow meow king." Followed by the disdainful voice of the little leopard. "Humph. I wouldn't eat you, you're filthy." Wen Ci stepped inside. The little leopard stood before the cage, its sharp claws probing through the gaps. The Mouse brothers huddled together, squeaking in fear with a hint of a cry. Seeing the trembling of the little Mouse brothers in fear, the small leopard intensified its clawing at the cage. "How amusing. I shan't consume you, but I shall certainly frighten you to the core. Such a filthy creature, bringing back the muck from a stinking gutter. Ahem." Wen Ci cleared her throat. The little leopard, who was about to extend its sharp claws into the cage, immediately withdrew them upon hearing Wen Ci's cough. Its cerulean eyes, resembling exquisite glass, darted towards Wen Ci, noticing her pallid complexion, and contemplated making a discreet escape. However, in the next moment, its plump body was deftly hoisted by Wen Ci. The little short legs kicked in protest. "You wicked creature, release me at once, or I shall inform Daddy." Wen Ci reached out and playfully swatted the little leopard's rear. "So you wish to intimidate the Mouse brothers I brought back, do you?" The small leopard struggled vigorously, yet remained ensnared. "Woe is me, my feline dignity is utterly annihilated. Wicked creature, I repent, I shall no longer frighten your Mouse brothers."
Wen Ci nodded in satisfaction,
reminding the small leopard not to forget their agreement, as Jiang Yuro was about to return. The little leopard extended its paw. "Do not forget to prepare tonight's delicacies for me." Wen Ci's lips twitched. "Understood, you gluttonous feline, yet do be wary of overindulging, for it is detrimental to your health." The little leopard huffed indignantly. "You know nothing, a chubby cat is adorable." Upon Jiang Yuro's return, she entered Wen Ci's room. "Ci, Brother Jing Huai mentioned he was unable to meet you at the seaside last night due to some matters. He will reschedule a time for your elopement. Wen Ci felt a surge of frustration. Sia Jing Huai was indeed a rogue among rogues. While courting Wen Qingyu, he still kept the original owner on a string. Were it not for the original owner's marriage to Pei Siyu, which afforded him some utility, Sia Jing Huai would have likely cast her aside long ago. Setting aside thoughts of Sia Jing Huai, Euro, have you engaged in any clandestine actions? Jiang Euro gasped, Ci, I do not comprehend what you are insinuating. Wen Ci sighed, Euro, your lack of candor leaves me unable to protect you this time. No sooner had Wen Ci spoken than Pei Siyu's deep, cold voice resonated through the corridor, who has entered my dressing room and taken all my undergarments. Jiang Euro's heart raced. After a moment of panic, she quickly regained her composure. She had merely glanced at Pei Siyu's undergarments, not taken any. Generally, she did not even dare to enter Pei Siyu's master bedroom. Let us step outside and ascertain the matter, Wen Ci urged, pulling Jiang Euro out of the room. The little leopard, upon seeing them emerge, promptly seized the hem of Pei Siyu's trousers, leading him to Wen Ci and Jiang Euro. Jiang Euro felt a flicker of delight. Could it be that the little leopard knew who had stolen Pei's undergarments? Ci, even if you harbor feelings for brother Jing Huai, you should not pilfer Pei's undergarments to present to him. Wen Ci thought, even if the original owner was Sia Jing Huai's loyal admirer, she wouldn't stoop to stealing Pei Siyu's undergarments for him. Jiang Euro's mind seemed to be muddled. Shall we search my room? Wen Ci proposed. Before Pei Siyu could respond, Jiang Euro immediately re-entered the room. She searched through Wen Ci's belongings but found not a single piece of Pei Siyu's undergarments. Jiang Euro felt a twinge of frustration. Could it be that Wen Ci had hidden them? Just then, the little leopard, still clinging to Pei Siyu's trousers, began to ascend the stairs. Wen Ci glanced at Jiang Euro. You were correct. The little leopard indeed knows who stole Pei Siyu's undergarments. The little leopard brought Pei Siyu to the door of one of the guest rooms on the 3rd floor. This guest room was occupied by Jiang Euro, the original owner. Fearing that Jiang Euro might be wronged, did not allow her to stay in the servants' quarters, but instead provided her with a guest room on the 3rd floor. Pei Siyu stood before the guest room, his expression grim and devoid of warmth. Jiang Euro's heart raced with confusion. Pei, I assure you, I did not steal your undergarments. Meow, meow, meow. The little leopard growled a few times, urging Pei Siyu to enter. Pei Siyu remained motionless, summoning the butler to inspect the room. The butler opened the guest room door and swiftly stepped inside. Moments later, he emerged, holding several pairs of icy silk triangle briefs. Pei Siyu's face darkened to an ominous shade. Wen Ci, the friend you introduced is irrelevant to me. I must terminate her employment immediately. Jiang Euro, gazing at the cold and unfeeling Pei Siyu, felt her eyes welling with tears. I did not steal. I am being wronged. Take her away. Wen Ci raised her hand. Wait. Jiang Euro caught a glimmer of hope. She knew that Wen Ci, being somewhat naive, would unconditionally support her. Pei Siyu's expression grew increasingly tempestuous as he fixed a sharp gaze upon Wen Ci. Do not continue to test my patience and limits. How ironic. He had thought that the old Wen Ci had returned. Yet, here she was, defending her friend who had stolen his undergarments, while she herself seemed no different from the Wen Ci, who only fawned over Sia Jing Huai. I do not seek to plead for Jiang Euro, rather, I demand that she return that which she has borrowed. Chapter 17. A life-threatening situation. His shyness is irresistibly alluring when Ci approached Jiang Euro, yanking the designer bag from her shoulder. I do not intend to plead for her. I simply wish for her to return everything she has borrowed from me. When Ci produced an account book, methodically reciting, on May 17th, you claimed you would attend an important banquet and took from my wardrobe a large elephant gray, gold-cornered Hermes Birkin. On June 9th, you removed a Cartier rose gold bracelet from my jewelry box. On June 12th, you stated you had no clothes for the season and took a Chanel ensemble from my wardrobe. Jiang Euro's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Wen Ci. When did her memory become so astute? She recalled with clarity every item she had taken from her, from jewelry and designer bags to even a lipstick. Upon finishing, Wen Ci snapped the account book shut with a resounding clap, her beautiful eyes glinting like venom as she directed her gaze at Jiang Euro. The total value of the items you have taken from me amounts to 1.6 million. I demand their return in full. Jiang Euro's complexion paled.
Wen Ci.
What do you mean? Those items were all gifts from you. Wen Ci raised an eyebrow. Gifts? Those were procured for me by the Pei family, without their permission. I lack the authority to bestow them to anyone. Should you refuse to return them, I shall have no choice but to involve the authorities. Jiang Yuro trembled. Disbelief etched across her face as she regarded Wen Ci. In her mind, Wen Ci had always been the bimbo who would comply with whatever she said. Why had she suddenly transformed so drastically? She had sold off many of those items. How could she possibly return them to Wen Ci?
Chi, do not jest.
Are we not the best of friends? Jiang Yuro attempted to grasp Wen Ci's hand, only to be rebuffed. Wen Ci's gaze was sharp and frigid as she regarded Jiang Yuro, a foolish friend with too much money. Jiang Yuro, we are no longer friends. You owe me. And within 3 days, you must either return the items in their original condition or compensate me at their current market value. Otherwise, prepare to face the consequences. Jiang Yuro was summarily expelled from the Pei family villa on Pei Siyu's orders. She sat helplessly on the ground, unable to fathom how Wen Ci had undergone such a dramatic transformation. With trembling fingers, she retrieved her phone and dialed Sia Jing Huai. Brother Jing Huai, since you did not elope with Wen Ci last night, she has vented her fury upon me. Jiang Yuro recounted the events that had transpired. Do not cry, Yuro. I will call Wen Ci. If she demands compensation, do not expect me to associate with her again. Sia Jing Huai promptly called Wen Ci. However, the call did not go through. He then sent a message, only to find himself blocked. Sia Jing Huai let out a cold laugh. The tactics of feigned disinterest were clearly outdated. As long as he ignores Wen Ci, she will soon put on a brave face and actively reach out to him. After blocking Sia Jing Huai's phone number and WeChat, Wen Ci stretched lazily and glanced at the deep-set eyes of Pei Siyu. Now you must believe in my determination to sever ties with Sia Jing Huai, right? I assure you, from now on, my eyes and heart will belong solely to you. Pei Siyu let out a cold snort. Do you really think I would believe that? Wen Ci raised her delicate, pale finger and gently poked Pei Siyu's arm. I genuinely wish to live a good life with you. May I move into the master bedroom tonight and sleep beside you? She had made up her mind. As long as she did not suffer from insomnia, losing her virginity would be inconsequential. After all, his looks and physique had captivated her heart. His prominent nose, long fingers, and alluring Adam's apple suggested he possessed commendable strength as well. In any case, she felt there was no downside for her. Seeing the way Wen Ci gazed at him with an intensity that seemed almost predatory, Pei Siyu's eyes flickered with an unnatural glint. Don't even think about it. Wen Ci touched her own face. She had removed her makeup, yet somehow, she still felt devoid of any allure in his eyes. She glanced at his lean waist. You're not like a tree hanging with chili peppers, unable to stand tall, are you?
Wen Ci.
His deep-set eyes seemed to blaze with fire. Wen Ci instinctively shrank her shoulders and raised her hands in a gesture of surrender. I was wrong. You must be exceptionally well endowed. Pei Siyu did not wish to hear another word from her and quickly strode downstairs. As he turned, Wen Ci thought she saw a hint of red on the tips of his ears. Was he shy? Pei Siyu returned to the master bedroom to take a shower. With some work still awaiting his attention, he headed to his study post-shower. Seizing the opportunity, Wen Ci slipped into his room and picked up the shirt he had discarded. Inhaling its scent. Ah, this is the smell. You little vixen, either you're stealing my dad's underwear or his shirts. Are you a pervert? Wen Ci gestured playfully at the little leopard. If you want to keep enjoying the meals I prepare, you'd better keep your little mouth shut. The little leopard retorted. You're a dead mouth. Hurry and say you don't want to eat anymore. But even as Wen Ci exited the master bedroom, the little mouth couldn't bring itself to say it. Alas, how could it resist the delicious food made by the little vixen? For now, it would have to play the role of a minor traitor. Cradling Pei Siyu's shirt, Wen Ci returned to her own room. Tonight, she would enjoy a good night's sleep. How blissful. Big brother, Grandma is swooning over Grandpa's shirt, said the chubby mouse. With Grandpa's good looks, it's no wonder Grandma's heart is fluttering, replied the slender mouse. But he seems so cold. Will he abuse Grandma in the future? If he dares to, I'll claw him to bits and make Grandma find another Grandpa. Wen Ci poked her head out from the fragrant shirt. You two are overthinking it. Once your grandma cures her insomnia, the first person she'll kick out is him. I don't like someone who is perpetually grumpy. With her insomnia woes alleviated, Wen Ci finally had the leisure to scroll through her phone.
Wow.
There were quite a few handsome young men with broad shoulders and narrow waists, flaunting 8-pack abs in short videos. After finishing his overtime, Pei Siyu returned to the master bedroom. As he passed by Wen Ci's room, he found himself inexplicably halting. After a brief internal struggle, he pushed open her door. The Mouse brothers, hearing footsteps, immediately opened their eyes with alertness. Brother, Grandpa is coming in. Shh, keep quiet. Brother. If Grandpa comes in, does he intend to stew us and make braised mouse meat? Don't think wildly. Grandpa looks like a wealthy man. And wealthy people have discerning tastes. They wouldn't eat mouse meat. Pei Siyu noticed the two mice trapped in a cage in the corner and subtly furrowed his brows. What peculiar hobby did she have to bring mice back to her room? Though he couldn't comprehend it, he wouldn't throw her belongings out while she was asleep. As he approached the bed, his dark gaze suddenly fell on the white shirt she held close to her. She was sleeping with his shirt? Pei Siyu's heart raced uncontrollably. He found himself leaning down, his long fingers reaching toward her face, but just as he was about to touch her, he caught sight of her phone, which was playing a video of a young muscular man, bare-chested and dancing atop a car. Chapter 18. Reinvestigating the corpse case. The young muscular man was continuously winking at the camera. Rich ladies, the more you tip, the more I'll shake it for you. With that, the muscular man turned, his rear end jutting high as he swayed his hips in rhythm with the music. Pei Siyu's handsome, stern face darkened with displeasure. Was this considered attractive? Why did he find it so eye-watering? Wen Ci was lost in a deep slumber, dreaming sweetly. In her dream, she had cured her insomnia, divorced Pei Siyu, and transformed into a wealthy lady. In a private room stood 88 muscular male models, each unique and dazzling. She reached out her fingertip to caress one of the male model's chests. The firm, well-defined texture felt incredibly real. Eagerly, she attempted to touch his abs, but in the next moment, her hand was coldly swatted away by the model. Looking up, she unexpectedly met the cold, dark gaze of the model.
Wow.
How could it be that dog of a man? Pei Siyu, witnessing Wen Ci awaken and glance at him with disdainful eyes, was practically amused to the point of irritation. Not wanting to linger in her room for another second, he stormed out, his expression dark and brooding. At the Wen family villa, Wen Shiyue entered Wen Qingyu's room with a delicate jewelry box. Wen Qingyu had just finished her skincare routine and was video calling Sia Jing Huai. Upon seeing Wen Shiyue approach, she ended the call and spoke softly. Big brother, you're back. Wen Qingyu was gentle in appearance, with sparkling almond-shaped eyes and an air of delicate beauty. Wen Shiyue handed her the jewelry box. Qingyu, thanks to you, I was able to crack the hotel corpse case in just 6 hours. Wen Qingyu opened the box to reveal a Cartier diamond-studded bracelet, quite valuable. Big brother, it's my duty as your sister to help you. Gazing at the tender and considerate Wen Qingyu, Wen Shiyue felt a swell of pride and gratitude. He truly felt fortunate to have his sister back. Qingyu was indeed the lucky star of the Wen family. Without her, he wouldn't have been able to keep Pei Siyu under his thumb. Qingyu, I've made arrangements with Xingyao Media. They will promote you heavily from now on. As for Wen Ci, she can wait to be shelved or have her contract terminated. A glimmer of glee flickered in Wen Qingyu's eyes as she spoke teasingly. Big brother. Although sister has occupied the position of the true heiress of the Wen family for years and often competes with me for endorsements and roles in the company, now that she is the wife of the Pei family's eldest son, won't he treating her this way offend the Pei family? Wen Shiyue scoffed. The Pei family has already fallen from grace. There's nothing to fear. Qingyu, if I solve a few more cases, I'll be able to kick Pei Siyu out of the police department. Wen Qingyu nodded. Big brother, whenever you need me, I will certainly assist you. When Qingyu was reborn, and with memories from her past life, she was aware of the true culprits behind the significant cases that had occurred in Yi City. After leaving Wen Qingyu's room, Wen Shiyue drove to Tang Wan's apartment. The person Tang Wan had always liked was Pei Siyu. They had been childhood friends, a perfect match in the eyes of outsiders. Wen Shiyue had long coveted Tang Wan but had never found the opportunity to intervene until Pei Siyu became a vegetable and was rejected by Tang Wan. He then took the chance to sleep with her. After all, how could Pei Siyu, who had once surpassed him in everything, now be beneath his heel? Shiyue, I saw the news. You solved another murder case today. You're truly impressive. Tang Wan dove into Wen Shiyue's embrace, her eyes brimming with adoration. Wen Shiyue leaned down to capture her delicate lips in a kiss, murmuring, My dear, I excel even more in bed. As they kissed, their garments began to shed. Just as Wen Shiyue was about to press her down onto the bed, the shrill sound of his phone abruptly interrupted the moment. Irritated, Wen Shiyue answered the call. After hanging up, his expression darkened further. What did you say? Pei Siyu and the second team have unearthed new leads in the hotel corpse case? Is Pei Siyu out of his mind? The case is already solved, and the suspect confessed on the spot. What more nonsense does he want to pursue? Fine. I'll return to the precinct at once. Tang Wan sat up on the bed, her fingers gently tracing Wen Shiyue's chest. Isn't Pei Siyu just a cripple? Didn't he get assigned to handle the police dogs? Wen Shiyue grasped her fingertip, pulling her into his embrace and kissing her fervently. He is just a foolish dog chasing the moon, utterly oblivious to the reality.
Tang Wan not dead.
He probably wants to show off in front of his superiors because of your outstanding performance. But what can that useless man uncover? It's merely an embarrassment. I truly feel ashamed for having once liked such a person. Seeing the contempt in Tang Wan's eyes for Pei Siyu, Wen Shiyue felt the wave of delight wash over him. All right, my dear, I will soon ensure that useless Pei Siyu is expelled from the precinct. When Wen Shiyue arrived at the criminal investigation team, Director Xiao had already made an exception, allowing Pei Siyu to continue investigating the hotel corpse case with the second team. The efficiency of the first team was commendable. The murderer was undoubtedly Zhou Hao. However, the doubts raised by the second team could not be overlooked. Siyu, I give you 24 hours to thoroughly investigate these doubts and complete the evidence chain. If you exceed this time limit, both you and the second team will face severe repercussions. Pei Siyu nodded solemnly. Understood, Director Xiao. After Pei Siyu and the second team departed, Wen Shiyue approached Director Xiao. Frowning, Director, the case has already been closed and reported externally. Why are we allowing Pei Siyu to conduct further investigations? Director Xiao pointed to the autopsy report. The deceased, Wen Ci, had been married to her husband, Lu Jian, for a year, yet she was still a virgin. Furthermore, shortly after her death, her husband was preparing to sell their house and leave the country. Additionally, the murderer, Zhou Hao, suffers from violent tendencies. Siyu discovered a bottle of medication in room 208 of the hotel, which exacerbates his condition. Although Zhou Hao confessed to strangling Wen Ci, could there be hidden circumstances? Wen Shiyue pressed his lips together tightly. Director, are you doubting my investigative abilities? No, Shiyue. Your investigative skills over the past 6 months have been evident to all. However, there are indeed unresolved issues in this hotel corpse case. Zhou Hao may merely be a pawn used by the true perpetrator. That's impossible. Qingyu has a special ability to identify the true culprit. It cannot be wrong. Wen Shiyue felt a wave of displeasure. He regarded Pei Siyu as a mere clown and could not fathom why Director Xiao had agreed to allow Pei Siyu to reopen the investigation. Wasn't he this akin to rubbing his face in the dirt? Sensing Wen Shiyue's discontent, Director Xiao rose and gently patted his shoulder. All right, Shiyue. If Siyu fails to uncover compelling evidence within 24 hours, I will impose penalties on him and ensure he apologizes to you.
Chapter 19. Dachwang's theory.
She comes to communicate in the office of the second criminal investigation team. Pei Siyu organized a meeting with his team members. Lazy, investigate the tampered medication. Got it, boss, Shun Lei replied with a nod. Pei Siyu then turned to Song Lin. Lin, go interview the deceased's husband and sister. Director Xiao had given them only 24 hours, and the workload was immense, with time pressing. As Wen Shiyue and his subordinate Wu Peng passed by the second criminal investigation team's office, they observed the bustling activity, both men displaying disdainful expressions. The case is clearly solved. Pei Siyu is truly overstepping. Desperate for the spotlight, Wu Peng scoffed. Wen Shiyue cast a glance at Pei Siyu, letting out a cold snort. Let us see what new tricks he can come up with in 24 hours. Time passed slowly. Shun Lei reported the investigation results to Pei Siyu. Boss, the medication was prescribed by a top-tier hospital. I reviewed the hospital surveillance, and it was Zhou Hao himself who picked up the medication. Zhou Hao comes from an ordinary background. He never liked studying and dropped out to work in E-City. I checked his relationships, and the only person he had enmity with was the deceased, Wen Ci. I had the technical department analyze the fingerprints on the medication bottle, and only Zhou Hao's fingerprints were found. Song Lin also delivered his findings from interviews. Wen Ci's sister, Meng Ting, had a miscarriage less than a week ago and has not fully recovered. Upon hearing that her sister Wen Ci was strangled to death by a thug boyfriend, she became emotionally distraught, leading to severe bleeding and another hospitalization. Wen Ci was 10 years older than Meng Ting, and their parents favored boys over girls. After giving birth to Wen Ci, they wanted a son, but ended up with another daughter. Wen Ci had to work early to support the family. At 20, she worked as a nanny for her husband, Lu Jian, caring for his elderly mother for 8 years. 2 years ago, when Lu's mother fell gravely ill, she left a will stating that her son Lu Jian should marry Wen Ci, and the couple would share the inheritance. Wen Ci paid for all of Meng Ting's schooling and regarded her as her own child. When Wen Ci learned that Meng Ting was dating a thug, She was furious and forced them to break up. Mengting felt her sister was too controlling and rebelled by wanting to elope with Zhou Hao. When Ming Ci found out, they had a confrontation, and Ming Ci pushed Mengting, causing her miscarriage. Although they had conflicts, Mengting still held deep feelings for Ming Ci. So I believe it is unlikely she tampered with Zhou Hao's medication or was the true murderer of her sister. Pei Siyu nodded thoughtfully. What about Ming Ci's husband, Lu Jian? Lu Jian suffered a loss of male function due to an accident during college. For the past few years, he has been secretly undergoing treatment, which explains why Ming Ci remained a virgin even after a year of marriage. According to neighbors, Lu Jian was very considerate towards Ming Ci after their marriage and took great care of Mengting. He is kind-hearted and often feeds stray cats and dogs. After Mengting's miscarriage, it was Lu Jian who drove her to the hospital. Based on the investigation and interviews, Lu Jian also had no suspicious behavior. However, Pei Siyu keenly identified a point of suspicion. He pointed to the map displayed on the large screen showing the route from the Lu household to the hospital. The Lu household is only 15 kilometers from the city hospital, yet Mengting's private clinic is 3 kilometers away. Why would Lu Jian choose to go the longer route? After redistributing the investigation tasks, Pei Siyu personally went to the interrogation room. He tossed the medication testing report in front of Zhou Hao. The medication you took was swapped. Now think carefully, who wanted you to lose control and kill Ming Ci, making you the scapegoat? Zhou Hao lowered his gaze, his expression calm. No one else. I killed Ming Ci. I deserve my fate. Pei Siyu pressed his tongue against his cheek, his voice cold and sharp. I must remind you, intentional homicide and being used as a pawn carry vastly different sentences. When Wen Ci awoke, it was already midday. She buried her small face in the man's shirt, inhaling deeply. Grandma's current demeanor resembles that of a pervert. She'll keep it down. Grandma last night, touching Grandpa's chest muscles, was even more perverted. Hearing the conversation of the Mouse brothers, Wen Ci's lingering drowsiness vanished. She got out of bed and walked to the cage, glaring at the Mouse brothers inside. When did I touch Pei Siyu's chest muscles last night? The Mouse brothers hurriedly recounted how Pei Siyu had quietly entered the room and how Wen Ci had touched his chest.
Wen Ci's lips twitched.
Last night, she had been dreaming of male models. How could she have mistaken Pei Siyu for one? Wait, why did he enter my room without my permission? Had he not witnessed her sleeping with his shirt wrapped around her? Surely, wouldn't he truly consider her a deviant, would he? Wen Ci raised her hand to shield her eyes, overwhelmed by an acute sense of embarrassment that made her wish for a block of tofu to collide with. It seems that next time she indulged in stealing his shirt for slumber, she must ensure to lock the door securely. After preparing some cat food, she fed the rodents and yen, only to receive a call from Pei Siyu. Pei Siyu requested her presence at the residence of Ming Ci and Lu Jian. While conducting an investigation in the area, she encountered a stray dog, ferociously barking at Lu Jian's house. Whenever someone approached, the stray would swiftly flee, yet when left alone, it would bark incessantly. Did you not claim to understand animal language? I wish to know why that stray dog persistently barks at Lu Jian's residence. Half of the 24-hour investigative time had elapsed, and Pei Siyu and his team had yet to uncover any valuable leads, leaving everyone in a state of mounting anxiety. Pei Siyu personally visited the residential complex where Lu Jian and Ming Ci resided, hoping to discover something, but instead, he only noted the erratic behavior of the stray dog. Lu Jian and Ming Ci's marital abode was a semi-detached villa. The stray dog stood, head raised, barking vehemently at Lu Jian's villa. Evildoer, you caused Xiao Bai to miscarry. Come out, De Huang shall tear you apart. If Xiao Bai perishes, De Huang shall not rest until you are vanquished. Did you comprehend its words? Wen Ci nodded. I shall communicate with it first. You remain here and do not move. The stray dog was on the brink of emotional collapse. Her presence alongside Pei Siyu would only frighten it away. Pei Siyu nodded in agreement. Wen Ci quietly approached the stray dog, now only a few steps away, and softly spoke, De Huang, how is your Xiao Bai faring? Will you lead me to her? Perhaps I can save her.
De Huang,
in a fierce outburst towards the villa, suddenly perked up upon hearing the gentle and melodious voice. It turned to her, its murky eyes fixated on Wen Ci. Human, can you truly comprehend my words? Chapter 20. Astonishing. He is a deviant. Wen Ci nodded. Indeed, not only can I understand your speech, but I can also read your thoughts. De Huang appeared skeptical. It muttered internally, such alarmist rhetoric. Humans are inherently hypocritical and vile. Wen Ci pressed her lips together. I am not a hypocritical villain. De Huang was taken aback. This is troubling. I had not barked, yet she can genuinely read my mind. Wen Ci observed the wariness and terror in De Huang's eyes, inching closer while her tone grew softer. De Huang, Xiao Bai is your companion, is she not? You mentioned her miscarriage. Her condition must be perilous. Lead me to her. Perhaps I can save her life. De Huang, captivated by the notion that she could truly read its thoughts and enchanted by her beauty, displayed a flicker of internal struggle. Human, are you genuinely a good person? Wen Ci affirmed, yes, if I were not a good person, you would be free to bite me. Perhaps sensing her sincerity, De Huang relaxed its rigid posture, its stiff tail softening and beginning to sway gently. Human, I shall take you there. Wen Ci gestured to Pei Siyu, he is my husband and also a good person. May I bring him along? If you deceive me, I have many stray brothers who will unite to bite both you and your husband. Rest assured, I shall not deceive you. De Huang led Wen Ci and Pei Siyu to a secluded corner of an abandoned warehouse. There, a frail little white dog lay weakly in a cardboard box, its fluffy white fur matted with dirt and blood, strands clinging to its protruding ribs. Its belly was slightly distended, its nose an abnormal shade of white, and it lacked the strength even to open its eyes, its paws twitching gently, emitting low whimpers of agony, seemingly enduring immense suffering. De Huang cautiously crept beside the little white dog, its amber eyes glistening with moisture, as if on the verge of tears. It gently nudged Xiao Bai with its paw and barked softly. Xiao Bai, a beautiful human claims she can save you. Xiao Bai, be strong. Do not leave me. Witnessing De Huang's tender actions, Wen Ci felt a lump in her throat. Oh dear, as a single dog who has lived 2 lifetimes. She was profoundly moved by the love shared between 2 dogs. De Huang, allow me to examine Xiao Bai. De Huang cast a wary glance at Wen Ci before barking once. Please, human, you must save Xiao Bai. Wen Ci crouched down, swiftly checking Xiao Bai's breathing and eyelids. Xiao Bai was suffering from an infection due to retained remnants from the miscarriage. Wen Ci turned toward Pei Siyu, urging, quickly, fetch a cloth. Xiao Bai cannot move. We must rush her to the hospital. Pei Siyu promptly removed his jacket and handed it to Wen Ci. Use this. After wrapping Xiao Bai in the jacket, she lifted her up. De Huang, we must go to the veterinary hospital. Once Xiao Bai was taken into the emergency room, De Huang looked at Wen Ci with tear-filled eyes. Human, you are a good person. Wen Ci extended her hand, gently patting De Huang's head. Rest assured, Xiao Bai will be fine. Feeling the warmth and comforting scent of Wen Ci's palm, De Huang's anxious heart began to settle.
De Huang,
Why were you barking at Lu Jian's villa? De Huang recounted the tale of Xiao Bai's miscarriage. A week prior, Lu Jian had approached, holding a piece of uneaten cake to feed De Huang. Reluctant to indulge, it took only a bite before returning to the abandoned warehouse, saving the rest for Xiao Bai, who was pregnant. She adored the cake and consumed the remaining half. However, shortly after, Xiao Bai began to vomit, bleed, and convulse. Desperate, De Huang sought herbs on the mountain for Xiao Bai, but even after consumption, her suffering persisted. As Xiao Bai grew weaker day by day, De Huang attempted to seek help at the veterinary hospital, but was chased away by security wielding a broom as it approached. Witnessing Xiao Bai's dire state, it resorted to barking frantically at Lu Jian's villa, hoping he might seek a veterinarian to assist her. However, when Lu Jian observed its frantic barking, he maliciously threw stones at it. In that moment, De Huang realized Lu Jian possessed no compassion. He was indeed a hypocritical villain. Wen Ci relayed De Huang's account to Pei Siyu. Pei Siyu furrowed his brows. It appears Meng Ting's miscarriage was not caused by a push from Wen Ci, but rather from her consuming the miscarriage-inducing cake left by Lu Jian. But why would Lu Jian wish for Meng Ting to miscarry?
Woof.
Lu Jian is a deviant. Once, in the dead of night, I witnessed him dressed in women's clothing, donning a wig, engaging in a scuffle with a man. I even heard Lu Jian tell that man, women are all worthless. Meng Ting will eventually abandon him. Wen Ci conveyed De Huang's words to Pei Siyu. Pei Siyu retrieved his phone, opening a photo of Zhou Hao. Is this the man Lu Jian was tussling with?
Woof.
Yes. Pei Siyu smacked his forehead. I now understand the truth. Wen Ci smiled. That is splendid. Now hurry and attend to your business. Ever since Pei Siyu's injury left him limping, he had been in a state of despondency for far too long. It had been ages since he appeared this spirited. Once this case is resolved, we shall have a thorough discussion. All right then. So long as we do not discuss divorce, I'm content. Tang Wan arrived at the criminal investigation team with desserts and fruits. Guan Mei, You possess true insight. You kicked that limping Pei Siyu to the curb and chose to follow our Captain Wen. Pei Siyu is nothing but a buffoon. Despite Captain Wen having already solved the case, he still seeks to meddle and claim the credit. I am eager to witness how he will handle the situation when he fails to uncover new leads, Wu Peng remarked.
Tan Wan xét tổ bê sai Wen Ci.
Observing his grave expression, with a gentle smile, she remarked, Wu Peng is right. Pei Siyu is merely seeking attention. Why should you let him occupy your thoughts? In my heart, you are the most formidable detective in Yecheng. Pei Siyu returned to the criminal investigation team, intending to interrogate Zhou Hao when he inadvertently overheard Tang Wan's disparaging remarks as he passed an office. He cast a fleeting glance at his injured leg, pondering whether Wen Ci would disdain him now. Sensing Pei Siyu's gaze, Wen Ci assumed he was troubled by Tang Wan's words and swiftly enveloped her in his arms, declaring, Darling, it is truly wonderful to have you. He deliberately tucked aside Tang Wan's long hair, revealing a red mark on her fair neck, a remnant of their previous night's intimacy. Pei Siyu cast a frosty glance before turning away. Striding purposefully toward the interrogation room, Zhou Hao was brought back to the interrogation room, impatience flickering in his eyes. Officer, I already confessed. Wen Ci is dead by my hands. What more do you wish to interrogate? Pei Siyu coldly presented a lab report, asking, What do you see here? Zhou Hao's body stiffened as he glanced at the document. Chapter 21. The one who caused her miscarriage was, indeed, him. Pei Siyu did not miss the fleeting shock and disbelief in Zhou Hao's eyes. Mengting had not suffered a miscarriage due to Wen Ci's actions but had ingested a cake laced with abortifacients. Lu Jian had chosen to send Mengting to a private clinic, knowing that it would not conduct blood tests to reveal the presence of the miscarriage-inducing drugs. Before Zhou Hao could retort, Pei Siyu produced his phone and played a surveillance video. In the footage, Lu Jian was seen purchasing the abortifacients. The one who caused you to lose your child was not Wen Ci, but Lu Jian. Zhou Hao's hands, which rested on his knees, suddenly clenched into fists, his pupils constricting sharply. Pei Siyu, sensing Zhou Hao's emotional turmoil, sharpened his gaze, asserting, You and Lu Jian were once lovers. Betrayed by Lu Jian, who married Wen Ci. You harbored resentment and sought revenge through Mengting, intending to reclaim what was lost. When Lu Jian refused to turn back, you chose to kill his wife, Wen Ci.
Didn't you? No.
Zhou Hao's chest heaved violently, his breath ragged, voice rising with agitation and indignation. I had no desire to reclaim him. Initially, he married Wen Ci for her family wealth, and though I harbored resentment, I respected his choice. Half a year before our breakup, he was lost in despair. Once collapsing from low blood sugar until Mengting, riding her bicycle to university, saved him. Mengting was pure and radiant, a beam of light in his dark world. We exchanged WeChat contacts, initially engaging in casual conversations without much interaction. One day, while Mengting worked part-time at a milk tea shop, she was harassed by a group of thugs. I intervened and fought them off, earning her gratitude, which deepened our connection. Mengting never judged me for my past or my academic shortcomings. She accompanied me in my job search, and when I secured a position as a delivery driver, she celebrated with me. It was only after being with Mengting that I realized I was not truly homosexual. Fearing I was unworthy of her, I took on multiple jobs beyond just delivery to save more money for a better life for her. After dating for 6 months, we unexpectedly encountered Wen Ci at a mall. She did not embarrass me in front of Mengting, but when Mengting returned home with her, I sent her a message that night, only to receive no reply. The following day, as I prepared to find Mengting at school, I ran into Lu Jian, who had learned from Wen Ci that I was dating his cousin. He questioned my intentions, and I denied any desire for revenge. Before encountering Wen Ci, I had no idea Mengting was Lu Jian's cousin. Lu Jian insisted I end things with Mengting, claiming Wen Ci would never approve of our relationship. Since then, it became increasingly difficult to see Mengting. To further thwart us, Wen Ci even forced Mengting to stop her studies. One night, I received a message from Mengting revealing that Wen Ci had locked her away, and she felt immense pain and suffocation, loathing her sister. The next time I heard about Mengting, it was when she had a miscarriage. She lay pale and weak in her hospital bed and asked to break up with me. When I inquired if Wen Ci had coerced her, she shook her head and, through tear-filled eyes, murmured that our fate had come to an end. At that moment, I loathed Wen Ci. Had it not been for her interference, Mengting would not have ended our relationship, and had she not pushed Mengting, she would not have lost the child. Zhou Hao believed all of this was Wen Ci's doing, completely unaware that the true culprit behind Mengting's miscarriage was, In fact, Lu Jian. According to our investigation, Mengting held deep feelings for her sister. She would not send you messages expressing hatred toward her. Is it possible that those messages were sent by Lu Jian instead? Zhou Hao's knuckles turned white as he clenched his fists, suddenly recalling an incident a few nights before the crime, when Lu Jian visited him at his apartment. Lu Jian, eyes bloodshot, questioned why he would betray their relationship. He insisted that marrying Wen Ci was solely for her family's wealth and that he had never been intimate with her. He urged Zhou Hao to return to him, promising to dress as Mengting if he wished. Zhou Hao had pushed Lu Jian away, feeling nothing but disgust since falling for Mengting. In that moment, Lu Jian's departing words, "You will regret this," echoed ominously in his mind.
Zhou Hao.
You strangled Wen Ci and did not immediately flee but waited at the apartment for the police to arrive. Upon reflection, do you feel an overwhelming sense of regret? Your inaction, waiting to be caught, was it an attempt at atonement? Zhou Hao's crimson eyes revealed profound remorse as he admitted, though I hated her, she was still Tingting's sister. I never intended to kill her. Yet, he could not control his emotions, and in a moment of weakness, he had ended her life, leaving Mengting without her closest kin. You lost control of your emotions because someone sought to prevent you from doing so. Think carefully. Who could have possibly switched your medication? Zhou Hao closed his eyes in anguish. If you wish for atonement, you must cooperate with the police to uncover the true murderer who wanted Wen Ci dead. Zhou Hao opened his eyes to meet Pei Siyu's gaze, and after a prolonged silence, he hoarsely asked, "Officer, may I have a cigarette?"
Boss.
We have traced Lu Jian's flight information. He is about to board flight CA 935 to leave the country. CA 935 is an international flight from this city to Frankfurt, with only 35 minutes remaining until boarding. Lazy, notify the airline to delay the departure. With that, Pei Siyu and his team rushed to the airport. Upon their swift arrival, Pei Siyu spotted a man in a dark gray suit, whose back bore a striking resemblance to Lu Jian at security checkpoint 21. He quickly pursued the figure, decisively apprehending him. "Police, please cooperate." However, as the man turned, Pei Siyu realized he had made an error. Examining the man's ticket, it indeed belonged to Lu Jian. "Officer, Mr. Lu instructed me to impersonate him here at the airport. I have no idea what is happening." Pei Siyu cursed under his breath. Damn it. He tightened his grip on the radio, his expression stern as he ordered, "All units, be advised. Flight CA 935 is a decoy. Lu Jian did not enter the terminal." Immediately retrieved dock surveillance and re-examined private yacht rental records. Lu Jian was in a hurry to escape. If he was not taking a flight, he was likely heading to a private island by sea, intending to leave the country by helicopter. Meanwhile, Wen Ci, holding shredded beef jerky and breadcrumbs, made her way to the seaside where she had nearly drowned the previous night to feed the crows. Caw, caw, caw. QWQ is being adorable. The delicacies brought by our great-grandmother are simply delectable. The little crow flapped its wings and landed beside Wen Ci, pecking at the food in her palm while emitting sounds of satisfaction and joy. Just then, a slender man clad in a black coat and wearing a cap hurriedly ran towards the sea. Chapter 22. The Crows to the Rescue. Capturing the true culprit. The man was in a rush, his expression frantic, occasionally glancing back as if to ensure no one was following him. Wen Ci took out her phone and snapped a picture of the man jumping onto a speedboat, sending it to Pei Siyu. "Pei Siyu, have you caught up with Lu Jian at the airport? I've spotted a suspicious individual by the sea." Before long, Pei Siyu replied, "That is indeed Lu Jian. Send me your location immediately. We'll be there right away. Do not act alone." The words "worried for your safety" were typed and then quickly deleted by Pei Siyu. Wen Ci, perplexed by his intentions, promptly sent him her location. As she watched Lu Jian start the speedboat, preparing to flee, Wen Ci gently patted the little crow's head. "Did you see that person? He is a bad man. Go help me stop him. Do not let him escape on the speedboat."
Caw, caw.
Friends, a mission has arisen. Let us assist our great-grandmother in capturing the villain.
Caw, caw.
Understood. The task entrusted by our great-grandmother must be accomplished. Seeing that no one was pursuing him, Lu Jian activated the speedboat, ready to leave. Once he reached the private island, he could board a private plane and escape the country. Disguised and under an alias, he would be able to start anew. The thought of the police being outsmarted by him brought a smug smile to his lips. However, just as he revved the engine, a dark cloud of crows suddenly appeared above him. With a splat, a warm, sticky substance landed on the back of his hand. He looked down to find it was bird droppings. A wave of nausea surged through him. He forcefully flicked the droppings away, but the next moment, Another warm liquid splattered onto his neck, accompanied by an unbearable stench.
Heh.
I am the king of crows, and I command the skies. Lu Jian's face turned ashen with rage as he looked up, locking eyes with the leading little crow. The little crow flapped its wings directly at his face and let loose another droppings. Prepare for a duel, villain. With that, over a dozen crows dove toward Lu Jian. Some pecked at his hair, others clawed at his hands, while a few incessantly defecated on the navigation screen, obscuring even the tachometer. Damn it, get away. Get away. This was Lu Jian's first encounter with such a swarm of crows. He flailed his arms, trying to swat them away. At this rate, he would never be able to leave. Shit raining down and stirring chaos.
Splat, splat.
2 more droppings landed squarely on his eyes as he tilted his head back slightly. The warm liquid trickled down his face and slid into his open mouth, which had dropped in shock. Gag, gag, gag. His insides felt as if they were about to erupt. Villain, does my droppings taste good? Does it taste like beef? Lu Jian cursed inwardly, wondering if he had unwittingly disturbed a crow's nest. More and more droppings rained down upon him, making even breathing a challenge due to the foul odor. The engine of the speedboat was still roaring, yet he could not escape. Little human, easily overwhelmed. The little crow proudly lifted its tiny head. Soon, Pei Siyu arrived with his team. Little crow, return. Upon hearing Wen Ci's command, the little crow immediately flew back to her side. Great-grandmother, mission accomplished. Wen Ci took out all the beef jerky and breadcrumbs she had brought. You all did splendidly. When Pei Siyu, Shunlei, and Song Lin reached the seaside, they were taken aback to see Lu Jian, covered in bird droppings, hunched over the speedboat, retching uncontrollably, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Pei Siyu glanced at Wen Ci, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. It seemed that her earlier act of allowing the crows to defecate on him had been quite lenient.
Boss.
Lu Jian was attacked by a swarm of crows?
Shen Lei exclaimed incredulously.
How absurd. Do the crows know Lu Jian is a villain? Coordinating such an organized assault against him? Arrest him. As Lu Jian was taken into custody, he wore an expression of defiance, never expecting that his perfect escape would end at the hands of a flock of crows. After being shoved into a police car, Pei Siyu turned to Wen Ci and said, "Thanks to you today. Once we wrap up, I will express my gratitude." Wen Ci, seizing the moment, tiptoed and leaned into Pei Siyu's ear, her voice sultry. "If you truly wish to thank me, let me sleep with you tonight." Just as the words left her lips, Pei Siyu, his expression stern, pushed her away, admonishing her to mind her image and dismissing the thought of sleeping together. Wen Ci, simmering with indignation, thought to herself, "What a heartless man. Once I overcome my insomnia, I shall fly far away and never again behold his detestable visage." Pei Siyu, oblivious to Wen Ci's frustrated expression, turned his gaze to the triumphant crows, a hint of a smile gracing his typically stern features. "Once we finish, I will bring you more beef to feast upon."
Caw. Caw.
Great-grandfather is so handsome. Wen Ci's lips twitched. He is not. Do not say such things. The man who denies her sleep. What sort of great-grandfather is he?
Caw. Caw.
Do you believe I am Qin Shi Huang? Or do you believe those two share a pure friendship? I only believe in Dora and that monkey as pure friendship. Wen Ci exclaimed in disbelief. Goodness. How do these little creatures understand more than I do? The stench of bird droppings on Lu Jian was unbearable. Pei Siyu ordered him to wash up before bringing him to the interrogation room. "Officer, why are you making such a fuss over me? I just went out to sea for a bit. I recently lost my wife and was in a bad mood. Is it a crime to take a vacation?" Lu Jian leaned back in his chair, his demeanor replete with displeasure. "Is your police force so idle that you need to bother me? You ought to know I can file a complaint against you." Pei Siyu's cold, piercing gaze swept over Lu Jian, who seemed unfazed by the surveillance video displayed before him. "Are you on vacation or trying to escape? Officer, you must be joking." Pei Siyu tapped his fingers on the table. "Let me show you a video." Shunlei, sitting beside Pei Siyu, promptly played a surveillance video. The footage revealed Zhou Hao's apartment, where Lu Jian, wearing a wig and dressed in a skirt favored by Meng Ting, entered Zhou Hao's room. He attempted to reconcile with Zhou Hao, who rejected his advances. In a desperate bid for one last encounter, he forced himself upon Zhou Hao, who was disgusted and pushed him away. Lu Jian, not believing that Zhou Hao had no feelings for him, seized him in a forceful embrace and kissed him. Zhou Hao, unable to react in time, was left horrified and rushed to the bathroom to vomit after the kiss. Lu Jian, incited by this rejection, glared menacingly at Zhou Hao's retreating figure. He then made a fateful decision. Chapter 23. She is too greedy, deservedly doomed. He donned a pair of disposable gloves and swiftly exchanged the contents of 2 bottles from his bag. After completing this act with a sinister grin, he departed from the apartment. You aim to use Zhou Hao's hands to eliminate Wen Ci, avenging your betrayed feelings while simultaneously preventing Wen Ci from claiming your assets. A perfect 2-for-1, isn't it? Pei Siyu's dark, sharp gaze bore into Lu Jian. Even with the surveillance footage laid bare before him, Lu Jian displayed no signs of panic. His psychological fortitude astonishingly formidable. Lu Jian shrugged his shoulders, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips, tinged with a hint of provocation. Officer, have you found my fingerprints on the pill bottle that Zhou Hao consumed? The medication I replaced was merely vitamins. How can you substantiate that he ingested the very bottle I swapped when he lost control and committed murder? Seated beside Pei Siyu, Shen Lei was nearly driven to the brink of exasperation by Lu Jian's audacity. The evidence lay plainly before them, yet he persisted in his obstinate denial. Wen Ci cared for your mother for 8 years. Her efforts were not without merit. You used Zhou Hao's hand to bring about her demise. Can you truly find solace in your conscience? Pei Siyu intervened to restrain Shen Lei, who was on the verge of confronting Lu Jian. Lu Jian raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at Shen Lei. Officer, you wouldn't happen to suffer from a short temper as well, would you? The police lack concrete evidence, and yet you arrest on a whim. Once I am released, I shall hold a press conference. Before he could finish, Song Lin entered the room. Boss, we discovered the discarded medication in the grass near Zhou Hao's rented apartment. The forensic team has extracted Lu Jian's fingerprints from it. The previously confident and taunting expression on Lu Jian's face abruptly shifted to one of panic and trepidation. He had never anticipated that the police would find the pill bottle he had carelessly tossed into the underbrush. After removing his gloves, he had naively believed that the authorities would never suspect him and had discarded the bottle into the grass. In a moment of oversight, a critical slip had occurred. Lu Jian smirked mockingly. I am curious as to why there are surveillance cameras in Zhou Hao's apartment. Zhou Hao had claimed that he installed a hidden camera with intent of capturing compromising images of Wen Ci. However, on the day he had intended to abduct Wen Ci and stow her away in a suitcase, he sensed that she might awaken prematurely. Thus, he chose to take her to a hotel that did not require identification. Now, tell me, what was your motive for wanting Wen Ci dead? Lu Jian closed his eyes, bloodshot from the strain, and slowly recounted his desire to see Wen Ci perish. The pressure from his grandmother to marry Wen Ci filled him with revulsion, particularly as it entailed splitting his inheritance. Why should he share his possessions with Wen Ci? Upon learning that Wen Ci's sister was romantically involved with Zhou Hao, his resentment deepened. He warned Wen Ci that Zhou Hao, a former delinquent, could not provide happiness for Meng Ting. Initially, Wen Ci vehemently opposed this notion. But as Meng Ting insisted on her relationship with Zhou Hao and resorted to a hunger strike in protest, Wen Ci's resolve faltered. With no other options, he discreetly sent Wen Ci 2 photos of himself and Zhou Hao in bed, albeit with their identities obscured. When Wen Ci discovered Zhou Hao's sexual orientation, she was furious, seizing Meng Ting's phone and confining her at home for nearly a month. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Jian sent a message to Zhou Hao from Meng Ting's phone, believing that Zhou Hao would end his relationship with her. To his dismay, Meng Ting soon discovered she was pregnant. In that moment, Lu Jian's world crumbled. He had never been with anyone other than Zhou Hao, yet Zhou Hao had managed to impregnate Meng Ting. He could not allow Meng Ting to bear Zhou Hao's child, otherwise there would be no chance of rekindling his relationship with Zhou Hao. Thus, he procured a cake laced with abortifacients, deliberately exacerbating the sisters' discord. When Wen Ci pushed Meng Ting, causing her to miscarry, Wen Ci believed herself responsible for the tragedy. In her panic, Lu Jian took Meng Ting to a private clinic for an abortion. The loss of the child left Meng Ting despondent, and she ultimately broke up with Zhou Hao. Buoyed by this outcome, Lu Jian returned home, only to be confronted by Wen Ci, who hurled several photos at him. Wen Ci had inadvertently discovered the unedited images of him and Zhou Hao. She berated him, threatening to expose their relationship. On his knees, he pleaded for mercy, but Wen Ci, emboldened by her advantage, demanded that he leave with nothing, seeking to claim all of his late mother's inheritance. Her greed was insatiable. Fueled by hatred and her avarice, he felt a murderous intent take root within him. If Zhou Hao were willing to reconcile, he would personally deal with Wen Ci and escape with Zhou Hao. Yet, Zhou Hao looked down on him, The audacity of it, betraying him and allowing another woman to bear his child while still finding him lacking. Aware of Zhou Hao's temperamental nature, he covertly switched his medication. As expected, Zhou Hao's emotions spiraled out of control, culminating in him becoming the instrument of Lu Jian's will, ultimately strangling Wen Ci. That wretched woman deserved her fate. Her greed was her undoing. Why should she presume to claim what belonged to his mother? And Zhou Hao, who had professed his undying love for him, had allowed Meng Ding to become pregnant. Those who betrayed him must perish. Outside the interrogation room, the members of the criminal investigation team observed Lu Jian's confession unfold on the live screen. Wu Peng noted the grim expression on Wen Shiyue's face and quickly remarked, "Captain Wen, it seems that this time Pei Siyu merely stumbled upon a stroke of luck." Wu Peng was not mistaken. Even if they apprehended Lu Jian, it constituted only a fraction of the credit. The true perpetrator who had taken Meng Ci's life was Zhou Hao, whom they had already captured. Wen Shiyue clenched his fists tightly at his sides. He had never anticipated that within a mere 24 hours, Pei Siyu and Team 2 would actually apprehend the true culprit behind the medication switch. However, his team member was correct. Pei Siyu's success was purely fortuitous. Next time, he would ensure that Pei Siyu would not enjoy such good fortune. During the next case, every nook and cranny would be thoroughly investigated. An oversight like the overlooked pill bottle could not be permitted to occur again. Wu Peng and the other team members exchanged glances, each silently lamenting. When they conducted their search, they had scrutinized every corner, and at that time, they had truly not discovered the discarded pill bottle. They could only conclude that Pei Siyu's luck was simply extraordinary. On her way back to the Pei residence from the seaside, Wen Ci received a call from her agent. "Ningsu, oh my dear, could you please stop being such a sycophant and focus on your career? The endorsements and scripts I secured for you have all been snatched away by Wen Qingyu. The company is not only looking to terminate your contract, but is also considering dismissing me." Ning Shu had initially approached Wen Ci to be her agent, captivated by her beauty and figure. However, 2 years had passed, and Wen Ci had shown little interest in her career, instead fixating on her infatuation with Sia Jing Huai, leading to a disarray of her professional life. Now, even her position as an agent was at stake. Wen Ci, having no interest in stardom, smiled wryly. "Sister Shu, I am unperturbed by the contract termination. We can start a company together in the future." Ning Shu retorted, "My dear, the termination fee is 20 million. You are currently not favored in either the Pei or Wen families. How could you possibly afford such a fee? 20 million for a termination fee? Xingyao Media has provided no resources to the original owner and now seeks to extort money from her? It must be the Wen family pulling strings behind the scenes." Chapter 24. The Pet Communicator. First live stream when Ci hailed a taxi, heading to Xingyao Media. Upon her arrival, she found her agent, Ning Shu, being ridiculed by Wen Qingyu's agent and Zixin. "Ning Shu, I told you long ago that Wen Ci is a talentless buffoon, yet you insisted on representing her. Look at our Qingyu. She has become a rising star in just 2 years. You simply cannot compare." Ning Shu and Zixin were both from the same hometown and had entered Xingyao Media together after graduating from university. Initially, they had maintained a cordial relationship, but things soured when Zixin shamelessly seduced Ning Shu's boyfriend while she was away on business. Ning Shu had returned early from her trip, intending to surprise her boyfriend, only to find him in bed with Zixin in her own bedroom. "By the way, Yanzhe has recently proposed to me. Look at the Dior diamond ring he bought me." And Zixin boasted smugly, only to suddenly feel a splash of warmth on her face. When Ci had thrown the coffee she had purchased from downstairs directly at Zixin, and Zixin widened her eyes, staring incredulously at Wen Ci, who had just splashed her with coffee. Today, Wen Ci was adorned in a mint green, figure-hugging trench coat, perched upon slender stilettos, her elegant nose framed by oversized sunglasses. Her skin was a cool porcelain, her crimson lips vibrant, exuding a dazzling charm. "Wen Ci, how dare you throw coffee at me?"
Now.
She was the star agent of Xingyao Media, and even the boss would treat her with a modicum of respect. How could this nobody, this mere speck beyond the 18th tier, dare to douse her? When Ci pushed her sunglasses atop her head, her striking, fox-like eyes devoid of warmth as they met in Zixin's gaze. "Sister Shu and I have both been terminated by the company. What do I have to fear in splashing you? Besides, you're nothing more than a cunning vixen, rotten to the core, taking pride in deceit and flaunting your worthlessness, using your allure as a mere facade. How can you still have the audacity to strut about?" Ning Shu and Zixin stood in stunned silence. They could scarcely believe that in just a few days, Wen Ci had transformed into such a sharp-tongued adversary. And Zixin trembled with rage, her complexion a shade of deep gray. Since when Qingyu had risen to stardom, her own standing within the company had soared as well. No one had ever dared to speak to her in such a manner, even though they all knew well that she had once stolen Ning Shu's boyfriend. But could she be blamed? If there was blame to be placed, it lay solely on Ning Shu for lacking charm and ability, unable to retain a man. Ning Shu approached Wen Ci and gave her a thumbs up. Little ancestor, have you been honing your eloquence these past few days? Wen Ci shot Ning Shu a playful wink. Sister Shu, fear not, I shall lead you to greater heights. Ning Shu sighed internally. As long as she didn't end up in a pit of despair, she would be grateful. Sister, you've occupied the Wen family nest for 20 years, while I've endured hardships in the orphanage. I have never held any resentment against you. If you loathe me, why must you extend that disdain to my agent as well? When Qingyu approached, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, appearing pitiful and deserving of sympathy. Wen Ci clicked her tongue. With your perfumed, theatrical performance, you still consider yourself a budding star? Such a pity. I say the Oscars owe you a little golden statuette. And Zixin glared at Wen Ci with displeasure. Wen Ci, do not belittle Qingyu's accomplishments. You are but a minor figure, while Qingyu boasts a fan base exceeding 10 million. You are not even worthy of carrying her shoes. Wen Ci shrugged nonchalantly. Well then, how about a live-streamed popularity contest? If I win, you shall cover my 2 million termination fee. Wen Qingyu and Zixin burst into laughter, as if they had heard the most absurd joke. Wen Ci had less than 10,000 followers on social media, yet she dared to challenge the immensely popular Wen Qingyu? All right, but should you lose, you'll owe the company a staggering 40 million. Ning Shu tugged at Wen Ci's sleeve. Little ancestor, please refrain from speaking recklessly. Wen Qingyu garners over 50,000 viewers during her live broadcasts, while you barely scrape 10. Never mind, life is short. If you're not willing to fight, what is the point? Money is trivial, let the consequences be damned. Ning Shu's lips twitched at her flippancy, fearing Wen Ci might change her mind. Wen Qingyu had even secured a contract before the PK. Sister Xian, just wait and see how put Wen Ci in her place. The 40 million termination fee was beyond Wen Ci's reach. Did she truly believe Sia Jing Huai would bail her out?
Ha!
Sia Jing Huai had never harbored any affection for Wen Ci, merely viewing her as a tool to be utilized. Wen Ci initiated her live stream using her social media account with fewer than 10,000 followers. However, she decided to veer away from the starlet theme and instead embrace the persona of a fluffy communications specialist. Just as Wen Qingyu prepared to broadcast, she nearly burst into laughter upon seeing Wen Ci's new theme. Had Wen Ci lost her mind? With her status, she dared to present herself as a fluffy communications specialist? And Zixin wore a disdainful expression. Qingyu, once we go live, make sure to teach her a lesson. The thought of Wen Ci potentially incurring a debt of 40 million brought a grin to Zixin's face. Ning Shu couldn't help but reach out to feel Wen Ci's forehead. Little ancestor, you haven't been possessed, have you? Wen Ci pulled Ning Shu down beside her. Sister Shu, I'm pursuing this path from now on. You shall be the manager of the fluffy communications specialist. Ning Swusik hit. Wen Ci began her broadcast. Although she was a minor figure, once she went live, several trolls would inevitably tune in. Does this insignificant little transparent dare to go live? Stop tarnishing the entertainment industry and get out. Old hag, did you forget to put on makeup today? Did you crank up the beauty filter to 10 levels? How can someone so unattractive even dream of being a star? You should consider becoming a fringe streamer instead. How shameless to compete for a man with goddess Qingyu. Wen Ci rested her delicate fingers on her chin, perusing the troll's comments with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Such foul language. Did you forget to wipe your mouth after using the restroom? Desperate woman. Wen Ci raised an eyebrow. Oh, a dog bites you and you're not worried? Regardless of the vitriol hurled at her, Wen Ci retaliated swiftly. The trolls never anticipated Wen Ci would exhibit such combativeness. Usually, a few insults would send her scurrying offline. Can't make it in the entertainment industry, so you've turned to pets? If you can communicate with animals, why not bark for us?
Wen Ci grinned.
Haven't you already heard me bark? If you can truly communicate with fluffies, I'll eat excrement while standing on my head. Wen Ci's smile deepened. Indeed, fluffies do enjoy such delicacies. The trolls were rendered speechless for a while, unable to conjure a response, due to her sharp retorts and stunning looks. Wen Ci attracted hundreds of passers-by. Pet owners with issues were invited to connect live, and today's interactions were free for the first time as a fluffy communication specialist. A fluffy communication specialist? That is a new one. The scams just keep getting more creative these days. I heard she's an 18-tier starlet who can't make it in the industry, so she's taking a different route. Wen Ci is live next door. Oh my. Her live stream audience is already over 50,000. Truly the reigning flower of popularity.
Beside Wen Ci,
Ning Shu anxiously noted that Wen Ci's viewer count was still under 200. Just then, a user named Tuan Tuan requested to connect live. Host, can you really communicate with small animals? On the screen appeared a woman in her mid-20s, seated at a table laden with food. Her complexion pale, and her eyes rimmed with red.
Wen Ci nodded.
Yes, what kind of small animal do you have? Siyu stood and directed the camera towards a Labrador lying at her bedroom door, her brow furrowed. My little tyrant has been urinating on my and my husband's marital bed and won't allow my husband to enter the bedroom. Today is my husband's birthday. I prepared a feast, but he's afraid of being bitten and won't come home. Little Tyrant was a stray dog Siyu had rescued during her university years. It had suffered from severe skin disease and was abandoned by its previous owner. Using her hard-earned savings, Siyu had treated the dog. When she married, she brought Little Tyrant to her husband's family. They had been married for 3 months, and now they were considering having children. Yet recently, for reasons unknown, Little Tyrant howled whenever her husband entered their master bedroom. Her husband and mother-in-law suggested giving Little Tyrant away, but she couldn't bear to part with it. For her, Little Tyrant was akin to family. I'm worried Little Tyrant will starve if it refuses to eat. Can you help? How ridiculous. This woman is just a plant brought in by the host, but her acting is somewhat convincing. Dog pees on the bed, and Wen Ci let her husband in? Is she trying to imply the dog is jealous of her husband? A scammer live stream. I'm going to report this. Siyu quickly shook her head. I'm not a plant. I'm speaking only the truth. In my opinion, the owner is overly indulgent with that dog. If it dared to urinate on my bed, I'd make it eat bamboo shoots stir-fried with pork. Wen Ci gazed at the Little Tyrant in the camera, which lay languidly at the entrance of the master bedroom. Its brown eyes glistening with a hint of moisture. Its rotund belly sagged slightly, and the fur on its tail was in disarray, giving it an air of listlessness. Little Tyrant, can you tell me why you engaged in such unusual behavior? The Little Tyrant remained motionless on the ground. The comments flooded in. It's hilarious.
Wen Ci is truly an oddity.
Look, the dog doesn't even acknowledge her. Upstairs, I agree that Wen Ci is trying to garner attention. But I refuse to accept that she's unattractive. If I looked like her, I would flaunt it online daily. Hurry and end the stream. It's embarrassing. Why hasn't the platform shut down this scammer live broadcast? Ignoring the barrage of comments on the screen, Wen Ci focused on the Little Tyrant. Her voice growing increasingly gentle. Little Tyrant, look at your owner. She's nearly in tears. If you have any doubts, you can communicate with me. Today is your owner's husband's birthday. You wouldn't want to see her unhappy, would you? The Little Tyrant still did not speak, but internally it mused. How peculiar. This human can actually comprehend my thoughts. Yet I doubt she can resolve my psychological issues. My owner adores him. She certainly wouldn't believe me. That's not true. Your owner regards you as family, and she would trust whatever you say. The Little Tyrant, with its drooping tail, shook its head in disbelief. Its previously dull eyes suddenly sparkled with intrigue. Wait, she hasn't even spoken, yet she can discern my thoughts? Wen Ci nodded, affirming, yes, I can read your heart. The Little Tyrant gasped, ah. The human has become enlightened. Wen Ci encouraged, Little Tyrant, please share your innermost thoughts with me. I can relay them to your owner. Realizing that Wen Ci truly understood its sentiments, the Little Tyrant stood up and began barking incessantly at the camera. Wen Ci listened intently, nodding slightly. The viewers watching the live stream were captivated. Could it be that Wen Ci can genuinely communicate with animals? Anyone who believes that is a fool. It's all for attention. A deception. I'll head next door to watch the live stream of the goddess Jingyu. This is utterly dull. Despite some viewers leaving, many remained intrigued by how Wen Ci managed to converse with a furry creature. The Little Tyrant barked continuously for nearly 10 minutes. After finishing, it looked tearfully at her. Siyu reached out to pet its head, her brows tightly knitted. Jibo, what did the Little Tyrant say to you?
Wen Ci bit her lip.
Do you want me to reveal it here in the stream? Siyu nodded, yes, please. Initially, Siyu had been skeptical of Wen Ci's ability to communicate with animals. However, after witnessing the Little Tyrant's 10-minute monologue, which seemed like a heartfelt confession of its grievances, She was eager to know what it had to say. The little tyrant says your husband is cheating.
What?
Su Ye's eyes widened in disbelief. Her husband was gentle and considerate, always catering to her every need and understanding her preferences. How could he possibly be unfaithful? Moreover, he has arranged for you to have insurance so that when you give birth, he will ensure your complications lead to your demise. In that case, he will not only have a child but also reap a substantial insurance payout. Su covered her mouth, trembling uncontrollably. She could not believe that her beloved partner could be so cruel. Wen Ci is just fabricating stories for views. I refuse to believe that the sister's husband could be so heartless, even if what Wen Ci says is true. Surely the sister must have done something wrong to provoke such behavior. Upon seeing this comment, Wen Ci's expression turned cold as she retorted, "So, the victim is to blame. Is that it? To malign the victim with malicious intent and absolve the guilty? You are more repugnant than a maggot in a dung pit." Her words garnered applause from many viewers. Su looked down at the little tyrant that had come beside her, her voice choking. "Did you witness him cheating?"
Woof. I did.
The little tyrant, sensing their sorrow, nuzzled its head into her palm. Even if she didn't want to believe that her husband was unfaithful, she could not dismiss the evidence. She never imagined that just 3 months into their marriage, he would betray her.
Not only that,
but he intended to use her for a child and then harm her. Wiping away the tears that had slipped from her eyes, she bit her lip and asked Wen Ci, "Did the little tyrant reveal who my husband is cheating with?" Wen Ci nodded, "Yes, but if I tell you, I fear you may not withstand the shock." Su's heart raced. Could it be that the person her husband was unfaithful with was someone she knew? "It's all right. Please tell me. No matter how painful it is. It's better than losing my life." Wen Ci nodded. "Now call your husband and ask him to come home for dinner. Do not drink the milk he serves you. Remain alert, and you will uncover the truth." Chapter 26. The Explosion. His mistress is actually. Upon hearing Wen Ci's words, Fu was taken aback. Every meal, she habitually drank a glass of milk, which her husband, Jing always prepared and served after heating. The only one who understood her habits, besides her closest companion, was the little tyrant. So Ye was now fully convinced of Wen Ci's ability to communicate with animals. Initially, she had intended to end the connection, but the comments on the screen accused her of being a plant hired by Wen Ci. "Jibo, I won tea and the live stream. I'm sending a message to my husband via WeChat." After sending the message, Su concealed her phone in an inconspicuous spot. "Jibo, my husband will be back shortly." Wen Ci nodded. "When he arrives, discreetly pour out the milk while pretending to be asleep. Do not make a fuss." Before long, Su's husband, Jing returned. Clad in a suit and tie, he appeared refined and charming. "Darling, the little tyrant won't bark at me anymore, will it?" Su knew that after Insu's conversation with the little tyrant, it would temporarily cease its incessant barking. "No, it won't." Jing nodded in satisfaction. "That's good." They both entered the dining room. "Darling, you've prepared so many dishes. You must be exhausted." With that, Jing poured a glass of milk for her. Remembering Wen Ci's instructions, she placed the milk on the table and said, "Honey, I bought you a new outfit. It's in the master bedroom. Would you mind trying it on?"
Jing affectionately ruffled Suya's hair.
"Sure, but hurry up and drink your milk." This husband doesn't seem like the kind of person who would be so ruthless, plotting to kill his wife for insurance money. The one upstairs must be a fool. Would a murderer wear their intentions on their face? I can't believe someone actually thinks Wen Ci can communicate with animals. It's clearly a scripted act for views. Regardless of whether it's scripted, my curiosity has been piqued. I'm not just here for the gossip, I'm also captivated by Insomnia's beauty. Unbeknownst to them, the number of online viewers had surpassed 5,000 and continued to rise. Sitting beside Wen Ci, Ningshu's eyes brightened. Her little ancestor had found a unique approach to attract such an audience, reaching heights she had never before achieved. Soon, Jing re-entered the dining room in the outfit Su had bought for him. "Darling, how do I look?" Su cast a complex gaze at Jing. "You look great." Jing noticed the empty milk glass on the table and the faint trace of milk lingering on her lips. Gently, he reached out to wipe it away, causing her heart to ache uncontrollably. With such kindness from him, could he truly be unfaithful? As they ate, suddenly yawned and leaned over the dining table. Jing observed that Su had succumbed to slumber. He approached her side, calling out softly, "Wife, my dear wife." Yet, Su remained unresponsive. He shook her gently once more, but still, there was no reaction. Frustrated, Jing seized his phone and dispatched a message. Before long, the door creaked open, revealing a middle-aged woman with cascading waves of hair and an impeccably crafted visage. Siyu hastily concealed her phone in a discreet location, ensuring the camera remained focused on the dining area. Upon witnessing the alluring woman, the online viewers erupted in speculation. Could this older lady truly be the mistress of Zhao Jinchuan? Although she retains some charm, she cannot possibly rival Suyu's youth. In the eyes of men, the allure of the illicit often surpasses that of the legitimate. In truth, Siyu was not asleep. She lay with her head resting on the table, her ears attuned to the sound of high heels approaching. She stealthily opened her eyes and glanced toward the woman, only to be struck dumb with realization. The figure approaching was none other than her mother-in-law, Zhao Man, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within her. Siyu reassured herself that Zhao Man was certainly not the object of Zhao Jinchuan's infidelity. Such absurdity could not exist. However, the following moment shattered her composure as Zhao Jinchuan enveloped Zhao Man in a warm embrace. "Be cautious," Zhao Man cautioned, her hands resting against Zhao Jinchuan's chest. "I fear Siyu may awaken." "Fear not," he replied with a sinister smile. "I have infused her milk with a double dose of sleeping pills. I assure you,
She will sleep soundly until dawn."
Zhao Man approached Siyu and forcefully shoved her to the ground, taking the chair Siyu had just occupied. The table was still laden with half-eaten dishes. Pouring 2 glasses of red wine, she handed one to Zhao Jinchuan. "Jinchuan, I am 18 years your senior. Our love faced skepticism from the very beginning. We eloped from Zhao family village to Yi City, persevering through hardships together. It was no easy feat. Had I not been unable to conceive, I would never have permitted you to marry Siyu. Once she bears your child, you must eliminate her, and then nothing will stand in our way." Zhao Jinchuan raised his glass to her. "Rest assured, my heart belongs solely to you, Mana." After finishing his drink, he cast a glance at the sprawled Siyu. Siyu is as naive as a lamb, utterly gullible. She genuinely believes we share a mother-son bond and regards you as her mother-in-law. Zhao Man crouched beside Siyu, her long nails itching to mar Suyu's face, consumed by the jealousy of having married her beloved. "Patience, Mana. Our immediate concern is to dispose of that wretched dog. It urinated on our marital bed and now refuses to share the master bedroom with Siyu. I have long found it intolerable." Zhao Man nodded in agreement. "Later, we shall sell it to a dog dealer. By tomorrow, it will become a meal." Zhao Jinchuan raised his hand and gently tapped Zhao Man's nose. "Let us proceed to the master bedroom. If it dares to bark again, I shall eliminate it without hesitation." Zhao Man wrapped her arms around Zhao Jinchuan's neck. "My dear,
Carry me."
As Zhao Jinchuan lifted Zhao Man and exited the dining room, Siyu, still on the floor, sat up with a pallid complexion. Her mind buzzed as though swarming with countless bees. The harrowing truth dawned upon her. Zhao Man and Zhao Jinchuan were not related by blood. They had deceived her under the guise of a mother-son relationship to entice her into marriage, solely to have her bear a child for Zhao Jinchuan. Once her utility was exhausted, they planned to eliminate her without mercy.
It was horrifying.
It was malicious. A chill coursed through Suyu's body. Their choice of her was perhaps due to her status as an orphan, devoid of family to advocate for her. Even in death, there would be no kin to seek justice on her behalf. Recalling her loyal companion, Xiao Baowang, she scrambled out of the dining room. Upon seeing Zhao Jinchuan carry Zhao Man into the master bedroom, Xiao Baowang leaped up, brimming with righteous indignation, prepared to bark vehemently. But upon noticing Siyu shaking her head in tears, he stilled. "Xiao Baowang, do not bark. If you do, they will surely kill you." Seeing Suyu's desperate gesture, Xiao Baowang gradually closed his mouth, his brown eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Master, do not cry. Even if it costs me my life, I will protect you." Chapter 27, Revelation. Retribution. Xiao Baowang swiftly dashed to Suyu's side. Grabbing her phone, she clasped Xiao Baowang's leash, unwilling to linger a moment longer, and fled the premises. She sought out the property security. Suyu's face was ashen, her body trembling uncontrollably. She was still on a video call with Wen Ci, tears streaming down her face as she declared, "Anchor, I cannot accept this. I will ensure they are utterly disgraced." With the security personnel in tow, Siyu returned upstairs. Neighbors who had seen her live stream gathered, their outrage palpable as they stood in solidarity behind her. Siyu brandished her phone and approached the bedroom door. Zhao Jinchuan and Zhao Man were entwined on the marital bed she had personally selected. Witnessing the intimate scene, Siyu felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, her blood turning to ice. Zhao Jinchuan had once claimed to be from a single-parent family. extolling the hardships Zhao Man had endured in raising him. Consequently, she had foregone a dowry and a wedding, settling for a mere marriage certificate. Little did she realize that they shared a lover's bond. Her heart ached profoundly, a tempest of fury, shame, and disgust crashing over her like a tidal wave. She yearned to rend them apart. Once their tryst concluded, Zhao Jinchuan embraced Zhao Man, brushing aside her damp hair to kiss her lips.
Mana.
Do not be jealous of Siyu. She lies in bed like a lifeless fish, devoid of any passion, while you understand a man. Before Zhao Jinchuan could finish his sentence, the door was flung open. Both he and Zhao Man jumped in shock at the sight of Siyu standing in the doorway. Phone raised. Their expressions shifted dramatically. Siyu, how are you awake? He gave her a double dose of sleeping pills. She should not have awakened. Zhao Jinchuan's mind raced, questioning his senses. He squeezed his eyes shut and reopened them. Yet Siyu remained steadfast, her bloodshot eyes fixed on him and Zhao Man with unwavering intensity. Panic surged through Zhao Jinchuan's mind. Wife, please let me explain. In stark contrast to Zhao Jinchuan's disarray, Zhao Man appeared considerably more composed. Jinchuan, she is recording. If she disseminates our images, we will have lost all semblance of dignity. We should eliminate her tonight. Zhao Jinchuan glanced at Zhao Man, weighing her words. She is yet to bear my child, Mana. Let us not rush to kill her. She is an orphan. We can confine her within our home. Siyu shuddered at the grotesque malice on their faces. Thankfully, she had sought assistance earlier. Otherwise, she would have surely fallen prey to these demons. Retreating with her phone raised, Siyu backed away. Zhao Jinchuan and Zhao Man pursued her, underestimating her resolve, believing they could easily overpower her. However, upon reaching the living room, they were met with a crowd of onlookers. There stood the property security and several neighbors, all glaring at them in righteous fury. Zhao Jinchuan and Zhao Man were rendered utterly speechless. Siyu, how could you? Before Zhao Jinchuan could finish his sentence, a burly, dark-skinned man surged forward from the crowd. You wretched harlot! At last, I have found you and your paramour. The man lunged at Zhao Man, delivering a series of resounding slaps to her face. In an instant, she bore the marks of his fury, her visage swelling grotesquely, one tooth knocked out in the process. Recognizing the furious man, her eyes widened in terror. It was her husband from Zhao family village. How had he found her here? You dare strike Mana? Zhao Jinchuan attempted to retaliate, but in that moment, Xiao Bawang could no longer contain his fury and bravely leapt forward.
Woof.
Betrayal. You treacherous villain who dares to bully my master, little overlord will rend you to shreds. If you seek to harm my master, little overlord shall first deal with you. In the past, the little overlord refrained from attacking Zhao Jinchuan out of concern for his master's feelings, opting instead to bark fiercely as a warning. But now, the situation had irrevocably changed. His master had uncovered the truth about him. If he desired his master's demise, then he must ensure it comes to pass. A howl erupted as little overlord sank his teeth into Zhao Jinchuan's calf, eliciting a pained scream from him. He lifted his other leg, intent on kicking the little overlord away. A middle-aged man, who had just assaulted Zhao Man, hurried over and, without hesitation, delivered a swift kick to Zhao Jinchuan's groin. How dare you steal my woman? If you cannot control that meat between your legs, I will render you incapacitated. Zhao Jinchuan's face turned ashen with agony as he cried out in torment. Viewers in the live stream reacted with fervor at the unfolding drama. I nearly developed a breast nodule from the rage. Thank goodness Zhao Man's husband arrived to deliver justice, beating that lecherous couple to a pulp. Good heavens! Is this truly reality? It's more riveting than a melodramatic short series. I can't take it anymore. After entering this live stream, I feel trapped. Zhao Jinchuan lay on the ground, besieged by both man and dog. Siyu and the onlookers stood idly by, offering no assistance. Wife, I was wrong. Please call little overlord off. It hurts so much. Save me. Suyu's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she regarded Zhao Jinchuan, a cold, mocking smile gracing her lips. Save you? I wish to see you suffer 1,000 cuts. She had loved him so deeply, trusted him implicitly, only to discover he had been scheming and exploiting her all along. When the police arrived, they prepared to take several individuals into custody. Siyu turned to the camera and declared, "Thank you, host. I shall be divorcing Zhao Jinchuan and will sharpen my discernment in the future." As she finished speaking, the middle-aged man also addressed the camera. For years, I have sought that pair of adulterers. I happened to stumble upon this live stream, recognized the neighborhood, and came here. I never expected to find them.
Thank you, host. Woof.
Little Overlord also expresses gratitude to the host. From now on, Little Overlord shall continue to protect his master. A radiant smile adorned Wen Ci's delicate face, her demeanor unyielding, wishing everyone well. After concluding the first connection, Wen Ci felt a surge of golden light enveloping her. A warm sensation permeating her being. She blinked, joy welling up within her. She had not anticipated that by aiding others, she could accumulate virtue. Perhaps, once her virtue reached a sufficient degree, she might discover the miraculous remedy to her insomnia. With that thought in mind, Wen Ci felt invigorated. Let us commence today's second connection. As soon as she finished speaking, a charming user named Dodo applied to connect. The connection revealed a young girl in her early 20s, squatting before a low grave on a desolate hillside as dusk approached, burning paper offerings. Meanwhile, a cacophony of barking erupted from a dog nearby. Miss, are you paying respects to a loved one? Why does the dog keep barking? Is it sensing something eerie? I have goosebumps. I hope no spirits appear, as my courage is as feeble as a grain of rice. The girl looked into the camera. Host, I brought Dodo to honor my father. But ever since I arrived at his grave, Dodo has been barking incessantly. No matter how I try to quiet him, he won't listen. This has never happened before. They say dogs can see what humans cannot. Could Dodo be seeing my father? Chapter 28. Touching. The loyal canine protector. Oh my gosh, I'm terrified. Is this a metaphysical live stream? The girl looks so young. Her father must have passed away at a young age too. If Dodo truly sees her father's spirit, that could be a good sign. Host, can you communicate with ghosts?
Ha.
The one above must be joking. Wen Ci is just a fraud. The last connection was probably staged. This pathetic Wen Ci, unable to make it in showbiz, has resorted to being a fluffy communicator. Only a fool would fall for Wen Ci's tricks. Host, please remove the naysayers. Wen Ci ignored the barrage of comments, her focus entirely on the barking Dodo. It seemed to convey, intruder, depart at once. If you come closer, I shall bite. Dodo barked toward the forest before turning back to the girl kneeling before the grave.
Woof.
There's danger in the mountains. Sister, you must leave. When Ci interpreted Dodo's message and urgently relayed to Xiaonian, Dodo says there are bad people following you into the mountains. You must leave immediately.
What?
Bad people have followed me into the mountains? Xiaonian was a university student away from home, returning each year on the anniversary of her father's passing. But today, her bus had encountered an accident, delaying her for several hours until she arrived just as night began to fall. Initially, she intended to share her recent life updates with her father, but Dodo's relentless barking had thwarted her plans. She struggled to calm her pet and was about to consult a veterinarian when she fortuitously came across the live stream of the fluffy communicator. She was lucky to secure a second connection, believing Dodo's barking was due to seeing her father's spirit. Little did she know, it was a warning of impending danger. A chill ran down Xiaonian's spine as her hair stood on end. When Ci is just being dramatic, the dog is barking because it senses something foul. The naysayers can be quiet. Dodo is barking for a reason. Dogs are inherently protective. With a pale face, Xiaonian stood, calling softly, Dodo, come here. We need to leave quickly. Yet Dodo remained steadfast, barking, Sister, hurry. I am here. The bad people will not dare approach. If we leave together, you will be in danger too. When Ci's eyes filled with concern, Dodo insists you go first. Xiaonian shook her head. No, I cannot abandon Dodo. She attempted to scoop Dodo into her arms, but just as she bent down, a shadow suddenly lunged from the woods. A man, donning a black mask and fisherman's hat, wielded a glinting axe.
Woof.
Sister, run. As the axe swung toward Xiaonian, Dodo bravely leaped at the man. The small corgi collided with the man's leg, causing the axe to veer off course and strike Dodo's back. Blood instantly stained Dodo's cream-colored fur.
Oh my.
Dodo is so brave. And to those who say this is staged, how can you be so heartless? This scene is heart-wrenching. Miss, please run. When Ci urged the stunned Xiaonian, you must flee. If anything happens to you, it would betray Dodo's sacrifice for you. Xiaonian longed to take Dodo with her, but she was utterly powerless against the man. She turned, her legs trembling as she sprinted down the hill. Ha! You can't escape. The man's menacing voice echoed behind her. My goodness. I'm getting chills just through the screen. Miss, run faster, and don't look back. Seeing Xiaonian flee, the man seized Dodo by the injured creature, forcefully slamming it to the ground. Dodo whimpered in agony, yet despite its suffering, it rose to fiercely bite the man's calf. You shall not harm my sister. Dodo will bravely protect her. The man retaliated by kicking Dodo away. Xiao Nian seemed to hear Dodo's pain cries, but she dared not glance back. Dodo was risking everything to safeguard her. She could not allow herself to fall into the hands of a villain. Tears blurred her vision, rendering her impervious to the branches that grazed her cheeks and the stones that jabbed at the soles of her feet. Her heart felt as though it had been brutally torn asunder by an invisible hand, a pain that felt as though it could shatter her very soul. Xiao Nian's father had once been a forest ranger, and after his sacrifice, he was laid to rest in the land he cherished most. With no houses or inhabitants at the foot of the mountain, a direct descent would only hasten her demise. Thus, she sprinted toward the opposite side of the mountain. Wen Ci's heart raced alongside hers. Tell me the address, and I will call the authorities for you. As Xiao Nian ran, she recited the address. Ningsu, seated beside Wen Ci, immediately seized her phone to report the situation. Xiao Nian was unaware of how long she had been running when she spotted a cave. I have congenital heart disease. If I continue, I may not survive. Her face was ashen, breathless. Wen Ci noticed a cave not far from the camera, where faint sounds could be heard, and promptly urged Xiao Nian to enter. Is Wen Ci out of her mind? Caves can harbor unknown dangers. What if there are wild animals? Have you forgotten? Wen Ci can communicate with the fluffy creatures. Even if there are wild animals, she can handle it.
Ha!
Even if Wen Ci can converse with small animals, does she think she can negotiate with large wild beasts? Does she fancy herself a beast master? A bunch of fools. Dancing to Wen Ci's tune. If she truly possessed such abilities, why is she still a mere nobody? Let us go report the scammer's live stream. In this moment of urgency, Wen Ci had no time to pay attention to the barrage of comments on the screen. Hearing Wen Ci's words, Xiao Nian headed toward the cave. Inside, the dampness enveloped her, mingled with the putrid scent of decaying flesh and the acrid odor of animal fur. Xiao Nian's heart raced, sweat cascading down her brow, her voice laced with a sob. Host, could there be beasts inside the cave? Do not fear. Venture deeper. Wen Ci reassured her. With trembling legs, Xiao Nian leaned against the rocky wall as she advanced into the cave. Before long, she beheld a colossal figure at the cave's end. As she panned the camera, viewers watching the live stream gasped in shock. Holy moly! I almost wet myself. It's a massive black bear. Host, are you trying to get this girl killed? I've said it before, Wen Ci is no good. If she causes viewers to perish, she'll be a murderer. Wen Ci, are you feasting on human blood for views? I suggest the platform bans her live stream. Waiting for Wen Ci to crash and burn. Meanwhile, Wen Qingyu's live stream audience had surpassed 60,000. She chatted with her fans while applying makeup, receiving an incessant stream of compliments. Turning slightly, she whispered to her manager, and Zixin, what is the view count for Wen Ci's stream? And Zixin scoffed, disdain evident on her face. I just checked her stream. She is about to become a murderer, barely scraping together 20,000 viewers with her bloodthirsty antics. She can't possibly compete with you. A satisfied smirk graced Wen Qingyu's lips. After her rebirth, she realized she was the protagonist of this narrative, blessed with parents, 2 brothers, and the adoration of the male lead, Sia Jing Huai. The venomous supporting character, Wen Ci, would always remain beneath her heel. Chapter 29. The Bear Protects. Fierce yet adorable upon seeing the black bear, Xiao Nian was so frightened that she fell to the ground. The bear rested its front paws against the rock wall. Its round head bowed, its small, bright eyes fixated on her as though it had discovered a delectable morsel. Before she could react, faint footsteps echoed behind her. The man wielding an axe was closing in. A flicker of despair crossed Xiao Nian's eyes. It seemed she would either perish in the jaws of the bear or at the hands of the man.
But she truly did not want to die.
At just 21, she was at the pinnacle of her youth. She was on the verge of graduate school. She had promised her father that she would continue her research on forest conservation. Now, that dream felt unattainable. Tears threatened to spill, yet the sheer terror rendered her unable to cry. The footsteps behind her grew ever closer, like a death knell. Just as panic enveloped her, Wen Ci's voice emanated from the screen, point the camera at the black bear. Let it see me. I will communicate with it.
Ha!
Wen Ci's serious demeanor is making me chuckle. The black bear, king of the mountain, is willing to converse with you? Those who believe in Wen Ci are better off searching for food in the restroom. What else with those haters? Why can't we trust the hostess' abilities? A shallow pond filled with turtles, a gaggle of monsters causing mischief. As Xiao Nian heard the man's footsteps drawing nearer, she realized she faced death both ahead and behind. She chose to trust Wen Ci. She aimed her phone at the black bear. The bear stood tall, advancing menacingly toward Xiao Nian. She squeezed her eyes shut, terror gripping her heart. Her hand holding the phone trembled uncontrollably. Host. Please tell the bear that if it intends to eat me, to do so in one swift bite. The bear approached, its paw raised to strike. But then a gentle voice broke through. Bear, do not harm her. The bear withdrew its paw, leaning closer to the phone, its small, dark eyes locked onto the screen. When Ci gestured soothingly to the bear, it was I who invited her into the cave, for I heard your voice. Can you help protect her? The bear's curious eyes drew nearer to the screen. How peculiar, this human can understand bear's speech. Her voice seems to possess a magic that commands the bear's submission. When Ci nodded at the bear, good bear, if the chance arises, I will come to find you in the mountains to play, all right?
Roar.
Human, do not deceive the bear. I enjoy your voice.
Wen Ci.
I do not deceive you. A wicked man seeks to harm the girl in front of you. Will you protect her?
Roar.
I will heed your words. When you come to play, bring something delicious. When Ci nodded, certainly. The masked man, having ventured a few steps into the cave, suddenly heard two resounding roars from the black bear. What the hell? Is there a black bear in here? He glanced down at the axe in his hand, and then at the feeble corgi, Dodo, in his other hand. He dared not proceed further into the cave. Even if he did not personally slay Xiao Nian, she was unlikely to survive. Xiao Nian, this is your retribution. Xiao Nian heard the masked man's voice, her eyes wide with fear and confusion. The voice was utterly unfamiliar to her. Had she crossed paths with him? Why did he wish to see her dead? The man exited the cave, tossing Dodo to the ground before descending the mountain. After walking a short distance, he seemed fatigued, sitting down to take out his phone and make a call. In the desolate mountains, he placed the phone on his knee and activated the speaker. The phone rang several times before it connected. Hee, Xiao Nian is dead. You will no longer have competition for graduate school. Can you stop bringing up our breakup? A stunned female voice responded from the other end. Su Wenhan. Did you kill Xiao Nian? I did intend to kill her, after all. She constantly encouraged you to break up with me. She couldn't find a boyfriend, and didn't he want her best friend to find happiness? Her existence was a societal menace. With her gone, no one will pressure you to leave me. The woman fell silent for a moment. Su Wenhan, you are too impulsive. Although Xiao Nian always urged me to break up with you, claiming your education was lacking and your temper would hinder my studies, she is my best friend. How could you kill her? I did not kill her. She was devoured by the black bear. A friend who instigates and disrupts our relationship deserves her fate.
Hee.
I truly love you. I cannot be without you. The woman's voice was filled with difficulty as she spoke, Wenhan. Perhaps it's because Nian Nian has reiterated countless times that you and I are ill-suited, that I have lost the desire to even discuss romance. Nian Nian previously advised me to find a partner who is ambitious and not to waste my time. I acknowledge your kindness towards me, yet Nian Nian perceives you unfavorably. Do you recall the time I tried to introduce your friend to her? She flatly refused to meet him and expressed disdain for individuals like you. Enough of this. Nian Nian is already gone, and I should be able to focus on my postgraduate studies now. From this point forward, I intend to dedicate all my energy to my academic pursuits. Xiao Nian and the big black bear chased after Su Wenhan. She overheard his conversation with Su He over the phone. She pondered how she had never made any enemies. Why would someone suddenly come to the mountains to threaten her? Moreover, they were aware that today marked the anniversary of her father's passing, having stealthily followed her here. It turned out he was Su He's boyfriend. Although she had never met him, Su He often lamented about his bad temper and extreme jealousy when they were together, expressing how he would quarrel over her speaking to other boys. As a good friend, she couldn't tolerate Su He's grievances. Furthermore, she genuinely believed that the man was unworthy of Su He, advising her to focus on her studies and break up with him. However, she had only mentioned it once, and Su He had disregarded her counsel. How had it come to be that she was blamed for pressuring Su He to end things with Su Wenhan? She was too occupied with her own studies to meddle in others' affairs. As Xiao Nian trembled with fury, when Ci's voice reached her ears, you did not befriend a confidant, but rather a ghostly companion. She is well aware of her boyfriend's insecurities and extreme nature, deliberately twisting your words to relay to him. Your so-called friend has longed for your demise, wishing to usurp your spot in postgraduate recommendations. She must have been the one to inform Su Wenhan of your father's Memorial Day. Wen Ci's words struck Xiao Nian like thunder, leaving her momentarily dazed. Before she could fully process the blow, Su He spoke another heart-wrenching statement that shattered her further. In Chapter 30, the revelation of the deceptive friend Xiao Nian felt as though the big black bear had devoured her, and what of her beloved Dodo? The little creature had been a constant source of noise, disrupting her sleep and affecting her studies. If it hadn't been consumed by the bear, she hoped it had met a swift end. Xiao Nian felt as if she had plunged into an unfathomable abyss of despair, her entire being chilled to the bone. Her hand trembled uncontrollably as she clutched her phone, a wave of cold creeping up her spine. She and Su He had become acquainted in their freshman year. Sharing a dormitory and later, in their senior year, they rented a place together to prepare for their postgraduate exams. Su He was fully aware that Dodo was a birthday gift from her father on the day of his accident. Dodo was irreplaceably precious to her, and the thought that Su He wished for its demise was unbearable. Tears streamed down her face as she gazed at her ailing Dodo. The man seated on the ground with a phone sensed a disturbance and turned abruptly, taken aback to see Xiao Nian standing a short distance away.
Damn.
Su Wenhan was startled, leaping to his feet, ending the call, and staring incredulously at Xiao Nian. Once he confirmed she was indeed human, and not a specter, he swiftly picked up an axe, a fierce and malevolent glint in his eyes. Your day of reckoning will come. Just as Su Wenhan swung the axe towards her, the big black bear sprang from the shadows. How dare you threaten one under my protection? Its powerful forepaw grasped the axe with precision, its sharp claws embedding deeply into the wood. With a resounding crack, the axe splintered into pieces. Su Wenhan's pupils dilated in terror as he beheld the colossal creature before him. How could the bear possibly assist Xiao Nian against him? Understanding the futility of his strength against the bear, Su Wenhan's complexion drained of color as he swallowed hard. The bear emitted a low growl, muscles rippling beneath its glossy black fur, each breath emanating a palpable pressure. Su Wenhan's legs weakened, his body instinctively retreating. The bear, sensing his fear, let out another commanding roar. Prepare to feel the wrath of a bear. With a swift motion, its claws sliced through the air, striking Su Wenhan on the shoulder. His clothing was torn, exposing skin that flared with pain. Su Wenhan staggered, attempting to flee, but he was no match for the bear's speed. The bear's massive paw came down once more, pinning him to the ground, his face crashing into the dirt while its forepaw held him immobilized. Xiao Nian, you cannot allow the bear to kill me, or you will become a murderer. Su Wenhan pleaded, desperation in his eyes. Xiao Nian glared at him with a seething intensity. You accuse me of instigating your breakup with Su He? How ludicrous. If it weren't for Su He constantly lamenting your vile behavior and expressing her desire to sever ties, would I have ever intervened? Su Wenhan's agitation escalated.
Impossible.
Su He loves me dearly. She would never speak ill of me. You, wretched girl, cannot bear to see your friend happy, seeking to sow discord and force her to leave me. Xiao Nian fought the urge to physically confront him. Xiao Nian, you need to call Su He and tell her Su Wenhan has met his end at the hands of the bear, Wen Ci advised. Xiao Nian's mind was in turmoil, but after a few moments of contemplation, she grasped Wen Ci's intent. Very well. Before dialing Su He, Xiao Nian cast a warning glance at Su Wenhan. If you dare utter a sound, I will instruct the bear to finish you. Su Wenhan scoffed. If you inform Su He that I have been devoured by the bear, she will resent you, worry for me, and be heartbroken. Ignoring his outburst, Xiao Nian initiated the call to Su He. After several rings, just when she thought Su He would not pick up, the call connected. Nian Nian? Su He's voice carried a note of surprise. Given that Su Wenhan had previously called her, claiming that Xiao Nian had been consumed by the bear, she assumed it was him calling again. Uncertainty lacing her tone as she inquired, Nian Nian? Xiao Nian took a deep breath, striving to maintain a calm tone. Su Wenhan had come to the mountain to commit murder, yet I managed to escape, while he was devoured by a massive black bear.
What? Su exclaimed, utterly astonished.
However, after the initial shock, a flicker of delight crossed her face. Whether it was Xiao Nian or Su Wenhan who met their end at the jaws of the bear, it was advantageous for her. He got what he deserved. I truly cannot fathom why he would venture up the mountain to harm you. He is a petty man, quick-tempered and possessive. I deeply regret ever having dated someone like him, but as long as Nian Nian is safe, that is all that matters. Su Wenhan's mind was in a tumult. Was this truly the words of Su He? After closing her eyes momentarily, Xiao Nian replied, Su He, have I ever urged you to break up with Su Wenhan? I recall only once when you cried before me, lamenting his numerous faults, and I offered my counsel. After that, I was preoccupied with my own graduate studies, and whenever you shared his shortcomings, I told you to make your own decisions. After all, we are all adults. I never sought to sway your thoughts. Of course you didn't influence my thoughts. I broke up with Su Wenhan because I wanted to. His educational background is lacking, and he shows no ambition. He is hardly distinguishable from a waste. What makes him worthy of me? Su Wenhan's pupils dilated, as he momentarily believed he was hallucinating. Chapter 31. Tearful. Daodu will transform into stars to protect her Su He. Now that you and Su Wenhan have parted ways, why did he come to kill me? Moreover, how did he know today marks my father's death anniversary, leading him to this graveyard? Nian Nian, you don't suspect that I informed Su Wenhan, do you? I have never spoken of you to him. Perhaps he harbors some dark, twisted thoughts? Nonetheless, his demise at the hands of the black bear could be seen as poetic justice. As long as you are unharmed, that is what matters. Rest assured, I will no longer let romance cloud my judgment or become entangled with worthless men. Su Wenhan trembled all over. His eyes were bloodshot, and the knuckles of his clenched fists turned white. Each word from Su He pierced his heart like poisoned silver needles. He had always believed she loved him deeply. Yet, she had consistently criticized Xiao Nian in his presence. This breakup was framed as her listening to her best friend's advice against their relationship, thus forcing her to part ways with him. It was all a facade. Xiao Nian had not pressured her to end their relationship, nor had she sown discord between them. Su He was an expert at deception, a true two-faced individual. She presented one persona in front of him and another behind his back. He finally realized that Su He genuinely wanted to sever ties with him. She had exploited his volatile temper to plot against Xiao Nian. She never regarded him as a boyfriend nor Xiao Nian as a friend. Su Wenhan was now fully awakened to the truth. His eyes burned with rage and regret. Su He, you deceived me. I swear I will end you. Upon hearing Su Wenhan's furious roar, Su He on the other end of the line was left utterly dumbfounded. Hadn't he been consumed by the black bear? Why was he still alive? You all conspired to deceive me? Xiao Nian's lips quivered.
Sue.
I never anticipated your heart could be so cruel. I nearly lost my life today, and furthermore, Su Wenhan harmed Daodu, knowing how vital Daodu is to me. Wang. Daodu, battered and weak in Xiao Nian's arms, managed to whimper softly. Xiao Nian. Daodu just said it dislikes Su He because she is the one responsible for your father's demise. Both Xiao Nian and the online viewers were rendered speechless. Su He on the other end of the line was equally stunned.
Who are you?
Stop spouting nonsense. I don't even know Xiao Nian's father. Wang, she lies. She knows my master. 5 years ago, my master descended the mountain to buy a birthday gift for his sister and purchased me from a pet shop. On the way back, he encountered a girl drowning. After placing me down, he unhesitatingly went to rescue her. When he reached her, she clutched at him desperately. Despite his immense effort, he finally managed to secure a flotation device around her. As she swam towards the shore, my master's legs seemed to cramp, preventing him from returning. He asked the girl for assistance, but she didn't look back. After the girl reached the shore, she never sought help from my master. I witnessed him drown in the pond. Wen Ci, upon hearing Daodu's account, could not hold back her tears, suppressing the sting in her nose. She relayed Daodu's words verbatim to Xiao Nian. Xiao Nian, in disbelief, sank to the ground. How could this be? Her father had indeed drowned 5 years ago in that very pond. He had passed through a village on his return to the mountain. The police speculated he had drowned while attempting to save someone, but there were no surveillance cameras or witnesses. The individual he had tried to save had long vanished. On the bank lay her father's bag, his coat, and Daodu caged within. Inside the bag was a card her father had written for her, stating that Daodu was a birthday gift. He wished for his daughter to be happy and healthy as she grew. During that time, she was heartbroken, but Daodu's companionship provided solace. For the past 5 years, having Daodu by her side felt akin to having her father with her. She never imagined that the one responsible for her father's death would be Su He. On the other end of the line, Su He, hearing Wen Ci's translation, vehemently denied. No, Nian, don't listen to these lies. How could I have harmed your father? I never drowned. Enough. Su He, if you possess even a shred of conscience, you should not deny that you caused my father's death and harmed Daodu. You are beyond human. After the events of this night, Xiao Nian was wholly convinced that Wen Ci could communicate with animals, Dao could not lie, and Wen Ci would not misinterpret. Xiao Nian's heart felt as though it were shattering into pieces.
Wow. Second.
What kind of wicked friend is this? Clearly a demon in human guise. This treacherous friend has truly surpassed all limits, causing the demise of the sister's father, harming Dao and attempting to endanger her life. A heartless executioner. Where are the haters? Hurry and expose the lawless Suhi. She truly deserves to be obliterated. My heart aches for the sister. Sending hugs. Xiao Nian gazed at the increasingly feeble Dao in her arms, tears cascading down her cheeks. Dao, hold on. The police and doctors will be here shortly. The blood seeping from Dao soaked Xiao Nian's clothes and palms. Her heart threatened to fragment completely. Dao, don't you love eating kin food? Once you recover, I will buy you plenty. Dao's eyelids grew heavy, its gaze clouded as it fixed its eyes on the tear-streaked Xiao Nian. It wished to lift its tiny paw to wipe her tears, but it lacked even a hint of strength. It extended its small tongue, weakly licking Xiao Nian's wrist. It could no longer muster a bark. Yet Wen Ci could read its thoughts and conveyed Dao's message to Xiao Nian. Dao urged her not to cry, for it would make it very sad. Dao expressed that it could no longer accompany her and implored her to live well, not to grieve for it. Dao would become a star in the sky like her father, watching over her. In another life, it wished to be her Dao once more. Dao's bloodstained tail gave a gentle flick, as if in one final act of affection. Then, its head slumped against Xiao Nian's embrace, its once bright eyes slowly closing. Xiao Nian clutched Dao's now cooling body, her cries piercing the night. Her Dao would no longer be there to nuzzle her chin with its damp nose. Nor would it be there to share her bed, nor greet her with a wagging tail upon her return home.
I'm sorry, Dao.
It is I who failed to protect you. Witnessing this scene, even a burly man like me was reduced to tears. In the future, Dodo will transform into an angel, safeguarding her beloved sister. Indeed, dogs are humanity's most loyal guardians. Chapter 32. Thrilling. Someone is attempting to corner Pei Siyu. After the arrival of police and medical personnel, Wen Ci instructed the big black bear to release Su Wenhan. The bear ambled before the camera, its round eyes fixating on Wen Ci displayed on the screen. Human, the bear has fulfilled its promise to you. You promised to visit the bear and bring delicious treats. You cannot go back on your word. Wen Ci nodded, reassuringly, that she would certainly honor her promise to the bear. The big black bear extended its paw, gently caressing its own fluffy cheek. Moreover, you must groom my fur. All right, I will ensure the intelligent and capable bear receives a good grooming. The bear, pleased by the compliment, tilted its head, ears drooping, and the fuzz around its neck seemed to blush a soft pink. It scratched the ground with its paw and then shyly hid behind Xiao Nian, peeking out with only half its head visible to watch Wen Ci on the screen. Who understands? I just cried like a kettle for Dodo, and upon seeing the bear's bashful demeanor, I couldn't help but laugh and squirm on the bed. I'm just like the person above. Tonight I'm like a fool, crying and laughing. Wen Ci's livestream is simply captivating. I must follow her. Follow 10086. The plot is absurd. I simply refuse to believe that Wen Ci's livestream is real. Perhaps the big black bear is merely a human in a costume. How could there be such an obedient bear? Wen Ci happened to catch sight of this comment. Bear, someone in the live stream suspects your identity, claiming you are a human in disguise.
Roar.
Who dares to say, I am pretending? I shall turn them into a tiny person. The bear swung its paw forcefully against the ground and then lifted its head, letting out a fierce roar towards the camera. The raw, primal sound resonated with a terrifying force, sending chills down spines and leaving an echo in the ears. The chat fell silent for a few seconds. How amusing. The troll is likely too scared to spew nonsense anymore. This bear is clearly wild. How could anyone doubt its authenticity? If your eyesight is poor, perhaps donate it to someone in need. Help. Am I the only one who finds this bear both adorable and impressive? After soothing the big black bear, Wen Ci guided it back into its den.
Xiao Nian,
Cradling the lifeless Dodo, looked at Wen Ci on the screen with reddened eyes. If it weren't for you today, I might not be alive. Thank you, and the bear. Though Wen Ci mentioned that this connection was free of charge, Xiao Nian still gifted her 2,000 yuan. Wah, the sister is so kind. The ghostly friend truly deserves condemnation. Xiao Nian, do not dwell in sorrow for too long, nor doubt yourself. You have done nothing wrong. And do not bear the burdens of others' malice. Remember Dodo's words and live well. Both Do and your father will watch over you from above. Su Wenhan will face legal repercussions, and Su He will suffer moral condemnation. With her eyes glistening, Qiao Nian nodded, I will. After concluding the connection with Qiao Nian, Wen Ci educated her audience about ghostly friends. The characteristics of a ghostly friend include relentless demands for your sacrifice without reciprocation. They cannot bear to see you thrive and will speak ill of you behind your back. They relish in belittling you, instilling self-doubt. Qiao Nian's friend exemplified this perfectly. She would complain to Qiao Nian about her boyfriend, only to twist Qiao Nian's words and relay them to him, scheming against her behind her back. Moreover, she never considered her actions wrong. It was always someone else's fault. She did not cause Su Wenhan to kill, nor did she compel Qiao Nian's father to save her. None of it was her doing. Thus, do not empathize with soft targets indiscriminately, nor provide emotional value to the useless, and certainly do not devise strategies for ghostly friends. Upon finishing her discourse, the chat erupted in applause and praise. Help! Not only is Wen Ci beautiful, but her values are also exceptionally sound. I am utterly captivated by her. Hey, who said Wen Ci is big-chested and brainless? Come forth and face the consequences. Meanwhile, as Wen Ci prepared for her final connection, the screen suddenly erupted in a dazzling golden light. A fleet of virtual cruise ships adorned with neon lights burst through the screen, accompanied by a rhythmic and vibrant BGM as they sailed gracefully across the center of the display. A user by the name of Buddhist Overlord who dances showered Wen Ci with a carnival gift. Before Wen Ci or the chat could react, a second, third, and a total of 20 carnivals exploded on the screen. The golden effects intertwined, bathing the entire live stream in a brilliant yellow hue. Beside Wen Ci, Ning Shu squinted, nearly unable to open her eyes. Heavens! Which tycoon has arrived? No wonder the ID is called Buddhist Overlord. What extravagance! As Buddhist Overlord continuously showered carnival gifts, Wen Ci's live stream soared in popularity, attracting an ever-increasing audience. Just saw the carnival effects on the homepage. Who is this streamer? Why is her popularity so high?
Wow.
It's the furry communicator. How novel. But is it real? To the person above, absolutely authentic. The previous two connections were thrilling. There's one last connection today. Anticipation. In the Criminal Investigation Team 2, after Lu Jian's confession regarding the corpse concealment case, Pei Siyu organized the case files. Once finished, he exited his office. Not long after, Xunlei and Songlin, having wrapped up their tasks, sat in a corner engrossed in their phones. Pei Siyu approached the two, typically alert. They didn't even lift their heads as he neared, captivated by whatever they were watching. Pei Siyu lowered his gaze, glancing at Xunlei's phone. Upon seeing the screen, his dark, penetrating eyes narrowed. The streamer in the live stream was Wen Ci. Her face was adorned with exquisite makeup, sunglasses perched atop her head. Her delicate oval face, no larger than a palm, striking and radiant. She was explaining to the audience what a ghostly friend is. To his surprise, her serious demeanor conveyed quite a bit of wisdom. Just then, a user named Buddhist Overlord who dances began showering her with an endless stream of carnival gifts. At first, Wen Ci maintained a calm expression, but as the number of gifts surged, her beautiful fox-like eyes sparkled with excitement. Had the camera not been rolling, she might have grinned widely. Thank you to the wonderful Buddhist Overlord who dances for the gifts, sending love. Pei Siyu's handsome face darkened. What did she just call him? Baby? Perhaps sensing the cold aura emanating from Pei Siyu, Xunlei and Song Lin glanced up. Startled to find Pei Siyu standing before them, they exclaimed, Boss. When did you arrive? Pei Siyu's lips pressed into a straight line, his dark eyes fixed intently on the live stream. What are you watching? We're watching sister-in-law's live stream. She can even communicate with animals. If we can capture Lu Jian, could it be because sister-in-law summoned the crows? Sister-in-law is truly amazing, Pei Siyu thought. Didn't she say she would only share her ability to communicate with animals with him? What a little trickster. She tricked him again. Boss. This top donor isn't trying to steal you away, is he? He gifted 20 carnivals in one go. What extravagance. Pei Siyu's features tightened, his gaze sharp. Does he dare? Chapter 33. The Alpaca Spits. Drinking corpse water, Pei Siyu re-entered his office. He took out his phone and navigated to Wen Ci's livestream. After figuring out how to send gifts, he directly gifted 50 carnivals, double that of Buddhist Overlord who dances. Though his salary as a criminal police captain was modest, he was savvy with investments. He certainly had the means. Previously, she contemplated bestowing upon Wen Ci a monthly allowance of 1 million. Yet she perceived this as an affront to her dignity, leading to a vehement dispute and her subsequent refusal. Pei Siyu glanced at his online alias. She likely did not recognize it as his account. Just as Wen Ci was poised to connect with a third online acquaintance, another affluent patron made an entrance. The continuous carnival effects dazzled her titanium alloy eyes. Who among the fairies would not be tempted by wealth and allure? However, to my two generous benefactors. Let me clarify. Your donations are entirely voluntary. No private conversations, no offline meetings, no emotional entanglements, and most importantly, do not deplete your fortunes to the point of harboring ill will towards me. Naturally, I do not endorse excessive tipping. Prudent spending is paramount. Ha! The anchor is cracking me up, such a strong survival instinct. There have indeed been reports of anchors meeting dire fates at the hands of their top patrons. Shun Lei and Song Lin approached Pei Siyu's office door, casting a discreet glance inside. Their typically stern and unyielding leader was surprisingly smiling. What could he be watching? Surely, he wasn't indulging in a beauty's live stream? Boss, you are a married man. Though your wife seems intent on adding a touch of green to your crown, you must uphold your integrity until divorce is finalized. Pei Siyu sensed Shun Lei and Song Lin's furtive observation and shot them a piercing glance from his dark eyes. Startled, they hurriedly retreated. His sister-in-law was about to connect with the third netizen, and one could only wonder what revelations would unfold. Anticipation was palpable. When Ci accepted the connection from the third netizen, Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang appeared exceedingly refined and affluent, with her permed and dyed short hair elegantly styled, a light makeup enhancing her features and adorned with jade earrings and a necklace, all complemented by a champagne-colored, new Chinese-style coat. She was undoubtedly a woman of means. Auntie, what pet do you have, and what predicament are you facing? Aunt Wang had already watched Wen Ci's previous 2 live streams. Initially, she regarded them as mere entertainment, doubting the anchor's ability to communicate with animals. However, after witnessing the connections with Su Yu and Qiao Nian, her skepticism dissipated. Anchor, my son often travels for work. Fearing my solitude, he gifted me an alpaca. I've cared for it for 2 years. It has always been obedient. Yet today, after feeding it this morning, it has been spitting towards the kitchen. I called it, but it ignored me. I thought it was ill and summoned a pet doctor, but no issues were found. It hasn't eaten or drunk any water since morning, and if this continues, I fear it may face dehydration and death. Aunt Wang directed the camera towards the alpaca at the kitchen door. The alpaca had a round head, its petite ears perked up, with soft, fluffy fur that looked incredibly inviting. Wow, so adorable. I want to pet it. It seems to be cursing. Anchor, quickly listen to what it's saying. Spitting at the kitchen is indeed unusual. Could there be a spirit in the kitchen? Oh dear, I need a spicy snack to calm my nerves. When Ci gazed at the alpaca, its round eyes half closed, with traces of transparent saliva at the corners of its mouth. With a plop, the alpaca spat again towards the kitchen. Stinky, so stinky. When Ci slightly furrowed her brow and informed Aunt Wang that it was saying stinky. Aunt Wang, perplexed, wondered how it could be stinky when they had a housekeeper who cleaned daily. Indeed, the kitchen appears immaculate through the camera. I fail to see where the stench could be coming from. Could the anchor have misheard? A bunch of fools. Do you really believe Wen Ci can understand animal speech every time? Wen Ci instructed Aunt Wang to approach the alpaca with her phone. Aunt Wang, let me communicate with the alpaca. Aunt Wang nodded. Baiwan, a beautiful sister wants to talk to you. When Ci looked at the alpaca, is your name Baiwan? Why do you say stinky?
Can you tell me why?
Upon hearing Wen Ci's voice, the alpaca blinked its round eyes, and the next moment, tears streamed down its face. Stinky, the water is so stinky. Woo-woo, Baiwan, doesn't he want to drink stinky water? The alpaca's voice was endearingly cute, but coupled with its wailing expression. When Ci nearly broke into laughter. She was certainly not devoid of sympathy, it was just that the contrast was genuinely amusing. Aunt Wang, Baiwan says the water is stinky. You should check the faucet. Aunt Wang promptly took her phone and hastily moved to the kitchen sink. She turned on the faucet, and a murky, pale, yellow liquid flowed forth. Aunt Wang paused, taken aback by the water's peculiar appearance. It had looked slightly off in the morning, but she had dismissed it, however. By evening, the color and odor had become increasingly troubling. She filled a cup and brought it closer to her nose, her brow furrowing instantly. Anchor. This water indeed has a strange smell. Unlike the chlorinated taste of tap water, it has a fishy odor. It's corpse water. Stinky. Baiwan wants to spit out all the stinky corpse water. Upon hearing the alpaca's words, Wen Ci gasped and covered her mouth with her hand. Aunt Wang, observing Wen Ci's expression, grew increasingly perplexed. Anchor, what did Baiwan just say? Wen Ci relayed Baiwan's words. Aunt Wang and the viewers were left dumbfounded. Aunt Wang's face turned pale, her lips quivering. No, it can't be. The live chat erupted in chaos. Corpse water? This must be a mistake. Oh no. I'm drinking water right now. Don't scare me, Anchor. The alpaca has indeed been spitting. And Aunt Wang mentioned that Baiwan has been spitting towards the kitchen since it drank water in the morning. Heavens, could there be a crime scene? Aunt Wang took a moment to gather her thoughts. That seems improbable. We live in a high-end community, and the property management checks the rooftop water tank weekly. When Ci pursed her lips, they do check weekly but not daily. Aunt Wang, you must call the property management and have them inspect the water tank. A bunch of ignorant netizens, don't let Wen Ci's live drama fool you. If there's a body in the water tank, I'll drink all the water from it. Aunt Wang, there's a troll who wants to drink all the corpse water from a community's tank. You must call the property staff to investigate. I want to see the troll drink the corpse water. Chapter 34. Face, slapping live. Water tank murder case. When Ci glanced at Aunt Wang's IP address, Yi City. They were in the same city. If a murder had indeed occurred, the criminal investigation team of Yi City would surely respond. Aunt Wang, you must go to the property management. Aunt Wang, flustered, nodded. All right, I will go right now. Aunt Wang, don't end the connection. The troll doesn't he believe there's a body in the water tank? I timidly say, I'm not a troll. I don't quite believe it either. Seeing the barrage of comments, Aunt Wang recalled Wen Ci's assistance. She addressed the viewers. I will not end the connection. I will testify on behalf of the anchor. She truly can understand animal speech. Aunt Wang hurried to the property management to find a staff member. Upon hearing the mention of a body in the water tank, the property manager's emotions flared. Aunt Wang, that statement is outrageous. He pointed to the plaque of excellence on the wall, raising his voice. Our community south price per square meter exceeds 50,000, and the water tank is cleaned and disinfected weekly. How could there possibly be corpse water? You are a resident here. If these words spread and affect property values, can you bear the consequences? Aunt Wang understood that if a murder occurred in the water tank, it would indeed impact property values. However, the water from the faucet had serious issues. The smell was enough to make her want to vomit. You must accompany the security personnel to the rooftop today. If there are no corpses in the water tank, I shall publicly apologize. However, if there is indeed something amiss, it is beyond their capacity to resolve and can only be unraveled by the police. The property manager, observing Aunt Wang linking up with the broadcaster and the online viewership surpassing 80,000, wore a grim expression and could only nod in acknowledgement. Very well. I shall summon the security now. Aunt Wang, you're certain to be proven wrong. Together, the property manager, the security personnel, and Aunt Wang ascended to the rooftop water tank. In an effort to validate their innocence, the security guard was instructed by the property manager to hold Aunt Wang's mobile phone as he climbed to the top of the tank. I assure you, there is absolutely no corpse within. Clutching the phone and a flashlight, the security guard began his ascent, while the live comments erupted in fervor. Oh my heart is racing wildly right now. I'm under the covers, torn between curiosity and fear. Surely there can't be a body in there? This must be a ploy by Wen Ci to gain followers, hiring an actor for such an absurd plot. Do you truly believe it? If there is a body, I will personally detach my head for you to sit upon. As the security guard reached the pinnacle of the tank, much like the property manager, he was incredulous about the presence of a corpse. He peered into the tank with flashlight and phone in hand. There is nothing but air. Everyone, do not believe. Before he could finish, his previously nonchalant demeanor shifted dramatically. His pupils dilated, his complexion paled, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Fear overtook him, and he hurriedly descended the ladder, legs quaking. In his fright, Aunt Wang's phone slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground, severing the live connection with her and Wen Ci. Upon witnessing the security guard tumble down, breathless and collapsed on the floor, the property manager's voice was taut with anxiety. What happened? Surely there cannot be. He dared not utter the word corpse. The security guard, trembling uncontrollably, swallowed hard and managed, Manager, there is. It's utterly horrifying. This will haunt me for a lifetime. Why did the connection cut off at the most thrilling moment? Useless security guard. What did you see? Why didn't you let us catch a glimpse? I feel like a monkey on a mountain, scratching my head, jumping around.
Wen Ci.
The actor you hired is more talented than you. Just as the truth was about to be revealed, the phone breaks and the connection is lost. What a cunning tactic. We've been played by a fraudulent live stream. Let us report this collectively. Can the trolls leave the live stream? Why should we not believe the broadcaster? That community, without a doubt, is the upscale Jinyuan neighborhood of Yi City. If the broadcaster were truly wealthy and influential enough to enlist the residents and property management to enact her script, why would she even bother to live stream? Wen Ci acknowledged her supporters with a thumbs up. All right, that concludes today's live stream. For updates on the Jinyuan water tank case, please follow the announcements from the Yi City Police. At that moment, Wen Ci's online viewership had surged past 100,000. Ning Shu captured numerous screenshots, her face beaming with delight. The little ancestor had not deceived her. She truly could communicate with the adorable creatures. As of now, the online viewership for Wen Qingyu had plummeted to 20,000, while Wen Ci's figures continued to rise. The time for the PK had arrived, and she emerged victorious. Wen Ci waved at the camera, "Dear viewers, that wraps up today as live stream. I am rather laid back about streaming. So, let us hope for another opportunity to meet next time. Zize, with 100,000 viewers, you cannot end the stream now." Yes. We want to see Zize connect again. It's too thrilling. Broadcaster, don't make me beg on my knees. Please connect with a few more guests. Wen Ci shook her head. For those who enjoy my live streams, you may follow me for updates. I shall try to notify you in advance for the next broadcast. With that, she decisively ended the stream. Ning Shu observed that Wen Ci's social media following had surged from a mere 10,000 zombie followers to 80,000. In just one live stream, she had gained nearly 70,000 active followers. Little ancestor, you're incredible. Wen Ci and Ning Shu sought out Wen Qingyu and Zixin. Upon learning of her defeat, with her final online viewership 5 times lower than Wen Ci's, Wen Qingyu's frustration reached a boiling point, nearly grinding her teeth to dust. She could not fathom that Wen Ci truly communicated with pets. It must have been a scripted performance. Reluctant to pay the penalty to Wen Ci, she was bound by the agreement they had established prior to the PK and had no choice but to fulfill her commitment. At the foot of the Jinyuan community, the wail of police sirens echoed. Both the first and second criminal investigation teams hastened to the scene. When Sherwa cast a displeased glance at Pei Siyu. Had it not been for the hotel corpse case that allowed Pei Siyu to seize the opportunity and uncover the hidden murderer, Director Xiao would not have dispatched Pei Siyu and the second team to assist in the investigation. This time, if it were a criminal case, he was determined to outpace Pei Siyu in solving it. He would not allow Pei Siyu and the second team to steal the limelight again. Pei Siyu, unaffected by Wen Shui's discontented gaze, donned his police boots, his features taut, and with a piercing gaze, ascended towards the building. Shen Lei and Song Lin from the second team promptly followed suit. When lives were at stake, their focus remained on the homicide, not on competing with the first team. The rooftop had already been cordoned off. Pei Siyu slipped on shoe covers and entered through the barrier. The body had been removed and laid upon a sheet of plastic, where forensic experts and evidence examiners were conducting their assessments. Pei Siyu approached and cast a glance at the corpse. Chapter 35. Accident or Foul Play. Numerous doubts arise the deceased was a young male, appearing to be around 23 or 24 years of age. He was clad in a gray hoodie and black sweatpants, the fabric clinging to his swollen body. His skin bore a bluish-gray hue, with dark purple post-mortem lividity at his fingertips and around his lips. His eyelids were half open, pupils dilated, devoid of luster. Pei Siyu instructed Shan Lei to interview the reporting parties while Song Lin was tasked with reviewing surveillance footage. Once everything was arranged, he approached the water tank for a thorough inspection. The tank lid was ajar, showing no signs of forced entry. A small amount of decomposed tissue floated within. And given the current temperature, residents would have observed corpse water from their faucets, indicating that the deceased had not been dead for a brief period. Pei Siyu circled the tank, finding no signs of disorder or evidence of a struggle. The preliminary autopsy results were soon available. The estimated time of death was determined to be between 38 to 48 hours prior. The forensic experts set down their tweezers and lifted the deceased's collar, revealing the skin on the side of the neck, which exhibited putrefactive blisters. When pressed, a light brown liquid oozed out. This was the corpse water seen by residents from their faucets, a byproduct of the body's decay. The forensic expert then examined the deceased's hands, noting the presence of frothy fluid around the mouth and nose, with the water quality from the tank detected in the respiratory tract. The lungs showed signs of water-based emphysema, consistent with drowning. There were no external bruises or signs of restraint, and no skin flakes or fibers from others were found in the fingernail beds, temporarily ruling out the possibility of death resulting from forceful coercion or assault. The evidence examiner also reported no abnormalities. Wen Ci, clutching his phone, retreated to a secluded corner. He dialed Wen Qingyu's number. "Qingyu, please help your elder brother ascertain whether the corpse in the Jin Yuan community water tank was an accident or homicide. If it was homicide, who is the true culprit?" Wen Qingyu, having lost the PK to Wen Ci and facing a 2 million penalty, was in a dismal state. Upon hearing Wen Ciyue's inquiry about the Jin Yuan water tank case, she furrowed her brows and strained to recall any memories from her past life. The Jin Yuan water tank case left her with no recollection. The only cases she remembered were those solved by the criminal investigation team. The lack of memory suggested either the true culprit remained undiscovered, or it was merely an accident. "Elder brother, how did your forensic team determine the cause?" The preliminary assessment concludes drowning, with no signs of external coercion or assault at the scene. "I cannot discern the true culprit from here. It should be an accident." With Wen Qingyu's affirmative response, Wen Ciyue's lips curled into a smile. "All right, big brother understands." Shen Lei was currently consulting the property manager. "We truly had no inkling that such an event would transpire. Just last week, we inspected the water tank, and at that time, there were no issues." Shen Lei inquired of the security guard, "In the past 2 days, during your patrols, did you hear any noises from the rooftop? Did you see the deceased entering or exiting?" The guard shook his head, "No." Shen Lei, having viewed the live stream, was aware that the property manager and the security guard had been summoned by Aunt Wang. After gathering the basic information about the deceased, Shen Lei reported back to Pei Siyu. "Boss, the deceased is named Ling Haoyu, 23 years old, a resident of Unit 1602 in Building 1. His parents are officials in the Education Bureau, and his sister attends Yeqing University. When Ling Haoyu was 7, he accidentally fell down the stairs, sustaining a head injury that resulted in cognitive impairment. He typically studied at a special school, but with the recent school break, his parents went to a poverty-stricken area for charitable activities, leaving a nanny to care for him at home." Pei Siyu's dark eyes narrowed slightly. Ling Haoyu had been dead for approximately 2 days. How could the nanny not have noticed his absence? "Find the nanny immediately."
Yes.
Song Lin retrieved the surveillance footage from the past 2 days in the community. "Boss, the footage shows that at 1:02 a.m. on the 28th, the deceased, dressed in the gray sweatshirt and black pants he currently wears, took the elevator from the 16th floor to the rooftop. It was already late at night, and he was alone in the elevator." Pei Siyu took the tablet to have a look. Ling Haoyu stood in the corner of the elevator, his head lowered, his bangs obscuring his eyes, rendering his gaze indiscernible. His hands were tightly clenched in front of him, and he was mumbling something indistinctly. There were no visible injuries on his body. The coroner had confirmed death by drowning, with no signs of external force or homicide. The surveillance indicated the deceased ascended alone, leading to the conclusion that it was either suicide or an accident, Wen Ciyue remarked. The team unanimously agreed with Wen Ciyue's assessment. Ling Haoyu's cognitive challenges might have led him to play and accidentally fall into the water tank, a classic case of accidental death. Wen Ciyue turned to his subordinate Wu Preng, instructing him to contact the deceased's family and have them come to the police station to provide a statement. The follow-up on the death certificate and body handling would be managed by the police. There was no need for the Criminal Investigation Unit to continue probing this case. Pei Siyu, however, remained silent, his lips pressed tightly together. This case appeared to be an accident. But why had Ling Haoyu been at the rooftop water tank at 1 in the morning? Moreover, why had he been standing in the elevator with his head down mumbling? All these signs hinted at an inexplicable oddity. On the surface, it indeed resembled an accidental drowning or a suicide. Yet Pei Siyu had an instinct that it was not as straightforward as it seemed. Noticing Pei Siyu's silence, Wen Ciyue sneered, "Pei Siyu, I know you crave the spotlight. You managed to uncover anomalies in the hotel corpse case, which merely signifies your good fortune. This time, you won't be so lucky." Pei Siyu's stern profile tightened, his dark, narrow eyes piercingly regarded Wen Ciyue. "Our criminal investigation unit's duty is not to see who can close a case faster or who has better luck. It is to ensure the deceased can rest in peace, to unveil the truth, and to bring the perpetrator to justice." Wen Ciyue scoffed. "Ling Haoyu's drowning in the water tank is plainly an accident. What more do you wish to investigate? Our unit's efforts should be directed where they are most needed, not on accidental incidents." Pei Siyu's gaze was sharp, his voice cold. "Wen Ciyue, if you believe it is an accident and wish to hand it over to the police, that is your judgment. I feel there are still unanswered questions. I wish to clarify this. This is my judgment. Until we have concluded the case, we can each investigate separately. There is no need for a verbal spar here. What was Pei Siyu truly up to in front of him? His dear Qingyu had already declared it an accident. Therefore, it could not possibly be a criminal case. If Pei Siyu wanted to investigate, let him do so. If he found nothing, he would see how he would extricate himself from the situation. Ningxu drove, escorting Wen Ci back to the Pei residence. Throughout the journey, Ningxu's smile never waned. Little ancestor, did you see the expressions on Wen Qingyu and in Zixin's faces earlier? They looked more miserable than if they had stepped in excrement. Wen Ci's lips curled upwards. Sister Shu, you may find yourself frequently witnessing their expressions that are more putrid than dung in the future. Ningxu's eyes sparkled. Little ancestor, you've changed. In the past, I refrained from tearing the facade due to the ties with the Wen family and dared not express myself. But later, I realized that the Wen family has long ceased to regard me as family. From now on, I will live for myself. Buddha slays the Buddha. Demons slay the demons. Let me soar with you, Sister Shu. Ningxu chuckled, her eyes narrowing into slits. Are you certain? Wen Ci, the sparrows behind, the sparrows' droppings. Ningxu burst into laughter. After her laughter subsided, she recalled Aunt Wang's phone call. Do you think the body in the Jean Garden water tank was an accident or foul play? I will ask Pei Dog about it after he returns. Just as Wen Ci finished speaking, a sharp meow pierced the air. Don't drive forward anymore. Someone will die. The bridge is about to collapse. Chapter 36. The ragdoll cat pulls red strings for her and the movie Emperor. When Ci glanced over at a luxurious nanny van nearby, the rear window was partially open, and a ragdoll cat was perched in the arms of a man wearing sunglasses, meowing anxiously. Cats possess a keen sense of hearing, a sharp sense of smell, and exceptional observational skills, enabling them to sense danger. When Ci instantly became alert, turning to Ningxu, Sister Shu, overtake that vehicle and then intercept it. Ningxu's lips twitched. Little ancestor, that could cause a car accident. I just heard the cat in the adjacent car say the bridge ahead is about to collapse. Almost as soon as the words bridge collapse left her lips, Ningxu slammed on the accelerator, the car speeding forward. After overtaking the nanny van, she quickly turned the steering wheel to intercept it. Hold on tight. All right. The car deftly changed direction, blocking the approaching nanny van. Screech. The nanny van's driver slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching against the pavement. When Ci alighted from the car and approached the back seat of the nanny van, her beautiful eyes locking onto the ragdoll cat in the man's arms. Is the bridge really going to collapse?
Meow.
Can you understand what the cat is saying? When Ci nodded, I can. Hurry, persuade my owner not to cross the bridge. Who are you people? Why are you suddenly blocking the road? If I hadn't reacted quickly, there could have been an accident. The nanny van's driver fumed. Ningxu also stepped out of the car, continually apologizing to the driver while glancing back at the man in the rear seat, momentarily stunned. Little ancestor, it's actually movie Emperor Hua. Su had won the Best Actor award at the Golden Statue Awards at the age of 18 for his film Dawn, becoming the youngest movie emperor in history.
Now.
At just 22 years old, his box office earnings had already surpassed 10 billion. When Ci glanced at the man holding the ragdoll cat, he wore sunglasses, obscuring his eyes. But his fair complexion and handsome features, with a high nose and attractive lips, indeed portrayed the quintessential visage of the entertainment industry. Are you a fan? If you continue to block the road, I will call the police, the driver warned, eyeing Wen Ci and Ningxu warily. Su, holding the ragdoll cat, slightly furrowed his brow, pulling out an autographed photo and offering it. Do you want an autograph? I'll give it to you now, just don't block the road. Wen Ci did not take the autograph, instead pointing at the ragdoll cat in Su's arms. Your cat says the bridge ahead is about to collapse. The driver couldn't help but chuckle. I've been following movie Emperor Hua for years, and this is the first time I've seen a fan approach him in such a manner. Claiming a cat says the bridge is about to collapse. Why don't you just fly up to the sky? Suddenly, the ragdoll cat in Su's arms sprang out, extending its paw to scratch the driver's face. The driver instantly ceased his laughter. Su's eyes narrowed slightly behind his sunglasses. The usually gentle and obedient Milk Candy had never scratched anyone. How could it suddenly attack the driver? After Milk Candy had scratched the driver, instead of returning to Su's embrace, she leaped into Wen Ci's arms. Human, do you believe me? Meow likes you. Human, your scent is delightful. Human, could you consider being with my master? He only pretends to be aloof in front of strangers, Privately, he is quite the joker. Wen Ci couldn't help but twitch her lips. Huisu observed Milk Candy, who nestled in Wen Ci's arms, rubbing her fluffy head against Wen Ci's chin while continuously meowing adorably. He removed his sunglasses, his phoenix eyes revealing surprise. Although Milk Candy was obedient, she was typically quite reserved. She never clung to anyone other than him. Milk Candy, what are you doing? Come back.
Meow.
Master. I'm setting you up on a blind date. I like this human sister. She suits you perfectly. Wen Ci couldn't suppress a low cough. Don't meddle in matchmaking. I'm already married. What a pity. Human. Would you consider a divorce for my master? Wen Ci, Huisu had no idea what the two were discussing, his brows furrowing as if he could crush a fly. Behind them, traffic had backed up considerably, the sound of honking rising and falling. A driver rolled down his window, cursing, "What is going on up front? Blocking the road. You'll regret it." Some irritable individuals even got out to confront the situation. Ning Shu immediately shielded Wen Ci, protecting her from any harm, warning that the bridge ahead was about to collapse and proceeding would be dangerous. The irate driver glanced ahead. "You dare curse me? Don't think just because you're a woman I Wen Ci hit you. If the bridge collapses, I'll kneel and call you auntie." Just as the man prepared to strike Ning Shu, a slight tremor coursed beneath his feet, followed by a thunderous crash. Everyone froze, turning to gaze at the scene ahead. A section of the road that had seemed stable moments ago had indeed collapsed. Reinforced concrete fell from the bridge, dust swirling around them. The irate driver nearly fainted from fright, swallowing hard as he glanced at Ning Shu. "Annie, thank you for saving my life." "Ning Shu, dear, rise." The furious driver, along with the chauffeur from the nanny car and Huisu, were utterly dumbfounded. With the film emperor, the bridge really did collapse. Had their vehicle not been stopped, he would have undoubtedly driven right over it, leading to certain doom. The close call sent a chill of sweat down the driver's back. Huisu surveyed the collapsed bridge, stepping out of the car to bow deeply to Wen Ci. "Thank you for saving my life." He was a man who distinguished clearly between gratitude and grievance. Wen Ci handed the plush cat to Huisu. "No need for thanks. It was your cat that saved us all."
Uoxu scrutinized Wen Ci closely.
Her skin was porcelain white, her lips a fiery red, exuding a beguiling charm. He felt a vague sense of familiarity with her, as if he had seen her somewhere before, but he couldn't place it. "What is your name?"
Wen Ci.
Huisu raised an eyebrow. "Wait, are you the devoted admirer of Sia Jing Huai?" The Huai family maintained a cordial relationship with the Pei family, and Huisu had grown up alongside Pei Jian. "I used to be, but not anymore." Ning Shu nearly dropped her jaw upon hearing Huisu's coarse language. She hadn't expected the aloof film emperor to be like this in private.
Meow meow.
"Human sister, could you please inform my master that he is about to face a major crisis that could ruin his reputation?" Seeing the plush cat's worried expression, Wen Ci nodded repeatedly. "All right, tell me." The plush cat disclosed everything it knew to Wen Ci. Huisu, observing Milk Candy incessantly meowing at Wen Ci, as if confiding secrets, found himself increasingly curious and perplexed. He asked Ning Shu, "Can she really understand what the cat is saying?" "Yes. My little ancestor can communicate with all animals." Huisu, surprised, "I never knew Wen Ci had such a unique skill." After hearing Milk Candy's account, Wen Ci regarded Huisu with sympathy. "What did Milk Candy say?" Milk Candy revealed. Chapter 37. Secretly Jealous. Performing the leg sweep dance. Wen Ci called Huisu aside to relay everything Milk Candy had shared. Huisu's brows knitted tightly together, with the bridge collapse as proof. He believed Wen Ci could indeed understand the cat. "I trust you. I will prepare in advance." Had it not been for Milk Candy overhearing her stepmother's scheme, I might have truly fallen from grace. His stepmother, the secretary to his father, had turned him into an outsider since she married into the Huai family 7 years ago and gave birth to his younger brother, Huiyu. His room had become Huiyu's art studio, and his piano had become Huiyu's toy. Whenever he returned home, Huiyu would question why he dared to enter his house. The saying that having a stepmother meant having a stepfather was undeniably true. He was often busy with work and had bought a house outside. His father doted on his stepmother and younger brother, and he tried to appear indifferent. After all, he had grown up and no longer needed to concern himself with their opinions. Yet, he never anticipated that his stepmother would want to completely ruin him and tarnish his reputation. In light of this, he resolved to turn the tables on her, catching her off guard. To express his gratitude, Huisu took out several signed photographs. "These are for my biggest fans. I'll gift you a few as well." In the photos, Su stood beneath a shower, clad in a drenched white shirt, his sculpted chest and defined abs subtly visible. Water droplets cascaded down his handsome, enchanting face, exuding an irresistible allure. When Ci gazed at them, her heart racing in excitement. These truly were photos of great benefit. If you have any other requests, feel free to ask. I will comply. When Ci glanced at Su's long legs, could you perform the leg sweep dance for me next time? Ningsu, standing behind Wen Ci, remarked, little ancestor, do you realize what you're saying? You want the film emperor to perform a leg sweep dance for you? Su's lips curled into a smile. Sure, but let us add each other on WeChat first. His smile was captivating enough to render one spellbound. When Ci took out her phone, and they exchanged WeChat information. Once completed, Su said to Wen Ci, don't continue being Sia Jing Huai's devoted admirer. When you're divorced, consider me. When Ci was about to respond when she suddenly noticed something amiss. A police car had arrived, halting not far from them. Pei Siyu sat in the passenger seat, resting his elbow on the lowered window, his deep, dark eyes scrutinizing her and Su. Upon catching her gaze, he opened the car door and stepped out. Dressed in a police uniform, he stood tall and strong, his posture as straight as a pine tree. The insignia on his shoulder gleaming coldly under the streetlight. His waist was cinched with a utility belt, perfectly accentuating his slender figure. An air of stern authority radiated from him. This was the first time when Ci had seen him in uniform, and her eyes sparkled with admiration. Compared to Su's ethereal charm, she found herself more drawn to Pei Siyu's rugged, testosterone-fueled masculinity, feeling that a single glance from him could weaken her knees. Pei Siyu strode over to Wen Ci and Su, his gaze discreetly scanning the photograph in Wen Ci's hand. She felt a twinge of guilt and quickly tucked the photo into her bag. What a coincidence, brother Pei. You're passing through this road.
Who also inquit?
Pei Siyu coldly replied with a grunt, his dark eyes piercing through to Wen Ci. Have you eaten dinner yet? Wen Ci shook her head, not yet. Get in the police car. I'll take you out for dinner. Wen Ci found it hard to resist the request of a man in uniform. After all, she was naturally fond of handsome men. Su waved goodbye to Wen Ci. We'll keep in touch on WeChat.
When she nodded, all right.
After Su left, she addressed Ningshu, Sister Shu, I'll ride with Pei Siyu. You can drive back on your own. Ningshu cast a glance at the distant, coldly ascetic man, whose powerful aura was palpable. She gently pinched Wen Ci's slender waist and muttered, you foolish girl, how can you indulge so extravagantly yet fail to appreciate it? Do refrain from playing the sycophant to Sia Jing Huai in the future. Your husband, by all appearances, is exceptionally competent and will undoubtedly cater to your every desire in bed. When Ci found herself in a police car, Xunlei was at the wheel, while Song Lin occupied the passenger seat, leaving Wen Ci and Pei Siyu in the back. His long legs were slightly ajar, the fabric of his trousers clinging to his muscular thighs, accentuating their robust contours forged through years of training, exuding an aura of potent masculinity. Unable to resist, Wen Ci leaned closer to him, inhaling the scent she adored. Pei Siyu lowered his gaze, noticing how near her leg was to him, and commanded, keep your distance. Wen Ci bristled at his bluntness. There were others in the vehicle. How could he address her in such a manner? She shot Pei Siyu a glare, shifting her position to sit closer to the window. Not wishing to engage him, she propped her chin on her hand and gazed outside. Xunlei and Song Lin sensed the tension in the atmosphere and dared not utter a word. Nor did they glance back. Upon exiting the Jin Yuan community and passing under the elevated bridge, they witnessed a scene of collapse and saw Wen Ci happily exchanging WeChat contacts with the esteemed actor chatting animatedly. At that moment, Xunlei and Song Lin discerned that their superior's expression was somewhat off. However, they could hardly blame Wen Ci. After all, Su was a celebrated actor. What young girl wouldn't be infatuated? Xunlei and Song Lin nearly jumped out of the car to ask the actor for an autograph themselves. The silence in the car was stifling. Wen Ci was perplexed as to how she had offended the man again. Unable to endure the suffocating atmosphere, she turned to Xunlei and Song Lin, speaking up, hello, officers. They exchanged glances before replying, hello, sister-in-law. Wen Ci waved her hand dismissively, don't call me sister-in-law, just refer to me as Wen Ci. Feeling it was inappropriate, they glanced at the impassive man in the back seat. There's nothing wrong with that. Wen Ci recalled the Jin Yuan water tank incident and couldn't help but ask, you were dispatched to Jin Yuan, right? Song Lin nodded, affirming, yes. Was it an accident or a criminal case? Initial assessments suggest it was an accident. Wen Ci pondered for a moment, nodding pensively. Shun Lei, curious, remarked sister-in-law. We watched your live stream. You're truly remarkable for being able to communicate with animals. A smile crept onto Wen Ci's lips. You criminal investigators are impressive as well. Observing her lively conversation with Shun Lei and Song Lin, Pei Siyu's lips pressed into a thin line. Her transformation was indeed significant. She had once harbored disdain for him and, by extension, for those around him. They dined together before Pei Siyu intended to escort Wen Ci back to the Pei residence. Shin Lei, scratching his head in embarrassment, spoke up. Boss, I would like to ask sister-in-law for a favor. Pei Siyu's dark eyes narrowed slightly. What is it? Shun Lei expressed his plight. Every day, as I leave for work, a blackbird accurately drops a bomb on my head. I have no idea how I offended it. For an entire week, the blackbird had targeted Shun Lei each time he departed, no matter how he adjusted his schedule. After being bombed, he had to return home to wash his hair, leaving him utterly exhausted. The blackbird, resembling a myna, exhibited strong defensive behaviors but would not attack unless provoked by humans. Have you done something to it? Wen Ci inquired. Shun Lei rubbed his temples. A week ago, during a vacation gathering with classmates, I drank too much. When I returned home, I didn't realize a blackbird had flown inside. The next morning, upon discovering it, I promptly released it. Aside from that, I can't recall any other offenses. Wen Ci furrowed her brow. Shall we go see your residence first? Sure, he replied. His home was not far from the police station, merely a 10-minute walk. Almost the instant Shin Lei arrived, a blackbird swooped toward him aggressively. With a splat, it dropped its droppings right onto Shun Lei's head. Song Lin, standing behind Pei Siyu, nearly burst into laughter. Lazy, you must have done something to provoke that bird.
Cool.
Stupid cop, ruining the blackbird's chances at love. I hate you. I despise you. I shall rain down my revenge upon you. When Ci narrowed her eyes at the indignant blackbird and beckoned, can you elaborate on how he has thwarted your romantic pursuits? Shun Lei touched his nose, praying for justice. How could I possibly harm its chances at love? The blackbird, sensing Wen Ci's ability to comprehend its grievances and drawn to her pleasant scent, perched on her shoulder. Coo, coo, coo. It recounted its woes. That day, I accidentally flew into his house. He was drunk, and when I flew close, I hoped he would let me go. Yet he captured me, holding me in his palm, and tearfully lamented why he remained a singleton. Wen Ci's curiosity was piqued. Shun Lei was dark-skinned, handsome, tall, with clear and resolute eyes, exuding the essence of a youthful college student. By all rights, such a young man should have no shortage of admirers. She was intrigued as to why he remained single. When Ci gestured for the blackbird to continue, he and forensic Dr. Lin Miao were middle school classmates. One summer, during a camp with limited restroom facilities, he fell ill and desperately needed to relieve himself. He urged those inside to hurry, claiming he could no longer hold it and was about to eat excrement. Just as he uttered those words, the restroom door swung open and Lin Miao stepped out. She glanced at him, stifling a laugh as she departed. Upon realizing the embarrassing blunder he had made, he could hardly bear to look at Lin Miao for the remainder of the camp. In high school, they ended up in the same class and were seated one behind the other. During a literature class, he experienced stomach pains and struggled to hold in gas, but was afraid of being heard. Finally, when it was time for the class to recite aloud, he could no longer contain himself and released a series of embarrassing farts. Thinking he had escaped notice, he was mortified when, after class, he received a note from Lin Miao telling him to refrain from sneaking out farts in the future as they were too foul. As when Ci listened to the blackbird's lamentations, she translated its words. When she reached the part about the foul odor, Song Lin could no longer contain himself and erupted into laughter, slapping his thigh and emitting pig-like snorts. Ha ha ha, lazy, you secretly harbor feelings for Dr. Lin. No wonder you can't speak to her whenever she comes to our office to deliver documents. Shin Lei's dark complexion flushed crimson. What the hell? In my drunken state, I actually confided my embarrassing stories to the blackbird? He indeed harbored feelings for Lin Miao, yet due to the shame from those past incidents, he had never dared to express his feelings. After all, what girl would be attracted to a boy who spoke of wanting to eat excrement or who passed gas in class? Shun Lei wished he could find a hole to crawl into. That night, I intended to serenade the female blackbird I fancy. But that stupid cop Wen Ci let me leave, forcing me to endure his tales of embarrassment, causing my beloved blackbird to be pursued by other suitors. Is he not to be detested? Should he not endure my daily retribution of droppings? He is single and too cowardly to pursue his beloved. Yet he has caused me to lose my cherished blackbird. Wen Ci finally lost her composure, nearly laughing uncontrollably. I thought you were a good person, yet you mock the blackbird. The blackbird has suffered heartbreak, and you still jest.
Oh.
How I wish the blackbird could simply fly into a wall of tofu and end it all. Wen Ci took a deep breath, striving to suppress her laughter. Dong dong. That night, Lazy was intoxicated. He didn't intentionally trap you. Please forgive him this once. Besides, if the female thrush you desire truly liked you, she wouldn't be swayed by another male thrush. With your striking looks, you are bound to encounter a thrush that is destined for you in the future. The black thrush flapped its wings, circling above Wen Ci's head twice before alighting on her hand. Human, do you think I am handsome? Wen Ci nodded vigorously, yes. Incredibly handsome. The black thrush proudly tilted its head. The thrush believes itself to be handsome as well. The loss of this thrush is the female's misfortune. Indeed. You have avenged yourself against Lazy for a week and revealed his past embarrassments. Please refrain from further retaliation, all right? Human, I shall heed your counsel. With that, the black thrush flew before Xinlei, cooing twice. Let us reconcile. Wen Ci immediately translated. Xinlei nodded eagerly. Of course, brother thrush. I sincerely apologize for hindering your courtship last time. The black thrush pecked at Xinlei's palm, signifying its forgiveness. Then it turned to Wen Ci. Tell him to be as bold as a thrush and courageously pursue love. Otherwise, when it is lost, regret will come too late. Wen Ci conveyed the thrush's words to Xinlei. He scratched his head, his handsome face flushing darker. I, a fool who eats and farts, do not deserve Lin Miao Miao. She deserves someone better. Pei Siyu had to work overtime at the police station that night. Wen Ci, realizing she could not sleep without his presence, quietly approached Pei Siyu, while Xinlei and Song Lin were distracted. She gently poked his firm bicep with her fingertip. Pei Siyu, you look incredibly handsome in your police uniform today. Pei Siyu gazed into her enchanting fox-like eyes, swallowing hard. Wen Ci, do not tempt me. I am not swayed by such antics. Wen Ci retorted. What are you talking about? Which of your eyes saw me tempting you? I merely wanted to ask if you will be returning tonight. Recalling the Jean Garden water tank case, Pei Siyu felt it was not as simple as an accidental drowning. His brows furrowed tightly, his voice cold and deep. I will not return. Wen Ci sighed inwardly. If he did not return, she would not be able to steal his discarded clothes and would undoubtedly suffer from insomnia that night. Then may I accompany you while you work overtime? Her voice turned softer and more alluring. Pei Siyu's large hand, which was stuffed in his pocket, tightened into a fist. He pressed his tongue against his back teeth, cursing under his breath. Damn it. What is she trying to do? Chapter 39, Taking Advantage. Wen Ci, do not tempt me recklessly. Wen Ci, fearing insomnia that night, followed Pei Siyu back to the police station. As she passed the Criminal Investigation Unit's office, she saw Tang Wan delivering a heart-shaped lunchbox to Wen Shirihua. Wen Ci instinctively glanced at Pei Siyu. Oh dear. The white moonlight is flaunting her affection for another man right under his nose. He must be on the verge of tears. Pei Siyu noticed Wen Ci's sympathetic gaze and furrowed his brows. What is with that look? Wen Ci lightly nudged Pei Siyu's arm and lowered her voice. Are you feeling jealous? Pei Siyu's heart skipped a beat. Remembering her accepting Huisu's private photos and adding him on WeChat, his handsome face darkened slightly. Wen Ci noticed the change in Pei Siyu's expression and felt increasingly certain that he was indeed jealous. How pitiful, yearning yet unable to attain. While Pei Siyu worked overtime, Wen Ci reclined on the sofa. Although she was clearly exhausted, sleep eluded her. Pei Siyu glanced at her, his dark eyes deep and enigmatic. I will have the housekeeper come to take you home. Wen Ci shook her head. No, only if you come with me. Pei Siyu stood up from his office chair. I have a single dorm room here. If you are tired, you can sleep there. Wen Ci's eyes sparkled with delight. That sounds perfect. The bed must still carry your scent. Even if it doesn't, there should be your discarded clothes. Pei Siyu, observing Wen Ci's expression, felt a flicker of suspicion in his deep gaze. What was going on with her? Why would she choose to sleep on his dormitory's hard bed rather than the large bed at his residence? With work still to be done, Pei Siyu had no time to ponder further. He led her to the dormitory. The room was modest, comprising a bedroom and a bathroom, with a cabinet, a desk,
and a bed.
Wen Ci glanced around, noticing how neatly his sheets were made and his blankets folded into perfect squares. The room was clean and tidy, devoid of any superfluous clothing. Seizing the moment when Pei Siyu was not paying attention, Wen Ci leaned over the pillow to inhale his scent. Faint, yet better than nothing. The bathroom cabinet contained disposable toiletries. Wen Ci smiled and nodded. All right, I understand. You should get back to work. Pei Siyu, perplexed, wondered why she seemed so eager for him to leave. This woman was becoming increasingly inscrutable. After Pei Siyu left, Wen Ci decided to take a shower. Upon finishing, she realized she had forgotten to bring clean clothes with her. Wrapped in a towel, she approached the cabinet and selected a black shirt belonging to him. As the towel slipped from her, she was about to put on the shirt when the door suddenly swung open. Wen Ci, there's something hearing Pei Siyu's voice. Wen Ci instinctively turned her head. Their eyes met. She stood there, utterly bare. Pei Siyu, evidently unprepared for such a sight, felt his dark, deep-set pupils constrict, his tall, muscular frame freezing in place, as if paralyzed. After a few seconds, Wen Ci was the first to regain her composure, regardless of her usual boldness. Her cheeks and ears burned with embarrassment. You pervert, are you still looking? Hurry up and get out. Flustered, Wen Ci hurriedly grabbed the towel to cover herself. With a loud bang, the dormitory door was slammed shut. Pei Siyu stepped beneath the apricot tree in the courtyard, his throat dry, his chest heaving as he gasped for air. The image of what he had just witnessed replayed in his mind, her snow-white skin, delicate waist, and long legs, causing his blood to rush uncontrollably. His throat was parched. He fished out a cigarette and lighter from his pocket. After Wen Ci changed back into her clothes, her damp hair cascading down her shoulders, she exited the dormitory. She immediately spotted the man leaning against the apricot tree, a cigarette in his mouth. Slightly bowed as he lit it. His sharply defined features were illuminated by the light, half in shadow, half in brightness. With one leg slightly bent, he lit the cigarette, tilting his chiseled jaw upward, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Veiled in the pale smoke, he appeared coldly serious, yet strikingly handsome. Wen Ci was certain that this stern and imposing figure, who resembled a seasoned bureaucrat, had not intentionally spied on her. It was merely her own fault for failing to lock the door. As Wen Ci approached him, sensing her presence, he lowered his gaze to meet hers. The blush of embarrassment lingered on her petite face, enhancing her already captivating features. Seeing him glance at her before quickly averting his gaze, she took a step closer, her beautiful eyes fixed upon him. Do you think my figure is alluring? The archetype of a wicked female antagonist in novels often embodies the traits of beauty without brains. Having a voluptuous figure and a slim waist was the original owner's greatest asset. Pei Siyu hastened his smoking. I apologize. I did not know you were changing.
Wen Ci,
Observing the elegant hand that held the cigarette, smiled mischievously. Team leader Pei, your hands are quite large. They could easily encircle my tiny waist. Pei Siyu swallowed hard. Wen Ci, I have told you before, do not tempt me recklessly. Wen Ci reached out, snatching the cigarette from his fingers. You have seen me in my most vulnerable state. Do you think a mere apology can compensate for my loss? Pei Siyu lowered his gaze to Wen Ci. After she took the cigarette from him, she brought it to her lips and took a puff. Watching her, Pei Siyu's long fingers tightened into a fist. She smokes? Wen Ci stood on her tiptoes, exhaling the pale smoke slowly from her red lips. The smoke wafted towards his stern, chiseled face. Amidst swirling wisps of smoke, two pairs of eyes locked in an intense gaze. How do you propose I make amends? Wen Ci's eyes fixated on the man's Adam's apple, concealed beneath the top button of his navy blue shirt. She bit her lip delicately, the unspoken wish to see him undress hanging in the air. Before she could complete her thought, she was interrupted by the man's deep, gravelly voice. No, propose another request. Wen Ci, with her captivating fox-like eyes, blinked sweetly and gently prodded his chest with her slender fingers. Pei, do you please just take it off, Wen Ci? When she pouted her crimson lips, her beauty became almost enchanting, her gaze possessing an irresistible allure. Pei Siyu grasped her delicate hand, squeezing it firmly within his palm. What did you just call me? Pei, is that not acceptable? She replied, a hint of mischief in her tone. He tightened his grip, his rugged hand pressing against her fingers with increased force. Wen Ci winced, her brows knitting together in discomfort. You're hurting me. Pei Siyu found it difficult to maintain eye contact with her beguiling gaze and released her fingers, creating distance between them. Wen Ci, do not overreach. My earlier glance was unintentional. There is no way I would undress for you. Wen Ci blinked, her mind momentarily short-circuiting. Realizing his misunderstanding, she hastily clarified, where are your thoughts wandering? I do not wish to see you naked. I merely wish for you to remove your shirt, so I can wash it for you. Pei Siyu, She resumed feeding him the cigarette held delicately between her fingers. With a playful smile, she asked, "So, will you take it off or not?" As the evening breeze wafted through, the proximity allowed Wen Ci to distinctly perceive his scent. "I'm so sleepy," she murmured, gazing at his prominent nose and alluring lips. "You've seen me bare, and you must compensate by removing your shirt. Otherwise, I cannot forgive you." With that, she turned towards the dormitory. Pei Siyu extinguished his cigarette, sensing an unusual stirring within him. He thrust his hand into his pocket, taking a moment to gather himself before striding towards the dormitory. Upon entering the bathroom, he removed his shirt and handed it to Wen Ci. Wen Ci embraced the shirt, her eyes lighting up with delight. Pei Siyu felt a flicker of confusion. Was her interest in him merely a fascination with his shirt? What peculiar penchant did she possess? With work awaiting him, Pei Siyu refrained from lingering in the dormitory. Wen Ci, clutching his shirt, rolled onto the bed in excitement. She could finally sleep peacefully tonight. However, in the dead of night, she awoke in a fright from a nightmare, a haunting reminder of her past lives marred by insomnia. Despair washed over her. She buried her face in Pei Siyu's shirt, grateful for the comforting scent that momentarily alleviated her suffering. Determined to accumulate good karma and enhance her spiritual energy, she pondered if she might find a substitute exuding a similar essence, allowing her to dismiss the man entirely. After a restless night, she donned her clothes and made her way to the police station to find Pei Siyu. He was still at his desk, engrossed in surveillance footage, his demeanor serious and focused. It was often said that a man at work is at his most handsome, and indeed, it held true. Wen Ci knocked lightly. "Pei Dui." Pei Siyu glanced up, furrowing his brow. "Why are you awake?" "I couldn't sleep," she replied, stepping into his office. "By the way, when I was changing, you barged in to say you had something to discuss. What was it?" Pei Siyu retrieved a contract from his desk. "You possess the ability to communicate with small animals, so I requested Deputy Xiao to appoint you as our team's special consultant." When Ci glanced at the contract he handed her. A special consultant, under the protection of the police station, with a commendable salary and benefits akin to a formal position. However, what truly captivated her was the thought that whenever Pei Siyu was busy with cases, she could visit him openly. "I'm willing to sign the contract, but you must agree to one condition." Pei Siyu narrowed his eyes. "What is it?" "You must hand over the clothes you change out of every day." "Even your underwear?" he inquired, bemused. "What nonsense is that?" "I have no interest in your underwear," she retorted. "Shirts, sweaters, jackets are all fair game. But I refuse to deal with underwear and smelly socks." She was not like Jiang Yuro, who had an odd fascination with his undergarments. "My feet do not smell. Regardless, I do not want your underwear or socks." Pei Siyu could not comprehend why she now favored his discarded clothing, but he knew that one day he would understand. "Fine, it's a deal." After signing the contract, Wen Ci approached Pei Siyu's computer. "What are you watching?" As the newly appointed special consultant of Team 2, Wen Ci could now openly discuss cases with him. The screen displayed footage of the deceased Ling Haoyu in the elevator prior to his demise, as well as footage of him in the Jin Yuan community days before. In the elevator, Ling Haoyu appeared lost, clutching his clothing tightly while murmuring to himself. Pei Siyu had consulted experts to analyze the audio using noise reduction and frequency separation techniques. But Ling Haoyu's unstable vocalizations, rising and falling in pace, combined with the elevator's resonant frequency rendered it inaudible. Pei Siyu pointed to the footage of Ling Haoyu walking in the community. "Notice how he seems dazed at first, then suddenly breaks into a sprint. The caretaker can barely keep up with him." This happened for 2 consecutive days before his death, prompting the caretaker to refuse to take him outside. Fearing he would get hurt, Lei Zi and the others tracked down the caretaker, who had fled to the countryside. She claimed that after locking Ling Haoyu inside, she went out to play cards, and upon returning the next morning to find him missing, she panicked and fled to avoid responsibility. She noted that Ling Haoyu had never acted out before. His recent behavior was unprecedented.
Wen Ci positioned herself beside Pei Siyu,
scrutinizing the footage of Ling Haoyu suddenly sprinting. "When he runs, I hear the same bird calling urgently." However, due to the limited audio range of the surveillance microphone, she could not discern what the bird was saying. Yet, she was certain it was the same bird. Turning her attention to the elevator footage, she asked, "Pei Siyu, have you discovered something by repeatedly examining this footage and involving me as your special consultant?" Pei Siyu responded with a low hum after magnifying the footage. "I discovered a green crab spider among the elevator's decor." He zoomed in, pointing to the green crab spider perched on the decorative painting. The background was green, making it nearly invisible to those lacking keen observation skills. Wen Ci regarded him with admiration. You truly possess the keen eyes of a detective. The spider's proximity to Ling Haoyu was noteworthy, and as he exited the elevator, the spider had even crawled onto his back. Since you can communicate with small animals, if we can locate this green crab spider, might we uncover what Ling Haoyu murmured before his death? Wen Ci gave Pei Siyu a thumbs up, acknowledging the soundness of his reasoning. To find the green crab spider, she requested Pei Siyu to take her back to the Pei residence, where she, alongside her rodent companions and Yen Yen, ventured to the Jin Yuan community. With the assistance of her rodent friends and Yen Yen, they located the green crab spider within 2 hours. It was nestled in an inconspicuous corner on the top floor, bewildered as it was besieged by 2 mice and a swallow while attempting to weave its web. Whoa, have I violated some celestial law? The mice and the bird are here to eat me. I have so many legs but so little meat. Please don't eat me. When Ci and Pei Siyu arrived at the scene, this is a disaster. Now humans have come to attack me too. If one cannot strike the opponent, then one might as well turn the blade upon oneself. Stay back, everyone. We shall self-destruct. As Wen Ci observed the green crab spider ensnaring itself further in its own web, she hastily interjected, "Little spider, fear not. We shall not harm you." Jiumin. This human is exceptionally beautiful, was tiny brain is nearly withering away. Is it speaking to her? Wen Ci nodded, affirming, "Indeed, the beautiful human is addressing you." The green crab spider, exhilarated by the realization that it could converse with a human, attempted to extricate itself from the web, but the more it struggled, the tighter it became ensnared. This is quite the predicament. I might truly meet my end here. Wen Ci promptly approached and liberated the adorably clumsy green crab spider. Once able to breathe freely, the spider shook its head and gently brushed its velvety legs against Wen Ci's palm. "Thank you, beautiful human." Wen Ci produced a photograph of Ling Haoyu and softly inquired, "Little spider, do you remember him?" Upon recognizing Ling Haoyu's likeness, the green crab spider emitted a sharp shriek. Ah, how terrifying he is. Chapter 41. A Great Contribution. A lifetime of care. Wen Ci's expression shifted to one of seriousness. What troubles him? The green crab spider curled up in her hand, trembling. Little spider is frightened and dares not recall. Wen Ci then revealed the aphids and thrips she had asked Pei Siyu to capture from the flower bed. Your memories are crucial to us, little spider. If you feast well, might you assist us in recalling? The spider's antennae twitched. Upon catching the scent of delicacies, it raised its head and stealthily observed the small insects. The emptiness in its belly proved too tempting to resist. With a sudden leap, it pinned an aphid down and began to voraciously devour it. Delicious, indeed. In exchange for this feast, perhaps we could bravely recall a memory. That night, it had inadvertently entered an elevator. Pondering how to exit, it suddenly spotted a tall, slender young man entering. It leaped onto the man's shoulder, intending to follow him out. However, exhaustion struck. When it regained consciousness, it discovered the man had plunged into a water tank. Terrified of water, it found its legs nearly powerless in the liquid. Fortunately, its 8 legs flailed desperately, and the not-so-smooth tank walls allowed it to grasp a tiny crevice. As it climbed up, the man's figure gradually vanished beneath the surface. When a man drowns, it seems there is a fleeting moment of clarity. He struggled briefly, but then, at that moment, an ominous and piercing bird call pierced the air. I was utterly frightened, unable to comprehend what the bird screeched. I only witnessed the man, upon hearing the call, slowly relinquishing his struggle, muttering. Wen Ci's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. What was he muttering? The green crab spider tilted its head, finishing off an aphid before moving on to the thrip. Hold on a moment. Why the rush? Let one enjoy the delicacies first. Wen Ci, much like herself, was also a glutton. After finishing its meal, the green crab spider let out a satisfied burp. Burp. Sated and content, the spider life is delightful. All right, very remembered. While in the elevator, he was saying, looking for the baby. To the highest place. After jumping into the water tank, he was again saying, soon, I shall see the baby. Wen Ci gently patted the green crab spider's head. Good, thank you. She turned and relayed the information the spider had disclosed to Pei Siyu. Pei Siyu's brow furrowed, his dark eyes glinting with intensity. As he suspected, Ling Haoyu's death was not a mere accident or suicide. Something more sinister lay beneath the surface. The bird call, the baby, the highest point, Pei Siyu's mind raced with possibilities. The bird was likely manipulated by a hypnotist, and Ling Haoyu had been entranced, with the bird coaxing him to leap into the tank. At the age of 7, he had fallen down a staircase, suffering a brain injury that caused cognitive issues. By all accounts, he should not have harbored enmity towards anyone. Furthermore, who was this baby he spoke of? Was he willing to die just to see the baby? Too many questions loomed, twisting like a tangled mass in Pei Siyu's thoughts. The pressing matter now was to return to the station and request a reopening of the case from Director Xiao. "Little spider, are you willing to accompany me back?"
Wen Ci inquired.
The green crab spider glanced at the mouse brothers and Yen, trembling as it nestled back into Wen Ci's palm. "Are they all your subordinates?" Wen Ci chuckled. "Indeed, they follow me, and every day there are treats for them." The green crab spider remained silent, yet within its mind, it mused. Daily delicacies and the chance to see the beautiful human, what a bargain. But following a human means relinquishing my freedom. If it becomes too lazy and cannot serve as a good soldier for the human, I shall always be besieged by the mouse brothers and Yen. Wen Ci cleared her throat. "Little spider, you think too much. Today, your assistance in providing clues has been a great contribution. In the future, should you wish to be lazy, I assure you, I shall care for you for a lifetime." We did not speak. Yet the beautiful human seems to know what I am thinking. In the future, shall I have no privacy whatsoever? When I grow up, I still wish to mate and propagate. I can arrange a partner for you in the future. The green crab spider brushed its legs against Wen Ci's palm. "Human, it's a deal." The mouse brothers exchanged glances upon witnessing Wen Ci place the green crab spider into a box, chirping excitedly. "How splendid! Yet another little spider soldier has been recruited." Wen Ci returned to the Pei household with her little companions. Meanwhile, Pei Siyu headed to the police station, where he called Director Xiao en route. Upon arriving, he met with Wen Ci, who bore a rather grim expression. "The forensic results are in. Ling Haoyu drowned after climbing into the tank himself. Are you attempting to turn a subjective act of suicide into a criminal case for the sake of your own spotlight?" Before dawn, Wen Ci had been cradling Tang Wan, still asleep, when Director Xiao's call had ignited a surge of fury within him. The cripple should be tending to police dogs. What use is there in seeking to outshine others, wasting police resources? Before Wen Ci could finish his tirade, an irate Pei Siyu delivered a punch to his face. Pei Siyu glared sharply at Wen Ci. An individual with cognitive issues, if he intended to end his life, why would he exert effort to climb into a water tank? "If you refuse to investigate, our team will continue our inquiries." Wen Ci wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his fists clenched tightly as he retaliated against Pei Siyu. However, in the next instant, his punch was firmly caught by Pei Siyu's iron grip. With a swift sidekick, Pei Siyu sent Wen Ci sprawling to the ground. Wen Ci gritted his teeth in pain, struggling to find his voice.
"So, what if you're a cripple?"
"You can still be pinned to the ground." His back teeth were nearly ground to dust. "Brute, what does it matter if you possess strength? Do you have the capability to solve cases? Stop acting like a clown, stirring up trouble, otherwise. When you're expelled from the police station, I will not take in a single one of your subordinates." Pei Siyu let out a cold scoff. "Wen Ci, how exactly did someone like you manage to solve cases in the past?" Wen Ci rose from the ground, pointing a finger at Pei Siyu's nose, ready to retort. When Director Xiao approached, "Director, someone like Pei Siyu is unfit to remain in the police force. Did you see how he just assaulted me?" Director Xiao's brow furrowed. "Ci, I stood outside for quite a while and heard everything. You called Siyu a cripple, and I heard it all. Your capabilities are exceptional. No one in the department denies that, but I fail to understand why you constantly target Siyu." In the evening, Siyu and our specially appointed expert, Wen Ci, revisited the Jinyuan community, where they made a significant discovery. The drowning of Ling Haoyu in the water tank was not an act of suicide, but rather a manipulation by a murderer. Wen Ci's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Chief Xiao. "What? The Bureau hired Wen Ci as a criminal investigation expert? Have they gone mad? This is sheer nonsense. Wen Ci is nothing but a simpleton. What does she know about solving cases? Hiring her family member Qin Yu would be more sensible." Just then a phone call came in. After answering, Chief Xiao's expression changed dramatically. Another incident had occurred. Chapter 42. Silencing? What deep hatred is this? As dawn broke, the sound of police sirens shattered the tranquility of the morning. On the highway, an SUV had collided with the guardrail. Despite the firefighters arriving promptly, a significant portion of the vehicle had already burned away. The deformed doors were pried open, revealing the charred remains of 2 bodies. The deceased were Ling Haoyu's parents, Ling Honyuan and Xiaoying. After completing charity work in the mountains, they rushed back upon hearing of their son's accident, only to meet tragedy on the road just before exiting the Yecheng Expressway. A forensic expert approached with an examination kit, inspecting the bodies. Pei Siyu stood beside the blackened driver's seat, his brows furrowed and lips pressed tightly together. Ling Haoyu's death was clearly the result of foul play. What about his parents? Was the true culprit intent on eliminating the entire Ling family? No. Only Ling Haoyu's sister, Ling Xia, remained. Would she be in danger? Pei Siyu summoned Shen Lei to his side. Have you made contact with Ling Xia? Ling Xia is studying fine arts. Their class went to Yunqing for a sketching trip a few days ago. We couldn't reach her, but we did get in touch with her advisor. Once she learns about the incident, she should return immediately. Pei Siyu's lips tightened into a straight line, instructing to contact the Yunqing police to arrange for officers to escort her back. Shen Lei understood Pei Siyu's concerns and nodded. All right, I'll reach out right away. The forensic expert Lin Miao Miao had already drawn preliminary conclusions. There were no signs of struggle on the victims' bodies. The charred skin indicated high-temperature burns. And there were no signs of secondary transport. Further tests were necessary for more details. When Shirwa circled the vehicle, noting there were no signs of tampering with the brakes, nor was there any evidence of a collision, it appeared the victims had been driving through the night and fatigue had caused the accident. Based on the evidence and examinations, it indeed seemed like an accident. However, Pei Siyu knew in his heart that it was anything but accidental. The mastermind behind this knew that Ling Haoyu's body had already been discovered by the police, and at this critical juncture, they had caused the death of his parents. Was this not a provocation to the police? Siyu, what do you think? Chief Zhao inquired. Pei Siyu replied with a stern expression. From the scene, there are indeed no apparent points of suspicion, but I firmly believe this was not an accident. It was deliberate. I've called Wen Ci. She will be here shortly. Chief Zhao patted Pei Siyu on the shoulder. All right, the Ling family case is entrusted to your team. When Shiyue's face fell at Chief Zhao's words.
Chief.
You don't trust me? Chief Zhao looked at Wen Shiyue. Your thoughts differ from Cus. You may proceed according to your own reasoning, but I require a conclusion that is logical and reasonable. When Shiyue cast a cold glance at Pei Siyu, I will prove that you are wrong. When Wen Ci arrived, the bodies were just being covered with white cloth and taken away. Upon learning that the victims were Ling Haoyu's parents, she was taken aback. In just a few days, an entire family had perished? When Ci, look over there by the tree, I see a few sparrows. Can you see if you can communicate with them?
Wen Ci nodded,
releasing the little swallow she had brought along. The swallow quickly flew to a branch, chirping inquisitively. Before long, it returned. Great-grandma. I found out that a sparrow said that before the car accident, the man driving and the woman in the passenger seat suddenly began cursing each other. Then they seemed to have seen something terrifying, waving their hands frantically, urging that thing to go away, their expressions filled with dread. Not long after, the car crashed into the guardrail and caught fire. When Ci relayed the swallow's account to Pei Siyu, did they hear any sharp bird calls? The swallow flew back to ask again. No, they didn't hear anything. Pei Siyu frowned deeply. If Ling Honyuan and Xiaoying had not been hypnotized, under what circumstances would they suddenly experience hallucinations and lose their senses? Hypnosis is often accompanied by auditory cues, and hallucinations could be induced by olfactory stimuli. Pei Siyu grasped Wen Ci's hand and led her to the police car. Where are we going?
Wen Ci inquired.
To the Accident Vehicle Inspection Center, Pei Siyu replied, pulling out his phone to call Song Lin. Have the tech department extract data from Ling Honyuan and Xiaoying's phones to see if there are any photographs taken in the car. Having given instructions to Song Lin, Pei Siyu made several more calls. As Wen Ci observed him driving while coordinating with relevant personnel, his demeanor was intense and resolute, prompting a sense of admiration and respect within her. Despite his brusque nature, Pei Siyu displayed an extraordinary level of dedication and seriousness towards the case. After finishing his calls, Pei Siyu noticed Wen Ci staring at him intently. He narrowed his dark eyes slightly. What is it? Is there something on my face? Wen Ci smiled. Captain Pei, I wish I could seal you in a box and play a game of blindfolded tag with you. Unfortunately, this is not the right time. Pei Siyu,
don't get any ideas about me.
Wen Ci pouted, pulling out the breakfast she had brought. You haven't eaten anything, have you? Pei Siyu muttered a low When Ci retrieved a container of dumplings. I made dumplings this morning, have a little. It's not convenient while driving. I'll feed you. In her haste, she had forgotten to bring chopsticks. My hands are clean, you don't mind, do you? Wen Ci picked up a dumpling and brought it to Pei Siyu's lips. Pei Siyu hesitated for a moment as he saw the dumpling she offered. "Hurry and eat. My hands are clean." Pei Siyu opened his lips, taking the dumpling from Wen Ci's hand. After finishing one, she offered him another. When he reached the last one, Pei Siyu accidentally bit Wen Ci's fingertip. A warm sensation coursed through her, akin to an electric shock. Wen Ci withdrew her hand, glancing at the man whose expression was both proud and awkward, noticing a hint of crimson on his ears. Unable to suppress her laughter, she remarked, biting a woman's finger. "And you're embarrassed? Surely you haven't had your first kiss yet?" Pei Siyu maintained his stern demeanor, gazing ahead. "What? Do you want it?" Wen Ci shrugged. "Not at all. I just didn't expect you to be so innocent. And so sentimental." Tang Wan truly missed out on a deeply devoted man. Pei Siyu, not wanting his first kiss, who did she desire instead? Sia Jing Huai?
Who also?
Wen Ci was puzzled about what she had said to provoke this stubborn man. Having personally fed him breakfast, he had suddenly turned aloof, ignoring her attempts at conversation. "Humph. If you want to ignore me, let's see who lasts longer." Half an hour later, they arrived at the Accident Vehicle Inspection Center. Meanwhile, Pei Siyu received photographs from Song Lin, capturing Ling Hongyuan and Xiaoying just before their departure to the impoverished mountainous region. After reviewing the images, Pei Siyu personally examined the accident vehicle. Sure enough, he uncovered something amiss. The true cause of Ling Hongyuan and Xiaoying's hallucinations, which led to the accident, was revealed to be a bottle of perfume. Pei Siyu extracted a charred fragment of the perfume bottle from the twisted wreckage of the vehicle. Subsequently, he discovered a small metallic circular piece beneath the seat. It was the cap of the perfume, gently brushing away the soot from the surface. One could faintly discern the logo of a renowned perfume. When Ci stood beside Pei Siyu, observing his stern and somber expression, she furrowed her delicate brows and inquired, "Have you discovered something?" Pei Siyu's features were taut, recalling that when Ling Hongyuan and Xiaoying drove to the impoverished mountainous region, the brand of perfume in their vehicle differed upon their return. If my deductions are correct, the couple must have received news of Ling Haoyu's mishap and hurried back, neglecting the fact that the perfume in their car had been swapped. The substituted fragrance likely contained components capable of inducing hallucinations. When Ci nodded in agreement, which elucidated the situation, when Yen Yen inquired about the matter from KK, she reported witnessing the couple suddenly succumb to madness, their rationality unraveling, which ultimately led to the accident. The Ling family must have harbored some deep-seated enmity with someone, as the perpetrator sought to eradicate their entire lineage. The assailant must be a highly educated individual, adept at hypnotizing Ling Haoyu, utilizing the sound of birds to lead him into the water tank where he would drown. Furthermore, this individual managed to stealthily replace the perfume in Ling Hongyuan and Xiaoying's vehicle. Captain Pei, the Ling family is left with only their youngest daughter, Ling Xia. She is indeed in peril. Pei Siyu's expression hardened. "I have already arranged for the police in Yunqing to escort Ling Xia back." Upon returning to the police station from the Vehicle Inspection Center, Pei Siyu immediately convened a meeting with the members of Team 2. The perfume must have been placed in Ling Hongyuan and Xiaoying's vehicle while they were in the impoverished area, where surveillance is scarce, making it challenging to determine who tampered with the car. Our only course of action is to capture this bottle of hallucination-inducing Ji Xiang perfume. Pei Siyu pointed at the logo projected on the screen. "Lazy. Contact the brand and investigate the sales records for the past 6 months nationwide, particularly filtering for purchases made in Yi City." Song Lin was tasked with interviewing Ling Hongyuan and Xiaoying's relatives, friends, and neighbors, ensuring no one with past grievances was overlooked. Additionally, a thorough investigation into the special school Ling Haoyu attended was necessary. The individual capable of hypnotizing him must have had significant interaction with him and earned his trust. "Understood, Captain Pei." After assigning the tasks, Pei Siyu turned to Wen Ci. "You must be weary. Allow me to escort you back to the Pei residence." Wen Ci gazed at the man, who had endured an entire night without rest, the faintest hint of redness in his deep-set eyes. "You haven't slept a wink. You should take a short nap in your dormitory while I take a taxi home." "No need. I am heading back to take a shower." During the drive home, Wen Ci stifled several yawns. She looked eagerly at the man behind the wheel. "Captain Pei, could you lend me your coat?" Pei Siyu raised an eyebrow. "Cold?" Wen Ci was not truly cold, but to procure his coat, she feigned a slight shiver. Pei Siyu pulled over and removed his coat, handing it to Wen Ci. "Here." She quickly draped it over herself. "I am utterly exhausted. I will just rest for a moment." Without waiting for Pei Siyu's response, she closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. Pei Siyu regarded the woman who had tucked her head into his coat, a fleeting softness and tenderness glimmering in his narrowed gaze. Half an hour later, the vehicle arrived at the Pei residence. Wen Ci remained asleep, showing no signs of waking. Pei Siyu refrained from rousing her and returned to the villa for a shower. Upon returning to the car, he noticed that she had uncovered her face from his coat, sleeping soundly. Her long, thick lashes hung low like delicate fans, and beneath her elegant nose, her lips were slightly pursed, presenting an image of serene beauty. Pei Siyu gazed at her for several seconds before his peripheral vision caught sight of her bag resting on her lap. Recalling that she had placed private photos of Huisu inside, he reached out and retrieved her bag, extracting the few flamboyant images of Huisu. His handsome face was shadowed like the color of darkened iron. What is it about other men's chests and abs that makes them so appealing? The more he looked, the more irritated he became, ultimately tearing the pictures to shreds. When Ci vaguely heard a sound, sensing something amiss, and abruptly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Pei Siyu shredding her handsome man's photos, her heart erupted with panic.
Ah,
You wretched man, taking advantage of my slumber to destroy my cherished pictures. Pei Siyu met her gaze with his dark, profound eyes. Do you enjoy these? When Ci puffed up her cheeks, what of it? I simply wish to maintain my youth and beauty by admiring some handsome faces. Pei Siyu clenched his jaw. All right, go get your ID. When Ci raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? To the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize our divorce. Thereafter, you may gaze upon whomever you desire, and I shall not hinder you. You dog of a man. When Ci exclaimed, fully aware that she could not divorce him at this time, his actions were deliberate.
no need to be angry.
What ill intentions could this wretched man possibly have? He merely wished to incite her wrath.
Wen Ci shot Pei Siyu agler, divorce?
One day, I shall conquer you in bed. Before he could utter another word, she exited the car, slamming the door with a resounding bang. Pei Siyu observed her tempestuous departure, shaking his head in resignation. Her current lustful demeanor bore a striking resemblance to her younger self, though back then, her affections were directed solely towards him. After showering at the villa, when Ci curled up with Pei Siyu's coat, drifting into a deep slumber once more, she was awakened by the gentle prodding of a fluffy tail. Meow. You wicked lady, are you a pig? How can you sleep more soundly than this cat? Wake up. Wake up. The old master is arguing with Pei Jian.
Wen Ci jolte da wake.
She saw the little leopard that had leapt onto her bed, incessantly nudging her with its tail. She scooped it into her arms and affectionately ruffled its head. Wicked lady, be gentle. My head is nearly going bald from your affection. When Ci gazed at the little leopard's round, plush head, unable to resist planting a kiss upon it, Little bun, why are you so adorable? Upon hearing Wen Ci's words, the little leopard awkwardly turned its head away, its ear tips flush with a faint pink hue. Humph, I am a dignified little cat. Cease your flattery. Holding the proud yet bashful little leopard, when Ci rose from the bed, quickly tell me why the old master is arguing with Pei Jian. The little leopard eagerly relayed the information it had overheard. When Ci's beautiful eyes widened slightly, my goodness, this is quite the scandal.
Come.
Let us go and indulge in this juicy gossip. Embracing the little leopard, when Ci made her way to the old master Pei's villa. As they approached the entrance, they overheard Pei Jian passionately declaring, Grandfather, I will marry no one but Nan Shui. If you refuse to acknowledge me as your grandson henceforth, I am prepared to resign from the Pei group. Furthermore, Nan Shui is pregnant, and I am about to become a father. Upon hearing that Nan Shui was with child, the old master nearly fainted from fury. Gripping his cane, he struck Pei Jian's back with force. You wretched boy. I have taught you since childhood that you must not cause a woman to bear a child before marriage. How could you? The old master, incensed. Pei Jian hastily soothed his chest. Grandfather, that night I was intoxicated and lost control. He furrowed his brow. Besides, I intend to take responsibility for Nan Shui. The old master shoved Pei Jian away. You were inebriated yet still managed to perform? If you are so capable, why not ascend to the heavens? Pei Jian retorted, Zhang Nan Shui is the eldest daughter of Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang nearly compromised your reputation, and Zhang Shuiro stole your brother's underwear, privately claiming your sister-in-law's clothes and bags. The Zhang family's character is lacking, and they will only leech off you. Do you wish to be the fool? Pei Jian's brow furrowed deeply. Grandfather, Nan Shui is kind-hearted. She is nothing like Aunt Zhang or Zhang Shuiro. Upon learning of their actions, she confronted them fiercely and declared that if it happened again, she would sever ties with them. If you disapprove of the Jiang family, I can refrain from bringing Nan Shui home in the future. The old master's blood pressure soared, and he felt the need for immediate relief to preserve his life. When Ci gazed at the furious old master Pei, immediately cradling the little leopard as she stepped into the villa. "Grandfather, please do not let your anger harm your health." Upon seeing Wen Ci approach, the elder's ashen expression softened somewhat. Ci bow. "What sin have I committed? That wretched boy Pei Siyu cannot even soothe his wife. And Pei Jian, the second son, is utterly consumed by love. I would approve of his marriage to anyone, but as for the Jiang family, in my eyes, none are worthy. Grandfather, Nan Shui is different. You cannot speak of her in such a manner." The old man was so enraged that he felt as if he might ascend to the heavens at any moment. When Ci approached the elder's side and glanced at Pei Jian, he possessed deep-set eyes and striking features, adorned with prayer beads on his wrist, exuding an air of refined aloofness. His intelligence seemed questionable, which explained why the elder was so incensed. Seeing Wen Ci stand by him, the old man was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Ci bow. "You too believe I am in the right, do you not?"
Wen Ci nodded, affirming, "Indeed."
"You are correct." Pei Jian regarded Wen Ci, recalling how she had once dominated him under the pretense of being the elder sister-in-law, leaving him bloodied when he misbehaved. Despite Wen Ci's unlikable demeanor in adulthood and her betrayal of the Pei family secrets, almost leading his elder brother into a vegetative state, Pei Jian still dared not defy her. "Elder sister-in-law, you do not truly understand Nan Shui. She is genuinely pure and wonderful." Wen Ci could not suppress a laugh. "Pure and wonderful? Yet she has you wearing a green hat and made you an unexpected father?" The moment her words escaped, a silence enveloped the air. The old man was the first to react. His anger dissipated as he began to thump his thigh, reveling in the misfortune. Oh. You're to be a father? Truly, she is pure and wonderful." Pei Jian's handsome face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. His hands, hanging at his sides, clenched into fists. "Nan Shui is not that kind of person, elder sister-in-law. Could you be mistaken?" When Ci gently stroked the little leopard in her arms. "The little bun told me. I watched a live broadcast yesterday and saw that your elder sister-in-law can communicate with small animals. It was quite fascinating. Your elder sister-in-law can understand what they say." The old man pulled out his phone and opened Wen Ci's social media. "Ci bow, I have followed you. Once I learn how to send gifts, I shall surpass those two who shower you with carnival tokens and strive to be your #1 supporter." One of those dogs was Pei Jian. Wen Ci's lips twitched. "Grandfather, you truly keep up with the trends." "Of course. Ever since you switched my medication, I have been feeling increasingly revitalized." With that, the old man shot a glare at the pale-faced Pei Jian. "Wretched boy, do you dare to doubt your elder sister-in-law?" Pei Jian replied. "I did not say I do not believe. You don't believe she might be secretly sending gifts to your elder sister-in-law? If not for the emergence of another dog, he would have been her #1 supporter." The old man turned to Wen Ci bow. "From where did the little leopard hear that Nan Shui intends to make this wretched boy a father?" Wen Ci placed the little leopard down, which immediately dashed away, leading them to the villa's courtyard. Yan stood atop a flower bed. Beside it lay a trembling ladybug. "Sister Yan, I have shared everything I know with you. See, could you let me go now?" Upon seeing Wen Ci and the others, the ladybug fluttered its wings. "Grandma Zhu has arrived. You should speak with her." When Ci approached and communicated with the ladybug. The ladybug originally resided in the southern hills of the city and had narrowly escaped being eaten by a sparrow that morning. To evade danger, it jumped onto the shoulder of a woman who was Jiang Nan Shui, accompanying Pei Jian to the southern hills. After escorting Jiang Nan Shui home, the ladybug crawled onto Pei Jian, ultimately arriving at the Pei residence, where it was discovered by Yan, nearly becoming a meal. I overheard that woman whispering to a man, saying she showed her pregnancy test results to Pei Jian, who was overjoyed and wanted to marry her. She also mentioned that once she obtained all of Pei Jian's assets, she would leave with the man and their child. Upon hearing the ladybug's words, Wen Ci glanced at Pei Jian, clicking her tongue. "Second brother, your situation looks quite green. Even more so than his elder brother." Although the original character had a crush on Sia Jing Huai, she had at least not made Pei Siyu an unexpected father. Pei Jian's brow furrowed. Capable of crushing a fly. "Elder sister-in-law, what did that little bug say?" When Ci relayed the ladybug's message, Pei Jian reached out, capturing the ladybug in his palm. "Little bug, Do not speak carelessly. I am not speaking carelessly. I would never betray my word. If I were to be harmed, I would die with my eyes wide open. Wen Ci quickly rescued the trembling ladybug from Pei Siyu's grasp. Pretty sister, to prove I have not lied, I have one more thing to share. Wen Ci nodded. All right, go ahead. Beneath the southern district, I overheard the snakes saying there is a large ancient tomb. Wen Ci's long eyelashes fluttered gently as she raised her gaze to Pei Siyu. Are you planning to bid for that land in the southern district soon? Pei Siyu nodded. The government intends to develop the southern district, and that land holds investment value. Both the Pei and Sia families are competing for it. I took nanny there today to inspect the area. The bug had just mentioned an ancient tomb underground. Pei Siyu froze, disbelief evident in his eyes. Really? Wen Ci affirmed it is not false. Pei Siyu gently rotated the prayer beads on his wrist, his expression solemn and heavy. Wretched boy, do you dare to doubt your elder sister-in-law's words? The old man smacked Pei Siyu on the back of his head. Pei Siyu felt as if he might be rendered foolish by the elder's blows. He helplessly stated, I do not doubt elder sister-in-law. If he had doubts, he would not have sent her over 20 carnival tokens during her live stream. I will not bid for the southern district land. And as for nanny, before he could finish, the elder smacked him again. If you wish to be a father and wear a green hat, you might as well leave with nothing. Pei Siyu interjected, grandfather, second brother, I have an idea that could determine whose child Jiang nanny is truly carrying. Chapter 45, Leaving with Nothing. The Beginning of Disdain. Pei Siyu had been kidnapped during his childhood. After escaping from his captors, he sought refuge in a cave, where he fell ill with a high fever. It was Jiang nanny who saved him. Over the years, he had treated her with utmost care, fulfilling every one of her requests. He truly could not bear to believe that Jiang nanny would make him a father unexpectedly. Yet, his elder sister-in-law had no reason to deceive him. To ascertain whether Jiang nanny's pregnancy was indeed his, Pei Siyu resolved to follow his elder sister-in-law's plan. After changing into a new outfit, he packed his belongings and headed to Jiang nanny's apartment. Upon ringing the doorbell and seeing the man standing at the entrance, Jiang nanny was momentarily taken aback before recognizing him as Pei Siyu. He had traded his impeccably tailored suit for a shabby gray jacket, paired with torn trousers, and his hair lay unkempt against his forehead. He carried a cheap woven bag, and his once valuable wristwatch was nowhere to be seen. His current appearance was disheveled, akin to a beggar on the street. Jiang nanny widened her eyes slightly. Jian, what has happened to you? After inspecting the southern land, she had informed him of her pregnancy, and he had been overjoyed and excited, promising to marry her. He had intended to return to the Pei residence to inform the old man. He had planned to marry her and promised to transfer 10 of his shares to her once he received approval from his grandfather and elder brother. How had he transformed into this state in just an hour or two? Pei Siyu furrowed his brow, deep shadows of discomfort and fatigue clouding his enchanting eyes. Nanny, my family opposes our marriage, and I had a fierce argument with them. To prove my sincerity, I have left everything behind. Upon finishing his words, he became exceedingly enraged, exclaiming, do they think that by leaving me with nothing, they can manipulate me? Nanny, you cherish the person I am, not my wealth. Am I correct? Jiang nanny's pupils slightly constricted. Had he been cast out by the Pei family, stripped of all he possessed? Dian, you are the president of the Pei group. Without you, who will manage the Pei family's affairs? His elder brother was the captain of the criminal police. His third brother a race car driver, and his younger sister was still in school. The old man had recently been in good spirits, declaring that he would personally oversee matters. Pei Siyu set down the woven bag he carried and clasped Jiang nanny's shoulders. Nanny, even if I have nothing left, you would not disdain me, would you? We can strive together in the future. Jiang nanny gazed at the makeshift garments adorning Pei Siyu, feeling as though her heart was pricked by a needle. It was not out of pity, but rather disdain. She had long been accustomed to frequenting high-end restaurants, surrounded by luxury goods. Now that he had fallen from grace, would she truly endure hardship alongside him? Jiang nanny had not anticipated that Pei Siyu would prove so ineffectual. If the Pei family opposed their union, why should he leave with nothing? He ought to contest their inheritance instead. Lowering her gaze to caress her abdomen, tears brimmed in her eyes. Jian, I wish to endure hardships with you, but must our child also suffer after birth? Did you not inform your grandfather that I am carrying your child? Pei Siyu's brow furrowed, a troubled expression crossing his handsome face. I did tell him. But after your mother nearly ruined his reputation, he warned that if I wed you, he would hang himself at the Pei household's entrance. Jiang Nanshue's heart was in disarray. She had not expected matters to spiral beyond her control. Nanshue, I have nowhere to stay. I shall reside with you from now on. Pei Jian entered the apartment, holding the woven bag. Jiang Nanshue watched his retreating figure and the bag in his hand, her disdain nearly spilling over. By the way, Nanshue, the jewelry and the new designer bag I gifted you, are they still with you? Jiang Nanshue furrowed her brow. Yes, why do you ask? I need the jewelry, the bag, and the property deed for this apartment. I intend to pawn them for a loan. Pei Jian grasped Jiang Nanshue's hand, his peach blossom eyes filled with deep affection and earnestness. I have confidence in my abilities as long as I can secure a loan. I am certain I can rise again. What? Jiang Nanshue could scarcely believe her ears. He intended to pawn her belongings for a loan? Had he lost his mind? Why should she sacrifice her possessions for his financial gain? Controlling her displeasure, she withdrew her hand, her delicate brows knitting tightly.
Jian.
I believe you should return to communicate with your grandfather and elder brother. You have finally stabilized the Pei Group's business. How can you leave with nothing? They are too ruthless. If they refuse, you should hold a press conference to voice your grievances. Pei Jian gazed at Jiang Nanshue with an intensity that suggested he was seeing her for the first time. Nanshue, you know how important my grandfather and elder brother are to me. How could I possibly hold a press conference against them? Jiang Nanshue, in a fit of emotion, exclaimed, Then will you allow me and our child to suffer alongside you? Pei Jian, if you cannot return to the Pei family, I will terminate the pregnancy. I will not let our child endure hardship. Pei Jian's handsome features tightened. Nanshue, did you not once say that you would stand by me, regardless of my circumstances? I was not pregnant back then, but now I am. Jiang Nanshue grasped Pei Jian's arm, tears blurring her vision as she implored, for the sake of our child. You must fight for your rightful share of the inheritance. You promised to provide me with a better life. Pei Jian lowered his gaze, concealing the tumultuous emotions swirling within him. Let me think it over. Jiang Nanshue chose not to respond to Pei Jian, her face set, retreating to the bedroom. If he could not reclaim his position in the Pei family or secure what was rightfully his, she would not remain with him. Starting from scratch was a notion only naive young girls entertained. Love without sustenance was meaningless. Moreover, there was no love between them to speak of. Upon hearing the bedroom door slam shut, the warmth in Pei Jian's gaze gradually cooled. During his journey from the Pei residence, he had found himself unable to suppress the fantasy that Jiang Nanshue was different from the others in the Jiang family. She was pure, kind, gentle, and considerate. Even if he had lost everything, she would not scorn him and would accompany him in rebuilding his life. If she were willing, he would fight against his family to the bitter end. Yet, what was the reality? After he lost everything, she was unwilling to share in his suffering. This apartment was one he had once purchased for her, and she was entirely unwilling to produce the property deed for him to secure a loan. Not to mention the expensive jewelry and bags he had gifted her. Had he been without money, she would not have sought him out with the jade pendant he had once given her 2 years ago. 2 years of affection had become worthless in the face of reality, a fact Pei Jian found hard to accept. As he contemplated the next steps orchestrated by his sister-in-law, he steeled himself. Perhaps even greater harm and turmoil awaited him. Chapter 46. Unveiling the truth after returning to her bedroom, Jiang Nanshue finally emerged as evening fell. She had expected Pei Jian to have left on his own accord, but instead, she found him in the kitchen, preparing a meal. Nanshue, I no longer have money to treat you to a lavish dinner. I noticed you had some meat and vegetables in the fridge, so I made 3 dishes for us to enjoy together. The dining table was adorned with Pei Jian's home-cooked braised pork ribs, eggplant, and green beans, all looking appetizing. However, Jiang Nanshue, accustomed to fine dining, could hardly bear to glance at such humble fare. The thought of having to live a mundane life alongside Pei Jian further agitated her. Jian, after dinner, you should return to the Pei family and communicate with your grandfather and elder brother properly. Pei Jian frowned. Nanshue, do you disdain me?
No.
I simply do not wish for our child to suffer alongside us after birth. My family was not well off. I have endured enough hardship. Jiang Nanshue began to cry. I only want my child to live a good life. Pei Jian pressed his lips tightly together, choosing not to respond. After serving the soup, he led Jiang Nanshue to the dining table. Nanshue, I am also feeling quite miserable. Pei Jian retrieved a bottle of white liquor from the cabinet.
Tonight.
Let me drink until I am inebriated, all right? Jiang Nanshue did not stop him. If you wish to drink, then drink. Pei Jian began to down glass after glass. Nanxue, I am not afraid of being broke. I am only afraid of losing you. Jiang Nanxue furrowed her brow. If you are afraid, then you should return to the Pei family and fight for what is yours. Pei Jian's eyes turned a shade of crimson as he slurred, Nanxue, I am truly in a dilemma. Dian, for the sake of our unborn child, you must display some masculinity. The Pei group is under your management. Why should you leave with nothing? Pei Jian nodded. Nanxue, you make a valid point. Jiang Nanxue felt a glimmer of hope in her heart. It seemed he had taken her words to heart. Yet, the next moment, she heard him say, I do not dare to fight for it. I fear my grandfather will hang himself at the door. Jiang Nanxue, after Pei Jian had consumed an unknown number of cups, he glanced at Jiang Nanshue's abdomen. Nanxue, upon learning that you were carrying my child, I felt immense joy and excitement, he mused, even envisioning their future as a family of 3. Jiang Nanxue observed Pei Jian's drowsy demeanor and extended 3 fingers before his eyes, asking, How many fingers do you see? Nanxue, I am not drunk. It's 5. Clearly, it is 3. Jiang Nanxue retorted, noticing he was already quite inebriated. After consuming 2 more cups of liquor, Pei Jian collapsed onto the dining table. Jiang Nanxue reached out to nudge him. Are you drunk? Pei Jian did not respond. Jiang Nanxue extended her leg and forcefully kicked Pei Jian, admonishing him not to sleep sprawled across the dining table. Pei Jian remained utterly unresponsive, clearly intoxicated. Jiang Nanxue raised her hand to rub her temples, her eyes brimming with disdain and annoyance. What nonsense is this about a Buddha-like domineering CEO? After 2 years together, she realized that while he was decisive and resolute in the business world, he seemed utterly devoid of opinions in front of his family. He would heed whatever they said, especially the words of his elder brother and grandfather. Even the vacuous remarks of Wen Ci would earn his attention. This time, he had astonishingly left everything behind, relinquishing all his assets to his family without a thought for her and their child. Incensed, Jiang Nanxue kicked Pei Jian again, twice this time. What has stirred such ire in my beauty? A frivolous male voice chimed in. Startled by the unexpected arrival of the man in her apartment, Jiang Nanxue hurried over to him and gently pushed against his chest. Why didn't you inform me of your arrival? Pei Jian is here. It would be bad for him to see you. The man cast a glance at the sprawled Pei Jian. You kicked him with such force. Yet he isn't. He uttered a sound. He must be thoroughly inebriated. He then wrapped his arms around Jiang Nanxue, his fingers caressing her abdomen. You must take good care of yourself. Soon, our precious son will become the heir of the Pei group. Jiang Nanxue grasped the man's hand, her brows knitting together in concern. Didn't you see what Pei Jian is wearing right now? The man glanced at Pei Jian and, noting his shabby attire, raised an eyebrow in suspicion. What is wrong with him? He has left the Pei family to marry me, without a single possession to his name. The man gasped in disbelief. What? Is he out of his mind? He wants to start a business, and has asked me to mortgage the apartment, jewelry, and bags for a loan. Jiang Nanxue leaned into the man's embrace. He has nothing left. I no longer wish to be with him. The man's expression darkened, clearly enraged by Pei Jian's situation. Jiang Nanxue lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. You must take responsibility for me and our child. You know that on that night of his intoxication, he did not touch me. I only lay beside him, as per your arrangement, creating the illusion that he had slept with me. The man gently caressed Jiang Nanshue's face. After 2 years with Pei Jian, you have never harbored feelings for him? To claim that she had never felt anything would be utterly false. After all, Pei Jian was strikingly handsome and prestigious, a true paragon of the elite class. Yet, after being together, she found him overly proper and self-disciplined. He never initiated kisses or intimacy. Their greatest closeness was merely him holding her hand or giving her an occasional embrace. On one occasion, when she had seductively disrobed, he had remained indifferent. He claimed that his grandfather had taught him and his siblings that no intimacy should occur before marriage. Once he wed her, he promised he would touch her. Given his adherence to his grandfather's teachings, why would he seek a girlfriend? This was no feudal era, where one had to wait until marriage to share a bed. No, I suspect he is impotent. If he were not the president of the Pei family, I wouldn't he spare him a glance. Upon hearing Jiang Nanshue's words, Pei Jian, who had been slumped over the table, could no longer contain his emotions. His alluring eyes turned bloodshot, and his handsome face darkened with fury. Jiang Nanxue, Qinzheng, you despicable pair. The couple, entwined in each other's embrace, nearly jumped out of their skins at the sound of Pei Jian's voice.
Pei Jian.
You're not drunk? Jiang Nanshua's pupils dilated in panic. The veins on Pei Jian's forehead throbbed. If I were drunk, I wouldn't be able to see your true selves. In a state of alarm, Jiang Nanshua turned to Qinzheng. What should we do now? Why not go all in and knock him out, selling him off to Myanmar? After all, he has severed ties with the Pei family, and if they inquire, you can simply say you know nothing of his whereabouts. Pei Jian stared incredulously at Qinzheng, who was his university roommate and had secured a position at the Pei group through his connections. To think he would not only betray him but also steal his girlfriend and conspire to end his life. Pei Jian, you cannot blame me for being ruthless. You can only blame your ill timing. Qinzheng clenched his fists and swung at Pei Jian. Although Pei Jian's mind was relatively clear, the alcohol had dulled his reflexes. He failed to evade Qinzheng's punch. Ouch, that hurt. Pei Jian attempted to retaliate, but his body felt weak and unresponsive. Qinzheng swung again, delivering a blow to the other side of his face. Brother and sister-in-law, if you don't come in soon, I'll be disfigured. Pei Jian lamented. Just then, a loud crash echoed from the apartment door. Police, don't move. Pei Siyu burst through the door like an arrow released from a bow. Upon seeing Pei Jian's injured mouth, Pei Siyu's long right leg shot out with precision, delivering a fierce kick to Qinzheng's lower back.
Ah!
Qinzheng stumbled and fell to the ground, still reeling from the surprise when Pei Siyu seized his hands and pinned him down with his knee. Qinzheng found himself immobilized. Jiang Nanshua's face drained of color and fear. Pei Jian, you were never expelled from the Pei family. You were merely testing me? Pei Jian produced a recording device. I have recorded your conversation with Qinzheng about selling me to Myanmar. Realizing he was trapped, Qinzheng glared at Pei Jian with bloodshot eyes. Nanshua is innocent. For her sake, I hope you can spare her this once. Wen Ci, who had remained silent, could no longer hold back a derisive laugh. Mr. Qin, do you genuinely believe that the child Nanshua is carrying is yours? A moment of silence filled the air following Wen Ci's words. Soon, Qinzheng's furious voice erupted. You're talking nonsense. Nanshua is not that kind of person.
Jiang Nanshua,
recovering from her shock, began to tear up. Wen Ci, I know you have severed ties with Sister Shuero and dislike the Jiang family, but you cannot tarnish my reputation like this. Wen Ci glanced at Pei Jian and lowered her voice. The sparrows say Jiang Nanshua has a dual system on her phone. You are proficient in hacking, aren't you? Pei Jian instantly understood Wen Ci's implication and quietly took Jiang Nanshua's phone from the coffee table while she was distracted. Before long, he cracked the password and switched to another system. Within that system, he discovered a new WeChat account with 99 male friends. Pei Jian scrolled through several conversations, each more shocking than the last. Utilizing his hacking skills, he sent a message to every man. You defame Nanshua, I will surely sue you. Qinzheng, restrained by Pei Siyu, erupted in fury.
Wen Ci's mirked.
Why the rush? You'll soon find out whether it's defamation or not. A sense of foreboding crept over Jiang Nanshua at Wen Ci's words. Could this foolish girl have genuinely uncovered something? Just as Jiang Nanshua prepared to speak, a male voice suddenly rang out from the apartment entrance. Little enchantress, why is your door wide open? Were you hoping I would come because you miss me so terribly? Have you freshened up? I bought you a piece of alluring lingerie. Do wear it for me shortly. Upon hearing the man's voice, Jiang Nanshua instinctively moved to prevent him from entering. However, in the next moment, she was forcefully restrained by Pei Jian. What are you so guilty about? Jiang Nanshua's complexion darkened. Pei Jian, let go of me. Yet, Pei Jian had no intention of releasing her. As he stepped inside, he noticed a considerable gathering in the dining room, including a man clad in police uniform. Alarmed, he tossed the scanty piece of lingerie he held onto the floor. After handcuffing Qinzheng, Pei Siyu addressed the stunned man. Come here, stand straight. The man contemplated fleeing but, upon seeing Pei Siyu's uniform, thought better of it and obediently positioned himself behind Qinzheng. Before long, another man arrived. Pei Jian and Qinzheng recognized him as the property manager of the community. Pei Jian's handsome face flushed with anger. No wonder the property manager always cast sidelong glances at him, mocking the fact that he had been so thoroughly deceived. Upon seeing the assembly in the dining room, the property manager instinctively attempted to escape, but was swiftly pulled back by Pei Siyu. Behave yourself, stand still. Every 5 minutes, another man entered. Pei Jian counted at least a dozen familiar faces, all residents of the community. The final 20 included employees from the Pei group and 4 childhood friends of Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng's eyes reddened, nearly bursting with rage. Unable to contain himself, he glared at the pale Jiang Nanxue. "You shameless woman. You've even betrayed my childhood friends?" His friends, taken aback by the unfolding drama, stammered, "Ah, Zheng. It was Jiang Nanxue who reached out to us. We didn't want this either, but how could we resist her enticing private photos?" Qin Zheng, like a furious beast, panted heavily, veins bulging on his forehead. "I swear, I will kill you." Jiang Nanxue did not anticipate her sexual addiction would be publicly unveiled. Clenching her fists, her eyes blazing with rage, she retorted, "What makes you think you're any better? Weren't you the one trying to elope with Sia Jing Huai, attempting to cuckold Pei Siyu?" After that, she directed her ire at Pei Jian. "I have a sexual addiction. Had you agreed to indulge me, I wouldn't have sought solace in other men. It's your fault for being so handsome, yet utterly useless." Pei Jian's face darkened with fury. He nearly slapped Jiang Nanxue, but the thought of touching her felt repugnant. He was grateful that he had heeded his grandfather's advice and refrained from engaging with Jiang Nanxue before marriage. Otherwise, he would find himself irredeemably tainted. Jiang Nanxue, Qin Zheng, and her 99 other lovers were all taken to the police station. Naturally, Pei Jian was also brought along. After giving his statement, he found Wen Ci in Pei Siyu's office. "Sister-in-law, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Otherwise, I would still be blissfully unaware of my predicament." When Ci patted Pei Jian's shoulder, "In order to navigate life, one must sometimes wear a little green on their head." Pei Jian, lost in thought, smiled faintly, "Indeed. And my elder brother." Wen Ci's lips twitched. "Do be careful with your words. Right now, the only fish in my pond is your elder brother." Pei Jian's eyes sparkled. "Sister-in-law, you've finally seen the light and recognized that my brother is superior to Sia Jing Huai? When we were young, the 3 of us would urinate together, and he could go the farthest. Plus, he is well endowed, assuredly better than Sia Jing Huai." Wen Ci's curiosity was piqued about the extent of Pei Jian's claims. He had initially believed that being betrayed would inflict great pain upon him. However, he discovered that he was not as tormented as he had anticipated. "Wen Ci, are you truly at the police station?" The office door swung open, and Huisu entered. Upon seeing him, Pei Jian frowned. "Old Hua, when did you become so familiar with my sister-in-law?" Huisu recounted the morning's near calamity on the bridge. "Wen Ci, I've learned the leg-sweeping dance you wanted to see. Would you like to see it now?" Wen Ci's eyes sparkled. "While the leading actor is really going to perform the leg-sweeping dance for me? Of course. You saved my life. You can ask for anything. The leg-sweeping dance? I can do that too. Sister-in-law, if you want to see it, I'll perform it for you." Wen Ci's smile was brighter than the sun, and she felt an overwhelming joy that could cause her to burst with happiness. Huisu pulled out his phone to play music, unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt, and stood beside Pei Jian, beginning to dance.
To amuse Wen Ci.
They both danced with abandon. Wen Ci's laughter filled the air. Experts have indeed stated that viewing attractive men can stimulate estrogen production, enhancing skin vitality and mood, ultimately prolonging life. After Pei Siyu finished questioning Qin Zheng and Jiang Nanxue, he made his way to the office. Spotting Shun Lei and Song Lin crouched at the office door with their phones, seemingly filming something, he strode over. From the gap in the door, Pei Siyu glimpsed 2 tall, strikingly handsome men performing an ostentatious leg-sweeping dance. What on earth are they doing? Chapter 48. Identifying the suspects. The 3-colored cat reveals its heart. Shun Lei and Song Lin were the first to sense something amiss. The air behind them seemed to plummet several degrees, sending chills down their spines. Turning around, they met the steely gaze of Pei Siyu, his expression taut. "Boss?" They promptly stepped aside. Pei Siyu clenched his jaw, inhaled deeply, and forcefully pushed open the office door. Wen Ci, who had been mesmerized by the 2 handsome men's dance, immediately lowered her head upon seeing Pei Siyu enter with a frosty expression. Too intimidated to look up again. Confused, she wondered how he had arrived so swiftly. Pei Siyu approached the desk and abruptly silenced the music. As Pei Jian and Huisu sensed Pei Siyu's displeasure, they opened their mouths to speak, but before they could utter a word, a chilling command echoed, "Get out." When Ci felt the wrath of the man radiating towards her, and she instinctively recoiled, bracing to flee.
Wen Ci, stay.
She froze in place, watching as he approached with long strides. His eyes were deep and sharp, exuding an unsettling coldness. What is the matter with him? Why is he wearing such a grim expression, as if he caught me in the act of infidelity? Captain Pei. I was merely watching Ertie and Huisu perform a leg-sweeping dance. She pouted, poking his firm chest with her slender fingers. You could have shown me instead. Pei Siyu's lips pressed into a thin line. What is there to see from a cripple? Before he could finish a sentence, Wen Ci's small hand covered his lips. Do not call yourself a cripple. You will recover. Her beautiful, fox-like eyes sparkled with indignation, clearly displeased with his self-deprecating remark. Pei Siyu caught a whiff of the faint fragrance emanating from her fingertips, and a storm brewed in his dark gaze as he pulled her hand away, unconsciously squeezing it in his grasp. Wen Ci could not resist rolling her eyes. Serious, uptight, and utterly lacking in charm. All right, don't be angry. If you want to dance for me, I'll dance for you when we get home. Gazing at the woman who could outshine all others with her radiant smile, Pei Siyu felt a lump in his throat.
Do not smile like that.
Is it not pretty?
Ugly.
Wen Ci took a deep breath, as if summoning all her strength to refrain from letting Pei Siyu's words get under her skin.
Boss.
We just received word that Ling Xia has arrived at Yecheng Airport and has gone missing after visiting the restroom, Shen Lei reported. Pei Siyu and Wen Ci promptly arrived at the conference room. The officers from Yunqing, who were escorting Ling Xia back to Yecheng, had already retrieved the surveillance footage from the airport. The footage revealed that an hour prior, Ling Xia had entered the women's restroom. The officers who accompanied her waited outside. However, after nearly 10 minutes, she had yet to emerge. When the officers called Ling Xia's phone, it was turned off. Upon rushing into the restroom, they discovered only Ling Xia's suitcase, with no sign of her presence. The footage was rewound to 7:13. Pei Siyu, with a voice as cold as ice, issued a command. As the footage reached the segment Pei Siyu wished to examine, he pointed out a woman who exited the women's restroom. The woman stood approximately 1.78 meters tall, donned a camel-colored trench coat, had long, voluminous waves of hair, and wore a mask while pushing a 30-inch silver suitcase. The suspect responsible for the murder of the Ling family was known to possess hypnotic skills and substances capable of inducing hallucinations. Ling Xia's disappearance from the airport restroom, coupled with the absence of any cries for help, indicated that everyone inside had likely been incapacitated or hypnotized by the perpetrator. The woman pushing the silver suitcase had entered the restroom shortly after Ling Xia. At that moment, the suitcase appeared to be empty, as her arms hung naturally. And she exerted minimal effort, with the suitcase almost parallel to the ground, showing no signs of significant weight. Given that Ling Xia weighed around 50 kilograms, it was evident that when the woman exited with the suitcase, her wrist was clenched inward, causing the side of the suitcase close to the ground to sag slightly, indicating it contained heavy items. The officers from Yunqing, witnessing Pei Siyu's swift identification of the suspect, could not help but express admiration in their eyes. The sudden change in force, the exceptionally broad shoulders, and the remnants of a wig all suggested that the murderer had disguised himself as a woman to enter the restroom. Pei Siyu's gaze was sharp and penetrating as he tapped on the large screen with his long fingers, instructing Lazy, "Take your team immediately to the airport surveillance room. Investigate the route the suspect took after leaving the airport, what mode of transportation he used, and check if the cameras captured him removing his mask to reveal his face. Additionally, the third parking lot at the airport is a surveillance blind spot. If he drove himself, he may have evaded detection. Contact the airport management to retrieve the surrounding shop's backup footage. We must ascertain his whereabouts within a short time frame. Otherwise, Ling Xia could be in grave danger." Understood. After Shen Lei departed with his team, Song Lin approached to report, "Boss. The results of the investigation into the purchases of hallucinogenic Xi perfume over the past 6 months have come in." Song Lin handed Pei Siyu a document, which identified a physical education teacher from a special academy, Guizhou Bai. "I visited the special academy. Ling Haoyu is typically unruly at school, but only Guizhou Bai can manage him." Guizhou Bai, aged 26, grew up in an orphanage and was the top science student in Qingqing 7 years ago. He possessed exceptional intelligence and was an outstanding individual. Pei Siyu compared Guizhou Bai's photograph with the figure of the man disguised as a woman in the surveillance footage and could almost conclusively determine that the disguised individual was indeed Guizhou Bai. Pei Siyu quickly arranged for personnel to head to Guizhou Bai's residence and school. While they did not locate Guizhou Bai, they discovered hallucinogenic substances at his residence. A Level 3 alert was immediately initiated, with operations split into 3 teams. Guizhou Bai was a high IQ suspect, likely possessing some evasion skills. If he concealed himself, it would be challenging for the police to locate him quickly. Should he remain elusive, Ling Xia would be at significant risk. Upon learning of Ling Xia's disappearance, many relatives of the Ling family gathered outside the police station, creating immense pressure on the criminal investigation team. When Ci glanced at the man who had not closed his eyes for a day and night, his deep gaze tinged with bloodshot fatigue. Captain Pei, is there anything I can assist you with? Pei Siyu cast another look at Gu Zhoubai's dossier and replied, accompany me to a certain place.
Wen Ci nodded, all right.
Pei Siyu and Wen Ci drove to the orphanage where Gu Zhoubai had grown up. The matron, a woman in her 50s, shook her head upon Pei Siyu's inquiry about Gu Zhoubai. He hasn't returned in quite some time. He is reclusive and has never been fond of socializing. I truly do not know where he has gone. Pei Siyu's dark eyes bore into the matron's, his tone calm, yet imbued with an unspoken authority. Who did Gu Zhoubai maintain the closest relationship with while at the orphanage? The matron shook her head. He has always preferred solitude. What about the Ling family? Have you seen any of these individuals? Pei Siyu produced photographs of the Ling family. The matron glanced at them, still shaking her head. I have not seen them. No matter what Pei Siyu asked, the matron remained uncooperative, adamantly refusing to provide any information. While Wen Ci did not follow Pei Siyu into the matron's office, she wandered around the courtyard and noticed a calico cat curled up on the stone steps. Approaching, Wen Ci retrieved some dried fish from her bag. Upon catching a whiff of the aroma, the calico cat cautiously sniffed the air. The cat regarded Wen Ci with a hint of suspicion. Strange. I typically do not enjoy interacting with strangers, yet this human somehow piques my interest. After finishing the dried fish, Wen Ci produced Gu Zhoubai's photograph, asking, has this person returned recently? The calico cat observed the photo, its amber eyes filled with wariness, its tail erect. It remained silent, but internally chided itself. Keep quiet.
Do not speak.
Although this human appears kind and carries a scent I favor, I cannot betray my brother. My brother came back a few days ago and even brought a bottle of perfume for the matron. Chapter 49. Upon fainting, pregnancy is discovered. He even gifted a bottle of perfume to the matron. When Ci narrowed her beautiful eyes, do you know where the matron placed the perfume? The matron stored it in the cabinet of her office. As soon as the calico cat spoke, it hurriedly lifted its furry paw to cover its mouth. Oh no. Why did you say that? Wait, I hadn't said anything before. How did this human know what I was thinking? When Ci gently stroked the cat's head. Because I can read your mind. You can read minds? Human, you are truly remarkable. Oh no, what are you saying? You just revealed my brother's secret. Wah, human. My brother is truly a good brother. He always brings me delicious food when he returns. When Ci retrieved another pack of dried fish from her bag, I am a good person too. The calico cat, unable to resist the temptation of the dried fish, lamented, human, please do not harm my brother. He is truly a good person.
Wen Ci nodded, I understand.
When Ci stood up and quickly made her way toward the matron's office. Just as she was about to push the door open, she heard Pei Siyu's low, icy voice, devoid of warmth, addressing the matron, Director Zhang. I noticed you touched your nose 3 times while I was questioning you. When a person lies, the nasal mucosa becomes engorged and warm. The instinctive act of touching one's nose is a nonverbal signal of deceit in psychology. Furthermore, when I inquired whether Gu Zhoubai had returned recently, your eyes immediately rolled upward. This indicates the construction of a false memory. If you were recalling a genuine event, your gaze would have shifted downward or sideways. Therefore, Director Zhang, I kindly ask for your cooperation in this investigation. Faced with Pei Siyu's formidable presence and relentless questioning, Director Zhang's lips trembled slightly. Yet, she stubbornly clung to her silence. Officer, I have not seen him. Do you intend to resort to torture for a confession? As the atmosphere in the office reached a freezing point, when Ci pushed the door open and stepped inside, she approached the cold and imposing man, crouched beside him, and whispered a few words in his ear. Pei Siyu's dark eyes narrowed, and he abruptly stood from his chair, his tall and stern figure striding directly to the cabinet behind Director Zhang. Upon opening the cabinet, he retrieved a bottle of hallucinogenic Ji perfume. Pei Siyu once again retrieved the record of Gu Zhoubai's purchase of the Huanji perfume. Upon seeing this, Dean Zhang's complexion drained of color, and she slumped weakly into her office chair, supporting her forehead with her hands, rendered speechless for quite some time. Dean Zhang. Gu Zhoubai is now implicated in 3 homicides. Not long ago, he abducted the youngest daughter of the Ling family, Ling Xia, at the airport. I understand that you have watched him grow and have protected him since childhood, but have you ever considered that with every lie you utter, you are pushing another innocent soul towards death? Dean Zhang could no longer hold back. Her emotions surged as she exclaimed, Ling Xia is not innocent at all. The truly pitiable ones are Ran Ran, her mother, and Zhou Bai. Dean Zhang's psychological defenses crumbled entirely, tears streaming down her cheeks. 5 days ago, he did return and took away the things he had hidden in the darkroom. I could see something was off with him at that moment and urged him to refrain from making any grievous mistakes. I saw news recently about the Ling family's tragic situation and suspected it might be related to him. I feared for his capture and thus remained silent. Both Zhou Bai and Ran Ran are unfortunate children. Fate has been exceedingly cruel to them. Pei Siyu's brows furrowed in concern. Who is Ran Ran? Dean Zhang closed her eyes momentarily, explaining. When Zhou Bai was young, he nearly fell into the hands of traffickers. It was Ran Ran's father who rescued him from their grasp, but he sustained several stab wounds and died on the spot. Ran Ran is 4 years younger than Zhou Bai, and her mother has had a difficult time raising her. Zhou Bai is grateful and often helps with household chores whenever he has the time. He has always had a good relationship with Ran Ran, even promising to marry her when she grew up. However, things took a turn when she entered high school. Dean Zhang provided Pei Siyu with an address. You should go see Ran Ran. I don't want Zhou Bai to do anything foolish anymore. Only Ran Ran can bring him back. Pei Siyu and Wen Ci proceeded to the first hospital of Yeqing City. For years prior, Xia Ran had committed suicide by drowning in a lake. When she was retrieved, her body temperature was below 35 degrees, and she suffered from severe pelvic infections. The head nurse cast a glance at the comatose Xia Ran on the hospital bed and sighed deeply. At that time, she was approximately 8 weeks pregnant, and the retained tissue had begun to decay within her. They had to remove her uterus, otherwise, she wouldn't have survived. Additionally, dirty water had entered her lungs, causing acute pneumonia, which later progressed to sepsis. It is a miracle that she survived as a vegetative state. Pei Siyu and Wen Ci observed the pale, frail girl in the ward, both wearing grave expressions. Xia Ran was still quite young when she became pregnant. Did she report it? The head nurse nodded. Yes, she did. But later it was discovered that Xia Ran was involved in inappropriate behavior at school, reportedly engaging in promiscuous activities for money, which led to her expulsion.
Boss.
We visited the school Xia Ran attended. The principal and the director claimed her grades were poor and her behavior was scandalous, that she sold her body for money. During a break, Xia Ran suddenly collapsed on the playground, and the school doctor later confirmed her pregnancy. Not long after leaving the infirmary, she jumped into the lake. Furthermore, we found out that Xia Ran and Ling Xia were classmates. Pei Siyu reviewed the information and concluded, our immediate priority is to bring Gu Zhou to light. After a moment of silence, he devised a plan to lure the culprit out. In an abandoned basement, Ling Xia found herself suspended by her hands, bound with rough hemp rope. Below her was a murky pool of water, exuding a foul stench.
Who are you? Why have you captured me?
Let me go, or the police will not spare you. The man stood in the shadowy, damp corner. Ling Xia could not discern his features, but felt his icy, serpent-like gaze fixated on her. Ling Xia, do you know why I have chosen to keep you until last before ending your life? A chill ran down Ling Xia's spine as her pupils dilated in terror. You are the one who caused the deaths of my brother, my parents? The man remained silent, a cold chuckle escaping his throat.
Why?
What deep-seated enmity exists between our families? Have you ever considered who your family has wronged? As he spoke, the rope binding Ling Xia's wrists abruptly tightened, causing her body to descend. She plunged into the icy, filthy water, the brackish liquid invading her nostrils, the sensation of suffocation crashing over her like a tidal wave. Chapter 50. The Capture Operation. The suspect is apprehended. Ling Xia, gripped by terror and panic, flailed desperately. But with her hands bound, she could not free herself, surrendering to the filthy water that threatened to engulf her. Just when she thought she would drown, she was yanked upward. Ling Xia coughed violently, water cascading from her hair, leaving her in a disheveled state. Before she could regain her composure, the large screen in the basement displayed a harrowing scene, her brother drowning in a water tank, along with the devastating image of her parents perishing in a car crash.
Ah!
Ling Xia's eyes blazed with fury as she glared at the man, her chest heaving. You are the one who killed my parents and brother. I will kill you. But before she could utter another word, she was once again hoisted and submerged in the pool. After enduring this torment repeatedly, Ling Xia could no longer scream. The agony of suffocation, intertwined with the terror of her family's deaths, constricted around her heart like a relentless vine, chilling her blood and causing her body to tremble. What is your connection with Xia Ran? Ling Xia weakly inquired. The man, hearing her finally mention Xia Ran, emitted a chilling laugh from his throat. The pain Xia Ran experienced will be repaid to you 1,000-fold. As he spoke, he produced a glinting surgical knife. Just as the blade was about to descend upon Ling Xia's abdomen, the man's phone rang. Officer, Mr. Gu left me 2 phone numbers. The one he usually uses is unreachable, but I just managed to get through to another one. I informed him as you instructed. That Xia Ran has shown signs of awakening, but he did not confirm whether he would come. The head nurse reported. Pei Siyu nodded. Good. You carry on with your duties and do not exhibit any signs of alarm. Pei Siyu, along with the members of Team 2, arrived at the monitoring room. As per the plan, secure the 3 critical positions, Pei Siyu commanded in a low voice. The suspect is highly intelligent and particularly cautious. We must not reveal our identities. Understood, boss. Wen Ci, accompanied by the Mouse brothers and Yen, arrived at the hospital. Captain Pei. I had the Mouse brothers sniff the fibers from the clothes Gu Zhoubai changed out of. If anyone approaches, they can alert us to the scent. Pei Siyu nodded in approval. Very well. He then requested 3 tiny transmitters from the technical department, affixing them to Yen and the Mouse brothers. They were lightweight, non-intrusive, and capable of transmitting sound accurately. The Mouse brothers and Yen prepared for their inaugural mission, their excitement palpable. The plump little mouse exclaimed, I'm so nervous, yet thrilled. I promise not to slack off or doze off. The lean elder mouse replied, You're too chubby. Let me take the lead in detecting the suspect's scent. The plump mouse responded eagerly, All right, I'll position myself by the window of the hospital bed to prevent any villains from escaping. Yen chirped a couple of times. I'll keep watch downstairs in the inpatient department. The 3 little creatures had clearly delineated their roles. As night deepened, the inpatient department fell eerily silent, save for the sound of the night breeze rustling through the windows. Pei Siyu and the officers from Team 2 remained vigilant, leaving no room for complacency.
Wen Ci, exhausted,
sat on the sofa. However, upon glancing at Pei Siyu, she forced herself to remain alert. Suddenly, Yan's voice crackled through the earpiece. Grandma, I see a tall, slender woman entering the inpatient department. Got it. Wen Ci immediately relayed the information to Pei Siyu. Pei Siyu cast a glance at the elevator surveillance, noting that the woman donned a dark trench coat, a fisherman's hat, and a mask. Her silhouette strikingly reminiscent of the individual who had whisked away Ling Xiu from the airport. Grasping the intercom, Pei Siyu lowered his voice, instructing, Let us not raise alarm just yet. Allow Shu to catch the scent before we ascertain the situation. The woman exited the elevator and proceeded to the 6th floor, heading towards Xia Ran's hospital room. Upon reaching the door, she glanced around before gently pushing it open. Brother Shu promptly darted from the corner, sniffing at the hem of the woman's trousers. Squeak, this is not the scent you had us detect, Granny. Wen Ci turned to Pei Siyu, recognizing the smoke screen. This was not Gu Zhoubai. The woman lingered in Xia Ran's room for a few minutes and observed a slight movement in Xia Ran's fingers. Shortly thereafter, she vacated the room. After a considerable silence, a voice broke through. Captain, will Gu Zhoubai be coming tonight? Pei Siyu, his dark eyes fixed intently on the surveillance screen, replied with assured calmness, He will. Given Gu Zhoubai's regard for Xia Ran, he undoubtedly will make an appearance. The earlier woman must have been sent by Gu Zhoubai to investigate the veracity of the situation. Fortunately, they had previously equipped Xia Ran with a device that allowed her fingers to move slightly, creating the illusion of independent response. Otherwise, it would have been challenging to draw out Gu Zhoubai. After waiting nearly an hour, around 2 in the morning, the familiar sound of chirping resumed. Granny, I saw a male doctor in a white coat enter the inpatient department. All right, I understand. Wen Ci looked at Pei Siyu, relaying Yan's report. Pei Siyu nodded, his gaze unwavering on the monitor. The male doctor, masked and with his head bowed, was rendered unrecognizable. Just as he stepped out of the elevator, the surveillance screen suddenly went black. The technical officer hastily struck the keyboard, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Captain, the surveillance system has been breached. Pei Siyu tightly gripped the intercom, poised to speak when the corridor's sensor lights abruptly extinguished, plunging the entire floor into darkness. Boss, should we act now? Hold off for the moment. Meanwhile, the male doctor entered Xia Ran's room, and Brother Shu immediately scurried to his feet, sniffing. Squeak. It's the scent of the suspect. When Ci swiftly conveyed Brother Shu's words to Pei Siyu, the male doctor was indeed Gu Zhoubai. Pei Siyu's eyes darkened, commanding, Act. Gu Zhoubai stood in the hospital room, gazing at Sia Ran on the bed. Just as he reached out to caress her frail face, an unsettling awareness struck him. He hurried to the window, flinging it open and retrieving a rope. Squeak, trouble. The suspect is escaping. Just as Gu Zhoubai reached the first floor, a portly rat leapt onto his lap. You villain, you shall not escape. Squeak. That is a man's most vulnerable spot. I'll scratch and scratch. Gu Zhoubai grimaced in pain, and as he attempted to swat the rotund rodent away, he was abruptly pecked by a swallow. The rat and the swallow ensnared his escape, and the concealed police rushed in. Police, don't move. Seeing himself besieged, Gu Zhoubai let out a cold laugh from the depths of his throat. Huh. This time the police are not merely idle. In the interrogation room, the officer demanded, Gu Zhoubai, where have you hidden Ling Ciyu? Gu Zhoubai smirked. I wouldn't know, officer. You are so capable. Why not find her yourselves? Pei Siyu, already aware that Gu Zhoubai would not easily divulge Ling Ciyu's whereabouts, produced an object, asking, Gu Zhoubai, do take a look at this. Gu Zhoubai's pupils constricted. It was indeed a silver ring adorned with fine diamonds. The ring had been a birthday gift from Gu Zhoubai to Sia Ran on her 18th birthday. He had vowed to save enough to marry her one day. When he presented the ring, her eyes had glistened with tears. She had told him, Brother Zhoubai, you deserve better. He had held her close, reiterating that in his heart, she was forever one of a kind. Pei Siyu continued, when Sia Ran jumped into the lake, she clutched this ring tightly in her palm. After becoming a vegetable, that hand remained stiff for 4 years. We only managed to pry it open last night. Gu Zhoubai's gaze upon the ring turned bloodshot, his fists tightening into white-knuckled balls. Sia Ran, so kind and beautiful, had been ruined by the Ling family. They all deserved to die. Pei Siyu's brows furrowed, his dark eyes sharp and fierce. What they have done should be judged by the law. It is no justification for murder.
Law?
Gu Zhoubai's throat released a cold laugh, his eyes brimming with rage and disdain. If the police were of any use, would I have to become an executioner? Gu Zhoubai gasped heavily, divulging an address to Pei Siyu, instructing him to retrieve an old phone. Once the phone was brought, Gu Zhoubai opened the photo album, revealing images. This was my aunt's phone. A year ago, while sorting through my aunt's belongings at Sia Ran's home, I accidentally discovered this hidden phone, containing photographs of Sia Ran's diary. XX year, XX month, X day. Today I enrolled at a private high school. My scores in the high school entrance examination were commendable, and the school waived my tuition for 3 years, even providing a living stipend. Mother no longer needs to toil for my tuition. I must study diligently, so I can attend Qingbei like Brother Zhoubai. The desks and chairs in the classroom are brand new, and the shoes the classmates wear ones I've only seen on television and in shop windows. Some classmates mocked me for my attire, branding me a country bumpkin. But that is fine. I'll be a country bumpkin. My only goal is to study. I must work hard, and harder. If I can get into Qingbei, I will go to the library with Brother Zhoubai. Go for it, Sia Ran. XX year, XX month, X day. 2 weeks into the school year, the homeroom teacher plans to organize an autumn outing. Each student is to pay 300 yuan to the class monitor, so I went home to ask mother for the money. When I returned to the classroom, everyone had gone to gym class. I happened to see Ling Ciyu sneakily rummaging through the class monitor's desk. When the class monitor returned from gym, she discovered the class funds missing. The class monitor's family is about the same as mine. Both of us had good entrance exam scores and were recruited by the principal with waived tuition and living expenses. The class monitor was so distressed that she cried. Some classmates speculated that the class monitor had misappropriated the funds. I quietly went to the homeroom teacher's office to inform her of what I had seen Ling Ciyu doing. Later, the funds were found, and the homeroom teacher did not disclose who the thief was. I thought little of it, believing it would simply pass. But little did I know, my nightmare was just beginning. XX year, XX month, X day. Today it was my turn to clean the restroom. As soon as I entered, Ling Ciyu and several girls cornered me inside. One of the girls grabbed my hair, while Ling Ciyu stood before me, viciously slapping me several times. Ling Ciyu produced a very thin, sharp needle, maliciously stabbing me with it. It hurt so much. I wanted to scream, but she forcefully covered my mouth. That wasn't enough. She then shoved me into a garbage bin filled with filth. The disgusting stench invaded my nostrils and throat, making me retch. Ling Ciyu laughed at my pitiful state, her laughter ringing out like a flower swaying in the wind. I slumped to the ground, utterly spent, and Ling Ciyu kicked me mercilessly, coldly warning, if you meddle again, a Wen Ci ends so easily. I don't know how long it took before I managed to rise from the ground, repeatedly washing my face with cold water. But that smell seemed to have seeped into my skin and veins. Brother Zhou Bai, have I done wrong? I shouldn't have told the homeroom teacher. XX year. XX month. X day. I'm afraid to have any further interactions with Ling Xia. Every time I encounter her, I take a detour. I solely concentrate on my studies. During the midterm exams, I achieved the top rank in my grade. The second in our class is Mu Yixuan, a tall and handsome young man, widely regarded by the female students as the school's heartthrob. Our homeroom teacher instructed us to choose seats based on our grades, and, to my surprise, Mu Yixuan chose me as his desk partner. I can sense that Ling Xia harbors feelings for Mu Yixuan, hence I refrain from speaking to him. Even when he approaches me to discuss academic topics, I merely respond with vague remarks. However, despite my cautious demeanor, I still find myself as a thorn in Ling Xia's side. Upon returning to the dormitory, I discovered that someone had defiled my bedsheets and mutilated my school uniform. To my horror, a snake was placed in my locker. Fear gripped me, and I immediately sought the principal's assistance. I anticipated that my homeroom teacher would back me up, but the principal, at the very least, was supposed to be impartial. Yet, when I recounted Ling Xia's bullying, he reprimanded me sternly. He questioned why Ling Xia did not bully others but chose to target me, a girl from the countryside. He insisted that I must have done something to provoke her and advised me to reflect on my actions. I could hardly believe my ears. It was only later that I learned Ling Xia's parents held significant power within the Education Bureau. As for me, a girl from the countryside, I was as insignificant as a blade of grass, trampled upon without the right to resist. On XX month, XX day, I approached my homeroom teacher to request a change of seat, but he informed me that such changes could only be made after the next exam. I made every effort to maintain my distance from Mu Yixuan, treating his attempts at conversation as if I had not heard him. I refused to let external influences affect my focus. I needed to study diligently, as my brother Zhou Bai was waiting for me at Qingbei, and I had promised my mother that I would provide her with a life of ease in the future. To ensure I would not sit beside Mu Yixuan again, I deliberately performed poorly on my final exams. On XX month XX day, with the arrival of the new semester, I was relieved to find that I no longer had to sit next to Mu Yixuan. Yet, he seemed oblivious to my intentions, frequently approaching me after class to discuss academic matters. Despite my repeated declarations that I wished to avoid such discussions, I could not discern whether my rejections had piqued his interest. His visits to discuss problems became increasingly frequent. I was compelled to escalate my remarks, declaring that his presence was a source of distress for me and requesting he keep his distance. Following my outburst, he ceased to approach me regarding academic topics. However, it wasn't long before I heard that Ling Xia had confessed her feelings to Mu Yixuan, who rejected her coldly, telling her to stay away. My apprehensions resurfaced. And, alas, a new wave of bullying commenced. Ling Xia unleashed her resentment for being spurned by Mu Yixuan upon me. Chapter 52. The pain is unbearable. The reason for the attack. On XX month XX day, I once believed that slapping, stabbing with needles, defiling, releasing snakes, and isolating me were the utmost forms of vengeance. Yet, I was unprepared for the greater abyss that awaited me. That Friday, after school, I intended to choose a birthday gift for my brother Zhou Bai. While passing through a narrow alley, someone covered my mouth and nose from behind. I quickly lost consciousness, and when I awoke, I found myself naked on a lavish, expansive bed. Beside me was a young man grinning foolishly. Upon noticing that I was awake, he pulled me close and affectionately called me baby. I was utterly shocked, and when I comprehended what had transpired, rage consumed me. I wanted to report this to the authorities. Just then, Ling Xia and her parents stormed in. Ling Xia brandished a camera and claimed to have recorded a video of me and her brother in bed. She warned that if I dared to report the incident or speak of it, the video would be made public. Her parents threw several thousand yuan onto me, stating that being able to sleep with their son was a blessing I had earned in a past life. They insisted that I abandon my education and bear children for their son. I will never forget the way they looked at me, as if I were a lowly and cheap prostitute. I cried out in despair, frantically attempting to fight back. But their subsequent words sent a chill through me, extinguishing any flicker of hope. They threatened me with my mother's life. On XX month XX day, upon returning home, I found my mother still out selling goods. I scrubbed my skin vigorously, feeling utterly filthy. I believed I could no longer be worthy of Zhou Bai. I washed for what felt like an eternity, yet could not cleanse the dirt from my very essence. When my mother finally returned that evening, her face bore bruises. She recounted her misfortune of encountering local thugs who had destroyed her stall. Though she reported the incident to the police, it ultimately led nowhere. In that moment, despair enveloped me. I realized that power breeds the audacity of evildoers, trapping the dignity and breath of the meek. On XX month XX day, life grew increasingly unbearable. If I dared to defy Ling Cia and her family, they would threaten me with my private photos and my mother's life. Each day felt like I was a living corpse. I questioned how long they intended to torment me. Ling Xia's parents replied that I needed to bear a child for their foolish son. Was it true? Would having a child grant me freedom? Yet, I felt utterly unworthy of Zhou Bai. My suffering was profound, and I longed for death. Would everything end if I were to die? On XX month, XX day, I awoke from a nightmare. I dreamt that Zhou Bai berated me for being dirty, disgusting, and despicable. Once again, I contemplated ending it all. Yet, upon seeing my mother's frail figure, I couldn't bear to cause her pain. I refused to believe that there is no justice in this world. I must report this. As I continued to write my diary, a significant amount of time passed before I recorded again. On XX month, XX day, my attempt to report the incident was discovered by the Ling family. They were summoned to the police station for questioning. However, it wasn't too long before they were released. My mother's stall was destroyed, and she was beaten and hospitalized. I knew this was the Ling family's retaliation. Zhou Bai was returning, and he asked to meet. However, I felt unworthy to face him. I wanted to die, I wanted to die, I wanted to die. On XX month, XX day, today is my birthday. Zhou Bai gifted me a ring, promising that once I gained admission to Qingbei and he had saved enough for the betrothal gifts, he would marry me. Zhou Bai, I long to be accepted into Qingbei, to one day become your bride. But I am no longer the same person I once was. I feel so filthy. On XX month, XX day, I have been feeling nauseous and unable to eat, often overcome by drowsiness. During a break, I fainted. When I regained consciousness, the school nurse and my homeroom teacher were looking at me with peculiar expressions. I received the shocking news. I was pregnant. Despite taking medication after each forced encounter, I still became pregnant. It was the child of that foolish boy who called me baby. In that moment, my world plunged into darkness. Upon leaving the infirmary, I received a notice of my expulsion from school. Faced with my classmates' judgmental stares and whispers, I felt utterly numb. When I returned home, I took a shower and changed into a clean school uniform. I'm sorry, Mother. I can no longer bear this burden. I can no longer fulfill my filial duties to you. I'm sorry, Zhou Bai. I can't marry you. You will find a bride worthy of you. I'm sorry, dear self. Your life must come to an end here. Pei Siyu finished reading the diary entries captured on his phone, and a throbbing pain surged at his temples, as if his chest were constricted by a mass of cotton. Having worked in this field for several years, he had not been a stranger to the malevolence of humanity. Yet, witnessing the scene of Xia Ran being thrust into the abyss, powerless to resist, weighed heavily on his heart. Ran was so innocent and kind-hearted. All she ever desired was to study diligently. What wrong had she committed? The school shamelessly spread rumors of her being debased, promiscuous, luring men outside of school, and even bearing an illegitimate child. Without even the pretense of an investigation, they expelled her. Her mother, the only parent she had, discovered Ran's diary after her daughter's distressing ordeal. Upon learning that Ran had been bullied and humiliated by the Ling family for 3 long years, she reported the matter to the police, seeking justice against the Ling clan. But what did the police accomplish? Due to the Ling family's power and status, they unearthed nothing. Do you know how her mother met her untimely end? When she realized the police were getting nowhere, she planned to expose the Ling family's wickedness online, but tragically, the day before her press conference, she fell to her death. The diary vanished, and her demise was deemed an accident by the authorities. Were it not for his return to Ran's home a year ago, when he fortuitously discovered the old phone her mother had hidden, perhaps the truth would remain forever obscured. Pei Siyu's dark eyes narrowed. Thus, you infiltrated the special school attended by Ling Haoyu, applying for the position of a physical education teacher, all to gain access to the Ling family and prepare for their annihilation. Gu Zhoubai smirked, a cold laugh escaping his throat, as if it were laced with ice. Indeed, by hypnotizing Ling Haoyu, I coaxed him into recounting the details of his violation of Ran, which only solidified my resolve to execute my plan against the Ling family. Should I not take matters into my own hands, can I rely on you, incompetent police? Pei Siyu fixed his gaze on Gu Zhoubai's eyes. questioning why Ling Ciyu was to be the last. Gu Zhoubai erupted into laughter, his mirth turning sinister, for allowing her to perish first would be too merciful. I intend for her to endure the anguish of losing those closest to her, one by one, forcing her to live a life worse than death. Pei Siyu's brows furrowed, his expression sharp and unyielding, whereas Ling Ciyu now. Gu Zhoubai shrugged, a smug grin adorning his face, replying, "How would I know? Why should I tell you?" He glanced at the clock on the interrogation room wall and added, "But I can tell you this. In approximately 1 hour, Ling Ciyu will go boom, disintegrating into nothingness." "Ha ha ha, auntie. Ran, I have finally avenged you." As he laughed, tears streamed down Gu Zhoubai's cheeks. Chapter 53. Tearful Revelation. The long-awaited innocence, Pei Siyu exited the interrogation room, only to be met by Wen Ci, who stormed over in righteous fury. I witnessed the entire interrogation of Gu Zhoubai on the surveillance footage. The Ling family are truly despicable creatures, brimming with malice, especially Ling Ciyu. She must be a born villain. She fumed. If Ling Ciyu were here, she would undoubtedly tear him apart. It is infuriating. If kindness is not respected, the best course of action is to eradicate the wicked. That family deserves to perish. Pei Siyu observed the emotionally charged Wen Ci and gently patted her head. "I understand your anger, but you are a specially appointed consultant at the police station and a member of our second team. In the course of our investigations, it is imperative to avoid letting emotions cloud our judgment. Gu Zhoubai harbors hatred for the Ling family, but he should not seek revenge through the most extreme measures. Ling Ciyu and her family have committed crimes and must be held accountable by the law. Gu Zhoubai claimed Ling Ciyu has only an hour left to live. We must locate her first." Wen Ci furrowed her brows in concern. But didn't Gu Zhoubai say that both Ran and her mother reported the incidents? Yet no one took action? Once the Ling family's case is resolved, I will revisit the investigation into Xia Ran's cause of death. Although Wen Ci had not been in this world long and did not know Pei Siyu deeply, she could tell that he was an unyielding, principled captain, unafraid of oppression. "Captain Pei, I trust you." Upon hearing her words, a flicker of warmth appeared in Pei Siyu's otherwise inscrutable gaze as he softly acknowledged her. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. Director Xiao approached with a grave expression. "Siyu?" Numerous relatives of the Ling family have arrived, Ling Hongyuan and Xiaoying among them. The news of Ling Haoyu's death and Ling Ciyu's disappearance has spread online, with accusations that we are shielding the murderer, Gu Zhoubai, allowing him to commit murder. "Siyu, we must find Ling Ciyu. We cannot afford another death." Pei Siyu nodded sharply, his demeanor cold and resolute. After Director Xiao departed, Pei Siyu and Wen Ci made their way to the evidence room, following Gu Zhoubai's arrest. His clothing and shoes had been replaced. Pei Siyu donned gloves and examined Gu Zhoubai's attire. A small clump of unusual, gray-blue soil was lodged in the grooves of the shoes. Bringing it to his nose, he detected a faint metallic scent akin to rust. He promptly summoned a colleague from the forensic department to investigate the source of this gray-blue soil within the city. Before long, the technician reported, "Captain Pei, the area of the abandoned glass factory on the outskirts, after its closure several years ago, remnants of the furnace mixed with surface soil, compounded by years of accumulated water, formed gray-blue clay containing silicon slag. The industrial waste in the soil is why it has a metallic, rusty odor." Confirming the location, Pei Siyu immediately led a team to the outskirts, with Wen Ci bringing along the Mouse brothers and Yan. Traveling from the city to the outskirts at the fastest pace would still take 35 minutes. The abandoned glass factory was vast, comprising dilapidated structures and numerous warehouses and workshops. At least 100 in total. Only 15 minutes remained until Ling Ciyu's explosion. Wen Ci quickly released the Mouse brothers and Yan from their cage. "Time is of the essence. Please assist in locating her or inquire with the local wildlife." The Mouse brothers responded, "We will ensure the task is accomplished." Yan added, "I will ask the other creatures in the trees." The Mouse brothers scampered off into the factory, while Yan took to the skies. In less than 5 minutes, they had discerned the location where Ling Ciyu was being held. Wen Ci spoke into her earpiece. "Captain Pei, she is in the basement of the West Side warehouse." "Received. I will bring in the bomb disposal expert immediately. You and the animals stay outside. Do not enter." Wen Ci affirmed, "Understood. Stay safe." She waited outside with the Mouse brothers and Yan, her heart racing with anxiety. The chubby Mouse brother remarked, "Grandma seems quite worried about Grandpa. She must be in love with him." The slender Mouse brother replied, "She has loved him for ages." Didn't you notice how she clung to his clothes when he wasn't home? The chubby mouse chimed in indeed. Grandma is lovesick, she adores him. The slender mouse brother added. But Grandpa does not love Grandma. Since he is married to Fun, shouldn't they share a bed? Grandpa refuses to sleep with Grandma. The chubby mouse brother lamented. I hope Grandma doesn't become a love-struck fool. After all, chasing after someone like that often leads to nothing. Wen Ci was left speechless. These two little mice had grown increasingly bold, daring to chatter in her presence. You two better behave, or I might just turn you into a film. The mouse brothers immediately straightened up, closing their mouths. Yen Yen flapped her wings, chirping with laughter. Wen Ci's anxious thoughts began to settle. Reassured by the presence of Pei Siyu, the second team members, and the bomb disposal expert, they would surely emerge unscathed. After about 10 more minutes, Wen Ci saw a group of people emerge from the factory. They all appeared unharmed. Ling Siyu was carried out by the medical personnel, looking utterly disheveled. Fear had overwhelmed her to the point of losing control of her bladder. Her complexion was as pale as parchment, her lips trembled violently, and her gaze, vacant and unfocused, fixated on the sky as she muttered incessantly, Please don't kill me. I was wrong. I am so sorry. Wen Ci's eyes were devoid of warmth, her heart harboring not a shred of sympathy. The second investigative team discovered hallucinogenic substances in Gu Zhoubai's residence, along with the bird that had led Ling Haoyu to leap into the water tank. Gu Zhoubai confessed to the murders of Ling Haoyu, Ling Hongyuan, and Xiaoying. Pei Siyu applied to Director Xiao for the reopening of the case regarding Xia Ran and her mother's death. He learned that both Xia Ran and her mother had previously reported a case at the precinct. Soon, he uncovered that a notable officer at the precinct was a relative of the Ling family. Through this officer's account, he found that the Ling family had transferred a substantial sum to him 4 years prior. Pei Siyu discovered photographs and videos of Xia Ran taken by the Ling family, and within the wardrobe of the room where Xia Ran's mother fell, he found a section of a yellowed broken fingernail. DNA comparison revealed that the broken nail perfectly matched that of Ling Xia. Confronted with this irrefutable evidence, Ling Xia covered her face and wept uncontrollably. We never intended to push Xia Ran's mother down the stairs, but she insisted on making Xia Ran's diary public. The broken nail must have caught in the wardrobe when I snatched the diary from her hands. After seizing the diary, my father, Ling Hongyuan, declared that there could be no witnesses left alive. Xia Ran's mother had to die, otherwise, our family's reputation would be ruined. Confined in the detention room, Gu Zhoubai learned that Pei Siyu had uncovered the truth behind Xia Ran's mother's death and publicly announced the case, restoring Xia Ran's honor and reputation. He swallowed hard, tilted his head back, and stared at the sky beyond the iron bars, remaining motionless for a long time. Eventually, the tension in his back eased slightly, and his eyes brimmed with tears, the suppressed longing, grievances, and fury of 4 years converging into hot, flowing tears, each one pooling on the ground beneath him. I had thought that no one would ever seek justice for the bullying Xia Ran endured and her aunt's death, that the Ling family would continue to evade accountability. Gu Zhoubai lifted a hand to wipe his eyes, but the tears only flowed more freely. Thank you, Captain Pei. If my aunt and Xia Ran had reported this to you earlier, perhaps such a tragedy could have been averted. Pei Siyu gazed at Gu Zhoubai's reddened eyes and, after a moment of silence, replied, This is not my achievement. It is the plight of Xia Ran and her mother that should never be buried. The truth itself deserves to bask in the sunlight. At that moment, Gu Zhoubai understood that, compared to the demise of their enemies, this belated vindication was the best solace for Xia Ran and her aunt. Chapter 54. Sharing the same bed. She is not obedient. After concluding matters at the precinct, Pei Siyu returned to the Pei residence. Upon arriving at the gate, he spotted Wen Ci emerging with a bag slung over her shoulder. In recent days, as he reinvestigated the case of Xia Ran's mother's fall, there had been little interaction between them, save for her daily routine of collecting his changed clothes. She had transformed her once blonde locks into tea-colored curls. Dressed in a small-collared red cardigan and deep blue jeans, the hem tucked in, her slender waist cinched with a belt, her face adorned with meticulous makeup, her lips of vivid crimson against bright white teeth, she was undeniably stunning. It was evident that she had made a concerted effort to present herself well. Pei Siyu furrowed his brows, the sharp line of his jaw tense. Where are you going? Wen Ci flicked her long hair, her smile radiant. The men outside are simply too enticing. It has been ages since I indulged in a bit of infidelity. I'm positively itching to do so. With that, her voice playfully trailed off. Pei Siyu's deep-set eyes darkened, an icy chill radiating from him. His large hand instinctively clenched into a fist. Even if he harbored doubts, was the old Wen Ci truly back, or did her heart still belong solely to Sia Jing Huai? The last time she had eloped, she had secretly drugged him. This time, was she not even attempting to feign innocence? Wen Ci, what manner of woman are you? Even as the head of the investigation team, he found her increasingly inscrutable. Wen Ci observed the sharply defined features of the man before her and raised an eyebrow. In truth, I am quite the heartbreaker. My list of affairs is extensive: Yang Guifu, Zhang Liang, Lu Wenxiang, Li Hailong, Sundali, and many more. I could scarcely count them all on my fingers. Pei Siyu's expression darkened further, his knuckles cracking ominously as he clenched his fists.
Wen Ci.
Do not continue to test my limits. Before he could finish his sentence, Pei Jian suddenly drove up, calling out, "Sister-in-law, I'm ready. Shall we go?" Upon seeing Pei Siyu return, Pei Jian quickly greeted, "Elder brother." Pei Siyu's features tightened, his gaze sharp and frigid as it landed on Pei Jian. "You intend to drive her out for infidelity?" Pei Jian nodded. "Yes. We mustn't let grandfather know. It would break his heart." Pei Siyu's fists itched to strike. "Pei Jian, your ex-girlfriend has cheated with 99 men, and you wish to escort your sister-in-law to commit infidelity?" Pei Jian, witnessing his elder brother's fury, looked on with naive confusion. "Elder brother, I do not comprehend your words." Wen Ci could no longer contain her laughter, clutching her stomach as she erupted into giggles. "Second brother, I just told your elder brother that I'm going out to indulge in Yang Guifu, Zhang Liang, and Li Hailong, and he thinks I'm going out for men. Has your elder brother never had spicy hot pot?" Pei Jian, upon realizing the cause of Pei Siyu's anger, struggled to suppress his laughter, but out of respect for his elder brother's authority, he refrained from doing so. "Neither my elder brother nor grandfather has ever tasted it. They are rather old-fashioned and consider it unhealthy junk food." Pei Siyu's brows furrowed tightly, as if trying to crush a fly.
"So, Yang Guofu, Zhang Liang,
and Li Hailong are hot pot brands?" Pei Jian confirmed. "Indeed, these hot pot brands are named after men." Pei Siyu turned his gaze toward the woman who was grinning almost mischievously.
Wen Ci.
Wen Ci fought to suppress her laughter. "All right, I shan't tease you any longer. Second brother and I are off to enjoy hot pot. Would you care to join us?" Pei Jian looked at Pei Siyu with eager anticipation, hoping his elder brother would accompany them. He could hardly remember the last time they had shared a meal together since their mother's passing. Wen Ci noticed the yearning in Pei Jian's eyes, and before Pei Siyu could respond, she stepped forward, wrapping her arm around his, playfully shaking it. "Captain Pei."
Come on, please.
Pei Siyu neither agreed nor disagreed, yet he found himself being pulled into the car by Wen Ci. It was well known that, given his strength, no one could move him unless he willingly allowed it. Upon reaching Yang Guifu Hot Pot Restaurant, Wen Ci observed the almost foolishly radiant smile on Pei Jian's face and lowered her voice. "Are you that thrilled to have your elder brother join us for a meal?" Pei Jian nodded eagerly. He was quite the brother's fan, paying close attention to every word and action of Pei Siyu. "Sister-in-law, thank you. If it weren't for you, elder brother would have never come out to eat with me." He produced a bank card, handing it to Wen Ci. "There's 10 million inside. The password is elder brother's birthday. Spend whatever you wish, and I will earn more for the family to ensure you can use the black card soon." Wen Ci accepted the bank card with delight. That evening, Pei Siyu dined at the precinct cafeteria. He hardly touched the hot pot, merely observing Wen Ci as she savored her meal. Noticing her enjoyment, he narrowed his eyes. "Did you not eat anything for dinner?" Pei Jian interjected. "Elder brother, grandfather personally cooked tonight, and you know how it goes. He either forgets the salt or oversalts it." Neither sister-in-law nor I was satisfied. Pei Siyu pressed his lips together. "Next time I have a day off, I will cook for you both." Pei Jian's face instantly lit up with joy. He glanced at Wen Ci, his hands underneath the table rubbing together in excitement. "Elder brother said he would cook for sister-in-law and me next time. I get to join in."
Wen Ci.
What kind of domineering Buddha child is this? He is simply a fool. As she was finishing her meal, Wen Ci recalled Xia Ran's experiences at school. Back then, Xia Ran was bullied, and the school principal and class teacher sheltered Ling Xia. Would they face punishment for their actions? Pei Siyu replied softly, affirming that their teaching licenses had indeed been revoked. Wen Ci gave Pei Siyu a thumbs up, praising his efficiency in handling matters, truly commendable. Upon returning to the villa, Wen Ci discovered that her bed was broken. Moreover, all the other guest room beds were also damaged. They had been perfectly fine before she went out for spicy hot pot. Clutching her pillow, she sought out Pei Siyu, lamenting, "Whoa, Captain Pei, it seems I have no choice but to sleep in your bed tonight. Mine is broken." Pei Siyu had just emerged from the shower, clad in a deep blue bathrobe, droplets of water still clinging to his short hair. He glanced at the guest room and confirmed the bed's leg was indeed broken, but it was evident that it had been intentionally damaged. Pei Siyu called his grandfather, "Grandfather, was it you who broke the bed in Wen Ci's room?" On the other end of the line, the old man's tone was fierce. "What's the matter with me? When you were in a vegetative state, Sia Bao was willing to marry you, enduring countless grievances, and now that you've awakened, you still expect her to remain a widow? Are you even human? If you don't let Sia Bao sleep in the master bedroom, I'll hang myself at your bedside." Pei Siyu, the scoundrel. "Did you hear what I said? You must not drive Sia Bao away, or I'll come over with a rope right now." After hanging up, Pei Siyu rubbed his temples and returned to the master bedroom. When Sia lay at the head of the bed, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. "Captain Pei, why do you look so troubled?" "I don't drink, I don't party. I just want to sleep beside you for one night." "What's wrong with that?" Before Pei Siyu could respond, Wen Ci raised her hand, earnestly assuring him, "I promise to be very well behaved beside you. I won't take advantage of you." Having been immersed in casework for an extended period, Pei Siyu had not had a proper rest in ages. Seeing Wen Ci's repeated assurances, he refrained from forcibly ejecting her. He thought that she would indeed be very well behaved while sleeping. However, as the night wore on, she suddenly crossed the line. Extending a slender leg over to him, Pei Siyu's abdomen tightened unexpectedly. Not only that, but her soft little hand also slipped under the collar of his bathrobe, probing towards his chest. Her delicate face nestled against his neck, and her warm, shallow breaths cascaded over his skin. Pei Siyu felt a surge of blood rush to his head, even his fingertips flushed with warmth, and his breathing grew heavier. The woman in his embrace stirred, her little hand restlessly exploring, her drowsy voice infused with sleepiness. "What's this? So hard?" Pei Siyu's Adam's apple bobbed several times. He opened his dark, deep-set eyes, completely awake. Was this the well-behaved demeanor she had promised? Her words, it seemed, were not to be trusted. After an indeterminate time, Pei Siyu could no longer withstand the temptation. He firmly took her restless hand away and attempted to get up. But in the next moment, she clung to him, gripping his bathrobe tightly. Pei Siyu's dark, elongated eyes glimmered with a suppressed, restrained crimson. He found himself at a loss, ultimately deciding to remove his bathrobe. She embraced it, releasing her hold on him, and turned over, sinking into a deep sleep. Pei Siyu's temples throbbed. Did this woman only have an affinity for his clothes? He gazed at Wen Ci for several seconds, observing the prominent veins in her neck. Suppressing the fire in his eyes, he reddened and hurried into the bathroom. Standing under the shower, he tilted his head back, allowing the cold water to cascade down. His long, powerful hands pushed through his coarse hair, vigorously wiping the droplets from his face. Remembering her earlier unrestrained actions, he felt the muscles in his abdomen tense, clenching his jaw. He was restless. It seemed he would not be sleeping tonight. Wen Ci was awakened by the ringing of her phone. It was a call from Grandpa Pei, inviting her for breakfast. Since his mental state had improved, Grandpa Pei had devoted all his energy to caring for his younger relatives. Wen Ci sat up in bed and surveyed the room. Noticing Pei Siyu was nowhere to be seen, she glanced at the bathrobe she was holding. Had he really left after giving it to her last night? Wen Ci suddenly felt a twinge of existential doubt. Here she was, a voluptuous beauty, lying beside him, and he had fled? Should she question her own allure, or wonder if he truly lacked desire? No, she absolutely refused to indulge in self-doubt. After all, a positive mindset leads to fewer troubles. Grandpa Pei prepared breakfast. Pei Jian raised a hand to his forehead. "Grandpa, we have a chef at home. Why do you need to cook yourself?" Grandpa Pei shot him a glare. "You little rascal, don't think I can't see that you're dissatisfied with my culinary skills. Rest assured, I've hired a chef from New Oriental, who will be coming over shortly to teach me." Pei Jian responded helplessly. "All right, I understand." Grandpa Pei then pulled him to the floor-to-ceiling window, pointing out a vacant lot between several villas where Pei Siyu was constructing something early in the morning. "Your brother must have eaten well last night. Look at him building a paradise for the little pets." Before Pei Jian could reply, Grandpa Pei took out binoculars for a closer look. "Your brother has dark circles under his eyes. He must have been working hard all night. My little great-grandson has hope." Pei Jian didn't he wish to burst his grandfather's bubble. Knowing his brother, he would never act so hastily with his sister-in-law. Grandpa Pei noticed the skepticism in Pei Jian's eyes and playfully slapped the back of his head. What do you mean? Don't believe your brother can do it? You, who have been cuckolded 100 times, what qualifications do you have to doubt? Pei Jian rubbed the back of his head. Grandpa, you miscounted. It's only 99. Grandpa Pei scoffed. 99? It's clearly 100. Have you forgotten about Qingjing? Pei Jian wondered why his grandfather's memory seemed sharper than his own when he was in a clear state of mind. When Sia arrived at Grandpa Pei's villa, Sia bow. The breakfast this morning was made following a recipe, the old man said, serving her eggs and milk, doting on her. Pei Jian sat beside Grandpa Pei, who completely ignored him. Grandpa, I can serve myself. You should sit down and eat with us. When Sia glanced outside, wondering if she should call Pei Siyu, he must have filled up with energy, feeling buoyant. Seeing the smile on Grandpa Pei's face, when Sia felt something was amiss. Had he misunderstood something? After finishing breakfast, when Sia headed to the garden, Pei Siyu had constructed a 3-story villa for the little pets using wooden frames. The ground floor was a play area covered with fine sand, the middle level had climbing ropes for them, and the top floor featured rolling walnut toys. The little pets were joyfully tumbling about inside. The plump little brother exclaimed, "This is so blissful." Although Grandpa seems fierce, his skills are impressive. Brother,
We've even got a grand villa now.
the slender older brother replied, "It feels like a dream." Chubby mouse brother exclaimed, "Oh, how I long to sing a song," twirling and leaping with my eyes closed. Beside the villa of the mouse brothers stood a wooden post as thick as a bowl, adorned at its apex with a crescent-shaped wooden nest, alongside which several slender iron wires were drawn, entwined with reeds. The little swallows, with their half-closed eyes, basked in the sunlight atop the reeds, reveling in their contentment. Meanwhile, a green crab spider and a ladybug had also made their cozy abodes. When Sia observed with a solemn expression, bustling about, oblivious to the man who had approached her, a flicker of emotion glimmering in her eyes. She never anticipated that he would provide her little adopted creatures with a home and a sanctuary. Such a man was infinitely superior to one who professed love with his lips while displaying 100 details of indifference. How could the original owner of this heart ever bear to inflict harm upon such a good man? Pei Siyu. Upon hearing Wen Ci call him, Pei Siyu turned to face her. Bathed in the morning sunlight, his sharply defined features seemed to be gilded, rendering him even more handsome and charming. When Sia dashed forward a few paces, rising onto her toes to plant a kiss on his handsome cheek. "Thank you, Pei Siyu." A delicate fragrance wafted into her senses, the warmth of her touch landing softly upon his cheek. Pei Siyu, tall and robust, suddenly froze, his attractive atoms apple-bobbing with intensity. His dark, deep-set eyes held a mysterious allure. As their gazes locked, time appeared to suspend itself in that moment. Chapter 56. Ah. The dog-man has lost control when Sia gazed at the man's cold yet handsome visage, her long lashes fluttering lightly. Oh, dear. She had been too emotionally charged and had inadvertently kissed his cheek. Surely, he wouldn't want to crush her, would he? If she had offended him, perhaps he ought to slap her for her indiscretion. Pei Siyu remained motionless, seeing that he neither spoke nor struck her. When Sia hastily declared, "I've given you a chance. If you don't hit me, you cannot blame me." She stepped back, intending to escape, but in the next moment, her slender wrist was firmly grasped by him. Before she could comprehend, he suddenly encircled her waist with one arm, drawing her close, while the other hand cradled the back of her head. He lowered his head and kissed her, not on the cheek, but on the lips. When Sia was clearly taken aback by the unexpected kiss, her beautiful eyes widened, her heart racing in a cacophony of thoughts. Oh no, did he even realize what he was doing? Their faces were mere inches apart, breaths intertwining. When Sia found herself lost in the depths of his dark, expressive eyes, momentarily forgetting to react. Sensing her gaze upon him, the man extended his long, broad palm to cover her eyes, deepening the kiss. At that instant, she heard the excited voices of the mouse brothers and the swallows. They kissed, they kissed. Grandfather and grandmother are sharing a kiss. Grandpa and second young master are peeking as well. So sweet. Grandfather and grandmother must be locked in forever. Though when Sia yearned for Pei Siyu's kiss and craved his embrace, she had no desire to become the spectacle of a zoo. She glanced back and, as expected, spotted the curious Pei old man and Pei Jian observing them. Noticing when Sia pushing him away, Pei Siyu's dark eyes dimmed momentarily. He pressed his lips together, his voice low and hoarse as he remarked, "Apologies, I kissed the wrong person. With that, he strode away with long strides. When Ci watched his departing figure, her small fist clenched in indignation as she raised it toward his back. Dog man, what do you mean by kissing the wrong person? Who did you want to kiss? After kissing me, are you secretly disgusted? Why don't you just lick your lips in self-recrimination? Once Pei Siyu left, Pei old man and Pei Jian hurried over. Ci Bao, what did that brat say to upset you so? When Ci pouted in grievance, Grandpa, Pei Siyu said he kissed the wrong person. Oh, Pei old man felt his fists clench in anger. That scoundrel. He must have drunk too much of that tainted milk powder when he was a child to utter such foolishness. Pei Jian analyzed. Sister-in-law, my elder brother must be shy. That's why he said that. As far as I know, he is still a virgin. When Ci rested her chin in thought for a few seconds. Pei Siyu's white moonlight was tang wan. He probably wished to reserve his first kiss for her. Whatever. It didn't he matter whom he wanted to give it to. Second brother? Didn't you say you found your true savior and wanted me to accompany you to find her? Pei Jian nodded. Yes, just a moment. I'll feed the little animals before we go. According to Jiang Nanxue, she had purchased a jade pendant from a young girl to impersonate Pei Jian's savior. After investigating, Pei Jian found the girl in the hospital. Upon seeing Pei Jian, the girl revealed with tear-filled eyes, the jade pendant belonged to my sister. She entrusted it to me for safekeeping, but my father is a gambler. After my sister came to Yi City for work, she lost contact. I had no choice but to sell the pendant. In a desperate attempt to find her missing sister, the girl graduated high school and also came to Yi City. Recently, she had fallen ill and could no longer endure, leading her to the hospital. She never imagined Pei Jian would come looking for her. The girl, seeing Pei Jian's aloof and noble demeanor, repeatedly expressed her apologies. My sister treasured that jade pendant greatly. She said if she ever encountered that boy again, she would return it to him. I can't reach my sister, and my family is in dire straits. I had no other option but to sell it. I'm so sorry. Moved by the girl's heartfelt tears, Pei Jian refrained from blaming her. When did your sister go missing? My sister has been missing for 2 years. I reported it to the police, but there's been no news. Mr. Pei, could you help me find her? Considering she once saved you. Pei Jian nodded. My elder brother is a criminal investigator. Please provide me with your sister's photo and information. I will ask him to assist in the search. After leaving the girl's hospital room, Pei Jian relayed the story of his savior's disappearance to Wen Ci. Sister-in-law, how could a person just vanish without a trace? Do you think she might be in danger? Wen Ci furrowed her brows. It's hard to say. Let us head to the police station to find your elder brother. As Pei Jian and Wen Ci made their way to the hospital lobby, they noticed medical staff wheeling a woman in. The woman was pale and emaciated, her tightly pressed lips tinged with a purplish hue. Upon reaching the center of the lobby, her hand that had been resting on her abdomen suddenly fell limply outside the stretcher. Doctor, please check on my wife, cried the man who had rushed in behind her. Lunging forward, as he felt for her breath at her nose and found none, he collapsed to the ground. Ah, wife, please wake up. How could you leave me? The man clutched his hair in despair, his wails echoing through the hall. Many onlookers turned their heads. The doctor assessed the woman's breathing and heartbeat, swiftly administering emergency measures, but ultimately, they could not save her life. Pei Jian recognized the man and furrowed his brow slightly. Is it him? When Ci, curious, asked, Do you know that man? Pei Jian nodded. He is Zhou Yuan, the scion of the Zhou family, known as one of Yi City's finest men. It's said his wife cannot bear children, yet he has never shown disdain, always loving her dearly. He has supported her entire family. I had heard his wife's health was failing, but I never expected she would pass away at such a young age. It's truly a pity. When Ci glanced at the man whose cries seemed capable of tearing the hospital roof off, her delicate brows knitting tightly together. When a person reaches the pinnacle of sorrow, they often become numb and hollow, unable to hear others' words, feeling a profound ache in their hearts. Their eyes burning, yet unable to shed tears. But that man, he wept as if performing for others, his tears and suffering appearing to be a spectacle for all to witness. When Ci shook her head gently, reminding herself not to speculate wildly about others' thoughts. Perhaps the man was truly overwhelmed by his love for his wife, which drove him to weep so fervently. Sister-in-law, I shall head to the garage to fetch the car.
Please wait for me at the entrance, she said.
Nodding, when Ci made her way to the hospital's entrance. As soon as she reached a secluded spot, a piercing bark shattered the silence. Chapter 57. The Black Dog Kneels. She was deeply moved. Mama, don't go. Don't leave. Hey Dan. Hey Dan is the most obedient, the one who loves mama the most. Following the sound of the barking, Wen Ci spotted a black Chinese rural dog desperately racing towards the hospital. Perhaps it had run too far, its paws were injured, leaving dark red stains on the ground with each step. Ignoring the security's attempts to stop it, Hey Dan burst into the hospital lobby. Upon seeing the woman lying on the stretcher, lifeless and devoid of breath, Hey Dan lunged forward.
Woof, woof, mama, mama.
Regardless of Hey Dan's desperate cries, the woman on the stretcher remained unresponsive. With a hoarse growl, Hey Dan rubbed its head against the woman's icy palm. Realizing that its beloved mother had departed for good, with a thud, Hey Dan bent its forelegs and sank to the ground. The dog nudged its head against the woman's pale face, whimpering with a trembling voice, "Mama, please wake up. Don't leave Hey Dan. In the future, I will be very well-behaved and obedient." Vivid red droplets dripped from Hey Dan's injured paws onto the white sheet, resembling tears of blood. Earlier, the man had anguished over his loss, yet Wen Ci had felt little empathy, suspecting a hint of theatrics in his display. However, witnessing Hey Dan's heartfelt actions now brought tears to her eyes. Animals may not articulate complex sentiments, but each step they take towards their owner conceals the purest of hearts. Their unwavering and loyal guardianship touches the soul far more profoundly than 1,000 eloquent words. Ding ding. Pei Siyu arrived, sister-in-law. Get in the car. After casting one last glance at Hey Dan, Wen Ci opened the door and entered the vehicle. Together, Wen Ci and Pei Siyu proceeded to the criminal investigation team. Inside the conference room, Pei Siyu was engaged in a meeting. Peering through the glass window, Wen Ci caught sight of Pei Siyu clad in a pristine police uniform, the epaulets glinting in the light. He was engrossed in reviewing documents, his handsome and deep-set features framed by his short, dark hair, exuding an air of quiet authority and intensity simply by his presence. Once the meeting concluded, Pei Siyu's tall figure stiffened slightly upon spotting Wen Ci. Reminded of their kiss that morning, he instinctively pressed his lips together. Wen Ci refrained from speaking to Pei Siyu, greeting Xinlei, Songlin, and other team members instead. After exchanging pleasantries, she turned to Pei Jian, "Second brother, I'll wait for you outside," pointedly ignoring Pei Siyu. Pei Siyu watched Wen Ci's departing silhouette, his brows furrowing slightly. "Eldest brother, your words this morning must have upset sister-in-law. You should go and appease her." Pei Siyu, having never been in a romantic relationship, was utterly clueless about how to comfort a girl. Her earlier push-away had made him realize his offense. How could he have dared to kiss her without permission? After a moment of silence, he took long strides to follow her. He mentally rehearsed various apologies for Wen Ci, but upon stepping outside, he found her engrossed in watching short videos in the car. She was completely oblivious to his presence, her attention fixed on the screen, her lips curving into a smile that nearly reached her ears. Pei Siyu glanced at the video she was watching, and all his apologies evaporated.
Wow.
This little handsome guy has quite the electric rear, doesn't he?
So smooth.
Oh my, this one moves even more gracefully, like a Dove chocolate. The algorithm knows my preferences, suggesting only the most charming and well-built men. Just as Wen Ci was absorbed in her viewing, her phone was suddenly snatched away. Startled, she whipped around to see Pei Siyu standing outside the car window, her long eyelashes fluttering in surprise. "Wen Ci, do you find these appealing?" Sensing the ire emanating from him, she instinctively shrank back, meekly asking, "Would you prefer the truth or a lie?" "If it's the truth, then of course they are beautiful. Who wouldn't be swayed by handsome men?" Pei Siyu pressed his thin lips together, struggling to suppress his rising anger. He deftly manipulated her phone, deleting the videos and configuring the settings to ensure she would no longer encounter such charming figures. After returning her phone, he forgot his apologies and turned to leave. Upon realizing she could no longer access the handsome men she adored, Wen Ci felt her temper flare. He had mentioned kissing the wrong person that morning, and she had yet to cool off. Now, he had obliterated her source of entertainment. I want to punch his smug face. After Pei Jian informed Pei Siyu about the disappearance of their life-saving benefactor, Lu Jian, who had been missing for 2 years, he exited the police station. Spotting the fuming Wen Ci, he inquired with curiosity, "Sister-in-law, surely my eldest brother hasn't failed to appease you yet?" Wen Ci gritted her teeth. "Appease? Yes, lucky I'm not furious enough to explode." She pulled up Pei Siyu's WeChat profile and blocked him. At least for 3 days, they would no longer be friends. That evening, Pei Jian and Wen Ci accompanied old man Pei to celebrate Grandpa Hua's 70th birthday banquet. Old man Pei had prepared a handcrafted qipao for Wen Ci. The vintage dark green qipao accentuated her graceful figure, the mandarin collar and frog buttons emphasizing her slender, fair neck. As she descended the staircase, her long, beautiful legs peeked through the high slit. She had styled her hair up and applied makeup suitable for wearing a qipao. For a moment, she seemed to have stepped out from the misty haze of the Republic of China, elegant, dignified, gracious, and radiant. Old man Pei, her greatest admirer, immediately took out his phone to snap several beautiful photos of her, proudly posting them on social media to showcase his stunning and exceptional granddaughter-in-law.
Qibao.
Once that brat returns tonight, Grandpa will surely stand up for you. What is wrong with watching handsome men in videos? If he Wen Ci show you himself, how can he forbid you from looking at others? He.S. asking for a beating. Wen Ci linked her arm with old man Pei.S. Grandpa. You agree I'm not in the wrong, right? Of course not. As long as you don't fawn over Sia Jing Huai and enjoy watching the handsome men in the videos, Grandpa absolutely supports you. Rest assured, Grandpa. If I fawn over Sia Jing Huai, you can send me to Siberia to dig potatoes. The group arrived at the Huai family villa. Grandpa Huai's birthday banquet was held in a party format favored by the younger generation. The banquet hall was adorned with a lavish buffet of delectable dishes. Upon entering the hall, old man Pei greeted Grandpa Huai, guiding Wen Ci alongside him. Noticing the array of delicious food on the buffet table, Wen Ci's eyes sparkled with excitement. Old man Pei encouraged her to take whatever she desired. Overjoyed, she grabbed 2 small cakes, but just as she was about to indulge, a deep and magnetic male voice resonated from behind her. Feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity in the voice, Wen Ci turned to glance back, and upon recognizing the man, her brow furrowed instantly. How is it him? Chapter 58. Wow. Another juicy scoop. The man was clad in a pristine white suit, his hair slicked back and gleaming. His strikingly handsome features radiated an air of refined elegance. He was none other than Sia Jing Huai, the male protagonist who had once captivated the original character to the point of obsession. Wen Ci narrowed her beautiful eyes, scrutinizing Sia Jing Huai from head to toe. Especially upon seeing his glossy, slicked-back hair, she couldn't help but scoff internally. Did he truly believe himself to be an irresistibly charming figure? She still preferred Pei Dog's fresh and rugged short hair, clean and undeniably masculine. Sia Jing Huai stood a short distance away, one hand casually tucked into his pocket, exuding an air of dominance. He anticipated that upon noticing him, Wen Ci would gaze at him with adoration, eagerly rushing towards him. However, to his astonishment, he was met with a look of disdain and contempt in her eyes. For a fleeting moment, Sia Jing Huai questioned his own perception. Wen Ci, I haven't contacted you recently. Surely you must miss me? Wen Ci clicked her tongue dismissively. Is there no mirror in your home? Go take a look at yourself. Sia Jing Huai's expression shifted. Wen Ci, I understand that I stood you up during our last elopement, which must have upset you. However, there's no need for you to play hard to gain my attention. If I truly ignored you, I fear you would weep. Wen Ci arched an eyebrow. If you continue to speak in such a manner, I will indeed cry. Sia Jing Huai clenched his jaw. What are you saying, Wen Ci?
Wen Ci,
Yearning for a slice of cake, found his presence as irritating as a fly. If you can't comprehend my words, shall I carve them into a stone tablet for you? Sia Jing Huai felt a surge of frustration. Wen Ci had always been his devoted admirer, obedient to his every whim. Yet now, she dared to retort him with such eloquence? With a cold smirk, Sia Jing Huai declared, if you wish for me to overlook your earlier remarks, you must find a way to secure the auction price for the land in the southern district of Pei Corporation. Without waiting for a response, he turned and strode away, seemingly confident that Wen Ci would clandestinely relay information to him. Wen Ci watched his retreating figure, a glint of cunning amusement flickering in her beautiful eyes.
So,
He desires the southern land, does he? She would certainly accommodate his wish. Sister-in-law, Pei Jian's anxious voice broke through her thoughts.
turning to him,
Wen Ci noticed the complex emotions swirling in his gaze, recognizing his worries. She articulated her plan. If Sia Jing Huai acquires the southern land and, prior to development, uncovers a vast ancient tomb, do you think the Sia family would incur significant losses? Pei Jian's eyes brightened. Sister-in-law, that is indeed a clever idea. But can you genuinely bear to see Sia Jing Huai suffer a loss? Wen Ci patted her chest in assurance. Rest assured, my romantic inclinations have been thoroughly eradicated. I am now terrifyingly lucid. To me, Sia Jing Huai is no longer a formidable figure. He is merely a trifling water ghost. Pei Jian chuckled at her words. After finishing her cake, Wen Ci surveyed the banquet hall. Where is Huisu? I heard from Grandpa Hua that he has been filming night scenes for 2 consecutive days and is probably catching up on sleep. As Pei Siyu finished speaking, a heart-wrenching wail echoed from upstairs. Hu Tian, who was greeting guests, turned to his wife, Yuani. What's wrong with Yu? Yu said the banquet tonight is very important, so he went to wake his brother since he hasn't gotten up yet. Yuani explained, but her expression abruptly changed. Su has never liked Yu. He wouldn't have hurt him, would he? Huiyu is the youngest son of Huitian and his second wife, Yuani, born when Huitian was in his 40s. He had always cherished Yu like a precious gem. In recent years, however, Huisu had grown increasingly distant from his father. During festive occasions, he wouldn't even call. If it weren't for Grandpa Hua's 70th birthday today, Huitian doubted he would have returned at all. Does being a movie star make one so important that they can disrespect their own father? Huitian thought, noticing his wife's concern. Seeing Huitian's grim countenance, Yuani quickly reassured him, Tiango, today is an important day for Dad. Please don't argue with Su. He's still just a child and doesn't understand. 22 years old and still a child? Yu is only 6. Has he ever shown affection for his younger brother? Has he ever gifted him anything? And you have been married to me for 7 years. Has he ever called you auntie? Huitian was at a loss as to why Huisu had changed so dramatically. Yuani, upon marrying into the Hui family, had dedicated herself to caring for Huisu, waking early and staying late to prepare meals and offer comfort, often more devotedly than his own mother. Yet, Huisu had shown no gratitude. He had nearly caused Yuani to suffer a miscarriage and bullied Yu mercilessly. Had Huitian not forced Huisu out of the Hui family, Yu might not have survived to this day. Fearing that Huisu would harm Yu again, Huitian hurried upstairs, with Yuani following closely behind. Upon entering Huisu's room, they immediately spotted Yu on the floor, his face swollen, his neck marked with bruises, crying inconsolably. Meanwhile, Huisu lounged nonchalantly at the head of the bed, smoking a cigarette. The sight incensed Huitian. You wretched child. Look at what you've done to your brother. Seeing his parents arrive, Yu cried even louder, Daddy, Mommy, Huisu wants to kill Yu. I'm so scared. His cries echoed through the house, summoning Hui's grandfather and the guests below. Quickly. We must secure a good vantage point for the drama unfolding above, Grandpa Pei urged, pulling Wen Ci and Pei Siyu along. Huitian attempted to lift Yu, who, despite being only 6, was a hefty little boy weighing around 80 pounds. Unable to carry him, Huitian set him down again. My dear son, don't cry. Daddy will ensure justice is served. With that, he turned a furious glare towards Huisu. Don't think that just because you are a so-called film emperor with a handful of fans, you can do as you please in the Hui family. You must apologize to your brother immediately. Huisu curled his lip in a sardonic smile. Why should I? Yuani tugged at Huitian's sleeve, her eyes brimming with tears. Tiango, while I am heartbroken that Yu has been hurt, let's not ruin Dad's 70th birthday. Huitian grasped Yuani's hand. You are too understanding and gentle, which has allowed Huisu to take advantage of you. I must not have been good enough as a father. Out of the corner of her eye, Yuani noticed Grandpa Hua and the onlooking guests, and she crouched down to ask you kindly came to call your brother down for the banquet. Why did he hit you? Through his sobs. Yu pointed to the bedside table, because I discovered my brother's secret. He was afraid I would tell others, so he hit me. Huitian rushed to the bedside table. Yanking open a drawer. Beneath a book, he pulled out a package. The sight left everyone, including Grandpa Hua and the guests, utterly stunned. It was a packet of white powder. Huitian quickly opened the transparent plastic bag and sniffed it, his expression shifting dramatically. He also discovered a syringe in the drawer. My God, Yuani gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth. Huitian turned to Yu. Did you see your brother using this? Yu nodded vigorously, yes. Huitian's eyes turned red, and the veins on his neck appeared ready to burst. He dropped the package and seized Huisu by the collar, bellowing, You ungrateful wretch. Tell me, what are you doing? Yuani approached the bed, disappointment etched on her face as she looked at Huisu. Su, you are not only the eldest son of the Hui family, but also a public figure beloved by millions. Do you understand how severe the issue of drug use is? With that, she slapped herself across the face. It's my fault for failing to educate you properly. This is my mistake. Seeing his mother strike herself, Yu rushed over and hugged her leg. Mommy, it's not your fault. You educated me so well. How could you be at fault? It's Huisu who is in the wrong. He doesn't deserve to be a Hua, let alone my brother. The guests, who had been watching the spectacle, began to murmur among themselves. My goodness, I can hardly believe it. Huisu has broken the law. They say actors lack integrity. He has been flaunting himself in public. And it seems he has indeed gone astray. No wonder there were reports about celebrities using drugs recently. It turns out the Hua family harbors a drug addict. It is said that old Master Hua was once a narcotics officer in his youth, and it was only after sustaining injuries that he turned to business. Thus, he must harbor a profound hatred for drug users. Huisu, this malignant entity, ought to be expelled from the family lineage. Elder Pei has known old Master Hua for many years and is well aware of his temperament. Indeed, he despises those who fall prey to drugs. Old Master Hua, the matter is not yet clarified. Please do not take one side's word as truth. You must consult with Su before making a decision. Pei Jian declared firmly. Grandfather Huisu is certainly not that kind of person. This is particularly poignant given that Huisu's mother was also a narcotics officer who, while on an undercover assignment, revealed her identity to protect her team. Ultimately, she was tortured to death by drug traffickers. The ruthless forces that she fought against sought revenge, compelling her to hold her funeral under an alias, with no photograph displayed on her gravestone. They sacrificed their personal lives for the greater good, becoming symbols of anonymity to safeguard the nation's integrity. Old Master Hua's hand trembled slightly as he grasped his cane, his expression stern as he fixed his gaze upon Huisu. Su, speak. Huisu was unable to respond before Hu Tian interjected furiously. Father, you witnessed it firsthand. Can there be any doubt? Huisu is a cancer to our family, and you must expel him from the family tree. Mew, bad guy, bad guy. The ragdoll cat. Milk Candy approached indignant. My master has been wronged by you. Seeing Huisu's plight, it raised its tail high, its fluffy fur bristling. When Ci bent down to scoop the annoyed Milk Candy into her arms, I trust that your master can handle this. If you go in now, I fear the bad people might harm you. Milk Candy recognized Wen Ci instantly by her pleasant scent. Human, is it you? Can my master truly resolve this crisis? Wen Ci gently stroked Milk Candy's fur. Did you not tell me last time that your master would soon be framed? I relayed that to him. He should have made preparations. Milk Candy's tense spine gradually relaxed, its previously frizzy fur smoothing out, and it nuzzled into Wen Ci's embrace. Human, I believe you. Huisu stepped down from the bed and approached old Master Hua. Grandfather, I did not take drugs. Do you believe me? A hint of red surfaced in old Master Hua's weary eyes, and his grip on the cane loosened slightly. Grandfather believes you. Father, do you trust him? You saw him use drugs. I even found white powder in his drawer. Evidence is undeniable. How can you still believe him? Huisu did not cast a glance at Hu Tian, his eyes remaining fixed on old Master Hua. Grandfather, when my mother was undercover, she once wrote me a letter, stating that she was always prepared to sacrifice herself. Yet, she was never afraid. Each day she lived was a day she could bring down another drug dealer, saving a family from the scourge of drugs. She never considered herself heroic. She said narcotics officers are like a wall, silent, yet standing firm against the storm. She spent 3 years undercover, never once donning a pretty dress, never daring to speak a word of truth, yet she never regretted it. For her only wish was for the country to remain safe. No one is born a warrior. The tranquility of life exists because some bear the burden for others. Why do I strive so desperately to become a star? Why do I exert myself to achieve fame? Huisu glanced at the bedside table, where a photograph of his mother in her police uniform lay, his eyes shimmering with tears, because I know that where the spotlight shines, countless young eyes will be watching. I want to stand in the most prominent place, conveying through my actions and words what must be upheld and what must never be touched. With that, Huisu produced a badge emblazoned with the title of Anti-Drug Ambassador. I have been selected as the official ambassador for anti-drug campaigns, and an announcement will be made shortly. He clenched the badge tightly in his palm, his voice resonant and resolute. Grandfather, you and my mother have always been my role models. I will use my fame as a bridge to communicate to all my fans the importance of steering clear of drugs. I want them to understand that safeguarding the nation's integrity is not only the duty of frontline officers. Every ordinary citizen must uphold their own boundaries to protect their lives. Upon hearing Huisu's words, a glimmer of excitement and pride sparkled in old Master Hua's eyes. His eldest grandson had truly matured. Tears welled up in Wen Ci's eyes as well. Huisu's words were profoundly moving. Pei Jian took the lead, applauding vigorously. Old Hua, I suddenly realize you are far more mature than I imagined. Huisu shot Pei Jian an exasperated glare, and you only just figured that out? The onlookers were touched by Huisu's words, yet remained puzzled. If the drugs were not placed in Huasu's drawer by him, then who could it be? Surely it could not be Yu, a mere 6-year-old child. He could not possibly frame his own brother. However, with Huasu now an officially recognized ambassador, he must have undergone thorough blood and urine tests. What was truly going on? Huasu's eyes narrowed coldly. Ladies and gentlemen, would you like to know the truth? I possess it. Chapter 60. A Spectacle of Revelations. Father, Yu is just a child. He would not lie about what he saw, Huitian asserted. Pulling Huiyu to stand before old Master Hua and the guests, look at what Huasu has done to Yu. He is just a 6-year-old child. Huasu smirked, a disdainful laugh escaping his throat. Dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes. A mouse's offspring will dig holes. Huiyu is 6, not 6 months. Huitian glared furiously at Huasu. Are you still going to stubbornly deny it? Old Master Hua, wielding his cane, struck the ground forcefully. Huitian, what is the matter with you? Yu is your son. Is Asu not? Asu claims to have evidence of his innocence. Why do you refuse to believe him? The mocking curve of Huasu's lips deepened. Grandfather, perhaps he is the very one who conspired against me? Preposterous. Huasu, you vile creature. How dare you slander your own father? Huasu's eyes reflected his scorn. I am a vile creature? What about you, old beast? Not wishing to continue the argument with Huitian, Huasu strode directly to a painting hanging on the wall. Oh, I forgot to mention. A few days ago, I installed a hidden camera in my room. Everything that occurs in my room is recorded. At Huasu's revelation, both Yi and Huiyu's expressions shifted. Huasu pulled out his phone and connected the surveillance video to the television screen in the room. The footage clearly showed the drugs being stealthily placed in Huasu's room by Yi just yesterday. As she exited the room, a sinister smile graced her lips. Shut it off. Turn it off. Yi exclaimed, agitated, attempting to snatch the phone from Huasu's grasp. Huasu's expression turned icy as he forcefully pushed her away. Madam Yi, why the rush? We have not finished watching. Yi had never anticipated that Huasu would install a hidden camera in his room. A chill ran down her spine, her blood feeling as though it were congealing into ice. The footage soon reached the present moment. 10 minutes prior, Huiyu opened Huasu's door. Casting a glance at Huasu lying on the bed, his face displaying an aggression and arrogance that belied his age, he pointed a finger at Huasu, his voice sharp and scornful. Huasu, you truly are a shameless, mangy dog. This is my home. What right do you have to stay here? Your mother is dead. You are nothing but a burden without a mother. Get out of my home. Huasu sat at the head of the bed, his gaze piercing as he regarded Huiyu. Chubby, say one more word about my mother, and I swear I will end you. Huiyu stormed to the edge of the bed, thrusting his pudgy face close to Huasu's, brazen and arrogant. Go ahead, try it. Dare to touch me? Just try. Father will soon bring your demise. At present, he only dotes on me. You are superfluous in this household. Your piano has become my plaything, and your art studio has turned into my toy room.
Ha ha ha.
Whatever I desire, Father will bestow upon me. Huasu narrowed his enchanting phoenix eyes. Little chubby one, are you attempting to provoke me into striking you? Come on, hit me if you dare. Huiyu, in a fit of bravado, stuck out his tongue and raised his middle finger in a taunting gesture. Upon witnessing this, Wen Ci clenched her fists in indignation. That little rotund brat truly deserves a thrashing. She was tempted to deliver a few punches herself. Though Huasu's handsome visage darkened with anger, he refrained from retaliating. Seeing Huasu's in action, Huiyu suddenly raised his hand and slapped his own face with force. The sound echoed as his cherubic cheeks turned a vivid shade of red. Not stopping there, he clawed at his own neck, leaving trails of blood. Huasu crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. Little chubby, your acting skills surpass mine. Did your mother teach you? Huiyu, tears streaming down his face from his self-inflicted wounds, wiped them with the back of his hand and glared fiercely at Huasu. My mother said that as long as I cry and tell Father and everyone that you hit me, this home will belong to me from now on. And I will no longer have to compete for Father's affection. She also said that you will be left without a father and a home, and your reputation will be ruined. Huasu, I despise you the most. What gives you the right to be a big star, adored by so many? You are only slightly more handsome than I am. Even the girls in his class were fans of Huasu. Upon learning of their brotherly connection, some classmates were incredulous. For Huiyu was undeniably less attractive than Huasu. After the guests witnessed how Huiyu was injured, they were left in shock. Good heavens! A mere 6-year-old child exhibiting such cunning. Huasu's temper is truly remarkable. If I were him, I would have beaten that troublesome child to a pulp long ago. Yuani not only planted drugs in Huasu's drawer to frame him, but also taught her own child to slander him. Had Huasu not installed a hidden camera, today's events would have cast an indelible stain on his reputation. The implications are chilling and terrifying. Upon hearing the murmurs surrounding him, Huayu's previously arrogant demeanor faltered, revealing a trace of panic and fear. He rushed into Yuani's embrace, exclaiming, "Mom, what should we do?" He loathed Huasu, believing that if Huasu hadn't set up the camera, he and his mother would not have been exposed. Why doesn't Huasu just disappear? Huatian appeared taken aback by the unfolding truth, his brows furrowing in a deep scowl, his silence laden with discontent. Huoleo Yizi's murky eyes betrayed an uncontrollable fury as he glared at Yuani. "Where did you procure the drugs?"
To drive Su out of the Hua family.
"You resorted to such despicable means to frame him. Moreover, you have corrupted my 6-year-old grandson. Do you believe I am not present to witness this injustice against my eldest grandson?" Before Yuani could respond, Huoleo Yizi's voice thundered, "Call the police. Possession of narcotics is a grave offense." Yuani, trembling in fear, turned pale. "Father, I was wrong. Please grant me another chance." Unmoved, Huoleo Yizi retrieved his phone, intent on contacting the authorities. Desperate, Yuani cast a pleading glance at Huatian, not wishing to air the family's dirty laundry, especially in front of the police. He stepped forward and forcibly took the phone from Huoleo Yizi's hand. "Father, Wani has always been gentle and virtuous. There must be a reason for her to slander Huasu." Upon hearing this, Yuani, feeling wronged, rushed into Huatian's embrace.
"Tianye.
"There is some truth I had wished to keep from you and father, but now I must reveal it."
With that,
Yuani produced a paternity test report from her handbag. "Huasu is not your biological son." "What?" Huatian's eyes widened in disbelief. After a brief glance at the report, he handed it to Huoleo Yizi. "Father, Huasu is not of our Hua lineage." The onlookers were taken aback, utterly astonished by the reversal of events. It was more dramatic than a soap opera. Pei Siyu furrowed his brow, his heart racing. "Sister-in-law, is Huasu truly not a Hua?" Wen Ci gently stroked the head of the candy in her arms, smiling slightly. "Let us remain patient. The best part is yet to come." Pei Siyu pondered, could there be more twists? Chapter 61. Unveiling the truth. Huoleo Yizi glanced at the report, the words indicating a lack of biological relation piercing his vision. "No, Rome Huey's child. I've watched her grow. Although she is the daughter of the maid, she shares many of my interests. She attended a police academy and later dedicated herself to drug enforcement. How could such a noble and selfless person betray Huatian? It's impossible, absolutely impossible." Huatian's expression darkened, his voice laden with skepticism. "At this point you still choose to believe Ronghui? After marrying me, she seldom returns home, claiming to be on duty.
Who knows what she does outside?" Slap.
Huoleo Yizi, unable to contain his rage, struck Huatian across the face. "You shall not insult Hui Hui. She protects our homeland, risking her life against those vile drug dealers. Each mission she undertakes is with the readiness to sacrifice. She is more commendable than anyone. How dare you demean her?" Yuani gazed at Huatian with concern, her eyes brimming with tears. "Father, Tiange is your son. Why do you always protect Ronghui? You claim she has been faithful, yet the paternity report clearly shows Huasu is not Tianji's son. Irrefutable evidence is before you. How can you be so blind?" Huoleo Yizi shook his head vigorously, convinced there must be a mistake. "Grandfather, there is indeed an issue.
Huosu interzet, ma'et.
Yi conducted a paternity test and I did one as well." With that, Huasu retrieved 3 paternity reports from his bag. One was between himself and Huatian, another between him and Huoleo Yizi, and the third was between Huoleo Yizi and Huatian. Huasu first presented the report linking himself to Huatian. "I do not know where Ms. Yi obtained my sample, but my test results confirm I am Huatian's biological son." Huoleo Yizi's eyes lit up with joy upon reviewing the report. He had faith that Hui Hui would never betray them. Huasu then handed the second report to Huoleo Yizi. "However, grandfather, I surreptitiously obtained your and Huatian samples for testing and discovered that he is not your biological son." "What?" Huoleo Yizi and the guests were again left speechless. This time, even Huatian and Yuani were stunned. The notion that Huatian was not Huoleo Yizi's biological son was unfathomable. Huatian, agitated, snatched the paternity report, Glancing at the results, his face paling in fury. He glared at Huisu, wishing to rend him limb from limb. Huisu, have you forged this report? What is your aim? If I am not your grandfather's son, then you too cannot be, of the Hua lineage. What benefit do you gain from this? Huisu remained remarkably composed, producing the third report. Grandfather, take a look at this. Though my father is not your biological son, I am. Hua Leo Yizi took the report, his grip tightening around it. Hua Tian, finding the situation ludicrous, retorted, Huisu, are you out of your mind? If I am not your grandfather's biological son, how can you claim to share blood with him? Are you attempting to fool your grandfather? As Hua Tian's agitation peaked, a melodious female voice interrupted. What if Huisu's mother is actually Hua Grandpa's biological daughter? Wen Ci's words struck like a stone cast into still waters, stirring a tempest of revelations. The onlookers began to murmur once again. How astonishing! It turned out that Hua Tian was merely an impostor. Curiosity sparked discussions about how Hua Tian and Rong Hui had been mistakenly raised.
Meow.
The adorable candy in Wen Ci's arms let out a few meows. I overheard a conversation between Hua Tian and the nanny, Ma Rong. Ma Rong told Hua Tian that she was his biological mother. When Hua Tian was born, he suffered from a heart condition, and she lacked the funds for treatment, so she discreetly swapped him with the child of the old lady Hua. Wen Ci gazed at the sweet and clever candy in her arms, unable to resist giving it a kiss. You are the smartest. The candy's inner ear instantly turned a shade of pink. The beautiful human smells so delightful. She kissed me. How embarrassing. Father, Huisu must have forged the paternity report. How could I possibly not be your son? The old man was face tightened as he looked at the photo on the bedside table, where Rong Hui stood proudly in her police uniform. He had adored her since she was a child, treating her like his own daughter. As she grew up, he arranged for Hua Tian to marry her, welcoming her into the Hua family. Many times, he noticed that Rong Hui's preferences and behaviors mirrored his own. Yet, he had never considered that Rong Hui was his actual daughter. He glanced again at the paternity test report between him and Huisu. Deep within his heart, it felt as though something had struck him fiercely. Intuition told him that the truth was that his biological daughter had been swapped with Hua Tian. Rong Hui was indeed his flesh and blood. The old man cast a sharp gaze over the crowd, landing on the visibly distressed Ma Rong.
Marong, comeir.
Ma Rong had not anticipated such a commotion this evening. Her eyes darted nervously, filled with panic and guilt. Why, Your Excellency? The old man glared at Ma Rong, his eyes piercing. Did you swap the two children? Ma Rong shook her head vehemently. No, Your Excellency. Young Master Tian is your biological son. Do not let young Master Su deceive you. The old man tightened his grip on his cane, his expression stern as he called for the housekeeper. Bring in the experts from the paternity testing center. Let them collect samples personally. Upon hearing the old man's order for a resampling, Hua Tian and Ma Rong's faces changed drastically. Ma Rong fell to her knees, crying out, Your Excellency, if you conduct the paternity test, it will break young Master Tian's heart. Are you really going to deny your own child? Hua Tian also knelt down, pleading, Father, how can you doubt my identity? If you truly go through with the test, even if it proves I am your biological son, I will never acknowledge you again. Please do not shatter my heart. Wen Ci clicked her tongue, your current wife secretly arranged for you and Huisu to undergo paternity testing. And you are not worried about hurting Huisu's feelings. Now that it is your turn to undergo testing with grandfather Hua, you claim will hurt your heart? Your double standards are astonishing. Hua Tian glared at Wen Ci with a face as pale as death. Mind your own business, outsider. Just as Hua Tian finished speaking, old Master Pei stepped forward, defending Wen Ci fiercely. What has my Ci Bao said that is wrong? If you are not feeling guilty, why are you afraid to undergo the test? In my opinion, you are Ma Rong's son, an intruder with a heart full of malice. He then turned to old Master Hua. Old Hua, I have arranged for a professional institution to come. Matters of bloodlines cannot be taken lightly. Chapter 62. It's insane. How explosive. The institution chosen by old Master Pei was extremely prestigious. Even attempts at deception would be futile. Before long, the staff from the testing agency arrived, carrying a sample collection kit. Following old Master Hua's instructions, they collected samples from Hua Tian and Ma Rong. Upon hearing the old man's orders, Hua Tian trembled, his complexion draining of color. It was over. There was no turning back now. Observing Hua Tian's expression, old Master Hua's gaze turned sharp as he fixed it on Ma Rong. If you confess everything now, I may spare you a chance at redemption. Ma Rong's legs turned to jelly as she collapsed to the floor. Tears streamed down her face as she sobbed. Your Excellency, I had no choice. When a Tian was born, I was told he had congenital heart disease. As a single mother, I had no money for treatment. I was forced to swap him with the old lady's child. When old Madame Hua was pregnant, old Master Hua was busy serving as a narcotics officer, carrying out missions. During a visit to the countryside, old Madame Hua encountered a torrential downpour and had to seek shelter at Ma Rong's home. That night, she went into labor and gave birth to a child there. When Ma Rong returned home from the hospital after giving birth to her son, she fainted upon seeing that old Madame Hua had delivered a healthy daughter. Quietly, she switched the two babies. Upon regaining consciousness, old Madame Hua was told by Ma Rong that she had given birth to a son. Later, when old Master Hua transitioned to business and became wealthy, Ma Rong applied for a position as a nanny in the Hua household, longing to see her biological son. She believed that the truth about Hua Tian and Rong Hui's identities would never be revealed in her lifetime. She could not comprehend why it had come to light. She and Hua Tian had always been cautious, speaking in whispers. Ma Rong would never have imagined that the whole truth had been overheard by the candy. Seeing Ma Rong confess everything, old Master Hua's eyes burned with rage as he picked up his phone and, in a fit of anger, called the police. When Ma Rong was taken away by the police, she wept bitterly. Your Excellency, for the sake of the 40 years you raised a Tian, please do not cast him out. With Hui gone, a Tian is your only child. Old Master Hua's face darkened. I will not forgive you. I will immediately convene a clan meeting to expel Hua Tian from the Hua family tree. As for Ma Rong for swapping the two children, she will serve a long sentence. Hua Tian's legs grew weak, his entire being turning cold. Without the identity of the Hua family's heir, he would be nothing. Father, I beg you for Su's sake, do not cast me out. You may not recognize me as your biological son, but can you treat me as a son-in-law from now on? As long as Hua Su was his biological son, perhaps he still had a glimmer of hope. Hua Su directly produced a document of severance, stating, Mr. Hua, I, Hua Su, am no longer your son. I wish to sever our father-son relationship. Hua Tian's pupils constricted violently. You beast! How could you? Old Master Hua struck Hua Tian's back with his cane, declaring, A Su is my only biological grandson. In the future, if anyone dares to insult him, bully him, or wrong him, I will not let it go. If you do not wish for me to pursue your accountability, take your wife and child and swiftly leave the Hua family. Hua Tian's face lost all color. Hua Su raised a hand and said, Wait. Hua Tian thought Hua Su was having a change of heart, and a glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes. A Su, please say a few good words for me in front of your grandfather. From now on, Dad will treat you well and never let you suffer again. Hua Su cast a cold glance at Hua Tian. Am I such a cheap person? You nearly ruined my reputation along with your wife and child, and you expect me to speak on your behalf? In fact, Yuani and Hua Yu framed me. Without your backing, how would they have dared? You have long known you are not a Hua. Once you cast me out, you would gain everything. You dislike the Hua family and my mother. You want to cut ties and enjoy everything with the woman you love and your children. Hua Su's lips curled into a cold smile. Your plans are quite beautiful, but does your woman truly desire that? You claim my mother cheated on you. What about the one beside you now? Hua Tian frowned deeply.
Who Su?
What do you mean? Are you saying Wani has cheated on me? Yi Wani quickly clung to Hua Tian's arm. Tian Ge, don't listen to him. He is filled with hatred for me and Yu. Hua Su steadily retrieved a fourth paternity report from his bag. While I was making those three, I also had one made for you and Hua Yu. Hua Su tossed the report to Hua Tian, who picked it up and glanced at it. Upon discovering that Hua Yu was not his biological child, his pupils constricted violently. How could this be possible? No, it must not be true. Wan Yi had been with him during their courtship, and after their marriage, she had known no other man but him. Upon seeing the report, Yuan Yi's eyes flickered with a hint of panic. She never anticipated that Hua Su would retaliate so fiercely. The onlookers could hardly contain their applause for this dramatic twist of events. Initially, Yuan Yi had fabricated a paternity test in a bid to expel Hua Su from the Hua family. She could never have foreseen the explosive truths that would unravel. Ultimately, it turned out that her own son was not Hua Tian's biological child. What was there to be conflicted about? The staff from the testing center were still present. They could simply take another sample. Wen Ci remarked cheerfully, today's revelations are truly sensational. As the staff approached to collect samples from Hua Yu and Hua Tian, Yuan Yi forcefully pushed them away, cradling the terrified Hua Yu in her arms as he cried out.
Lu Jian, witnessing Wen Ci's actions.
Felt a flicker of suspicion. Could it be that the son he genuinely cherished, Huiyu, was not his biological offspring? Tian's face paled as he turned to Wen Ci, his brow furrowed in disbelief. Is Yu truly not my son? Wen Ci pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Tian, sensing her silence, was engulfed by a foreboding sense of dread. He yanked Huiyu from Wen Ci's grasp, attempting to pull a few strands of Huiyu's hair for testing, but Wen Ci, in a fit of madness, shoved him away, exclaiming, "Don't touch my son." Tian's pupils dilated in shock. He could hardly believe that the gentle and kind-hearted Wen Ci would speak to him in such a manner. He grasped her shoulders tightly, shaking her as he demanded, "Wen Ci, tell me the truth." Wen Ci forcefully pushed him away, reclaiming Huiyu in her embrace. Her eyes now ablaze with fury and hatred, stripped of the gentleness she once possessed. "Do you wish to know why Yu is not yours? Very well. I shall reveal the entire truth to you." In Chapter 63, The Consequences of Evil, the rival's intrusion, Wen Ci sank into her memories, tears cascading from her reddened eyes. "I had a childhood sweetheart named Shinwan. My family was not well off, and after graduating from middle school, Wen worked tirelessly to support my education. We promised that once I graduated from university, we would marry. However, after my graduation, he no longer wished to marry me. I believed he had lost interest, and we separated for 6 months. It was only at a class reunion that I discovered he was suffering from heart disease. In my anguished questioning, he revealed the truth. He was in heart failure, and the only chance for survival was a heart transplant. He did not want to burden me. He simply wished to pass quietly, allowing me to seek happiness anew. But how could I let him go? He had sacrificed so much for me." Wen Ci wiped her tears and continued, "At that time, I had just been hired by the Hor Group's secretarial office with an annual salary of 200,000. To gather enough money for Wei and surgery, I took on multiple jobs, working tirelessly. Eventually, I saved enough and found a healthy heart donor. Wen and I were overjoyed, and we promised to marry once his surgery was successful. But on the day of the operation, the donor was delayed. After repeatedly inquiring with the attending physician, I learned that the donor had been snatched away by a patient from a private hospital who had paid handsomely for it." As I spoke, Wen Ci glared hatefully at Tian. "It was you who intercepted the donor we had long awaited. You, with your wealth and resources, did not need the surgery urgently, yet you wielded your power to snatch away our hope. After your discharge, I overheard you speaking on the phone, dismissing others' lives as inconsequential, blaming only their own shortcomings. But that donor was rightfully ours. It belonged to Wen. Unable to hold on to Wen's life any longer, she wished only to retain a piece of him, a child. Thus, she preserved Wen's sperm in a hospital, and after his passing, she seduced Tian. Once he fell for her, she underwent artificial insemination and became pregnant. She deceived Tian into believing the child was his when in truth, it was hers and Wen's. She sought revenge against Tian, aiming to ensure that all of her family's wealth would belong to her and Wen's child. Hence, she had persistently targeted Siyu, attempting to cast him out of the family. Today's plan had been to succeed, and everything would unfold as she envisioned. Upon hearing Wen Ci's accusations, Tian trembled, unsteady on his feet. He had never imagined that the donor he had once taken from Wen would be the very one belonging to him. Even more shocking was the realization of Wen Ci's deep devotion, willing to exact such revenge for her deceased ex-lover. "You wretched woman!" Tian raised his hand and struck her across the face with a fierce slap. Wen Ci stood up, retaliating with a resounding blow to his cheek. "If I am a wretched woman, what are you? You are even more despicable, wasting air while alive and land when dead. You are the epitome of wretchedness." Tian was taken aback. Over the years, he had genuinely cherished Wen Ci and Huiyu. For their sake, he had treated Siyu coldly, even attempting to expel him from the house multiple times. Yet, what had he received in return? Betrayal.
Hatred.
"Wretched woman, I will kill you." Tian's face contorted as he lunged at Wen Ci, but she, producing a pair of scissors from seemingly nowhere, thrust them toward his chest. "Mom, Dad, please stop fighting." The chubby Huiyu was terrified, crying out in distress. This time, it was a genuine cry from the depths of his heart. Witnessing the chaos, Old Master quickly dialed for the police and an ambulance. When the police and ambulance arrived, Old Master publicly declared, "I sever all ties with Tian. I will have the family ancestral hall expel him from the family tree and notify everyone." Tian lay on the ambulance gurney, his face ashen. The injured Wen Ci was taken away by the police. Hearing Huiyu's cries, Wen Ci suddenly came to her senses, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Huisu. Huisu, for Yu's sake, please take him in. He will surely be obedient and listen to you. Although young, Huiyu was perceptive enough to read the room. Realizing his situation was dire, he clung desperately to old Master Hua and Huisu's legs. Grandpa, brother, please don't cast you away. I promise to be good and obedient. Tian roughly shook Huiyu's chubby hand off. This little one had been taught poorly by his mother since childhood. Keeping him in the Hua family would only spell disaster. Old Master Hua summoned the butler and ordered Huiyu to be sent to an orphanage.
No, Grandpa.
Please don't send Yu to the orphanage. No matter how Huiyu pleaded, old Master Hua and Huisu remained unmoved. As he was forcibly taken down the stairs, his voice turned sharp and filled with malice. Old Huisu, you will die a terrible death. When I grow up, I will personally kill you both. The onlookers shivered in fear, their sympathy for Huisu deepening. Over the years, he must have endured much suffering at the hands of his stepmother and Huiyu. That he could rise from the thorns and abyss to stand on the dazzling heights was truly remarkable. Old Master Hua grasped Huisu's hand and announced to all, Su will henceforth be the sole heir of the Hua family. After the banquet, old Master Hua learned from Huisu that the revelation of the truth and resolution of the crisis that night was entirely due to Wen Ci's efforts. He directly presented the Hua family heirloom jade bracelet to Wen Ci, saying, Little Ci, I've heard that you and old Pei's eldest grandson lack feelings for each other. Why not divorce him and become our Hua family's daughter-in-law? As I observe my mischievous little rascal, it is evident that he holds a profound affection for you. A smile graces the exquisite and enchanting visage of Huisu as he exclaims, Grandfather, your idea is splendid. Upon hearing this, old Master Pei, visibly agitated, puffs out his cheeks and glares. Hua, I consider you a brother, yet you treat me as a fool, attempting to ensnare my granddaughter-in-law right before my eyes.
Come.
Let us settle this with a duel to see who prevails. Wen Ci hastily intervenes, restraining the irate old Master Pei. Grandfather, there is no need for such extremes. The elder casts a disapproving glance at both old Master Hua and Huisu, asserting, My precious Ci Bao will never join your family. Just this morning, she bestowed her first kiss upon my mischievous little rascal. Old Master Hua huffs in response. I have heard that your little rascal has yet to consummate his marriage with Xiao Ci. Could it be that he is incapable? Do not let this delay Xiaozi's happiness. My grandson Su is the idol of countless girls, excelling in every aspect, sure to satisfy Xiao Ci. Old Master Pei is incensed, vowing upon his return tonight to ensure that his grandson consummates his marriage with Ci Bao, resolutely preventing anyone from whisking her away. Chapter 64. Awaiting the pursuit of a wife at the pyre. Upon returning to the Pei residence, old Master Pei immediately seeks out Pei Siyu. You little rascal. You must act swiftly, lest your wife be snatched away. Pei Siyu, however, is not in the master bedroom but rather in the guest room where Wen Ci usually sleeps. Old Master Pei's heart leaps with joy. You little rascal. Have you finally come to your senses and realized the importance of sharing a bed with your wife? Pei Siyu brandishes a hammer, replying, Grandfather, you deliberately ruined Wen Ci's bed last night. I have just repaired it. Seeing the furious expression on old Master Pei's face, Pei Siyu furrows his brows. Grandfather, please refrain from such childish antics in the future. After spending the night with Wen Ci, he finds himself invigorated yet utterly drained. More so than after several consecutive nights of intense investigations. Wen Ci, observing Pei Siyu's demeanor, is at a loss as to whether to laugh or cry. She feels utterly devoid of charm. Even after being placed on Pei Siyu's bed, he remains indifferent, opting instead to come and repair her bed. Grandfather, a forced romance yields no sweetness. Do not be upset. Old Master Pei, wishing to strike Pei Siyu with his cane, laments the ungratefulness of his eldest grandson, who fails to nurture affection with his wife, while the second son is a notorious cuckold, having suffered 100 betrayals. What sin has the Pei family committed? Unwittingly caught in the crossfire, Pei Jian is drawn into the fray as old Master Hua declares his intention to compete for Ci Bao as his granddaughter-in-law. While the impudent Huisu is prepared to steal her away, Pei Siyu, furrowing his brow, asserts, What is rightfully mine shall remain mine. What is not shall not be kept. Pei Jian interjects, Eldest brother, do be cautious. Have you not heard the saying? With a deft hand, No wall remains unbroken? Pei Siyu's gaze shifts to Wen Ci, who gestures for silence. Do not worry, I have no plans to leave the Pei family for the time being. You little rascal, do not wait until your wife flees and you find yourself weeping like a kettle. With that, old master Pei storms off. Pei Jian exchanges a knowing glance with Pei Siyu, advising, eldest brother, you must explain things to sister-in-law properly. Otherwise, you will remain in her blacklist. Once they are alone in the upstairs room, Pei Siyu gazes deeply into Wen Ci's eyes, inquiring, when will you add me back? Not at the moment, she replies. Pei Siyu nods thoughtfully, realizing that perhaps he will not need her clothes anytime soon. Wen Ci's eyes widen in surprise. Oh no. This dog of a man has learned to manipulate my vulnerabilities. Add me back, immediately she hisses. After reluctantly restoring him from her blacklist, Wen Ci extends her hand. Give me my clothes. Pei Siyu returns to his room and retrieves his jacket for her. However, as she reaches for it, he holds on tightly. Wen Ci tugs at it, unable to wrest it from his grasp, and looks at him, puzzled. What do you mean? Pei Siyu purses his lips, murmuring. This morning when I said I kissed the wrong person, I was merely jesting. Wen Ci, upon hearing him finally speak plainly, cannot suppress a smile. Is that so? You must lack kissing experience. Pei Siyu responds softly, can you tell? Indeed, your skills are rather lacking. She quips before snatching the jacket and dashing back to her room. Pei Siyu runs a hand over his forehead, pondering, is my kissing technique truly so poor? Recalling the warm sensations of kissing her, a tension stirs within him. He swiftly turns and strides back to the master bedroom. The next day, during breakfast, old Master Pei informs the group, the Zhou family has notified us. Who among you is free to accompany me to the funeral home today? I hear that Jian Ning is to be cremated. Both Pei Jian and Wen Ci are taken aback. They had seen Zhou Yuan's wife, Jian Ning, pass away in the hospital just yesterday, and now her cremation is scheduled for today. How swift this all seems. Pei Siyu sets down his chopsticks. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, I have the day off. I can accompany you. Old Master Pei, unwilling to converse with him further, turns to Wen Ci. Ci bow. Will you join us as well? Recalling the sorrowful cries of He Dan from yesterday, she feels a pang of concern. I wonder if I will see He Dan at the memorial today? Very well, I shall go with you. After finishing breakfast, Wen Ci heads upstairs to don a black trench coat. She wears no makeup, her hair tied in a low ponytail, her delicate features radiant, her skin luminescent. Pei Siyu, his dark eyes darting briefly to her rosy lips, quickly averts his gaze. Old Master Pei catches Pei Siyu stealing a glance at Wen Ci's lips. I knew he harbored feelings for Ci Bao. He may deny it, but he is in for a fiery pursuit of his wife. Pei Jian drives them to the funeral home. As they near the memorial hall, Wen Ci suddenly calls out, Second brother, stop the car. Pei Jian halts the vehicle. Wen Ci swiftly opens the door and exits. Pei Siyu and Pei Jian, puzzled by her sudden action, follow suit. Near a flower bed, Wen Ci spots a feeble black dog. Instantly recognizing it as He Dan, she rushes over. He Dan lays there, one leg broken, its tongue seemingly severed, unable to vocalize even a whimper of pain. Wen Ci's heart clenches involuntarily. He Dan, who has done this to you? The dog lifts its weak eyes, gazing at the enchanting figure of Wen Ci before it, filled with confusion. It cannot speak, only question in its heart. Human? How do you know my name is He Dan? I do not believe we have ever met. Wen Ci recounts the scene from yesterday when she saw it chasing after its owner. A glimmer of light suddenly sparks in He Dan's dim eyes. Human? You can read my thoughts? Wen Ci nods, indeed I can. He Dan seems to see an angel. Human, can you really read my heart? Wen Ci affirms yes. He Dan, please tell me who harmed you. Tears flow from He Dan's eyes. It was the owner's husband, Zhou Yuan. He forbade me from staying with my owner, ordering someone to sever my leg and cut out my tongue. Pei Siyu and Pei Jian witnessed the black dog weeping profusely, its body battered. Both curious about what it is communicating in its heart. Sister-in-law, who could be so cruel as to inflict such injuries on a dog? Wen Ci's lips tighten. Zhou Yuan. Pei Jian is taken aback, surely not? Zhou Yuan is renowned for his affection towards his wife, Jian Ning. How could he harm her beloved pet after her passing? Wen Ci raises her hand to wipe He Dan's tears. We'll take you to the pet hospital for treatment. He Dan shakes its head. Human. You can read my heart. Please call the police. My owner was murdered by Zhou Yuan. Human, I implore you to seek justice for my owner. Chapter 65. The Loyal Black Egg. a renewed investigation observing the emotionally agitated and distraught Black Egg when Ci gently caressed its head. Black Egg, why do you assert that Zhou Yuan is responsible for your master's demise? Tears streamed incessantly down Black Egg's face. Yesterday, after my master passed away, I followed him to the funeral home. I heard Zhou Yuan tell my master, "You have finally died. No one will uncover my secret now." At that moment, I was overwhelmed with rage and viciously bit Zhou Yuan's calf, wishing to compel him to accompany my master in death. In response to my bite, Zhou Yuan barked furiously and ordered his men to break my leg and sever my tongue. He must have caused my master's death. He never loved my master and often subjected him to emotional abuse. When Ci relayed Black Egg's heartfelt words to Pei Siyu and Pei Jian, at that juncture, a haggard middle-aged woman clad in black approached. Black Egg, why are you still here? Hurry and leave. Do you want the Zhou family to kill you? When Ci inquired of the middle-aged woman, and you are? She is my master's mother, Black Egg replied, revealing her identity as Jian Ning's mother. With a whimper, Black Egg struggled to advance, grasping Jian's mother's clothing with its mouth. My master was harmed by Zhou Yuan. Jian's mother could not comprehend Black Egg's whimpers, but upon witnessing its tears, her eyes brimmed with sorrow. Ning has left us, and we are all heartbroken, but you cannot lash out at Yuan like this. When Ci conveyed Black Egg's sentiments to Jian's mother paused, instinctively shaking her head. Young lady, can you truly hear Black Egg's thoughts? Surely you jest. Moreover, Yuan is a wonderful son-in-law. How could he possibly harm my daughter? The creature is not lying. It is Zhou Yuan, Black Egg cried with increasing anguish. Jian's mother furrowed her brow, tenderly stroking Black Egg's head. Black Egg, you are merely a dog. Will you truly understand? She turned to Wen Ci and the others. Ning has been married to Yuan for almost 2 years. Due to health issues, she cannot conceive, yet Yuan, as the heir of the Zhou family, has never looked down upon her. To prevent her from overthinking, he even opened a women's clothing store for her. Whenever he has the time, he prepares meals for her and brings them to the shop. In cold weather, he reminds her to dress warmly, and in the rain, he tells her to take an umbrella. Not only that, he has treated our entire Jian family with great kindness, buying houses and cars for my son. We consider it a blessing that Ning married Yuan. Pei Siyu narrowed his deep, inscrutable eyes. Madam Jian, why are you wearing sunglasses at your daughter's funeral? Black Egg bit down harder on Jian's mother's clothing. She attempted to pull her garment away, inadvertently nudging her sunglasses askew, revealing a bruise at the corner of her left eye, clearly inflicted by someone. As a criminal investigator, Pei Siyu was sharp and vigilant. Madam Jian, who caused the injury to your eye? I accidentally bumped into something, she replied. When Ci noticed Jian's mother's evasive gaze and pointed to the injured, tearful Black Egg. Madam Jian, dogs are humanity's most loyal guardians. Black Egg has been at your daughter's side every day. It claims to have heard your son-in-law causing her harm, that she was not happy, and that it witnessed him take her life. As a mother, do you not wish to uncover the truth? Jian's mother lowered her eyes, her expression a tumult of complexity and anguish. Or perhaps you prioritize your own interests over the truth surrounding your daughter's death? Even Black Egg seeks justice for its master. Do you not wish to do the same as a mother? Jian's mother's eyes instantly reddened, tears streaming down her cheeks. I know Ning was unhappy in her marriage. A year ago, she returned to our home, expressing her desire for a divorce. But her father is a staunch traditionalist. He declared that he could not bear the shame, insisting that a divorced woman is a disgrace. He warned that if she dared to leave, she would never again set foot in her family home. I later approached Yuan. Over the past 6 months, he has changed significantly, opening a women's clothing store for Ning, accompanying her back to our home, and treating her with kindness and affection. Her father and I have not heard her mention divorce again. Ning's death was an unfortunate accident, and it cannot be blamed on Yuan. When Ci pressed her lips together. Madam Jian, my husband is the captain of the criminal police. If you cannot accept the conclusion of your daughter's accidental death, you may report it to the authorities for an investigation. Black Egg, aware that its master had been harmed by Zhou Yuan, understood that the police could not act without Jian's mother's consent. Black Egg sensed Jian's mother's hesitation and bit down harder on her clothing. Help my master. Please. I implore you to assist my master. Madam Jian, Black Egg is asking for your help on behalf of its master. Despite its grave injuries and the blood streaming from its mouth, Black Egg continued to seek justice for her daughter. If even a dog could show such loyalty, What could possibly be holding her back as a mother? Ning Ning had lived her entire life in a stifling household. Did her death not merit the pursuit of truth? Very well, I shall report it. Pei Siyu immediately returned to the police station to initiate the necessary procedures, while Pei Jian took Black Egg to the veterinary hospital. Wen Ci and the elder Pei proceeded to the morning hall. Zhou Yuan knelt before Jian Ning's remains, his back hunched, a clenched fist over his heart, weeping inconsolably. My dear wife, how can I live on alone without you? Wen Ci narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Zhou Yuan. Though his cries were loud, upon closer inspection, his face bore little trace of tears. His suit was meticulously tailored, with even the cuffs pressed to perfection. His hair was neatly styled and secured with gel, not a strand out of place. Zhou Yuan exuded an air of theatricality, as if his sorrow was merely for show. Just as Black Egg had suggested, his affection for Jian Ning appeared superficial, lacking genuine emotion. Guests attending the memorial, witnessing Zhou Yuan's apparent grief, rushed to console him. Yuan, do not despair too greatly. Jian Ning is watching over you from above. She would not want to see you in such distress. Your kindness has not gone unnoticed. It is rare to find a man like you in E-City. One guest, a business partner of Yuan's, recounted a recent dinner where Yuan had called Jian Ning multiple times to remind her to take her medication, joking that he was her wife's slave. He truly loves Jian Ning, otherwise he would not be arranging for her cremation so swiftly if it weren't for the astrologer's advice on the timing. As the time for cremation approached, staff wheeled Jian Ning's body toward the cremation chamber's entrance. When Ci glanced anxiously at the door, her heart racing. Where was Pei Siyu? Just as the gurney was about to cross the threshold, Pei Siyu arrived with his team. What are you doing? Zhou Yuan's eyes narrowed with suspicion at the sight of Pei Siyu and the officers in uniform. Pei Siyu presented a notice of investigation. Mr. Zhou, the deceased's mother has filed a report with our department, expressing significant doubts regarding her daughter Jian Ning's death and contesting the hospital's conclusion of accidental death due to asthma. According to the relevant provisions of the criminal procedure law, we are required to investigate this case further. The body must be temporarily preserved and not cremated. Zhou Yuan's expression stiffened, and he glanced at Jian's mother, who had her head bowed. Mother-in-law, what objections do you have? The hospital's diagnosis is clear and unequivocal. Jian Ning is about to be cremated. Why the sudden report? With a loud slap, Jian's father struck Jian's mother before the assembled crowd. Have you lost your mind? Jian Ning's death was an accident. Why are you causing such a commotion? Do you wish for her spirit to be unrest? Jian's father scolded furiously. Indeed. My sister tragically passed away due to an asthma-related accident. No one wishes for such unforeseen events to occur, yet now that they have, we must come to terms with it. The master has calculated the time for her cremation, but now it has been disrupted. Mother, what exactly are you trying to accomplish? Even my brother Jian Cheng has joined in the accusations. When Ci hastily approached Jian's mother and gently grasped her trembling hand, Jian's mother glanced at Wen Ci, recalling how He Dan had defended Jian Ning. She then looked at the father and son duo, who only knew how to hit and shout at her. And a chill ran through her heart. Their treatment of Ning Ning is truly more degrading than that of a mere dog. Ning Ning sufferet from asthma. Yet she always carried her medication. Why, then, was the medicine not at hand when she experienced an attack yesterday morning? If the police investigate and ultimately confirm it was an accident, I shall accept it. Otherwise, I will not. You old wretch, do you have nothing better to do? Jian's father attempted to strike Jian's mother once more, but Pei Siyu swiftly intervened, firmly gripping Jian's father's wrist. Attacking someone in front of the police? You certainly have some audacity. Pei Siyu's voice was as cold as ice. Inflicting bodily harm on another person could lead to administrative detention at best, or criminal charges at worst. Jian's father defiantly retorted, I'm hitting my own wife. What business is it of yours, you filthy officers? This is a family matter. You should mind your own business. A family matter? Pei Siyu's lips curled into a cold smile, his eyes sharp and frigid. The cause of your daughter's death has yet to be determined, and your wife is a key witness. If you lay a finger on her, it ceases to be a family matter and becomes an obstruction of justice. When Ci observed Pei Siyu, who stood protectively in front of Jian's mother like an immovable mountain, and she couldn't help but acknowledge that this man was indeed quite handsome and charismatic when executing his duties. Take them all away. After Zhou Yuan was brought to the interrogation room, his eyes were filled with coldness and derision. My wife died accidentally. I neither assaulted nor killed anyone. You bringing me here is unlawful detention. Furthermore, I will say nothing until my lawyer arrives. If you press me further, I will accuse you of torture. During his interrogation by Xunlei, Zhou Yuan's extreme non-cooperation infuriated him. Xunlei returned to the conference room, having extracted nothing. Pei Siyu pressed his thin lips together, deciding to leave Zhou Yuan for the time being. Wen Ci and I will visit the Zhou family villa, Lazy. You go to the forensic center and have forensic Dr. Lin conduct a thorough examination of Jian Ning's body. Song Lin, visit Jian Ning's women's clothing store. Upon arriving at the Zhou family villa, Pei Siyu and Wen Ci had just exited the vehicle when they spotted a servant, clutching a box, stealthily making their way towards the back mountain. The Zhou family villa, nestled in the suburban foothills, is a standalone European-style residence, concealed within a camphor forest. Pei Siyu and Wen Ci promptly disembarked and quietly trailed the servant to the back mountain. The servant dug a hole and buried the iron box in it. Just as they were about to cover it with soil, a long hand reached out and seized the box. Upon seeing Pei Siyu in his police uniform, the servant collapsed in fright. Police officer, Pei Siyu opened the box, revealing a collection of jewelry. Terrified, the servant's face turned pale as she stammered, "Officer, my child is ill and urgently needs money. I only stole the lady's jewelry because she was no longer here." Pei Siyu handed the jewelry box to Wen Ci and solemnly inquired of the servant, what was the relationship between Jian Ning and Zhou Yuan like? The servant, nervously fiddling with the hem of her clothing, lowered her head and trembled, stating, "As servants, we do not dare to pry into our employer's affairs. We only clean and cook." Pei Siyu's gaze was sharp and unyielding. "Speak the truth." When Pei Siyu's demeanor turned serious, his features became hard and imposing, exuding a formidable aura that was deeply intimidating. The servant, trembling, confessed, "I rarely see the master and mistress interact privately. After they return home, they each go about their own business. However, whenever outsiders visit, the master becomes exceedingly attentive to the mistress, offering her water and inquiring about her health. Those unaware of the situation would assume they are very affectionate." Pei Siyu murmured in acknowledgement, "Who discovered Jian Ning's asthma attack yesterday?" The servant shuddered, her voice quavering. "It was I. Yesterday, the mistress was unwell and resting at home. While I was upstairs cleaning, I heard faint cries for help from the bedroom. I opened the door to find the mistress lying on the floor, her face turning purple. The asthma medication had fallen into the corner of the vanity. I was terrified. I rushed over, picked up the inhaler, and attempted to administer it, but she was already struggling to breathe. In a panic, I was at a loss for what to do when the master entered, saw the mistress's condition, and quickly called for an ambulance. I never imagined the mistress would not be saved." Pei Siyu and Wen Ci returned to the villa with the servant. "What about the surveillance footage? The cameras broke down a couple of days ago, and the repair personnel have yet to arrive." Pei Siyu and Wen Ci exchanged glances. Was it merely coincidental that the surveillance malfunctioned precisely when Jian Ning had her incident? A little too fortuitous, indeed.
Ding.
Pei Siyu's WeChat notification chimed. Xunlei had sent him the preliminary autopsy results for Jian Ning. White cashmere fibers were found under the deceased's fingernails. Combined with the swelling of the respiratory mucosa and bronchospasm, it can be confirmed that death was caused by an asthma attack. Pei Siyu called Xunlei. "Aside from the cashmere, were there any other materials found, such as skin tissue, bloodstains, etc.?" Xunlei responded. "There were no other biological traces except for the cashmere fibers." After ending the call, Pei Siyu's expression darkened slightly. The servant, noticing Pei Siyu's demeanor, trembled and asked, "Officer, I can assure you, our young lady's death was an accident. What was the mistress wearing when you saw her lying on the floor yesterday?" The servant recalled. She was wearing a light blue cardigan and a white long skirt, with a cream-colored cashmere shawl draped over her shoulders. When Ci also recalled the scene from the hospital yesterday when Jian Ning was brought in, she did not have the shawl on. "Is the shawl still in the villa?" The servant quickly led Pei Siyu and Wen Ci upstairs. They searched Jian Ning's room, but found no trace of the shawl. "How strange. I clearly saw it last night. Why has the shawl disappeared? Could it be that the master, knowing it was the one she cherished most, took it to burn with her today?" Pei Siyu and Wen Ci hastily made their way to the funeral home. They located the clothing that Zhou Yuan had intended to incinerate along with Jian Ning. However, the shawl was missing. This implies that Jian Ning's sudden asthma attack, with the medication having fallen to the ground, may have involved something that Zhou Yuan had placed on the shawl to provoke her allergies. After Jian Ning's death, Zhou Yuan concealed the shawl. In the criminal investigation team's conference room, they noted, Jian Ning, aged 26, had been married to Zhou Yuan for 1 year and 10 months. Before her marriage, Jian Ning was a receptionist at the Zhou Group, pursued by Zhou Yuan. Initially, she had turned him down, but after her brother accrued gambling debts, Zhou Yuan paid them off and even purchased a house for the Jian family. Jian Ning's father and brother pressured her into marrying Zhou Yuan. Employees at Jian Ning's women's clothing store reported that she was not happy and would occasionally wipe away tears in secret. Zhou Yuan maintained a good man image both at work and in public. Wealthy yet disciplined, he remained steadfast even when faced with advances from beautiful women during social gatherings. He preferred to stay home during his leisure time, declining invitations from friends to drink or play cards. His friends and employees perceived him as particularly family-oriented. Pei Siyu nodded thoughtfully. What about Zhou Yuan's romantic history prior to marriage? He had one girlfriend with whom he was together for nearly 5 years, but they broke up when she went abroad. He attempted to rekindle their relationship after returning but failed, leading to a period of deep despondency. Song Lin displayed a photograph of Zhou Yuan's ex-girlfriend on the large screen. Upon glancing at the photograph, Wen Ci furrowed her brows slightly, exclaiming, "Oh." Pei Siyu turned to Wen Ci, inquiring, "What is the matter? Do you not perceive the resemblance between Jian Ning and Zhou Yuan's former girlfriend in their brows, eyes, and facial structure? Both possess that quintessentially pure and charming visage of a first love, with eyes that shimmer with clarity and brightness." Upon this observation by Wen Ci, both Shen Lei and Song Lin concurred with the similarity. Indeed, Shen Lei nodded in agreement. At that moment, Pei Siyu, lost in thought, abruptly opened the box of jewelry that had been stolen by a servant. Donning gloves, he retrieved a bracelet from the box and placed a photograph of Luo Jian beside it. Luo Jian was the savior of Pei Jiyan, who had been missing for 2 years. When Pei Jiyan reported her disappearance yesterday, he had acquired her photograph from Luo Jian's sister. Song Lin promptly projected Luo Jian's photograph onto the large screen, magnifying her wrist. Upon zooming in on her wrist, the assembly discerned that the bracelet adorning Luo Jian's wrist bore an uncanny resemblance to the one held by Pei Siyu, if not identical. "Take a look at Luo Jian's eyes and face," Pei Siyu remarked. "My goodness, she also has that innocent and charming first love look," Shen Lei exclaimed, slapping his thigh. A hint of astonishment flickered in Wen Ci's beautiful eyes as she raised her hand to cover her mouth. "Captain Pei, are you suggesting that Luo Jian's disappearance is somehow connected to Zhou Yuan?" "But wait," she continued, "if it were related to Zhou Yuan, how would Luo Jian's bracelet end up in Jian Ning's jewelry box?" Pei Siyu retrieved his phone and called forensic expert Lin Miao Miao. "I am instructing the forensic team to examine this bracelet to see if any new revelations can be unearthed." A glimmer of admiration shone in Wen Ci's eyes as she regarded Pei Siyu. Though he may possess a somewhat canine demeanor, his capabilities in criminal investigation were undeniably formidable. In the interrogation room, Zhou Yuan smirked coldly upon seeing Pei Siyu enter. "Captain Pei, our Zhou family has business dealings with your Pei family. You must know who I am. Release me at once, or I will sue you upon my release." Pei Siyu placed an evidence bag containing the bracelet before Zhou Yuan, inquiring, "Do you recognize this?" Zhou Yuan leaned back against his chair, his tall frame relaxed. "A bracelet, who wouldn't recognize it? This belongs to Luo Jian." Pei Siyu's sharp gaze bore into Zhou Yuan. "We have detected type AB blood on the inner side of the bracelet, identical to yours." Zhou Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "AB blood is not unique to me, Pei Siyu. Do not attempt to frame me, Zhou Yuan, with today's technology. We can simply compare it to yours." Pei Siyu's expression turned suddenly fierce and cold. "Is Luo Jian's disappearance connected to you?" Zhou Yuan's breathing quickened slightly, but after a moment of silence, he chuckled. "I recall, Luo Jian worked as a nutritionist at my home. Once, when I had a nosebleed, she handed me a tissue. Perhaps some blood accidentally dripped onto her bracelet. Then why was Luo Jian's bracelet found in your home?" Zhou Yuan shrugged. "How would I know? Perhaps Luo Jian dropped it accidentally." Pei Siyu understood that during this interrogation, Zhou Yuan would undoubtedly maintain his innocence. However, the noticeable increase in his blinking rate and his slight adjustment in posture convinced Pei Siyu that Luo Jian was likely in grave danger. "Boss, Zhou Yuan's lawyer has arrived," a voice announced. Zhou Yuan's lips twisted into a smile.
Pei Siyu,
"You unlawfully detained me and disrupted the auspicious timing of my wife's cremation. I will hold you accountable for this." As Zhou Yuan exited the interrogation room, he cast a meaningful glance at Pei Siyu's left foot. "A cripple. What kind of detective are you? It seems I should file a complaint with your superiors." One captain like Wen Ci is sufficient for the criminal investigation team. Behind Pei Siyu, Shun Lei clenched his fists in frustration. Meanwhile, Wen Ci and Song Lin, accompanied by the Mouse brothers, arrived at Zhou's villa. Zhou Yuan's lawyer had instructed that no outsiders were permitted to enter the premises. Wen Ci signaled for the Mouse brothers to stealthily infiltrate the villa. The Mouse brothers scurried up and down, eventually halting in the basement.
Squeak, squeak.
The chubby Mouse brother exclaimed, "Brother, do you smell something?" The slender Mouse brother replied, "Yes, yes. Hurry, we must inform great-grandma." Upon receiving a call from Wen Ci, Pei Siyu intercepted Zhou Yuan as he attempted to leave the police station. "Mr. Zhou, you cannot leave." Chapter 67. Confession of murder and disclosure of everything. The Mouse brothers' olfactory senses surpassed that of humans by over 200 times. They could pinpoint a faint scent of blood amidst 50 mixed odors, even if that scent had been sealed within concrete for 2 years. Pei Siyu swiftly led his team to the Zhou residence. The security guard at the entrance, upon seeing Pei Siyu present a search warrant, reluctantly allowed them entry. The Mouse brothers guided Pei Siyu to a wall exuding a nauseating odor. "Squeak," the chubby Mouse brother said, "Here, here." Wen Ci immediately translated, pointing at the wall. "Something is amiss there." Pei Siyu gestured to his team, who promptly advanced with a crowbar to pry open the brick wall. With a thunderous crash, a concrete block fell to the ground. Pei Siyu pulled Wen Ci back a few steps, raising his hands to shield her head, fearing she might be splattered with dust. Wen Ci lifted her long lashes, glancing at the man shielding her. His taut jawline, cold and sharp, exuded an air of authority and intimidation. As her nose brushed against his neck, she inhaled the overwhelming scent of his masculinity, her heart racing uncontrollably. Each time she witnessed him in the midst of an investigation, stern and resolute, exuding wisdom and bravery, she found him infinitely more captivating than the flashy young men seen in videos. Pei Siyu remained oblivious to Wen Ci's gaze, his focus entirely on the wall. The scene within was enough to leave those present gasping in horror. There was no complete corpse, only dismembered remains interred within. Most of the bones had already been exposed, exhibiting a faded yellow-white hue, yet the connective tissues at the joints still bore a reddish-brown hue, not fully decayed. Several fragmented bones were still entwined with remnants of clothing fibers, belonging to the attire Lu Jian had worn at the time of her disappearance 2 years prior. The most harrowing sight was the skull, its hollow eye sockets staring at the basement entrance, with a jagged fracture on the left temporal bone, indicative of a blunt force trauma. Concerned for Wen Ci's reaction, Pei Siyu urged, "You should take the Mouse brothers outside." Wen Ci was not frightened, but the sight of those bones weighed heavily on her heart. Zhou Yuan was inhumane, having caused the demise of 2 innocent young women. Pei Siyu and his team thoroughly searched both the interior and exterior of the Zhou villa. From Zhou Yuan's safe, he retrieved a transparent glass jar containing 2 eyeballs. Suspended in a pale yellow formaldehyde solution, the eyeballs appeared slightly swollen. Although the color of the irises had faded, they could still be identified as light brown. Luo Jiayin's eyes were indeed light brown. Pei Siyu closed his eyes momentarily, taking a deep breath before producing the glass jar. In the interrogation room, upon seeing the glass jar Pei Siyu brought forth, Zhou Yuan lost control of his emotions, resembling a furious beast. "Do not touch them. They are mine." He longed to rend Pei Siyu limb from limb. Pei Siyu's gaze swept over Zhou Yuan, cold and piercing as ice. "Why did you kill Luo Jian?" Zhou Yuan fixed his gaze on Pei Siyu, astonished that Luo Jian, deceased for 2 years, could still be discovered by the police. He had buried her so deeply.
Speak.
Pei Siyu's voice escalated sharply. His expression darkened, exuding an aura of chilling authority, his commanding tone echoing like a roaring tiger. Instilling fear, Zhou Yuan realized he could not evade his fate. His eyes reddened, lips twitching slightly, his demeanor becoming increasingly twisted. Because she resembled her. Zhou Yuan's first love was Jiang Yu, a pure and beautiful girl who was the belle of their university. Due to his father's long-term infidelity, his mother often vented her frustrations on him, resorting to physical abuse, confinement in a dark room, and even submerging his head in a bathtub. The shadows of his childhood led to a disinterest in women, and he was equally indifferent to men. It was Jiang Yu who took the initiative to approach him, bringing warmth into his life and awakening feelings of affection within him. He vividly recalls a time when he was particularly downcast. She graciously offered him a cup of milk tea, assuring him that a touch of sweetness could lift his spirits. Indeed, after savoring that tea, his mood brightened considerably. As time passed, they grew closer. When she asked him to be her boyfriend, he readily accepted. However, her vivacious nature and broad social circle became unbearable for him, especially when she interacted with other boys, even in the most innocuous ways. He yearned to possess her entirely. She perceived his possessiveness as excessive and petty, leading to an increasing frequency of their quarrels. Eventually, she initiated a breakup. He was unable to comprehend why she would choose to leave when she had been the one to get close to him. Without granting him a chance to reconcile, she left the country. He pursued her abroad, only to discover her in the embrace of another man, lying together on the same bed. In that moment, a murderous rage surged within him. For a prolonged period afterward, he refrained from engaging in any romantic relationships until he met Lu Jian, a nutritionist at the Zhou family. Lu Jian bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Yu, fair, slender, and exuding a clean and delicate charm, her brown eyes reminiscent of a tranquil spring. Upon encountering Lu Jian, he felt as though he had stumbled upon Jiang Yu again, igniting a tumultuous blend of love and hatred within him. He found himself irresistibly drawn to her, yet she seemed to recoil from his advances. In a moment of desperation, he drugged and assaulted her. When she regained consciousness, he presented her with a check, expecting the amount to sway her loyalties. To his astonishment, she tore the check apart before his eyes, audaciously slapping him and threatening to report him. Her defiance incensed him beyond measure. As she bolted from the room, he seized an ashtray and struck her violently on the head. She collapsed to the floor. Fearing that she might alert the authorities upon waking, he suffocated her with a pillow. After her death, panicking at the prospect of being discovered, he concealed her body in the basement, extracting her beautiful eyes before dismembering her. Jiang Yu had once defied him and escaped. This time, he swore he would not allow Lu Jian to slip away. He entombed her within a wall, ensuring she would forever belong to him. Had she obeyed him, she would not have met such a fate and could have enjoyed a life of luxury. Her demise was the result of her own folly. Silence. Pei Siyu slammed his palm onto the interrogation table, causing it to shudder. Rising to his full height, his imposing shadow enveloped Zhou Yuan, his dark eyes swirling with barely contained fury. Do you believe that money can buy everything? That it can obscure your heinous acts of murder and dismemberment? Your grotesque collection of eyes? Zhou Yuan shook his head. I never intended to kill her. She simply refused to obey. Pei Siyu's voice grew icier. After you struck her with the ashtray, she still had a chance to live, yet you coldly suffocated her with a pillow. You dismembered her and extracted her eyes, not because she was disobedient, but because she failed to satisfy your twisted need for control. From the beginning, you have been a demon who regards human life as worthless. Is it because Jian Ning discovered your murderous secret that you caused her death? Zhou Yuan shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Officer Pei, I did indeed kill Lu Jian, but Jian Ning died from an asthma attack, an unfortunate accident. You cannot attribute one death to me simply because I am guilty of another, can you? The coroner found fibers from a cashmere shawl in Jian Ning's nails, and we have located that very shawl. Zhou Yuan's pupils constricted slightly. Impossible. I burned that shawl. Realizing Pei Siyu was attempting to deceive him, his complexion turned pale. He had let slip a crucial detail. Zhou Yuan, will you not confess? Zhou Yuan fixed his gaze on Pei Siyu for several seconds, recalling how he had heard of Pei's exceptional academic prowess during their school days, culminating in his acceptance into the police academy where he excelled in every aspect. When Pei fell into a coma, he had felt a pang of sympathy, wondering how fortunate it would have been had he never awakened. In that case, no one would have uncovered his crimes. They had been so close, Jian Ning could have been cremated, and the truth of her death would never have surfaced. I truly did not wish to kill her. It was her own actions that led to her demise. Jian Ning also possessed the face of a first love, yet unlike Lu Jian, she was not as aloof. He had lavished money upon the Jian family, securing his marriage to Jian Ning. In the early days of their union, she had been relatively obedient. However, as time passed, she attended a class reunion without his consent. When he came to pick her up, he found her laughing and chatting with male classmates. That night, he struck her several times and subjected her to brutal torment until she begged for mercy, promising never to smile at another man again. She believed she had genuinely submitted, but unexpectedly, she returned to her family, declaring her intent to divorce. Fortunately, her father and brother sided with him. To maintain a facade of the ideal husband in public, he began to feign kindness towards Jian Ning. In reality, he frequently resorted to emotional manipulation and verbal humiliation. Gradually, her spirit was crushed, and her life revolved solely between the dress shop and their home. He was satisfied with her compliance. However, he could not have anticipated that a month prior, Jian Ning had secretly visited another hospital for a physical examination, where she discovered she was perfectly healthy and capable of bearing children. Remembering that he had previously hidden his own infertility test results in the safe, she deciphered his safe's code and, when he was away, opened it. She stumbled upon not only his infertility report, but also the preserved eyes. Terrified, she attempted to report him. Fortunately, he returned home just in time to notice her distress and confiscated her phone. He tore the examination report to shreds, comforting her while threatening her family's safety. Ultimately, she agreed to forget the incident regarding the eyes. During that tumultuous period, he grappled with the question of whether to eliminate Jian Ning, as she possessed too many dangerous secrets. He could not have anyone discovering that he was infertile, that he collected eyes, that he had committed murder. Any one of her revelations could lead to his ruin. After much deliberation, he ultimately resolved to kill her. Pei Siyu's gaze sharpened, his voice low and cold. How did you induce Jian Ning's fatal asthma attack? I placed pine nuts, which she was allergic to, in the beige shawl she frequently wore. Zhou Yuan replied with a hoarse voice after closing his eyes. I researched it thoroughly. If administered in sufficient quantity, it could trigger her asthma. He had precisely timed the maid's morning cleaning schedule, ensuring that he would ascend the stairs only after the maid had witnessed Jian Ning's distress, thereby clearing himself of suspicion. Yet he never anticipated that Pei Siyu would trace the matter back to him. Pei Siyu scrutinized Zhou Yuan intently. The bracelet belonging to Lu Jian was found in Jian Ning's jewelry box, inscribed with the initials. Jian Ning must have suspected that the owner of the bracelet was the same as the owner of the eyes in your safe. Zhou Yuan clenched his fists tightly. I threatened her with her family's lives. Even if she deduced that the bracelet belonged to Lu Jian, she wouldn't dare to report me. No. Pei Siyu's voice was low and gravelly. Jian Ning feared nothing, not even death. How could she fear your threats against her family? The reason she did not report to the police was simply due to her love for you. Zhou Yuan seemed to have heard a great joke. It was laughable. I treated Jian Ning with indifference, and she reciprocated in kind. She even mentioned to her family her desire to divorce me. She could not possibly love me. The forensic doctor discovered a memory card in Jian Ning's stomach, which contained a video she recorded before her demise. In the video, Jian Ning sat on the balcony, her fingers gently clutching the hem of her clothing, her eyes fixed on the camera as she softly began to speak. There are many things I wish to express, yet I do not know to whom I should confide. Today, I shall speak to the lens. Since the beginning of my recollections, I have never had my own room. The master bedroom belonged to my parents. The secondary room was for my brother, and I was left to sleep on the sofa. My father was an alcoholic, and when intoxicated, he would vent his frustrations on my mother and me, often tugging at my hair and calling me worthless. He exhibited a pronounced preference for sons, never laying a hand on my brother. Despite achieving the top rank in my class, he would not praise me, claiming that for a girl, education was futile, as I would inevitably marry one day. Conversely, when my brother performed poorly, he would affectionately stroke his head, saying that he simply had not yet awakened to his potential. Each day upon returning home from school, I was met with an endless array of chores, while my brother languidly enjoyed his time playing games in his room. My original family left me feeling suffocated, and 3 years ago, I contemplated ending my own life. I found myself standing on a bridge, contemplating a leap, when Zhou Yuan appeared beside me, presenting me with a box of chocolates. It was my first experience with imported chocolate, and the first time anyone had ever gifted me sweets.
How sweet it was.
Later, when I saw Zhou Yuan in the news and learned he was the heir of the Zhou Group, I applied for a receptionist position there. I never anticipated he would actively pursue me. I was genuinely elated. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that when he looked at me, he seemed to gaze through my eyes, envisioning another woman. I was uncertain of his true feelings for me and instinctively sought to distance myself from him. However, he bought houses and cars for my parents and brother, who pressured me into marrying him. With a heart full of anxiety, I wed the man I had long admired from afar. I yearned for a harmonious life with him, but after marriage, it was not the sweetness I had envisioned. He was perpetually busy, and when he returned home, conversation was scarce. I thought perhaps having a child would improve our relationship, but for an extended period, I could not conceive. After we underwent medical examinations, discovering I was infertile shattered my world. My best friend, noticing my despondence, signed me up for a class reunion, and to my surprise, Zhou Yuan discreetly followed me. I merely exchanged pleasantries with a few male classmates, yet upon returning home, He severely assaulted me. That was the first time he had laid a hand on me. I convinced myself that he was merely overly concerned for me, which was why he struck me. Yet, following that day, he grew increasingly aloof. Realizing I could not bear children, I felt I could no longer hold him back. As the heir to the Zhou family, he could not forsake the prospect of having children. Thus, I returned to my parental home and broached the subject of divorce with my parents. My father vehemently chastised me, declaring that a divorced woman was akin to a tarnished shoe, and he resolutely opposed my decision. He called Zhou Yuan, demanding he retrieve me. I feared Zhou Yuan would strike me again, but to my astonishment, he did not. Instead, he treated me well in front of others, while behind closed doors, he wielded words and emotional cruelty as weapons against me. I languished in despair for an extended period until a month ago, when I came across a news story about a girl diagnosed with infertility, who later discovered she could conceive after switching hospitals due to a previous misdiagnosis. Quietly, I sought a second opinion without informing Zhou Yuan. When the results revealed I was perfectly healthy, I was elated and hopeful. Perhaps if I could bear a child, Zhou Yuan would once again treat me with kindness. Zhou Yuan had stored the previous test results in a safe. I planned to confront the first hospital after retrieving them. I dared not inform Zhou Yuan, so I secretly observed his safe's combination. Taking advantage of his absence, I opened the safe. To my shock, I discovered 2 swollen eyeballs within. Furthermore, the documents inside clearly indicated that the infertile one was Zhou Yuan. As my mind blinked in disbelief, Zhou Yuan returned, locking me in the basement. Among the clutter, I found a bracelet inscribed with the wording. Perhaps it belonged to the owner of those eyes. That girl had been murdered by Zhou Yuan. I was tormented by the inner conflict of whether to report him. If I alerted the authorities, he would be imprisoned. He was the man I loved deeply. As Jian Ning recounted this, she raised her hand to shield her reddening eyes. After taking a deep breath, her trembling lips spoke. I saw him return with pine nuts, fully aware of my allergy, yet he brought them home. He might intend to silence me. My life was saved by him. That box of chocolates rekindled my hope for existence. Yet, I lacked the courage to step forward and give voice to the girl who perished in such a tragic manner. I was consumed by intense guilt and anguish. I even dreamed of that girl, who asked me why I wouldn't help her. I no longer wished to deceive myself or cling to those ludicrous hopes. If he desired my demise, then so be it. After recording the video, Jian Ning removed the memory card and swallowed it. In the end, she never uttered a word of hatred towards you. Zhou Yuan, are you still human? Zhou Yuan covered his face, emitting a guttural sound akin to a beast. He had wronged her. After being betrayed by his first love, he assumed that all women resembling her would betray and harm him. He had never considered that Jian Ning had genuinely loved him. Following Jian Ning's death, the truth emerged. Jian's mother, who endured over 20 years of domestic violence, sought to divorce Jian's father. Jian's father, incredulous, glared at her. If you leave me, how will you survive? Jian's mother was a quintessential victim of patriarchy. Indoctrinated from a young age with the notions of obedience and dependence on her husband, she always believed that being accomplished was inferior to marrying well, and that a household could not function without a man. She imposed her beliefs upon Jian Ning as well, opposing her daughter's desire for divorce. After Jian Ning's death, Jian's mother was engulfed in remorse and regret, believing that if not for her own weakness, Jian Ning's life would not have ended so tragically. Whether I live or die is no longer your concern. Jian's father, witnessing his wife's defiance, seethed with rage. If you dare to divorce, I will ensure our son disowns you. Let him disown me, she replied. Upon realizing Jian's mother was resolute in her desire for divorce, he begrudgingly acquiesced. Due to his habitual violence, after multiple mediations by the neighborhood committee, they went to the Civil Affairs Bureau and obtained a divorce certificate without the customary 1-month cooling-off period. After Jian Ning was cremated, her mother saw Wen Ci and Pei Siyu, who had come to bid farewell to Jian Ning. With reddened eyes and a hoarse voice, she declared, I intend to take Jian Ning's ashes and travel across the country. Jian's mother deeply bowed to Wen Ci and Pei Siyu, expressing her gratitude for helping Jian Ning find her true killer and saving He Dan's life. He Dan had since been discharged from the hospital, and Jian's mother planned to travel with him. Wen Ci gently patted He Dan's head, saying, Little one, may we meet again by fate. Will I still be able to see you when He Dan returns? Wen Ci nodded. Of course, I have a pet paradise at home. When you return, you can come and play. Thank you. After the case concluded, Wen Ci intended to visit Da Haixiong. Pei Jian had just returned from the funeral of her savior, Lu Jian, when she learned that Huisu intended to accompany Wen Ci to visit the Great Black Bear. She decided to join them. Meanwhile, Pei Siyu received a call from the elder Pei in the police station, warning him that his rival was attempting to encroach upon his territory, prompting him to urgently take leave and return. On his way, he intercepted Pei Jian's car. "I'm going with you," Pei Siyu stated as he opened the back door and settled next to Wen Ci. Pei Jian, behind the wheel, couldn't suppress a smile at the corner of her lips, thinking her brother might be turning green with envy. Wen Ci glanced at Pei Siyu and asked, "Aren't you supposed to be at work today?" "I took a day off," he replied, his gaze sweeping over Huisu, who was dressed rather flamboyantly that day. Huisu, seemingly oblivious to Pei Siyu's scrutinizing eyes, produced concert tickets and handed them to Wen Ci. "Xiao Cici, here are the concert tickets I reserved for you. The best viewing spots are yours." Wen Ci accepted the tickets, her beautiful eyes sparkling. "Your concert tickets are highly coveted. Whenever you wish to attend, I shall reserve a seat for you," Huisu assured her. Pei Jian, glancing through the rearview mirror at Pei Siyu's tense, stone-cold expression, cleared her throat. "What about tickets for my brother and me?" "You'll get them next time." "Pei Dage doesn't he enjoy concerts? It would be a waste," Huisu replied. "Who says I don't?" Pei Siyu retorted. Upon arriving at the mountain, the Great Black Bear heard Wen Ci's voice and wobbled out of its cave, its short legs scampering towards her. Upon seeing Wen Ci, its round eyes lit up with joy. "Human, you really came to see the bear?" Wen Ci raised the gift she had brought. "I also brought the linden honey and wild apples that you love." The Great Black Bear let out a delighted roar, swiftly closing the distance and wrapping its hefty paws around Wen Ci's slender waist, enveloping her in its warm, fuzzy embrace. "Human, you are so kind. The bear likes you." Watching from a distance, Pei Siyu's expression darkened, rivaling the bear's fur, as he witnessed his wife being embraced by the Great Black Bear. The bear was utterly adorable while eating. Pei Jian and Huisu, resembling two naive individuals unfamiliar with the world, approached the bear, alternating between patting its head and its chest. The Great Black Bear, eager to please for Wen Ci's sake, was exceptionally accommodating. Recalling that she hadn't live-streamed in several days, Wen Ci swiftly took out her phone to broadcast. "Woo, my electronic pickled vegetables, finally live. Not seen for a day feels like 3 autumns. Host, do you see how many autumns have passed?" Wen Ci is back to playing scripts again. Has the scammer's live stream not been banned yet? As the stream began, it attracted not only Wen Ci's devoted fans, but also some detractors. Pei Siyu noticed the trolls in Wen Ci's live chat and, employing his hacking skills, swiftly banned their accounts. "Host, I want to connect. I urgently need to speak with you." "Host, quick, check me out. Urgent. Wen Ci noticed a user named Wild Beauty sending multiple messages in quick succession. Nodding, she replied, "All right, I'll connect with you." Once the connection was established, a strikingly wild and beautiful young woman appeared on the video. "Wow, the sister is so beautiful.
So wild, so spicy.
Is the sister outdoors?" The woman in the video, brushing her wind-tousled hair aside, nodded. "Yes, I'm in the mountains, hiking a 7-day outdoor route with friends." Wen Ci inquired, "Sister, did you bring any pets?" Su Tang pointed to a bird perched on a tree that had followed her throughout. "I didn't bring pets, but this bird has been with me. One of my hiking companions is a senior from my university whom I've had a crush on for quite some time. I'm thrilled to hike together. He has been very caring, holding my hand when the path is tough, even foraging wild fruits for me. Last night, we nearly kissed. But just as we were about to, this bird dropped a poop on his face. As if that wasn't enough. Today, when my senior and I tried to rekindle that kiss, it happened again. I truly don't know what I did to offend it." Chapter 69. The Pipit Reports. Danger urgently escapes, pointing the camera at the bird in the tree, when Ci immediately recognized it as a pipit. Its feathers were a soft gray-blue, with a white underside, a sharp beak, and a perky tail, exuding agility. Pipits typically reside near mountain streams, known for their lively nature and meddlesome tendencies. In a gentle tone, Wen Ci asked the pipit, "Little cutie, why did you poop on the face of the sister senior?" The pipit tilted its head to look at the camera.
Wow.
"Such a beautiful human. Human, you mustn't let romantic feelings cloud your judgment. Otherwise, you might unknowingly fall ill." Wen Ci's beautiful eyes flickered with confusion. "Why would I fall ill? Hey, human, can you understand birds?" Wen Ci nodded. "Yes, I'm an animal communicator." "Then you must quickly warn that sister." Chirp, chirp, chirp. The pipit flew closer to the camera, chirping frantically for several minutes, its voice sharp and urgent, resembling a rapid-fire barrage. Its tail bobbed up and down, occasionally pecking at the phone screen, resembling a little firecracker.
Wow.
This bird is too adorable. Now, I truly believe the host can communicate with animals. I'm incredibly curious about what the beautiful Sister S Senior did to provoke the bird's wrath. Am I the only one who suddenly noticed there are no trolls in the live chat? Having no trolls is fantastic. I'm going to immerse myself in the hostess stream. Once the pipit finished, its round little eyes looked towards Wen Ci on the screen. Human. I absolutely did not lie. I'm only looking out for the sister. Wen Ci nodded. I will convey your words to her. Su Tang's curiosity was piqued. Host. What did the bird say? It said that your ambiguous senior is not a good person, and that the pipit followed you because it saw a bird's nest fall to the ground when you were at the base of the mountain. You stopped someone from stepping on the baby birds inside and returned the nest to the tree. This bird is the mother of those chicks, and it wanted to repay your kindness by following you. It overheard your crush's senior and the other hikers discussing that they are all HIV positive. Out of the 7 of you, only you are healthy, and your senior doesn't actually like you. He merely intends to infect you. Upon hearing Wen Ci's words, Su Tang's pupils dilated in shock. The phone she held nearly slipped from her grasp. What? Did I just hear that right?
HIV?
Malicious transmission. Such a vengeful mindset is terrifying. I've read about cases like this. There was a 19-year-old girl abroad who, after contracting HIV, engaged with hundreds of men within months, claiming she wanted to make others pay. When Ci pressed her lips together, understanding that the sister's senior likely thought, if I'm ruined, I won't let anyone have it easy. I'll turn innocents into scapegoats. Su Tang shook her head, unwilling to accept this harsh reality. To her, her senior, Xia Linzhou, was a particularly clean-cut young man, with a charming dimple when he smiled. He was sunny, cheerful, and had always maintained his integrity, never accepting the affections of the many girls who pursued him. How could he possibly have contracted such a dreadful disease? Chirp, chirp, chirp. Human. You must tell the sister that the bird overheard her senior doesn't want a girlfriend because he doesn't want to take responsibility. Every time he has physical needs, he seeks out the hiking companions. Last time, he unfortunately contracted it, and now he has been drawn into the HIV community. They periodically recruit new members, and the method is to infect another person. When Ci relayed the pipit's messages to Su Tang, Su Tang gazed at the wagtail, her eyes slightly reddening. Little bird, did you mishear? The wagtail, known for its fiery temperament, flapped its wings more vigorously, directing its sharp beak towards Su Tang, chirping incessantly as if to vehemently refute any misunderstanding. Dear sister, please don't let infatuation cloud your judgment. Netizens, regardless of their intentions, are still individuals. Please don't act recklessly, dear sister. The most detestable are those who maliciously spread HIV. They deserve to be punished severely. At that moment, a deep, magnetic male voice resonated, stating that if one knowingly infected with HIV deliberately engages in relations with others, according to our country's laws, it is punishable by imprisonment, as outlined in Article 234, Section 2 of the Criminal Law. Thank you, host, for the legal clarification. Wait, is that a man's voice?
Ah.
I'm a sound enthusiast. That voice was simply enchanting. Host, did you bring a rugged man to see the big black bear? Rugged man, come forth. Let us behold your true visage. That male voice was truly a blessing for sound enthusiasts. He must be incredibly handsome in person. Not necessarily. Remember Wang Zai's Xiao Qiao? When Ci tilted her head to glance at the man leaning against a large tree, one hand casually tucked in his pocket. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating his profile as if adorned with a divine halo. With a strikingly handsome and resolute demeanor, he certainly exceeded expectations. She mouthed to him, asking if he wanted to appear on camera. Pei Siyu shook his head. Huasu, leaning against the big black bear, raised his hand, calling out Xiao Ci. I want to appear on camera. When Ci shot him an annoyed glare. Did he wish for her to be chased and scolded by his fans? She briefly panned the camera over to Pei Jian, her younger brother. Though the shot was fleeting, viewers could still perceive Pei Jian's striking looks. The blurry outline is still incredibly handsome. Host, could he possibly be your younger brother? When Ci felt exasperated, no, please don't jump to conclusions. The wagtail flitted back into the frame. Humans, all that needs to be said and advised has been conveyed by the bird. If the sister chooses to ignore the warnings, there's little more the bird can do. The bird must return to care for its young now. The wagtail flapped its wings, bidding farewell to Wen Ci. She waved back at the departing bird. After the wagtail flew away, Wen Ci relayed its final words to Su Tang. Su Tang lowered her long lashes. Her lips pressed into a thin line. It was evident that she could not accept that the senior she had secretly admired for years could be such a person. Dear sister, why are you still standing there? What are you waiting for? Will you really only regret it after being infected? I have conveyed the wagtail's words to you. You are an adult and must make your own decisions, Wen Ci stated. Su Tang's lips quivered. Host.
Could you please not end the call just yet?
As a girl, I feel a bit scared. It seems the sister is not yet beyond hope. Host. Please don't hang up. Wait until the sister reaches a safe place. Perhaps it's best to leave your belongings behind. Su Tang choked out a sound of agreement. She could no longer linger. As for her belongings, she had no intention of retrieving them. She needed to descend the mountain immediately. However, she had barely taken a few steps when a soothing and elegant male voice called out from behind her, Tang Tang. Where are you going? The rocky slope is ahead. Everyone is waiting for you. Su Tang's nerves tensed involuntarily, her breath quickening, her heart racing. The senior she had a crush on, Sia Jing, was approaching. Dear sister, put away your phone. Don't let him see you're on a call with a host. Dear sister, you must remain calm and composed. Just say you are feeling unwell and need to descend to the hospital. Do not show any signs of distress. Su Tang tucked her phone into the pocket of her jacket, directing the camera toward the approaching Sia Jing. He wore a black windbreaker. A few strands of hair falling across his forehead, exuding a fresh and handsome aura, perfectly embodying the image of a college student.
Wow.
No wonder the sister has a crush on this senior. He truly is handsome and clean-cut. If it weren't for the wagtail overhearing his HIV status, one wouldn't be able to tell from his appearance. Su Tang glanced at Sia Jing, reminding herself to remain calm. Yet, her heartbeat continued to quicken. As Sia Jing approached her, he noticed her face had paled slightly, concern flickering in his eyes. Tang Tang, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Su Tang bit her lip before replying, My stomach suddenly hurts. I can't continue to the summit with you all. I need to go down to the hospital. With that, she clutched her stomach, feigning discomfort. We have a doctor in our team. Let him take a look at you first. Sia Jing reached for Su Tang's wrist. But in the next moment, she forcefully shook his hand away, exclaiming, Don't touch me. Dear sister, didn't I tell you to stay calm?
Wow.
Such a strong reaction. Your senior will definitely notice something is off. Feeling inexplicably tense, I'm breaking into a cold sweat for the sister. Sia Jing's hand froze in midair. He looked at the agitated Su Tang, the warmth in his eyes gradually fading. Why are you suddenly so angry with me? Su Tang bit her lip hard, striving to control her emotions. I'm really unwell. I need to leave now. Not wanting to exchange another word with Sia Jing, she turned and hurried down the mountain. However, after just a few steps, she felt a sharp tug at the back of her head. Someone had forcefully grabbed her long hair. Sia Jing yanked her hair, throwing her to the ground. Her phone fell, rolling away. The camera pointed at a large tree, obscuring the current situation between Su Tang and Sia Jing. Tang Tang, have you discovered something? Su Tang attempted to rise but saw several other climbing members surrounding her. No matter which direction she tried to flee, they blocked her path. Her heart raced to her throat. Oh my, the sister is screaming. She must be under attack. Poor sister, those despicable HIV spreaders. They should be shot. Host, you must think of a way. The host can communicate with small animals. But there are none around now. What can she do? When Ci furrowed her brows, her voice unexpectedly emitting an unintelligible sound that the viewers couldn't comprehend. What is the host doing? Is she attempting to summon some small animal? At that moment, an unexpected colossal creature appeared on the screen before the phone. Chapter 70. In a crisis, the giant python comes to the rescue. A head the size of a fist, covered in brown scales, emerged in front of the camera. Holy cow! A giant python. I dropped my phone in shock and it shattered into a spiderweb. Am I hallucinating? The host actually summoned a giant python? The python's flat head hung low, perfectly aligned with the camera. Its cold, vertical pupils bore no warmth, and a dark red tongue flicked out, as if to touch the lens. The python is sleeping. Who dares to summon it? When Ci said, looking at the python that was aggressively flicking its tongue at the camera. It's me. Retract your tongue. It's affecting the viewing experience.
Wow.
Host, are you issuing commands to the giant python? Though I'm not a hater, I can't help but laugh. Do you really think you can command a giant python? That is a python capable of swallowing a person whole. Oh my, I'm sure to have nightmares tonight. Just as the comments expressed disbelief that the giant python would heed Wen Ci's words, the python suddenly retracted its tongue. Human, are you trying to command me? The great python, realizing it had retracted its tongue, felt a pang of humiliation and contemplated spitting it out once more. However, a fierce glare from Wen Ci compelled it to withdraw its tongue again. What on earth? Why should I be afraid of this person? Wen Ci squinted, observing the woman, who had been harmed by several men. You must protect her, ensure she remains unharmed, but do not allow those men to inflict any injuries upon you. The python retorted. Why should I heed your command, human? Pei Siyu had already pinpointed Su Tang's location through his phone's tracking capabilities. In a low, husky voice, he informed Wen Ci. I've alerted the authorities. They are in Yangqing. Coincidentally, I have a classmate at the Yangqing police station who is on his way there with the team.
Wen Ci nodded,
Instructing him to have his classmate bring bamboo rat meat. Upon hearing the mention of bamboo rat meat, the python's head dipped slightly, and it gazed at Wen Ci on the screen, its tongue flicking out with a speed far surpassing its previous motions, clearly filled with excitement and eagerness. Delicious, delicious. The python desires to eat. Wen Ci nodded, assuring it that as long as it protected the woman, food would be provided. Not only do I want to eat, but my grandparents, parents, aunts, uncles, brothers, and sisters all want to eat. Very well. Accomplish your task, and there will be enough for all. Hiss, how delightful. Wen Ci couldn't help but smile at the sight of the enormous python, whose demeanor still resembled that of a playful hatchling. Hurry and execute your mission. Meanwhile, Su Tang found herself surrounded by Sia Jing and several other mountaineers. She collapsed to the ground, her complexion pale, her blood running cold, and her body trembling. She understood that she was trapped in a dire situation. Tears of rage and despair welled in her eyes. Tang, when did you discover the truth? Sia Jing asked, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized her. Initially, he had hoped to keep Su Tang from mingling with his fellow hikers. However, since she had already uncovered the reality, he felt no need to show her any compassion. Su Tang's lips quivered as she pleaded, Senior, please let me go. I swear I won't utter another word. I beg you. This exquisite beauty, we have longed to sample her together. One of the men chimed in. If it weren't for you holding us back, how could we have restrained ourselves until now? The moment she joined us on the mountain, I wanted to have her. Su Tang shuddered at the lecherous gazes cast toward her by the men surrounding her. Among the group of 7, aside from herself, there was another girl. Su Tang cast a desperate look toward that girl, who, with her head down, lit a cigarette and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Don't look at me. I went through the same thing, she stated.
Su Tang felt utterly crushed.
Just because they had endured similar experiences in the past, did that justify subjecting more innocent souls to such horrors? Do you not realize this is illegal? Sia Jing watched as Su Tang's eyes brimmed with tears, slowly approaching her. Tang, once you become like us, you'll develop the same vengeful tendencies. It's nothing. Once we let you go, it won't matter. Come, join us in our revelry. Witnessing the madness in their eyes, Su Tang's chest heaved violently. They must have frequently committed such atrocities, luring unsuspecting women into the mountains. Even if a woman cried out, no one would respond.
Su Tang regretted her decisions.
After graduating from university, she had not been in contact with her seniors for years. Yet, when he had invited her to go hiking, she had been completely unguarded. Secretly delighted, thinking he had developed feelings for her. In reality, he had been laying a trap for her all along. I swear I won't disclose anything, please. Grant me a chance to escape. The more you cry, the more excited we become, they taunted. As Sia Jing neared her, Su Tang couldn't fathom how he had transformed into this monster. The mask had shattered, revealing a repugnant visage beneath. With a tearing sound, Sia Jing ripped a hole in her clothing. The other men, sensing the scent of blood, pounced upon her like ravenous beasts. Su Tang closed her eyes, engulfed by an unprecedented sense of despair. If she were to be violated here today, there would be no reason for her to continue living. Just as Sia Jing was about to forcibly tear off her pants, a sudden hissing noise erupted from behind her. Clearly, Sia Jing and the others heard it too. He turned his head to glance back. Upon doing so, his grip on Su Tang's pants abruptly ceased. Jing, why have you stopped? If you don't go first, I won't hold back. Snakes, so many snakes, Sia Jing stammered, his lips trembling. The other men quickly turned to look, their faces draining of color. Emerging from the underbrush at the forest's edge were 8 massive pythons, their girth comparable to that of barrels, advancing menacingly toward them. Their brown and tan scales shimmering with a terrifying glint in the sunlight. Their colossal bodies crushed the grass and gravel beneath, creating a rustling sound in the air. Ah! The mere sight of one large python was enough to instill fear. The sudden appearance of 8 was unimaginable in its horror. Oh my God! The men, who had been poised to attack Su Tang, were paralyzed with fear. They attempted to flee, but the 8 pythons seemed to operate in unison, swiftly surrounding them. All were encircled by the giant serpents, their heads raised high, cold, vertical pupils fixated on the frightened men who screamed in terror. Sia Jing Huai, too, was struck with fear, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground, his chest heaving, his scalp tingling, his soul fleeing in terror. The python that had previously video-called Wen Ci observed the terrified men, its dark red tongue flicking out and retracting swiftly.
Cowards.
Humph, I've completed my task. I must report back to the humans. Grandparents, parents, aunts, uncles, brothers, and sisters, you must guard this place and ensure these men do not escape. Otherwise, we shall have no delicious bamboo rats to eat. The python returned to the camera's view. Human, I have accomplished my task. Not a single one has escaped. The python flicked its tongue rapidly, resembling an eager child awaiting praise. Wen Ci smiled. Very well. Good job.
Yay.
The human actually praised me. Strange. Why does this praise make me so happy? Human, have you cast a spell on me? Wen Ci smiled in silence. In a past life, she had been a beastmaster from a millennium ago, exuding an aura that commanded the respect of animals. Long ago, they had willingly obeyed her. The python clan had always been well-behaved. Ah, the human praised me again. So joyful that I could spin in circles. You should hand the phone to the woman who was nearly victimized. Human, you have flattered me and my family, so I shall listen to you. Fearing that its sharp teeth might damage the phone, the python lowered its head, allowing its flexible neck to rest on the ground, and then gently nudged the edge of the phone with its soft chin. Subsequently, with a slight exertion of its neck, it slowly lifted the phone. It was particularly cautious, wary of dropping it. Its massive form glided carefully over the terrain, the python's head remaining steady. Soon, it reached Su Tang. Su Tang was both astonished and terrified. She could sense that these pythons bore no ill will toward her. Had they not arrived in the nick of time, she might have already faced violation. As she watched the python use its neck and chin to carry her phone over, she gulped hard. She extended her hand, attempting to take back her phone. The python released the phone, allowing it to fall into Su Tang's hands. The great python did not harm Su Tang. Instead, it gracefully swam back to its parents. Witnessing the python's non-aggressive behavior towards Su Tang, Sia Jing Huai assumed they would not attack humans. He discreetly shifted his position, intending to seize the opportunity to escape. However, before he could take more than a few steps, the python, which had previously displayed gentleness towards Su Tang, suddenly opened its enormous maw. Hiss, dare to flee? You scoundrel! If you escape, this python will have no bamboo rats to feast on. If you dare to move again, I shall swallow you whole. The hissing of the great python, imbued with an ominous threat and raw murderous intent, reverberated like thunder in his ears, sending chills down his spine. Sia Jing Huai's legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed to the ground once more. After acquiring her mobile phone, Su Tang pointed the camera at Sia Jing Huai. His disheveled predicament was laid bare before the online viewers of the live stream. The vile man is utterly terrified. It's so satisfying. I must admit, I've always feared great pythons, yet somehow, they seem rather endearing at this moment. Especially the python that delivered the phone to the young lady. It appears to be playfully posing for the camera. It must be a foodie, surely trying to charm the streamer. The host is incredible. Not only able to communicate with animals, but also summon great pythons. Upon receiving a call from Pei Siyu and purchasing 2 large bags of bamboo rats, the police officers hastily ascended the mountain, only to be left dumbfounded at the scene before them. Chapter 71. She is not a bastard child. Her father is a hero. The leading police captain, Jiang Feng, was a classmate of Pei Siyu from the police academy. Jiang Feng embodied the archetype of a rugged man. He had faced perilous situations without a hint of fear. Yet now, upon witnessing 8 great pythons flicking their tongues, he could not help but swallow hard. Ah! Police! Save me! Several men, including Sia Jing Huai, were already so frightened they had wet themselves. After realizing that the great pythons posed no threat to her, Su Tang turned her gaze toward the camera, addressing Wen Ci. Host, you are truly remarkable. I cannot thank you enough. Surely, in her past life, she had accumulated immense fortune to encounter such a host. Had it not been for the host's ability to summon and command the pythons, she might have suffered grievously. Your connection with me signifies our destined bond, Wen Ci remarked. The scent of bamboo rats is so enticing, I am utterly craving them. I want to eat so badly. Wen Ci instructed Su Tang to pass the phone to Zhang Feng. Upon seeing Wen Ci, Zhang Feng was momentarily taken aback. After Pei Siyu's marriage to Wen Ci, he had visited Yi City once and had a brief encounter with her sister-in-law. Zhang Feng called out, whereas Pei Siyu, reluctant to appear on screen, spoke in a deep voice from off-camera, if there's anything, call me separately. Wow, a tough guy, just my type. From the voice, the man hidden by the host must be even more handsome. Wen Ci, ignoring the comments, said to Zhang Feng, Captain Zhang, could you please toss the bamboo rats to the pythons? Zhang Feng and his subordinates cautiously glanced at the 8 great pythons, their scalps tingling with apprehension, blood rushing to their heads. Sister-in-law, they truly want to bite? No, rest assured. Zhang Feng instructed his men to toss the bamboo rats. The pythons evidently favored the one that had conversed with Wen Ci, allowing it to feast first before the others could partake. Delicious, delicious. After this meal, we can enter hibernation. Once sated, the adorably plump python slithered into view of the camera. Zhang Feng, holding the phone, nearly dropped it in fright. The great python gazed at Wen Ci through the lens, flicking its tongue. Human, come visit us at Yangqing Mountain to play with the pythons. Wen Ci smiled and nodded. All right, I will definitely come when I can. Thank you all so much today. The python flicked its tail. No need for pleasantries. If such good fortune arises again, do summon us. Okay. After the pythons departed, Xia Linzhou and his companions were handcuffed with silver cuffs. Once they were safely out of danger, tears streamed down Su Tang's face as she let out a long sigh of relief. On the descent, Zhang Feng learned from Su Tang that Wen Ci could communicate with small animals. He quickly searched for clips of her live stream online. After watching the clips, Zhang Feng was thrilled and immediately requested to hire Wen Ci as a consultant for the Yangqing Police Department. Upon receiving approval from his superiors, Zhang Feng called Pei Siyu, seeking Wen Ci's contact information. What business do you have with my wife? Pei Siyu inquired. Zhang Feng replied with a smile. I wish to hire sister-in-law as a consultant for our police department. Pei Siyu's features tightened. You envision that quite beautifully, if she works in Yangqing. Wouldn't we be living apart? Pei Ge, don't be so petty. Pei Siyu pressed his lips into a thin line. It's too late. She is already a specially appointed consultant for our criminal investigation team. Wow, Pei Ge, you're mixing business with pleasure. Regardless, sister-in-law can also serve part-time as our specially appointed consultant in Yangqing, and I will seek her advice on cases. Pei Siyu glanced at the woman still live streaming, his deep black eyes revealing a hint of tenderness. No need. I don't want her to be overwhelmed. Zhang Feng mused. When did Pei Ge become so possessive? After finishing the call with Zhang Feng, Pei Siyu reopened Wen Ci's live stream. In a brief moment, a user named Zen Boss Who Dances became Wen Ci's top supporter. Pei Siyu contemplated using his hacking skills to uncover the identity of Zen Boss, but ultimately refrained from invading someone else's privacy. Just as Pei Siyu lost focus, another user began showering her with gifts, going by the name Sibao Super Fan Grandpa. Upon seeing the username, Pei Siyu immediately recognized it as his grandfather. Wen Ci also recognized her grandfather and quickly waved her hand. Grandpa, no more gifts, please. No way. Grandpa has declared he will be Sibao's #1 fan. Pei's grandfather, having learned from somewhere, managed to type in a dazzling rainbow font. Wow. Is Sibao's superfan grandpa her real-life grandfather? What a cute grandpa. If only I had a wealthy grandpa like that. Sibao's grandpa must be her #1 fan. Seeing the comments, Pei's grandfather quickly replied, yes, I am Sibao's grandfather, and I aim to be her #1 fan. That young rascal named Zen Boss Who Dances should not try to steal my top spot. Zen Boss dances? I think he should be called the reserved boss instead. Zen Boss Who Dances, Pei Jian, was quite the target of his grandfather's remarks. Observing the continuous gifts from Zen Boss and Sibao's super fan grandpa, Wen Ci decided to close the gifting option. Alright, let us commence today's second connection. A determined user, who appeared to be quite young, requested to connect. When the connection was established, the video revealed not an adult, but a little girl around 4 or 5 years old. The girl sported 2 pigtails, her delicate face resembling a sculpted figure, with large, grape-like eyes shimmering with unshed tears at the corners of her lashes. lips tightly pressed, as if holding back sobs. What an adorable little friend. Her tears are melting my heart. Little one, have you been bullied? Wen Ci noticed the girl's distress and quickly offered her comfort. Little sister, why are you crying? Where is your family? The girl sniffled, her voice quivering. My mom is working the night shift. She is still asleep, and I didn't want to wake her, so I quietly came out.
Wen Ci nodded.
Her voice becoming increasingly gentle. Do you have a pet? Is something wrong with it? The little girl aimed the camera at a large brown dog lying at her feet. The dog had droopy ears, one of which was missing a chunk, revealing pale pink flesh. Despite its missing ear, the dog sat upright, its amber eyes fixed on the camera, exuding a sense of composure and presence unlike that of an ordinary canine. My mother told me that his name is Away, a military dog who once fought alongside my father. Away was injured in the ears, and my father sent him back to protect my mother and me. Just as the little girl finished speaking, sharp, mocking voices of several girls suddenly pierced through from off-camera. Lu Jian, you're just a little illegitimate child. You don't even have a father. Ha ha ha, she always claims this earless, ugly dog is a gift from her father. She says her father is some sort of soldier. How ridiculous. My mother said her mother is a shameless vixen, seducing men everywhere. Lu Jian must also be an illegitimate child. Woof woof. Back off. Do not bully the little master. The little master isn't an illegitimate child. Her father is a great soldier. Lu Jian's eyes turned red again, tears falling like scattered pearls. She grasped Away's collar and vehemently countered the girl's taunts. No, I have a father. I am not an illegitimate child, and my mother is not a vixen. Away stood up, firmly shielding his little master behind him. The girls often insulted Lu Jian, but they dared not lay a hand on her, for Away stood guard. Though Away was missing an ear, he had an imposing presence. It's hilarious. Lu Jian, not only are you an illegitimate child, but also a liar. You claim your father is a hero, yet where is your heroic father? Your mother is raising you all alone. You are indeed an unwanted child. The children's words pierced Lu Jian's heart like countless needles. Little friend, is your name Jian? Hearing Wen Ci's voice, Lu Jian suddenly remembered she was still connected to the live-streaming host. She turned the camera to herself, her eyes red as she choked out, Pretty sister. I'm really not lying. Mom says my father is a soldier, and Away is a military dog, not an ugly dog. Wen Ci nodded. Jian, I believe you. Then, raising her voice, she addressed the children who had hurt Jian. Children, one must speak with civility. Jian's father is a soldier defending our homeland, which is something to be proud of. You should respect her rather than hurl hurtful words. Yes, indeed. Those children are utterly lacking in manners. It's infuriating, feeling as if I want to slap them through the screen. Jian is so understanding. She even refrains from pointing the camera at those ill-mannered children to spare them online bullying. Jian, we all believe you are not lying. Jian recognized few words, and when Ci relayed the netizens' supportive comments to her, a glimmer of joy emerged in Jian's reddened eyes. Thank you, brothers, sisters, uncles, and aunts, for believing that I am not lying. Sniffling, Jian squatted down to stroke Away's head. Sister host, you can understand animals. Could you please ask Away where my father has gone? Thinking of her father, tears streamed down Jian's cheeks once more. She missed her father so much. Why did other children have their fathers, while hers did not wish to return? Was it because she had done something wrong? Her mother often wiped her tears at night without Jian noticing, and she didn't want her mother to cry. She knew her mother missed her father too. Seeing Jian cry so sorrowfully, Wen Ci's eyes also turned red. Jian, aim the camera at Away. I'll communicate with him. Jian obediently nodded, directing the camera towards Away. When Ci looked at Away, Jian misses her father dearly. Could you tell me where her father is?
Woof.
I cannot. Just as when Ci was about to say something, Away's inner voice suddenly emerged. Chapter 72. Finally speaking up, meeting the hero. The master is a border soldier. A year ago, while patrolling with me, he encountered enemy troops rescuing a spy. The master clashed with the enemy, sustaining several gunshot wounds to his legs. Yet he forcibly apprehended the spy. Eventually, his comrades arrived and drove the enemy away, but the master had missed the optimal treatment window, leading to a high amputation. Away recalled that day when the master shielded him and took a bullet for him. It should have been Away protecting the master, sacrificing himself instead. Yet, the master had protected him. He was a great hero, capturing the spy and safeguarding the nation's defenses with his own legs, preventing immeasurable losses. Hearing Away's thoughts, when Ci felt a pang in her nose, and her eyes reddened. The master's heroism was indeed remarkable. Host, did you hear Wei's thoughts? Where on earth is little Yaya's father? How could he bear not to return to see his adorable daughter? The host's eyes are red. Could it be he has sacrificed himself? Yaya, a disheveled woman rushed out from the apartment complex. Upon seeing Yaya below, accompanied by Wei, the woman let out a long sigh of relief. Once she collected herself, she grabbed Yaya and smacked her lightly on the backside. Lu Yaya, didn't your mother tell you that you cannot go out alone without permission? It's understandable why Yaya's mother scolded her. If I were her mother and woke up to find my daughter missing, I would be frantic. Although Yaya's mother scolded her, it was evident that she did not use much force. Tears streamed down Yaya's cheeks like a broken string of pearls, her little shoulders shaking. Mom, you worked the night shift last night. I was afraid of waking you, so I quietly went out. Ji-Yun looked at her tear-streaked daughter, and her own eyes turned red. But you didn't tell your mother. When I found you missing, I was really scared. After waking up and discovering Yaya was not in the room or the living room, her heart nearly stopped from fear. She had rushed out, hair a mess, forgetting her slippers, terrified that something might have happened to her daughter. Yaya sniffled and said through her sobs, I saw the sister host. She can communicate with animals. I wanted her to ask Wei where my father went. Mentioning Yaya's father, Ji-Yun's expression suddenly changed. Don't mention him. You have no father. Yaya has a father. And I miss him. Yaya recalled when she was 3 years old, her father came home, carried her on his back, and took her flying. He was tall and mighty. Ji-Yun's eyes brimmed with tears, her throat tight, her voice hoarse. Yaya, do not mention him again. He does not want us. Oh my, could Yaya's father be a heartless man? How pitiful for the mother and daughter. Do men only behave well when hung on the wall? Did Yaya not say her father is a soldier? We must not tarnish the reputation of soldiers.
Woof.
The master did not abandon you. He feels unworthy of you. The master truly loves the mistress. He does not want to be a burden, which is why he presented the divorce agreement. Wen Ci relayed Wei's words. Ji-Yun, seeing the phone in Yaya's hand, directed the camera towards herself and Yaya. Host, can you really communicate with animals? Wen Ci nodded. Yes, Wei said your husband lost his legs in battle and feels unworthy of you both, which is why he wishes to divorce. Ji-Yun stood frozen, her thoughts drifting back to that stormy night a year ago. Lu Chengguang's comrade had arrived at her home, leading Wei, holding a divorce agreement along with a compensation package and salary card. The comrade informed her that Lu Chengguang wanted a divorce and urged her to forget him, to start anew with their child. He handed over his salary card and compensation. She had cried, asking the comrade what had happened to him, but he shook his head, refusing to say a word. In that moment, her heart felt as if a knife had brutally carved out a piece. She had no idea what had happened to him. Had he met with an accident or lost his heart? Why had he given her all his money? Yet, he has established a new life elsewhere, and thus, should he bring forth compensation for her and their child? When she attempted to call him, the line was dead. He is an orphan, bereft of family, and she has no idea where to seek him. During that period, she found herself weeping almost every night. It was only later, for the sake of her daughter, that she gathered her strength. She refrained from using a single cent of his money, relying solely on her own labor to provide for her daughter. She planned to entrust the funds he left behind to her daughter when she matured. She had already resigned herself to the idea of him having built a new life, yet at this moment, the broadcaster revealed to her from Wei that he had suffered a high-level amputation of both legs. He did not stray. Was it not the establishment of a new life that led to their divorce? Looking at the tear-streaked face of Ji-Yun, Wen Ci addressed Wei, saying, Your master must long for Yaya and her mother. Can you truly bear to witness their family torn apart in such a manner? Your master has undergone such a profound change. He fears becoming a burden, reluctant to confront his wife and daughter in his diminished state. But has he ever considered the thoughts of Yaya and her mother? How can he presume they would shun him? Wei, you are merely a dog who has seen the world. You claim your life was saved by your master, and surely you wish to see him joyful and fulfilled? Wei was taken aback by the broadcaster's eloquence, feeling somewhat swayed by her words. After speaking, Wen Ci turned her gaze back to Ji-Yun, Yaya's mother. Would you disdain him for losing his legs? Ji-Yun wiped the tears from her face and shook her head vigorously. How could I ever disdain him? We are both unwanted orphans. During our time in the orphanage, I was bullied, and he used his fists to drive away my tormentors. When I was hungry, he would share his steamed buns with me. In high school, despite his superior grades, he enlisted to allow me to focus on my studies. He said the army provided food and shelter, and he could save money. Every month, I received letters and money from him, often accompanied by a note urging me to eat well and not to be frugal, or commenting on the bright stars at the border, likening them to my eyes. He endured great hardship at the border. The winter winds cut like knives against his face, and his eyelashes would frost over, his hands turning to buns. Frostbite oozing yellow fluid. Summer was no easier, with a scorching sun threatening to peel away one's skin. Yet he never complained, writing to me that they guarded the homeland at the border, allowing the people to sleep peacefully. Ji Yun wiped her tears, inhaling deeply, her reddened eyes now filled with unwavering determination. He sacrificed his legs to protect our home and country. In my eyes, this is not a deficiency, but a shining honor that surpasses any medal. At this point, her nose tinged with bitterness, tears cascaded down her cheeks anew. My heart aches for him. How could I ever disdain him? Fool, Lu Chongguang, you are a grand fool. Both Wen Ci and the viewers were moved to tears. Pei Siyu approached, offering Wen Ci a neatly folded checked handkerchief. Mamma mia, the hand extending the handkerchief to the broadcaster is so long, lean, and handsome. With long fingers and distinct bone structure, he exudes a ruggedly handsome aura. Wen Ci was truly impressed by the perceptiveness of these viewers. They could easily take up criminal investigation like Pei Siyu. Shifting the camera to the side, she lowered her voice and said to Pei Siyu, "If you're not going on camera, don't make a sound later. You've already revealed your hand." Pei Siyu gazed at the reddened rims of Wen Ci's eyes. "Then don't cry." "I'm not crying, just a bit touched." Pei Siyu said nothing more, handing her a thermos to sip some water.
Wen Ci nodded.
Refocusing on the camera, she addressed Away. Did you hear what your mistress said? Will you continue to assist your master in concealing the truth? Your mistress loves him dearly, and Yaya yearns for her father's embrace. Can you bear to see them remain separated by misunderstandings?
Woof.
I cannot bear it. But the master said he does not want them to see him in a pitiful state in a wheelchair. He cannot accept it and fears it will sadden them. Wen Ci patiently replied, but the true sadness lies in the fact that they are in love yet cannot meet. They wish to be close but are hindered by the guise of protecting one another, blocking their hearts from each other. Away, be obedient. Take Yaya and her mother to find your master. Let your mistress tell him directly that he is a hero to the nation and to them. They do not disdain him, they need him. Upon hearing Wen Ci's words, Away could no longer refuse. With tears in its eyes, it stood and led them to find their master. Yaya's mother, please don't end the live stream. We want to witness your family's reunion. Yaya's mother, let us see the hero too. Ji Yun nodded. All right, I want to end the live stream.
Woof.
The master is at a private zoo on the outskirts of the city. It is run by his comrade's family, housing old or injured animals. Originally, the comrade's family intended to close the zoo, but to provide the master with a job, they allowed him to manage it. The master's comrades said the animals there have all suffered injuries but are still living well, hoping the master can find some purpose in watching over them. Wen Ci relayed Away's words to Ji Yun. She nodded, calling a taxi to take Yaya and Away to the suburban zoo. During the journey, Ji Yun shared the sweet memories of her and Lu Chongguang's romance, eliciting laughter and tears from the viewers. An hour later, they arrived at the private zoo. The admission fee was 10 yuan. After purchasing tickets, Ji Yun entered with Yaya and Away. Shortly after, she spotted a familiar figure. The man sat in a wheelchair, patiently grooming a monkey that had lost a leg. Ji Yun's tears, which she had held back for so long, flowed uncontrollably once more. Perhaps sensing her presence, the man in the wheelchair suddenly turned his head to glance back. Chapter 73. The hero who protects the nation deserves the world's tenderness. Seeing Ji Yun, Yaya, and Away, the man tightened his grip on the armrest of the wheelchair. He dared not look any longer, attempting to roll away. Lu Chongguang, dare you try to leave?
Yun.
Upon seeing her beloved man in a wheelchair, felt her heart ache as tears fell freely. Away, noticing its mistress was crying, dashed in front of Lu Chongguang, blocking his path. Away, move aside. In the past, at a mere command from Lu Chongguang, Away would have willingly faced death. But now, it stood firm, unyielding before him. Woof. Mistress and the little master both love you. You cannot be separated any longer. Lu Chongguang tried to bypass Away, but soon Ji Yun caught up. Her tears blurred her vision as she raised her hand to wipe her eyes, fixating on the man in the wheelchair. Lu Chongguang, do you no longer want me and Yaya? Observing Ji Yun's tears streaming down her cheeks, Lu Chongguang's brows furrowed deeply, his dark eyes reddening as if they might bleed. His hands clenched into fists, veins bulging on the back of his hands. Do not cry. Ji Yun's tear-streaked lashes trembled as she spoke hoarsely. You no longer want me, and yeah, can I not cry? Her words pierced Lu Chongguang's heart like countless silver needles. He turned away, unable to bear the sight of Ji Yun's tear-stained face. I am already a useless man. You deserve better. Ji Yun glanced at the empty pant leg of his wheelchair, her heart aching with a tearing pain. She crouched down, her fists pounding rhythmically against his chest, yet she refrained from striking with full force. Her hoarse voice, laced with grievance and heartache, resonated. Lu Chongguang, you are such a fool. Do you truly believe that without your legs, I would abandon you? How could you be so naive? You may have lost your legs, but from now on, I shall be your legs. What I have always cared about is you as a person.
Daddy.
Yaya set her phone aside and rushed over. Her petite form leaped into Lu Chongguang's embrace, her arms tightly wrapping around his neck, her hair brushing against his chin. Daddy, Yaya has finally found you. She buried her little face into his neck, tears staining his collar. Do you not want Mommy and me anymore? We think of you every day. And Mommy secretly wipes her tears at night. Daddy, will you come home with us? Mommy and I truly need you. Lu Chongguang's body tensed, a tempest of emotions swirling within him. He raised his stiff hand, yearning to hold Yaya tightly. But upon brushing against the metallic armrest of the wheelchair, reality struck him forcefully. He was now a disabled man. The gunfire and chaos of the battlefield had never brought him to tears, yet now, his eyes brimmed with sorrow. Nearly bleeding from the strain. Yaya, Daddy can no longer ride horses with you or lift you high. Look at my empty pant legs, he said, his voice steeped in pain and self-mockery. Daddy can't stand anymore. I am a disabled father. Yaya lifted her head from his neck, her small face still glistening with tears. She cradled Lu Chongguang's gaunt, chiseled face in her hands and spoke earnestly and resolutely. But you are Yaya's daddy. Even if you can't take me riding, you can still tell me stories. And when I grow up, I can push your wheelchair and walk with you. Though I have never seen what a hero looks like, I am profoundly moved by Yaya's words, crying like a child. I just searched for Lu Chongguang's name. He has been awarded third-class merit twice, second-class merit once, and this time, losing his legs is a first-class merit. Yaya truly speaks no lies. Her father is a great hero. Despite his numerous accolades, he hides away due to his lost legs, feeling like a burden, a truly heart-wrenching reality. He handed over his pension and salary card to Yaya's mother, unwilling to burden her, wishing for her to find someone better.
Oh my.
How can there be such a selfless and magnificent man in this world? I have often heard that heroes remain nameless. Today I understand that they might be hidden in a corner, silently enduring all pain while never boasting about their past glories. While Yaya spoke with Lu Chongguang, Ji Yun picked up her phone and turned to Wen Ci. Thank you for communicating with Wei, allowing him to bring Yaya and me to find her father. I'd like to hang up now to have a proper conversation with Yaya's father. Wen Ci nodded. I wish to say a few words to Yaya's father. You need not point the camera at him.
All right.
Ji Yun turned to Lu Chongguang and recounted how she and Ye had managed to find him. All thanks to the communication facilitated by the host and Wei. Ye's father, you are not disabled. Your spine is straighter than anyone's. Your spirit shines brighter than any metal. You are a hero who protects your home and country, deserving of the world's gentleness. Your wife has always loved you, and your daughter has always taken pride in you. When you charged into battle, fearless and valiant, you loved everyone, and I am sure you love your little family just as deeply. You are a role model in all our hearts. I believe you can overcome the life and death trials of the battlefield, and you can also conquer the barriers within your heart. Do not push Yaya and her mother away. Your little family needs you dearly, whether or not you can stand. The host spoke so beautifully. Let us applaud. What a morally upright host. Goodness, how could there have been so many detractors before? I am determined to become a loyal fan of the host. After expressing her gratitude to Wen Ci, Ji Yun ended the call. She gazed at Lu Chongguang, whose eyes were bloodshot and whose features were taut with tension. She gently grasped his hand, her fingers tracing the scars that remained from his training. Chongguang, every night when Yaya sleeps, she hugs the teddy bear you gave her, calling out for you in her dreams. When I visit the market, I am reminded of the braised ribs you love, and I have not cooked enough for you. Tears welled up in Ji Yun's eyes once more, but she held back from crying aloud. Yaya, and I need you, not a standing hero, but the husband and father who holds us in his heart's deepest recesses. Ji Yun leaned closer, her forehead gently resting against his. Chongguang, Please do not evade us any longer. Do not push me and Yaya away. Our little family needs you, whether or not you can stand. Yaya embraced both Ji Yun and Lu Chongguang tightly. Daddy, come home. I don't want to be called a little wild child by the other kids anymore. Upon hearing the term wild child, Lu Chongguang felt his body stiffen, his blood turning to ice. He lifted his hands and wrapped them firmly around Yaya and Ji Yun. The crushing weight of self-doubt and struggle, which had lain heavy in his heart since losing his legs, crumbled away, replaced by an overwhelming sense of heartache and guilt. He had believed that by hiding away and not being a burden to his wife and daughter, he was doing what was best for them. Yet he had never considered that his avoidance had subjected them to such profound humiliation and hurt. Lu Chongguang raised his hand and struck his own face with a resounding slap. I have been so self-righteous. I was wrong. Ji Yun and Yaya quickly grasped his hand. Fool, do not hit yourself. You handed your divorce agreement to your comrade, but I never signed it. I have been waiting for you to return home.
Ayun, YYU.
I am so sorry. He looked at the tear-streaked faces of his wife and daughter, and the pain from his injury faded into insignificance at that moment. In his heart, there was only one thought. He could no longer hide away. He needed to return home and support his little family. This concludes today's live stream. We shall meet again next time. Host, please continue streaming for a while longer. I can't bear to part with it. Host, when will you go live next? Please don't take too long. Wen Ci nodded. Alright, I will try to stream more frequently. Before signing off, let us show everyone our adorable big black bear. Pei Siyu and Horsu immediately left the warm embrace of the big black bear, and Wen Ci approached it, encouraging it to wave at the stream. Wow, how cute! I want to go to the mountains to play with the big black bear. To the one above, please do not go. Without the host, the big black bear might eat you. The big black bear had heard the entire live stream. It rubbed its fuzzy head against Wen Ci. The bear seems to be communicating something to the host. Host, quickly tell us what the bear said. Wen Ci looked at the camera. The bear says it wants to go to Yaya's father's zoo. If my fans want to take pictures with it in the future, they can visit the zoo. After saying this, Wen Ci turned back to the big black bear. But if you go to the zoo, you won't be able to roam freely in the mountains every day, like you do now. The big black bear nudged Wen Ci's shoulder once more, emphasizing its determination to go to the zoo. Wen Ci nodded, addressing the viewers. I have communicated with the bear, and it indeed wants to go to Yaya's father's zoo. But since the bear is a nationally protected species, we must follow the proper procedures for its relocation. After the live stream ended, Wen Ci turned to Pei Siyu, Pei Siyu and Horsu. How can we make the bear go to Yaya's father's zoo? Pei Siyu's voice resonated with a low timbre as he remarked, First, we must apply to the Provincial Forestry Bureau for the National Key Protected Wildlife Artificial Breeding License to demonstrate that Lu Chongguang's zoo possesses adequate space, professional caretakers, and medical equipment to handle emergencies involving black bears. Additionally, a special hunting permit must also be submitted, despite the black bear's voluntary nature. Pei Siyu raised her hand, stating, I will invest in the private zoo managed by Yaya's father, ensuring that the facilities, staff, and medical resources are fully equipped.
Who also?
My grandfather is well acquainted with the leaders of the forestry department. I will handle this process, she added. After a brief discussion, they all exchanged smiles, finding the plan feasible. As they descended the mountain, Wen Ci received a private message from Ji Yun. Chapter 74. A Kiss Once More. Ji Yun sent a family photo featuring herself, Lu Chongguang, and Ai Wei. Lu Chongguang sat in a wheelchair, with Ji Yun holding Yaya closely beside him. The family of three smiled brightly at the camera.
Ai Wei,
lying at their feet, seemed to share in the joy with a hint of a smile in his dark eyes. Ji Yun also penned a heartfelt message of gratitude. In the following days, Wen Ci, Pei Siyu, Pei Jian, and Horsu busied themselves with the arrangements for the black bear's relocation. The private zoo where Lu Chongguang resided was located on the outskirts of Yi City. During this time, Ji Yun and Yaya remained at the zoo. And upon hearing that the black bear was soon to arrive, Yaya was filled with joy and excitement. The forestry department, having learned of Lu Chongguang's heroic deeds, expedited the approval process beyond their expectations. Once all the necessary documents for the black bear's relocation were secured, Ji Yun prepared a lavish dinner at home. After a prolonged absence, Lu Chongguang was finally returning home. Wen Ci, along with Pei Siyu, Pei Jian, and Horsu, went to the zoo to pick him up. Upon arriving at the community, Lu Chongguang was taken aback by the sight before him. A dozen comrades clad in camouflage uniforms stood at the entrance. holding a red banner that read "Welcome Hero Lu Chongguang home." As Lu Chongguang stepped out of the car, his comrades swiftly surrounded him, offering hugs and encouragement. Jian approached with a bouquet of flowers in hand, leading Yaya, and knelt down to present the flowers to him. "Welcome home, my husband." Tears welled in Lu Chongguang's eyes at her words. As the group made their way into the community, a few parents with their children approached. These children were the same ones who had previously called Yaya a little wild seed and labeled her a liar. In recent days, news of Yaya's father's heroic acts had spread throughout the community, and they had even seen footage of the live broadcast. It turned out that Yaya had not lied. The leading woman brought her child forward to Yaya, saying, "Yaya, I apologize. It was my fault for not teaching my child properly, and you have suffered because of it." The other children, shedding their once arrogant demeanor, lowered their heads and offered their apologies to Yaya. "Yaya, we're sorry for calling you names. Your father is indeed a great hero. We misunderstood you. Please forgive us." Yaya looked at her father, who was holding her hand tightly. "Daddy, although I was very angry and shed tears before, I don't want to be mad at them anymore, because you are back." After saying this, Yaya took out several tickets to the zoo from her small bag, distributing them to the children. "These are tickets to our zoo, where there are adorable miniature horses and soon, the black bear. If you go, I can be your guide." The children accepted the tickets, their faces alight with joy and excitement as they exclaimed, "Thank you, Yaya. We will definitely go." The adults, filled with remorse, repeatedly expressed their gratitude to Ji Yun and Lu Chongguang. Tears brimmed in Yaya's eyes as she turned to her father. "Daddy, no one will ever call me a wild seed again. You must always be with me and Mommy. We will always love you." Lu Chongguang reached out to wipe the tears from Yaya's face, feeling a mixture of warmth and sorrow in his heart. He nodded solemnly, "Yes. Daddy will never leave you and your mother again." Wen Ci, witnessing the scene, felt a lump in her throat. It was yet another day filled with heartfelt emotion. After dining at Yaya's home, darkness had enveloped the sky. The family expressed their immense gratitude to Wen Ci, who was also pleased and enjoyed a few glasses of red wine. The effects of the wine set in as she exited the community, her cheeks flushed, and her demeanor appeared even more radiant. Pei Jian drove the car over, while Pei Siyu supported the somewhat unsteady Wen Ci, preparing to help her into the vehicle. Wen Ci shook her head, her gaze hazily fixed on Pei Siyu. "I don't want to ride in the car." Pei Siyu raised an eyebrow. "If you don't ride in the car, how will we return?" Wen Ci playfully poked his shoulder with her finger, tilting her head as she softly suggested, "Carry me." Without a moment's hesitation, Pei Siyu took a few steps forward and crouched down, inviting her to climb on. Wen Ci laughed as she leapt onto his back, wrapping her arms around his neck. Pei Siyu's warm palms cradled her knees, gently lifting her up. Pei Jian lowered the car window, watching the couple stroll down the path without urging them to hurry. Overwhelmed by emotion, he felt tears welling up. He had longed to witness such tender moments between his elder brother and sister-in-law. Wen Ci nestled her face into the crook of Pei Siyu's neck, her breath brushing against his skin. Pei Siyu swallowed hard, his voice low and husky. "Wen Ci, don't breathe on me like that."
Wen Ci blinked innocently.
"You're so cruel. You want to even let me breathe." Pei Siyu merely chuckled, clarifying that he wasn't preventing her from breathing, just from exhaling directly onto his neck, which was rather ticklish. After walking for a while, Wen Ci spotted a stall selling cotton candy by the roadside, her eyes fixated on the fluffy treat. Noticing her interest, Pei Siyu narrowed his dark eyes slightly. "Do you want some?" Wen Ci replied softly, "Isn't it a bit childish? After all, cotton candy is something children enjoy." Without a word, Pei Siyu approached the stall and requested the vendor to make a cotton candy shaped like bunny ears. Pei Jian, seeing Pei Siyu struggling to pay, quickly hopped out of the car to settle the bill. Once the cotton candy was ready, the vendor handed it to Wen Ci, saying, "Your boyfriend is very good to you." Wen Ci accepted the cotton candy with a beaming smile. "Thank you, but he's my lawful husband." The vendor, surprised, exclaimed, "You two are so young and already married? How wonderful." As Pei Siyu walked a few steps forward with Wen Ci on his back, he glanced at her as she licked the cotton candy with her tongue. His gaze darkened with depth as he asked, "Wen Ci, what did you tell the vendor I am to you?" With a playful smile, she replied, "An old dog, for you can be quite dog-like at times." Pei Siyu, after watching her enjoy several bites of the cotton candy, found himself at her mercy as she offered it to him. "You should have a taste. It's super sweet." Pei Siyu regarded her sparkling eyes and murmured, "I'm not fond of sweets." Wen Ci shook her head, "Just try a little bit." Pei Siyu relented and took a small bite. "Is it sweet?"
Wen Ci inquired.
He nodded softly. Yes, sweet, especially because you fed it to me. Pei Jian, witnessing this scene, could no longer contain himself. He pulled out his phone to capture a short video, sending it to their grandfather. Upon seeing the sweet exchange between the young couple, the elder gentleman was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. The rascal has finally heeded my words. Cherish your wife. You cannot live without her. This boy is indeed teachable. After walking a bit further, Wen Ci hopped off Pei Siyu's back. Why don't you want to carry me anymore? She pointed to the black car following them. If you carry me home, do you still need your legs? Pei Siyu raised his hand to pat her head. Do you not trust my stamina? Not that. It's just unnecessary. We have work tomorrow, she replied, pulling him toward the car. Brother, sister-in-law, is being very considerate of you now. Pei Siyu cast his gaze downwards at the woman who had nestled her small head against his shoulder after getting into the car. His typically thin lips curved into a subtle, almost imperceptible smile. The once mischievous little trickster seemed to have truly returned. Wen Ci was unaware of when she had fallen asleep. Upon waking, she realized she could no longer detect the man's presence beside her and stirred awake. Opening her eyes, she found herself in the guest room's bed, completely oblivious to how she had returned there. Perhaps Pei Siyu had carried her back. Her eyelids felt heavy, an overwhelming fatigue enveloping her, yet the absence of a scent rendered her unable to drift back into slumber. Wen Ci slipped out of bed and padded barefoot towards the master bedroom. Her mind still clouded, she bypassed knocking and pushed the door open. Pei Siyu had just emerged from the bathroom, clad in dark casual pants, his upper body bare, a towel in hand as he dried his hair. Upon noticing Wen Ci's unannounced entrance, he momentarily froze, his expression betraying surprise. Wen Ci glanced at the man's robust chest and well-defined abs, feeling too drained to indulge in any infatuation. Captain Pei, you promised to give me your changed clothes every day, and you haven't done so today. I need to go in and grab them. Without waiting for a response, she entered the bathroom, retrieving a shirt from the laundry basket. Holding it to her nose, she inhaled deeply. It was indeed the scent she recognized. Clutching the shirt, she emerged from the bathroom only to find Pei Siyu standing in the doorway, watching her as she prepared to leave. He swiftly grasped her wrist, halting her unexpectedly. Startled, Wen Ci turned to him, her long, thick lashes fluttering in confusion. What is it? Pei Siyu's brows furrowed slightly, his dark eyes deepening with intensity. Why do you insist on sleeping with my clothes every night?
Wen Ci stammered.
Is that not allowed? You promised. Yawning repeatedly, she was eager to return to her room, pushing gently against his chest with a hand that did not hold the shirt. Pei Siyu yanked the shirt from her grasp and tossed it to the floor. Seeing this, Wen Ci's long lashes trembled in distress. It was unacceptable to discard it. She bent down to retrieve it, but in the next instant, the man had her pinned against the doorframe. The sleepiness that had enveloped her mind suddenly dissipated. Gazing at his cold yet handsome face, Wen Ci felt an unexpected dryness in her throat, her delicate tongue instinctively licking her lips. What are you doing? It's late, and I want to go back to sleep. Pei Siyu observed her licking her lips, his throat tightening involuntarily. He tightened his grip on her wrist, his dark eyes becoming even more profound. That morning I kissed you. You claimed my skills were lacking. Wen Ci tilted her head, contemplating. They were indeed lacking. Can I not critique? Pei Siyu's long, distinct fingers caressed Wen Ci's fair and delicate face. Shall we try again?
What?
Another kiss.
Wen Ci blinked.
And before she could utter another word, his lips descended upon hers. In that instant of being kissed by Pei Siyu, Wen Ci's mind exploded with sensation. She widened her eyes, taking in the striking features of the man so close to her. His pupils were dark and deep, drawing her in like a magnet. His warm hand held her slender waist firmly, their lips pressed together, mingling breaths. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Before she could fully comprehend, he pried her lips apart and delved deeper. The crisp scent that belonged solely to him overwhelmed her senses, catching her completely off guard. The cold, aloof man she had known was suddenly kissing her with fervor, and surprisingly, she did not recoil. After all, she had longed to experience his taste since her first day here. Back then, he had been so obstinate, refusing to let her get close. Wen Ci found herself breathless, her hands instinctively pushing against his shoulders. He loosened his grip slightly, yet his arm around her waist remained firm, their bodies almost pressed together. Have I made any progress? He asked, his voice low and gravelly. Wen Ci placed her hands on his chest, feeling the solid contours of his muscles. Her cheeks flushed with heat. She could not deny the magnetic allure he held over her, irresistibly captivating. Pei Siyu, didn't you say you would never touch me, that you found me unclean? Pei Siyu's gaze darkened further, his forehead resting against hers, his warm breath brushing against her delicate skin. I was mistaken. Ever since you eloped and fell into the sea, only to be rescued by me, you have undergone a remarkable transformation. It seemed as if he could see the girl she once was. He was irresistibly drawn to her. He lifted her soft white hand and playfully brought it to his chiseled face. Would you hit me? Wen Ci, accustomed to his cold and fierce demeanor, felt disoriented by his low, alluring tone, asking her to strike him. Her heart raced, her cheeks burning as if on fire. She curled her fingers, refraining from actually hitting him. You asked me if your kissing skills had improved? Pei Siyu's dark gaze locked onto hers. So, have they? Wen Ci shifted her hands from his chest to wrap around his neck, yearning for another taste. Without hesitation, she leaned in and pressed her lips against his firm yet tender ones. Pei Siyu's tall, strong frame suddenly stiffened, a rush of blood surging through him. He had not anticipated her to kiss him of her own accord. When the kiss concluded, both were left breathless. Wen Ci glanced at his abdomen, her face growing even hotter. Pei Siyu inhaled deeply, covering her eyes with his hand as he gently pushed her away. All right, you should go to sleep now. He feared that if this continued, he would lose control. Wen Ci pointed towards the bathroom. Perhaps you should take a cold shower? Pei Siyu responded with a hoarse After picking up the discarded shirt from the floor, Wen Ci hurried back to the guest room. Once the door was closed, she leaned against the frame, her long lashes fluttering and her chest rising and falling rapidly. After an undetermined amount of time, she reached up to touch her still tingling, flushed lips, utterly embarrassed. Oh my! She had never imagined that kissing a man could feel like this, tingling, electrifying. The following day, when Ci rose to have breakfast with the old master Pei Siyu returned from his morning run, clad in a black tank top, his muscular arms defined and glistening with sweat, droplets tracing the sharp line of his jaw and accentuating his strong neck. After exchanging a brief glance with Pei Siyu, Wen Ci quickly averted her gaze. Pei Siyu pulled out a chair and sat across from her. Pei Jian noticed the strange atmosphere between them and exchanged a knowing glance with the old master Pei Siyu scrutinized Pei Jian. Did a mosquito fly into your eye? Pei Jian nearly choked on his food. No. I just feel like you two seem a bit different today. Pei Siyu inquired. Different how? Big brother, you exude more masculinity. And big sister-in-law appears to have a newfound shyness. Pei Siyu observed Wen Ci, who was focused on her breakfast, her unadorned skin glowing with a rosy hue, indeed giving her an air of femininity. As she sensed Pei Siyu's unabashed gaze, she kicked her leg towards him.
Ouch!
Who kicked me? Pei Jian exclaimed. Oops, wrong person.
Wen Ci replied, mortified.
After breakfast, when Ci went to feed the mice brothers, Yan, the chubby little brother squeaked, Grandma, are you dating Grandpa? The slender older brother added, Of course, Grandma looks like someone who's been nourished by love. When Ci cast aside the food in her hand, placing her hands on her hips. You two gossiping mice. What makes you think I've been indulged? What's going on? Pei Jian noticed it. And now even the two of you have caught on? Is it just because I shared a kiss with Pei Go twice last night? Did my mouse brothers upset you? Suddenly, a man's voice resonated from behind her. Startled, when Ci whipped around, only to find the man standing right behind her. In that fleeting moment, her lips brushed against the corner of his. Still wanting to kiss? When Ci shot Pei Siyu a glare. Get lost. You dog of a man. Taking advantage and then playing coy. The mouse brothers chimed in. Indeed, she's in love. Sweet treats. When Ci ground her teeth. Keep talking. And I'll make you into braised mice. Pei Siyu retrieved a car key from his pocket, stating, I've ordered a car for you. Go take a look and see if you like it. When Ci glanced at the key. Upon arriving at the villa's entrance, she was greeted by a moonlight blue Kian. The wheels were adorned with a petal design, and the interior was a soft cream color. Even the floor mats were the silk circle style she cherished. I know you find larger vehicles cumbersome, so I had the dealership adjust the steering assistance, he explained. A glimmer of surprise lit up when Ci's beautiful eyes. She had merely mentioned her preferences in passing, yet he had remembered every detail. Why didn't you tell me you were buying me a car? She queried. I wanted to surprise you, he replied, his deep black eyes fixed on hers. Do you like it? When Ci nodded vigorously, I love it. I absolutely adore it. She hopped into the car and took it for a spin. It's wonderful. It drives beautifully. In the afternoon, Wen Ci received a call from Pei Siyu informing her of a new case with the criminal investigation team. The victim was a graduate student. The crime scene was located in the newly constructed laboratory building at Yeqing Industrial University. By the time Wen Ci arrived, the crime scene had already been cordoned off. Due to the building's recent completion, surveillance cameras had yet to be installed, resulting in the tragic incident occurring without any recorded evidence. The victim, Li Jian, was a 23-year-old second-year graduate student in the bioengineering department. She had sustained 7 stab wounds, 6 of which were concentrated on her limbs and abdomen. Characterized by shallow and chaotic incisions, only the stab wound to her left chest had penetrated the heart and was fatal. Pei Siyu was examining the crime scene, his dark eyes scanning the half-spilled culture medium, the pale yellow liquid mingled with blood, revealing signs of the victim's struggle during the attack. Li Jian was a tragic soul. What deep-seated enmity could have compelled someone to take her life? The school director, witnessing the scene, was filled with sorrow. Li Jian hailed from a rural background, was introverted, and rarely spoke, spending most of her time in the laboratory. She had consistently excelled in her studies and was a favored pupil of Professor Meng. Pei Siyu turned to the school director and inquired, "Where is Professor Meng?" "Professor Meng is currently on a business trip to Jingbei and wants to return for a few days," the director replied. Nodding, Pei Siyu instructed Shun Lei and Song Lin. "Lei, you're responsible for determining the size and type of the murder weapon and check for fingerprints and DNA apart from the victim's. Song Lin, you'll conduct interviews to ascertain whether the victim had any conflicts with students or faculty and investigate her romantic history, as well as any off-campus jobs." The absence of surveillance near the laboratory was a significant setback. The search radius needed to be expanded. Once the coroner completed the autopsy, they would need to establish the time of death to deduce the murderer's height and strength characteristics. After giving his orders, Pei Siyu prepared to accompany Wen Ci to see if there were any small creatures nearby that could provide clues. As they stepped out of the laboratory, Wen Ci approached with his team. Recently, Pei Siyu had solved 3 major cases, overshadowing Wen Ci and piling pressure on him. He was determined to crack this murder case before Pei Siyu. "I already know who killed Li Jian," Wen Ci announced. Everyone turned to him in anticipation. "The one who killed Li Jian is her ex-boyfriend, Qingyang. I have dispatched personnel to apprehend him." At that moment, Wu Peng led Qingyang over. Upon seeing Li Jian lying in a pool of blood, Qingyang's pupils dilated and his face turned pale. I didn't mean to kill her. She said she owed me." Qingyang stammered, his legs buckling as he sank to the ground. Wen Ci grasped Qingyang's collar, yanking him up. "So you admit that Li Jian is the one you killed? Where did you dispose of the murder weapon?" I threw it away at the off-campus garbage station."
Qingyang confessed.
Wen Ci immediately dispatched people to search for the weapon. "Pei Siyu, your team need not investigate further. This time, you won to be so fortunate." Wen Ci smirked with satisfaction. After Wen Ci and his team departed, Wen Ci voiced her confusion. "Your criminal investigation team just received the case notification, right? How did Wen Ci learn so quickly that Li Jian had an ex-boyfriend?" The entire process from checking identities to confirming whereabouts and pinpointing arrest locations would take several hours. Wouldn't it? Even a detective couldn't achieve such speed, especially someone like Wen Ci. Pei Siyu frowned slightly. It was indeed peculiar that Wen Ci had been so expedient in solving cases over the past 6 months whenever a murder occurred. Coroner Lin Miao arrived and, after conducting her examination, furrowed her brow, her expression grave. The fatal wound and the injuries on the limbs were inflicted by different weapons. Pei Siyu and Wen Ci exchanged astonished glances. This implied that the true murderer of Li Jian might not have been her ex-boyfriend, but rather someone else entirely. Chapter 76. Sacrificing everything. Only to face a heartless breakup, Lin Miao examined the wounds on the deceased, her brow slightly furrowed as she remarked. "The wounds on the victim's limbs are rough around the edges, approximately 3 centimeters wide, consistent with a standard fruit knife, and the force applied appears unsteady, indicating that the assailant did not genuinely intend to harm her." She then pointed to the wound near the heart. "However, this stab is different. The incision is clean. The blade width is 5 centimeters, indicative of a spring knife or dagger, and the force was precise, piercing directly through the heart." Pei Siyu crouched before the victim, scrutinizing the fatal wound, his dark eyes narrowing. It was evident that the assailant had been not only calm but also knowledgeable about human anatomy when they killed the victim. The disparity in the methods used suggested that it could not possibly have been the work of the same individual. Lin Miao nodded in agreement, adding, "Moreover, Traces of rust-proof oil were detected in the tissue surrounding the fatal wound, which were absent in the other injuries. Additionally, the time of blood loss from the non-fatal wounds was at least 10 minutes shorter than that of the fatal wound, indicating that the victim was first stabbed 6 times with a fruit knife before struggling for some time, after which another individual delivered the fatal blow with a dagger. Pei Siyu's handsome, stern features suddenly tightened. He recalled what Qingyang had said when Shirwa took him away. "I didn't mean to kill her. She said she owed me." After the coroner took the body away, Pei Siyu and Wen Ci did not leave immediately. They made their way outside the laboratory. There was a rectangular flower bed outside the laboratory. Wen Ci walked a few steps when she heard a series of croaks, parting the leafy plants. She spotted a frog squatting in the dirt, its eyes bulging. Upon seeing Wen Ci, the frog seemed startled, its forelimbs curling slightly, its eyes filled with caution.
Ribbit.
"Someone's dead. Someone's dead. Frog is a good frog. Doesn't he want to be killed?" Wen Ci crouched down, engaging in a staring contest with the frog. "Frog, did you see what happened last night at the crime scene?" The frog's eyes widened even further. "Human, are you speaking to a frog?" Wen Ci nodded yes. "I am talking to you. Human, you can understand frog speech?" Wen Ci affirmed with a hum.
Ribbit.
A monster. The frog attempted to leap away, but in the next moment, its hind leg was grasped by Wen Ci. Sitting on the flower bed, she placed the frog in her palm. Upon sensing Wen Ci's presence, the frog seemed unable to move its legs. How strange. What magic does this human possess that keeps this frog trapped in her grasp? Wen Ci couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, let's discuss serious matters. If you behave well, I'll reward you with some delicious treats."
Yay, yay.
"Frogs love to eat little fish," the frog exclaimed. "No problem." The frog began to recall last night. "It poured heavily, and I jumped into the flower bed to take shelter from the rain, where I witnessed the victim conducting an experiment in the laboratory. Before long, a young man stormed into the lab, furious. He accused the woman of betraying his heartfelt devotion, lamenting how much he had sacrificed for her. The woman, in tears, apologized, but the man rejected her remorse, demanding that she reconcile with him. When she refused, he produced a fruit knife. The woman told him that if stabbing her could settle her debts to him, she would rather be pierced. Infuriated, the man plunged the knife into her several times, and the woman collapsed in pain. The man, startled by his own actions, fled the scene. Not long after, the frog paused, prompting Wen Ci's brow to furrow slightly. What happened next? Before long, another figure entered. This person wore a mask and a fisherman's hat, draped in a dark overcoat. Tall and slender, making it difficult for me to discern their gender. The figure crouched before the injured woman, who, upon seeing their eyes, exclaimed in shock, "It's you." Subsequently, the individual with the fisherman's hat brandished a dagger and thrust it directly into the woman's heart. Wen Ci relayed the frog's account to Pei Siyu. His brow furrowed deeply as he declared, "I will now retrieve the surveillance footage from the school's entrances."
Wait.
After killing the woman, the assailant made a retching sound, as if unable to tolerate the scent of blood.
Wen Ci nodded. Understood.
"I will have someone bring you food. Stay here, and do not move." She then called Pei Jian. Pei Siyu reviewed the surveillance from the past 3 days at both the front and back entrances of the campus, but found no suspicious individuals matching the description of a tall, slender person in a dark coat and fisherman's hat. Another possibility involved those entering and exiting by vehicle. The Academy's regulations stipulated that only faculty and staff were permitted to drive onto the premises. In the criminal investigation team, when Shirwa was interrogating Qingyang hung his head, tears streaming down his face. "I never intended for her to die. She was the woman I deeply loved. I did not kill her on purpose." When Shirwa slammed his hand on the interrogation table, "You and Li Nianwei have already broken up. Why did you still infiltrate the school to kill her?" Qingyang recounted the tumultuous love-hate relationship he had with Li Nianwei. They hailed from the same village, where Li Nianwei's father was an alcoholic and her mother mentally unstable. Among 4 siblings, Li Nianwei was the second child and the least favored. Her father often beat her, leaving her undernourished. Qingyang frequently invited Li Nianwei to dine at his home, sharing his food with her out of pity. Li Nianwei excelled in school, but her parents insisted she discontinue her education after middle school due to financial constraints. One day, upon returning from school, Qingyang found Li Nianwei poised to jump into a river. He forcibly pulled her back. She cried, expressing her desire to continue her education and escape rural life. Not wanting to marry young. Seeing her distress, Cheng Yang felt a pang of anguish and made a pivotal decision. He would stop his own education to work and support her studies. Due to his age and lack of qualifications, he endured numerous hardships while working multiple jobs to fund her education. The year she entered high school, he sustained a leg injury while working on a construction site, yet he consoled himself with the thought that it was all worthwhile as long as she could succeed. After her college entrance exams, she came to the city to find him, and they established a romantic relationship. She successfully enrolled in a university in Yecheng. However, the financial demands of college were significantly greater than those of high school, prompting him to work even harder. He aspired not only to fund her education but also to save enough for a down payment on a future home for them. Finally, after she graduated, she pursued a Master's degree, filling him with pride. Yet, during her graduate studies, her attitude towards him shifted dramatically. She frequently ignored his calls and messages, stating that she could earn money through experiments and part-time jobs, no longer needing his support. When they did meet, she displayed disdain when he sought affection. Eventually, he could no longer contain his feelings and questioned her about her apparent change of heart. After a prolonged silence, she declared her desire to break up, stating their worlds had diverged and she wished to focus solely on her research. In that moment, he felt as though his world had collapsed. After a decade of supporting her education, pouring all his resources, hopes, and love into her, how could she simply walk away? He attempted to reconcile with her multiple times, but she consistently avoided him, even blocking him on all platforms. Understanding the strict entry regulations at their school, he spent half a month outside, eventually discovering a neglected drainage channel near the west wall by the logistics warehouse, where a corroded section of the iron fence had formed a gap. Last night, he slipped through that opening, avoiding CCTV, and found Li Nianwei conducting experiments in the new laboratory. He had intended to plead for reconciliation, but she would rather endure pain than resume their relationship. First blood must be drawn on the one I love, he lamented. Her heart is truly ruthless. I never wanted her to die. When Shuriwei observed Cheng Yang, who appeared on the verge of collapse, he barked, "Silence. You may not have intended for her to die,
But you still took her life."
At that moment, someone knocked on the interrogation room door. Director Xiao entered and called Wen Ci outside. "Director, what is it?" Director Xiao's expression was grave as he reported, "The autopsy report for Li Nianwei has been released. The fatal wound on her chest was not inflicted by Cheng Yang." Wen Ci was taken aback. Impossible. He had previously inquired with Wen Qingyu, who had stated that Cheng Yang was indeed the murderer. "Director, wait a moment. I need to make a call." While he was on the phone with Wen Qingyu, she was busy shooting a magazine cover in a studio. Upon learning Cheng Yang was not the true killer, her brow furrowed. In her previous life, she recalled Cheng Yang confessing everything after his arrest. But she had not followed up on any potential reversals. "Brother, if it's not Cheng Yang, you must investigate the real murderer. You can't keep relying on me for everything. Recently, Wen Ci has gained more attention than I have. Aren't you going to help me out?" There was a hint of discontent in her voice. Wen Shuriwei was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that Wen Qingyu would direct her frustration at him. "Qingyu, don't you have special abilities?" "Brother, I've helped you so much already. I've exhausted my special abilities." Although she had been reborn, she did not recall every case in detail. Having assisted Wen Shuriwei in solving numerous cases was already a significant contribution. "I have to go. I'm hanging up now." With that, Wen Qingyu ended the call. Wen Shuriwei's expression darkened considerably.
Damn it.
Would he once again be outpaced by Pei Siyu in uncovering the true culprit? By the flower bed, after the frog had eaten its fill, it croaked twice. "Humans, I suddenly recalled a clue that must be of great importance to you." The frog lifted its head, seeking praise. Wen Ci's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Do tell." Chapter 77. The frog and the cat provide clues to capture the true culprit. When that person left, they raised their hand, and the cuff slid up, revealing a transparent tube on their forearm. The tube was wrapped in a layer of white adhesive tape, with the end protruding. Wen Ci relayed the frog's words to Pei Siyu. Pei Siyu narrowed his deep, dark eyes. "Is it a cannula?" Wen Ci quickly searched online for images of a cannula and held one up for the frog to see. "Is this it?"
Croak. Yes.
Wen Ci nodded at Pei Siyu. His expression grew serious, his thin lips pressed into a straight line. A cannula is typically used for those requiring continuous intravenous therapy, indicating that the murderer had recently visited a hospital and had not removed it at the time of the incident last night. Pei Siyu promptly called, instructing Song Lin to prioritize checking recent medical records of faculty and students who had received a cannula. After several hours of investigation, Song Lin discovered that the most suspicious individual was Professor Meng's wife, Zhou Lei, who had recently been to the hospital and was still receiving intravenous therapy. Pei Siyu and Wen Ci immediately headed to Professor Meng's residence. Zhou Lei was currently residing in the staff dormitory at the school. Upon seeing Pei Siyu present his police badge, she invited them inside. "Officer, are you here for me?" Pei Siyu nodded. "Your husband, Professor Meng, had a student, Li Nianwei, who was murdered last night." Zhou Lei's face displayed a pained expression. Nianwei was such a bright and kind child. I cannot fathom who she could have angered.
It is such a tragedy.
Pei Siyu fixed his gaze on Zhou Lei's countenance, his voice low and icy. Li Nianwei was killed between 10 and 11:30 last night. Where were you during that time?
Me?
I was at home, Zhou Lei replied, her eyes widening in surprise. Officer, you don't suspect me of murdering Li Nianwei, do you? I have no grievances against her. How could I possibly harm her? Before Pei Siyu could respond, Zhou Lei hurriedly continued. Around 10 last night, the water pipe burst, and Sister Zhang from downstairs came to my door. I chatted with her for over 20 minutes, and then my husband called back, and we spoke for nearly an hour. Zhou Lei pulled out her phone to show Pei Siyu the call log with Meng Huan. She then called Sister Zhang, who confirmed the incident of the water leak at Zhou Lei's residence last night. Pei Siyu glanced at Zhou Lei's wrist. Mrs. Meng, have you been receiving injections recently?
Zhou Lei nodded.
For the flu. After leaving Professor Meng's house, Wen Ci turned to the solemn-faced Pei Siyu. Do you think Mrs. Meng was lying? Pei Siyu pressed his lips together, pondering. The alibi seems too solid, as if she anticipated our inquiry, which is rather suspicious. However, without evidence, I cannot draw any conclusions. Croak, croak. Have you found a culprit? Once back outside the laboratory building, the frog hopped onto Wen Ci's hand. Wen Ci shook her head. Last night, besides the frog, the king cat was also present at the crime scene. The frog will take you to find the king cat. Wen Ci's eyes sparkled with delight. That sounds wonderful. The frog led Pei Siyu and Wen Ci to the western wall of the school, near the logistics warehouse. Wait here for the frog. I will go find the king cat, the frog instructed before hopping away. Pei Siyu surveyed the vicinity of the western wall. Last night, Li Nianwei's ex-boyfriend, Cheng Yang, had entered and exited through this overgrown gap. They had checked all the surveillance footage from the past few days and found no suspicious individuals entering or leaving the school. It was highly likely that the true culprit had also entered through this very spot. Pei Siyu began to search the area. After about half an hour, he suddenly noticed a murky puddle with a vague footprint. He immediately called the forensic team. Soon, a forensic expert arrived. The expert took out a brush and swept over the mud print, gradually clarifying the shoe tread pattern. It was a typical outdoor hiking shoe print. Pei Siyu measured it with a ruler. The heel width was approximately 10 centimeters. The shoe size was at least 42, and based on the shoe size to height ratio, the wearer should be around 1.76 meters tall. When Ci watched Pei Siyu as he attentively analyzed the shoe print with the forensic expert, his focused demeanor and sharply defined profile captivating her. Whenever he was engrossed in work, she found him irresistibly handsome. The unspoken aura of masculinity he exuded was truly compelling. After collecting evidence of the footprint, the forensic expert returned to the criminal investigation team for further analysis. When Ci approached Pei Siyu and offered him a bottle of water. You work tirelessly on these cases. While the investigation is important, so is your health. Pei Siyu nodded. I want to uncover the truth for the sake of the deceased. And you should take care of yourself too. Pei Siyu took a sip of water, his dark eyes fixed on Wen Ci. Are you concerned about your husband? Wen Ci shot him a glare. What husband? You're more like an old dog. Pei Siyu's large hand wrapped around her shoulder, pulling her closer. Dare to call me an old dog again? Old dog, old dog, old dog. Before she could finish, he leaned down and pressed a kiss to her lips. When Ci was taken by surprise, her eyes widening in disbelief. In broad daylight, aren't you afraid of being seen? Pei Siyu gazed into her glistening eyes, his throat bobbing slightly. Still calling me an old dog? When Ci raised her hand and pinched his lean waist. Your audacity knows no bounds. Pei Siyu grinned, quietly chuckling. The king cat just suffered a heartbreak, and now humans come to torment it. Woo, woo, woo. The heartbroken cat. Witnessing humans being harmed, and then seeing them kiss. It's even more tormenting. My cat life is so miserable.
Croak.
The frog has found the king cat. When Ci lifted her long lashes and spotted a stray cat at the corner of the wall not far away, with a frog perched atop its head. The stray was a tortoiseshell cat, dirty and disheveled, with amber eyes gazing reproachfully at her and Pei Siyu. Wen Ci quickly pushed Pei Siyu aside and approached the tortoiseshell cat. As she neared, the cat's fur bristled, and it emitted a threatening growl. "King Cat, don't be afraid. She is a good person and will not harm you," the frog assured as it hopped down from the cat's head. Wen Ci took a shrimp from her bag and offered it to the frog. "Thank you for your hard work." As the frog enjoyed the delicacy, the tortoiseshell cat licked its lips. "Don't be tempted. You must endure, or you shall suffer." Frog. "King Cat, this is so delicious. If you provide us with clues, the human will reward you with more treats." Tortoiseshell cat. "I am not as greedy as you." Seeing the tortoiseshell cat proclaim its lack of greed while drooling, Wen Ci couldn't help but chuckle. She pulled out some fish treats from her bag. "Would you like some?" "Human, don't tempt me."
Wen Ci smirked.
"It's really delicious. If you don't eat it, I'll take it back." I want it, I want it." Wen Ci tossed the fish treats in front of the tortoiseshell cat. After devouring the fish treats, the cat burped contentedly. "I haven't been full in ages. Considering that you allowed me to feast, I shall share whatever you wish to know. The frog mentioned you were at the crime scene last night. Did you see the murder?" "Of course, I did. I saw two men enter the school from a hole, one after the other, and they killed the female student. They came in through here and left after committing the murder." "Two men?" This implies that the second person, who stabbed Li Nianwei in the heart with a dagger, was indeed a man. "Did you catch a glimpse of the second man?" "I couldn't see clearly. He wore a hat and a mask, but I could sense from his aura that he was male. Oh, by the way, I saw him toss the dagger into the stinky river." Wen Ci's eyes sparkled with excitement. "That's wonderful. Can you lead us to it?" "All right, but I still want to eat some cat treats." "No problem." Wen Ci relayed the clues discovered by the tortoiseshell cat to Pei Siyu. Pei Siyu promptly called the salvage team. The frog once again perched atop the tortoiseshell cat's head, leading the way, while Wen Ci and Pei Siyu followed closely behind. After approximately 10 minutes, the tortoiseshell cat guided them to a foul-smelling river. "This is the place." "Okay, thank you." After about 2 hours of salvage operations, a diver from the salvage team emerged, holding a transparent evidence bag aloft. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Pei Siyu's eyes. He instructed to take it back to the laboratory and treat it with ninhydrin to see if a complete fingerprint could be extracted. Another sleepless night ensued. The criminal investigation team was illuminated brightly, and when Ci observed the officers bustling in and out, her eyes filled with admiration. They persevered on the front lines for years, tirelessly engaged in investigations, interrogations, and pursuits, enduring exhaustion as they pressed forward. Truly a formidable feat. Noticing when Ci yawning, Pei Siyu approached her and led her to the dormitory. "Your coat is dirty. I'll take off my shirt for you." Although he was unsure why she wanted to sleep in his clothes, he was willing to provide her with whatever she desired. When Ci accepted the shirt he handed her, still warm from his body, and shyly remarked, "You're all so busy. Will it be inappropriate for me to rest as a specially appointed expert?" Pei Siyu donned a clean shirt, fastening the buttons as he replied, "You've already been a tremendous help. Leave the rest to us." Embracing his shirt, when Ci lay down on the bed, "Then I shall not be polite." Pei Siyu tucked her in before gazing at her for a moment and then turned to leave. As dawn broke, good news arrived from the laboratory. The fingerprints extracted from the dagger pointed to Meng Huaiyan, and the shoe prints on the west wall perfectly matched the mountain climbing shoes he bought recently. A spark of surprise illuminated Pei Siyu's dark eyes. It was undoubtedly Meng Huaiyan who was the culprit. He instructed all teams to assemble immediately for apprehension. Meng Huaiyan was captured at the Jingbei Hotel. During his interrogation, he was exceedingly uncooperative. "When Li Nianwei died, I was in Jingbei. Moreover, at that time, I was on the phone with my wife. How could you police arrest someone so casually? I will file a complaint with your superiors." Before Meng Huaiyan could finish his sentence, Pei Siyu slammed the 2 forensic reports regarding the fingerprints and shoe prints in front of him. "With irrefutable evidence before you, do you still wish to argue?" Meng Huaiyan's complexion turned ashen.
"Speak."
"Why did you kill Li Nianwei?" Chapter 78. Infidelity in Marriage. Just wanting a child, Meng Huaiyan's eyes were fixated on the 2 forensic reports Pei Siyu had thrust before him. His hands clenched into fists, the fingertips nearly embedding into his palms. After what felt like an eternity, he hoarsely spoke, "Officer, may I smoke a cigarette?" Pei Siyu handed him a cigarette and lit it for him. The interrogation room was thick with smoke and silence. Pei Siyu refrained from pressing Meng Huaiyan, patiently awaiting his response. After finishing a cigarette, Meng Huaiyan swallowed hard, his gaze directed at the ceiling, his expression gradually becoming dazed. I cheated. Li Nianwei was my mistress, Meng Huai, and had been married to his wife, Zhou Lei, for over 20 years, and from the outset of their marriage, they had decided to be a child-free couple. Their relationship had remained stable over the years. However, their parents did not understand their decision, and as they aged, they often displayed a forlorn expression during family gatherings. Particularly 2 years prior, when his father passed away due to illness, his mother had grown increasingly frail. He recognized that his mother's greatest wish was for him to have a progeny. This led him to question whether his youthful decision had been correct. It was during this period that Li Nianwei entered his life. She was obedient, simple, intelligent, and ambitious. She would bring him hot coffee during his late-night experiments, attentively take notes during his academic lectures, and tirelessly assist in amending data whenever there were flaws in his experiments. In her, he saw a reflection of his youthful self, serious, dedicated, and imbued with the naivety of the world. One drunken night during a business trip, she helped him into his hotel room. As he collapsed onto the bed, the buttons of his shirt snagged in her hair, and he caught a faint whiff of her delicate fragrance. After freeing her hair, she did not leave immediately, but held his gaze. It was unclear who initiated it, but that night, they crossed a line. The following morning, she lay nestled in his arms, embracing him and saying, "Professor, I know you want a child. I can help you. I want to compete with your wife. As long as I can stay by your side, I will be content." Subsequently, he began to concoct various excuses to keep Li Nianwei working late in the laboratory. Under the guise of conducting experiments together, they were, in truth, indulging in an affair. He bought her expensive supplements, rented her an apartment in the city center, and gifted her designer bags and jewelry. For nearly a year, she was compliant, never demanding a title for their relationship or disclosing their affair. He relished in having such a girl. As long as she could bear him a child, he would ensure she lacked for nothing. He had never contemplated divorcing his wife, Zhou Lei. Despite the waning passion, their bond was inextricable. His standing in the academic world was also greatly attributed to Zhou Lei's support. He merely yearned for a child, to leave his mother without any regrets. Time passed, and one morning during breakfast, Zhou Lei suddenly began vomiting profusely. After much inquiry, she revealed that she had secretly gone to the hospital and had the sterilization device removed. She was pregnant. The prospect of having their child at this stage in life was undoubtedly a surprise from the heavens for Meng Huai. Naturally, he wished even more for his wife to be pregnant. In that case, the child would be born legitimate. Fortunately, Li Nianwei had been with him for a year and had not become pregnant. It was still time to end everything. At his age, Meng Huai was undoubtedly lucid and rational. Although he felt passion and excitement in his affair with Li Nianwei, he understood that she was a fire, intense and consuming, while his wife, Zhou Lei, was his foundation, his reputation, and his safe haven. He could not destroy his family and ruin the career and reputation he had worked so hard to build for the sake of a fleeting infatuation. He seized an opportune moment to propose ending the affair to Li Nianwei. He promised her 500,000 yuan and a recommendation for a position in a state-owned enterprise after she completed her graduate studies. He believed the conditions he offered would be sufficient for the girl who had come from a rural background to accept willingly. Unexpectedly, Li Nianwei turned against him. She threw a stack of intimate photographs in front of him and demanded either 1 million yuan or a divorce to marry her. Otherwise, she would share the photographs with the school leaders and his wife. Meng Huai was taken aback. The typically obedient girl had threatened him. Anger and frustration surged within him as he declared that if she publicized their affair, she too would face dire consequences. That night, they parted ways on bad terms. In the following period, he deliberately neglected Li Nianwei, preventing her from participating in the latest experiments and refraining from speaking to her privately. He assumed they were adults and that she would take the hint and leave. He even suggested that he would sponsor her to study abroad for her PhD if she wished. Yet, Li Nianwei stubbornly refused. She first sent a disemboweled rabbit to his wife, Zhou Lei, with a note saying, "An unwanted child will eventually disappear." This terrified Zhou Lei, causing her to have contractions and nearly miscarry. Shortly thereafter, red paint was splashed on their front door. Furthermore, she anonymously sent videos of their clandestine meetings to Zhou Lei's email. Zhou Lei, his wife, was acutely aware of his infidelity, especially with one of his students. He anticipated that she would react with hysteria, weeping uncontrollably, and would demand a divorce. Trembling with dread, he knelt on the ground and struck himself across the face several times. His wife, seated on the sofa, silently shed tears. The atmosphere in the living room was eerily quiet. After what felt like an eternity, she extended her hand towards him, pulling him up from the floor. She refrained from rebuking him, scolding him, or even suggesting a separation. Instead, she took his hand and placed it upon her lower abdomen. "Dear husband, if you wish for us to continue our lives together, you must resolve the matters outside and refrain from allowing me to witness any remnants of them. Our child can no longer endure any further distress." That night, he scarcely closed his eyes. His wife's compassion and understanding pierced his heart like a needle. Her forbearance weighed heavily upon his chest, suffocating him. What a scoundrel he was, capable of committing such a grievous betrayal against his wife. Guilt and remorse consumed him. He felt an urgent need to extricate himself from Li Nianwei, even going so far as to request that the college reassign her to another professor. However, Li Nianwei, oblivious to her own shortcomings, committed an even more outrageous act. One afternoon, while Zhou Lei visited the school, she was struck by a helmeted individual on an electric scooter in an unmonitored alley. Their child was nearly lost. According to Zhou Lei, the rider's build and attire bore a striking resemblance to Li Nianwei's. At that moment, Meng Huaiyan's heart ignited with fury. The remnants of his feelings for Li Nianwei transformed entirely into hatred. He had never anticipated that she would be so insatiable, intent not only on ruining his marriage, but also on jeopardizing the life of the child he had longed for. He called Li Nianwei, but she obstinately denied any wrongdoing, claiming that her demands stemmed from her genuine love for him and her desire to be with him. She claimed she could disregard societal judgments and betray her devoted ex-boyfriend. He found her words utterly unbelievable. His wife and child had nearly suffered grievous harm because of her actions, yet she still attempted to argue her innocence, refusing to accept any accountability. Such a shameless woman deserved to be punished. Meng Huaiyan was well aware that Li Nianwei had a former boyfriend who adored her deeply. By a twist of fate, he spotted her ex-lover loitering near the school's west wall, close to the logistics warehouse. He even witnessed her ex-boyfriend concealing a fruit knife within his clothing. Before departing for a business trip to the northern capital, he deliberately arranged for Li Nianwei to conduct an experiment in the new laboratory building. Believing that he had softened, she failed to notice the calculating glint in his eyes. He provided her ex-boyfriend with an opportunity to act while ensuring his own alibi by being away on business. On the night Li Nianwei was killed, he returned from the northern capital earlier than expected. As he had anticipated, he saw Li Nianwei's ex-boyfriend stealthily entering the school. A fierce confrontation ensued between them. Li Nianwei was stabbed multiple times, collapsing into a pool of her own blood. When he entered the laboratory, she had not yet succumbed to her injuries. She looked up into his eyes, recognizing him beneath the brim of his hat. He lowered his voice and asked her if she wished to continue entangling herself or to bring everything to an end. She opened her mouth to declare that she truly loved him. It seemed she intended to persist in her obsession. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew a dagger and plunged it into her heart. It was Li Nianwei's own doing. He had promised her money, but she deemed it insufficient and refused his offer to help her leave the country, instead choosing to create chaos and threaten his family, risking the life of his child. Meng Huaiyan was overwhelmed with emotion. Pei Siyu examined Meng Huaiyan's forearm, finding no trace of needles or injection marks. "Have you received any injections at the hospital recently?" Pei Siyu inquired. Meng Huaiyan shook his head, denying any such visit. Pei Siyu furrowed his brow. There was no doubt that Meng Huaiyan was the one who killed Li Nianwei. Yet a frog in the flower bed claimed to have seen a person with needle marks leaving the scene. Could it be that a third individual had indeed entered the crime scene? After Wen Ci awoke, Pei Siyu took her back to the crime scene. The frog croaked excitedly upon seeing Wen Ci's arrival. "Are you here to feed me again?" Wen Ci produced a small shrimp. "Frog, think carefully. When the incident occurred, how many people with needle marks did you see leaving the laboratory?" The frog puffed out its cheeks and pushed aside a couple of grass blades, straining to recall. "That night, after witnessing the murder, I was so frightened that I dozed off on a rock." Wen Ci thought it amusing that the frog could nap after such a scare. "I must not have slept long. When I woke up, I saw that person with needle marks coming out of the laboratory." Wen Ci relayed the frog's account to Pei Siyu. It appeared that a third individual with intentions to harm Li Nianwei had indeed been present at the crime scene. Just then, Pei Siyu's phone rang. It was a call from the technical department. "Captain Pei, we discovered a listening device in Meng Huaiyan's watch." "A listening device? Who would dare to place such a device in Meng Huaiyan's watch?" Pei Siyu's dark eyes narrowed as he contemplated the implications. Gripping Wen Ci's hand, he declared, "I believe I have identified the third person at the crime scene." Chapter 79. confessing everything. She was not pregnant when Pei Siyu held Wen Ci's hand. She felt an electric current coursing through her. Although they had kissed before, this was the first time he had taken her hand. She cast her gaze downwards at his large palm enveloping her small hand. Lifting her long lashes, she looked up at the tall, imposing figure of the man in uniform beside her. The campus was abuzz with students glancing their way. Noticing this, Wen Ci withdrew her hand from his grasp. Pei Siyu turned to her, his dark eyes narrowing slightly beneath the brim of his hat. "What is it? You're in uniform, quite conspicuous, and many are watching us." Pei Siyu acknowledged her concern and stepped closer, lowering his voice. "Is Mrs. Pei feeling shy?" Wen Ci playfully pinched his lower back. "Captain Pei, I've noticed your audacity has grown lately." Pei Siyu's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. "I rarely see you blush." Wen Ci shot him a glare. "Are we supposed to be looking for the third person who arrived at the crime scene?" Upon mentioning the matter at hand, Pei Siyu's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He led Wen Ci to the staff dormitory. "You don't suspect Zhou Lei, do you? She has an alibi for not being at the crime scene."
Just wait, and you'll see.
Wen Ci admired the quick thinking of those in criminal investigation. Their minds worked faster than hers. Pei Siyu knocked on the door.
Moment late.
It swung open. Zhou Lei frowned slightly upon seeing Pei Siyu in uniform. "Officer, you've already arrested my husband. Why are you here?" "Mrs. Meng, did you place the listening device in Professor Meng's watch?"
Su lei frose momentarily.
Pei Siyu's sharp gaze swept over her wrist, where the needle marks had been removed but faint bruises remained. "In truth, the one who most wanted Li Nianwei dead was you." Zhou Lei's hands, which had been hanging by her side, suddenly clenched into fists. Pei Siyu keenly detected a flicker of panic in her eyes, which quickly transformed into a mask of calm. "Officer, I don't understand what you're implying." "I was shocked and saddened to learn of Li Nianwei's misfortune." Pei Siyu's brows furrowed, his handsome visage radiating an air of authority and coldness. "Sending animal carcasses to your home, dispatching anonymous emails, splattering red paint, nearly getting hit by a vehicle in the alley. None of these actions were orchestrated by Li Nianwei, but rather were part of your self-directed theatrics, all aimed at inciting Meng Huaiyan's hatred towards her, weren't they?" Zhou Lei cast her eyes downward, a mocking smile curving her lips. "Officer, as an enforcer of the law, do not become a transgressor yourself. To slander me without evidence is an abuse of power. I have grounds to file a complaint against you." Pei Siyu remained motionless, his dark blue police uniform appearing particularly somber and austere in the dimly lit corridor. His piercing gaze settled on Zhou Lei's flat abdomen, his voice icy and devoid of warmth. "You are not pregnant at all." These words detonated in Zhou Lei's ears like a thunderclap. Even Wen Ci, standing behind Pei Siyu, was taken aback. Zhou Lei was not pregnant. Was everything merely a ruse of her own design? As she met Pei Siyu's penetrating gaze, which seemed to strip away her very soul, her pupils dilated slightly, her breath quickened, and the color drained from her face at an alarming rate. The composure she had previously maintained, an air of calmness and indifference, vanished entirely. She slowly crouched down, her hands covering her face, silently weeping. Tears streamed through her fingers, her throat constricted with a sorrowful and desperate sob. Time became indeterminate until Zhou Lei, her voice choked, confessed, "Indeed, I am not pregnant. And I harbor a profound hatred for Li Nianwei, as well as for Meng Huaiyan." The moment she discovered Meng Huaiyan's infidelity was one fateful evening when, after he had showered, she took his shirt to wash, only to find a long black hair upon it. Given her own short hair, it was impossible for it to belong to her. After more than 20 years of marriage, it was the first time she had found a woman's long hair on Meng Huaiyan's clothing. In that instant, the world spun around her, leaving her disoriented and panicked. She longed to confront Meng Huaiyan, yet reason dictated she must refrain. Absent undeniable proof of his infidelity, a man would never admit to his inherent flaws. She refrained from quarreling with him or questioning him outright, instead opting to observe the people around him in secret. Initially, she never suspected Li Nianwei. After all, Li Nianwei treated her with utmost respect, addressing her as aunt upon each encounter. She appeared to be the epitome of a virtuous girl, far from the notion of being a homewrecker. Meng Huaiyan and Li Nianwei's affair was conducted with utmost caution. Unable to uncover the truth herself, she eventually resorted to hiring a private investigator. It was only upon viewing the photographs captured by the investigator that she realized Li Nianwei was, in private, a brazen seductress. In Meng Huaiyan's upscale apartment, She boldly perched herself upon his lap, her eyes lustfully beckoning him. Upon seeing those intimate photos, Zhou Lei felt as if her chest had been mercilessly pummeled, shattering her heart into countless pieces. Later, she even overheard Meng Huaiyan speaking with his mother on the phone, assuring her that he would not let her down, that she would soon hold a grandchild. In that moment, the truth dawned upon her. Meng Huaiyan no longer wished to remain childless with her. He regretted his betrayal now that she was beyond childbearing age. Women, upon reaching a certain age, experience a decline in reproductive capability, while men, even in their 60s or 70s, can still father children with younger women. He had forsaken the vows made long ago, unwilling to spend his life with a woman incapable of bearing children. Thus, he sought the company of a girl young enough to be his daughter. Her hatred was palpable. She despised Li Nianwei for her shamelessness and audacity, knowing full well that Meng Huaiyan was a married man yet still engaging in an affair. Her wrath was equally directed at Meng Huaiyan, who, wanting children and unwilling to remain a childless couple, sought to erase over 2 decades of their shared life, pursuing younger women to father illegitimate children. His promises were as insubstantial as paper. During that tumultuous period, Zhou Lei felt as though she were living in a hellish nightmare. She did not confront Meng Huaiyan directly, nor did she seek retribution against Li Nianwei. While vile individuals made her life unbearable, she vowed not to grant them peace. As she recounted this, a flicker of madness and distortion flashed in Zhou Lei's tear-filled eyes. Thus, she deliberately feigned morning sickness in front of Meng Huaiyan and fabricated a false pregnancy report for him to see. Wiping away the tears that had escaped her eyes, a cold and resolute smile crept upon her lips. What could be more entertaining than witnessing 2 shameless adulterers tear each other apart? Consequently, she orchestrated the mailing of animal carcasses, anonymously sent intimate photographs, splattered red paint on doors, and staged accidents with electric bicycles, all to convince Meng Huaiyan that Li Nianwei was targeting her during her supposed pregnancy. As Meng Huaiyan's hatred for Li Nianwei intensified, she knew he would ultimately deal with that woman himself. Ha ha ha, through the listening device I learned he had killed Li Nianwei. To ensure everything went flawlessly, I did indeed visit the crime scene. He committed the murder. My hands remained clean, officer. I have not committed a crime, have I? You have already apprehended the true murderer. The decision of sentencing or execution lies with you. Pei Siyu regarded the woman crouched on the ground, the madness in her eyes gradually dissipating, replaced by an overwhelming sense of desolation and sorrow. The sharpness and solemnity that had characterized his handsome face faded, giving way to a complexity of emotions. You should have chosen differently, confront him or leave this corrupted marriage, but you opted for the most extreme path. Wen Ci nodded in agreement. It was indeed tragic that a relationship of over 20 years had devolved to this point. I can empathize with the pain of betrayal and harm inflicted by a husband, yet to use deceit and manipulation to force someone into error ultimately drags you into a quagmire of your own making. It is truly not worth it. Zhou Lei's eyes, red as if they might bleed, formed into a fist as she struck her chest with force. Yet I hate him. I despise his betrayal. I loathe her for shattering my marriage. Taking a deep breath, she rose from the ground, raising her hands towards Pei Siyu. I acknowledge that my actions may constitute incitement to crime. I accept that. Pei Siyu produced silver handcuffs, fastening them around Zhou Lei's wrists. Upon learning that Pei Siyu had swiftly apprehended the true murderer of Li Nianwei, Wen Ci's face darkened as he swept everything off his desk in a fit of rage. The efficiency of the second squad in solving cases was astonishing. It seemed that Qingyu's special abilities had been exhausted, providing him with no substantial leads. According to the investigative knowledge he had acquired, unraveling a murder case would typically require at least a week or more. Yet Pei Siyu managed to solve cases in a mere 2 days.
It was terrifying.
Captain Wen, I've heard that the second squad relies on Wen Ci for their case resolutions.
Wen Ci?
Wen Ci's brows furrowed in disbelief. She's just a simpleton. What does she know about solving cases? If Wen Ci were truly incompetent, Director Xiao would not have agreed to appoint her as a special expert for the second squad. Wu Peng retrieved his phone, locating a segment of Wen Ci's live broadcast. Captain Wen, look. Wen Ci can genuinely communicate with animals. The second squad's rapid case resolutions must be due to her interactions with the animals at the crime scene, who provided valuable clues. Wen Ci took the phone, glancing at the live clip. To be honest, he was reluctant to believe Wen Ci possessed such abilities. However, in the clip, she appeared to summon several large pythons, an act that seemed unscripted. After all, who who possessed the power to command wild pythons to protect a woman named Su Tang. Returning the phone to Wu Peng, he strode purposefully out of the office. After Zhou Lei's arrest, the officers in the second squad were bustling with activity. Wen Ci sat in the second squad's office, her mood inexplicably heavy and somber. She was unaware when Wen Ci approached her until he grasped her wrist, dragging her to a secluded area outside the office.
Wen Ci.
If you can use your ability to communicate with animals to assist me in solving cases in the future, I could persuade my parents to allow you to return to the Wen family. Chapter 80. Soothing a Wife. Jealousy brews Wen Ci was feeling rather despondent when Wen Ci approached her, unwittingly provoking her ire. Did your mother inject a labor-inducing serum into your brain before giving birth to you? Wen Ci retorted sharply, the Wen family is no longer my home. Keep your distance as far as possible and do not dare to approach me. Wen Shiyue's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Wen Ci. I am your elder brother. How can you speak to me in such a tone? With a haughty snort, Wen Ci replied, I am still your ancestor who has lived for 800 years. Gazing at the transformed Wen Ci, Wen Shiyue couldn't help but question if the woman before him was truly the same Wen Ci he once knew, as her appearance and features bore an uncanny resemblance. In the past, Wen Ci had yearned for the affection of the Wen family, obediently following whatever her elder brother commanded. After returning, she was forced into a marriage with the Pei family. While he could comprehend her resentment, did it not remain her honor to alleviate the burdens of the Wen family? I know you disapprove of Pei Siyu. If you agree to assist me, I will go to the Pei household with our parents and facilitate your divorce. Wen Ci couldn't help but roll her eyes in exasperation. Have you switched the functions of your brain and intestines? Please refrain from speaking to me. Your breath is quite offensive. Wen Shiyue's chest heaved with anger. Wen Ci, I offered you a chance. Should you refuse, do not regret it later. Without a formidable family backing you, I wonder who you will turn to when the Pei family bullies you. Wen Ci scoffed. Rely on the Wen family for support? What a motley crew you are. Have you no self-awareness? You are utterly incapable of handling matters with others, let alone, I, Wen Ci, do not require anyone's backing. I am my own greatest strength. Wen Shiyue was almost amused by Wen Ci's audacious arrogance. What strength could she possibly possess? Just a talent for communicating with animals? One day, that ability might vanish. Wen Ci, do not regret it. Whoever regrets is a dog, you fool. Wen Shiyue pinched his philtrum in frustration.
Wen Ci.
You shall surely come to regret this. When Pei Siyu had finished his work, night had already fallen. Wen Ci, along with Shun Lei and Song Lin, had dined at the police station's cafeteria. Pei Siyu sought out Wen Ci, intending to return to the Pei residence with her. Shun Lei quietly informed Pei Siyu, boss, earlier. Wen Shiyue sought out my sister-in-law. Pei Siyu glanced at Wen Ci, observing her tense expression, and nodded. All right, I understand. On their way back, Pei Siyu looked at Wen Ci several times. She leaned against the passenger seat, staring vacantly out the window. What did Wen Shiyue say to you? Wen Ci did not turn her head, responding in a muffled tone. Nothing much. You seem rather unhappy. Wen Ci's discontent was not due to Wen Shiyue's foolishness. She was not the original owner of this body and had never cared for the Wen family. Their ill treatment of her simply rendered them as a pile of foul refuse in her eyes, utterly devoid of impact on her mood. Pei Siyu signaled and parked the car by the roadside. He extended his long fingers, gently turning her face toward him. His rough fingertips caressed her chin. Who has upset you? Wen Ci swatted his hand away. Her face scrunched in displeasure as she muttered, I am just feeling irritable. You know Meng Huaiyan and Zhou Lei promised to be child-free upon marriage, yet they changed their minds. Are all men like this, where their words hold no weight? Her gaze fell upon Pei Siyu, carrying an almost imperceptible accusation. I can empathize with your feelings. Meng Huaiyan's failure to uphold his promise is indeed infuriating and disappointing, and it is regrettable that he and Zhou Lei have reached this point. Each person's sense of responsibility and commitment differs. I would never violate the promises made between myself and my beloved. Wen Ci observed the fervent desire for survival in his expression. Her previously tense visage began to soften. Don't dwell on it. Have you eaten much tonight? Pei Siyu gently stroked Wen Ci's head. Wen Ci brushed his hand away. Why do you pet me like a dog? Pei Siyu's lips curled into a subtle smile. No dog could ever be as adorable as you. Half an hour later, the two returned to the Pei residence. I'll prepare something to eat, Pei Siyu declared, removing his police jacket and rolling up the sleeves of his shirt, revealing his toned and tanned arms. Wen Ci's eyes widened in surprise. You can cook? Pei Siyu replied with a low hum. Yes.
Meow.
Daddy is cooking for the bad girl. And the bad girl should prepare food for me. The little leopard, tail erect, scampered toward Wen Ci and Pei Siyu. Wen Ci scooped it up. You've been receiving meals for free lately, and yet you still call me a bad girl? Meow meow. To pass this cat's assessment, the bad girl still needs to work harder. Wen Ci affectionately patted the little leopard's round head. Your daddy is already actively cooking for me. What more do I need to do? From now on, I shall be lazy and refuse to make you meals.
Meow meow.
Bad girl, oh no, mama, mama. Wen Ci couldn't help but chuckle as she held the little leopard close. Can't you be a little more ambitious? Can ambition be eaten as food?
Mama.
Please make delicious food for little leopard. The soft, pudgy paws of the little leopard pressed against Wen Ci's chest, its fluffy head nuzzling her face. A smile involuntarily crept onto her lips. Who could resist a little fat cat purring and seeking affection? Wen Ci was about to say something when a long hand reached over, snatching the little leopard from her embrace. Where do you think you're stepping on my wife? The little leopard glanced up at the stern-faced Pei Siyu. Woo woo woo, Daddy has forgotten about the cat now that he has a wife. Prioritizing romance over the cat.
Soront, sosat.
From now on, you're not allowed to step on my wife's chest. The little leopard, looking dejected, scampered upstairs. Wen Ci glared at Pei Siyu. Why are you quarreling with the cat? Also, do not call me your wife. We are not that familiar yet. His repeated use of wife sent chills down her spine. When will I be able to call you that? Wen Ci replied, I don't know. Certainly not now. Pei Siyu's deep, dark eyes dimmed slightly. He understood that he could not call her his wife yet because she had not developed feelings for him. Did she still harbor feelings for Sia Jing Huai? Wen Ci lay on the sofa, playing with her phone, when a sudden enticing aroma wafted through the air. She rose and entered the kitchen.
Pei Siyu,
clad in his police uniform, was stirring a dish at the counter. As he lifted the pan, the shirt clung tightly to his form, accentuating the muscular lines of his arms. Even the curve of his shoulder blades exuded a certain ruggedness. As he tossed the ingredients, his wrist moved deftly, causing the vegetables and meat to dance within the pan. A man who could cook possessed an indescribable masculine allure. Wen Ci leaned against the glass door, arms crossed, her lips curling into a subtle smile. Noticing her gaze, Pei Siyu turned to look. Dinner will be ready shortly. Do not linger there. The smoke is heavy. Wen Ci's smile deepened. Captain Pei, how is it that you can do everything? Pei Siyu's dark eyes glinted with depth. My grandfather said, I do not know how to comfort my wife. Wen Ci pondered, is he really that incapable of comforting his wife? He sends her off in a car and even cooks for her. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, her phone rang unexpectedly. An unfamiliar number appeared on the screen. Wen Ci picked up her phone and walked into the living room. Upon answering, she was taken aback by the male voice on the other end. Sia Jing Huai? No wonder he was calling from an unknown number. She had blocked him shortly after arriving here. Wen Ci, when do you have time to meet privately? In the past, whenever Sia Jing Huai took the initiative to arrange a meeting, Wen Ci would be filled with excitement. Sia Jing Huai, with his lofty demeanor and a tone reminiscent of condescension, elicited a faint amusement from Wen Ci. She recalled his appearance, slicked back hair, a three-piece suit, and polished leather shoes. All emblematic of the kind of old-money style she found utterly distasteful. Is there something you need? She asked, maintaining her composure. Regarding the land in the southern city, could you assist me in acquiring the bidding price from the Pei family? Wen Ci stifled a cold laugh within her. It was likely because the former owner of her identity had previously pilfered confidential information from the Pei family that this self-assured, oily magnate dared to place her in peril again. She swallowed the retort that almost escaped her lips. Did he expect her to act as a corporate spy?
Ha!
It would require a hefty price from the Sia family for that to happen. All right, I'll procure it and send it to you, she replied, and at her words, a satisfied smile crept onto Sia Jing Huai's face. He was certain that Wen Ci still harbored feelings for him. In recent times, her indifference towards him and her decision to block him were merely tactics to capture his attention, weren't they? Yet, how could he possibly harbor affection for Wen Ci? In his heart, there was only room for Wen Qingyu. After ending the call, Wen Ci turned to see Pei Siyu standing a short distance away. His strikingly handsome face, marked by a cold and resolute demeanor, seemed to be shrouded in a layer of frost. When he caught her gaze, he spoke in a low voice, "Dinner is ready." His tone was noticeably more frigid. As Wen Ci entered the dining room, she noticed a well-prepared meal laid out on the table. 3 dishes and a soup. all visually appealing and aromatic. Not bad, Captain Pei. You excel in both the dining room and the kitchen, a true epitome of a good man.
Pei Siyu.
Seated across from her, remained silent, his lips pressed tightly together, the angular lines of his face taut like a finely honed blade. The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees as Wen Ci rubbed her arms. What's wrong? Your face looks so long. Even a donkey would call you brother, she quipped, raising an eyebrow. Pei Siyu set down his chopsticks, his dark eyes piercing into Wen Ci.
Who called you?
Wen Ci took a bite of her food and replied leisurely, Sia Jing Huai. Pei Siyu's features tightened even further. What did he want?
To steal secrets.
At that moment, the temperature in the air felt as though it might crystallize into ice. Pei Siyu's gaze remained locked on Wen Ci's face, and though he said nothing more, the atmosphere around him shifted dramatically, radiating an authoritative coldness that was palpably oppressive. Wen Ci finally understood the anxiety that a criminal must feel under Pei Siyu's scrutinizing gaze. The pressure was overwhelming. Are you angry? She asked, putting down her chopsticks and meeting his gaze. Pei Siyu pressed his long fingers against his forehead, seemingly struggling to contain his anger towards her. You intend to steal from our Pei family again for Sia Jing Huai? Wen Ci, if you do so again, I will not be lenient. Stealing commercial secrets is illegal, do you understand? Wen Ci bit her lip and remained silent. Seeing her quietness, Pei Siyu clenched his jaw. What are your thoughts? Before he could finish, he felt a peculiar sensation on his calf. Wen Ci had slipped off her slippers, her toes softly creeping up his leg, ultimately resting on his well-defined thigh. Wen Ci, I'm trying to discuss serious matters here, he said, yet the restless little foot continued its ascent, inching closer to a dangerously sensitive area. All the words he had intended to say caught in his throat. His thigh muscles tensed abruptly, rigid as stone. His jaw clenched, dark eyes swirling with suppressed emotions, his chest rising and falling rapidly. He reached out, grasping her delicate ankle with his warm, calloused hand. A glance under the table revealed her ankle, slender and pale, adorned with a misty blue nail polish, delicate and exquisite. He quickly averted his gaze, his dark eyes narrowing as he questioned, what do you intend to do? To help you cool down? Did she truly mean to help him cool off? Or was she merely stoking the flames? Observing the faint veins protruding from his neck, Wen Ci decided against provoking him further. With a playful smile, she said, do you really think I would steal secrets for Sia Jing Huai? If I intended to, I wouldn't have mentioned it to you. Pei Siyu tightened his grip on her slender ankle, his warm palm pressing down harder. You haven't stolen before? His hand was warm, his fingertips calloused. Wen Ci felt a tingling sensation at her ankle, a mix of sweetness and discomfort. She attempted to withdraw her foot, but he held on firmly. The past is the past, and I am different now. She rested her chin on her hand and blinked her beautiful eyes at him. I'm no longer interested in that old money, domineering Sia Jing Huai. My interests lie solely in. Pei Siyu's throat bobbed, his voice low and husky. In what? In my career, delicious food, and a good night's sleep. His dark gaze dimmed slightly. Rest assured, I will no longer harm your Pei family. If Sia Jing Huai wishes to acquire that land with the ancient tomb, I certainly Wen Ci allow him to succeed. After dinner, I will discuss with my second brother how to set a trap for the Sia Corporation. Pei Siyu responded with a nonchalant "oh," releasing her ankle from his grasp. Wen Ci noticed that he still bore a hint of low pressure. With a playful blink of her eyes, she asked, now that I've clarified things, are you still upset? The former owner had no choice but to steal from the Pei family. I can only control my present self. I have a business trip tomorrow to Ning City. Wen Ci felt as though the sky had fallen upon hearing he would be away. How long will you be gone? Pei Siyu observed her furrowed brow as he replied, not certain, probably 3 to 4 days for a criminal investigation collaboration organized by the city bureau. Wen Ci bit her lip, recalling his promise to provide her with clothing each night.
Pei Siyu frowned slightly. Wen Ci.
Why do you need to hug my clothes to sleep every night? He sensed her lack of affection towards him. If she didn't like him, why hold on to his clothes at night? Wen Ci raised her palm to cover her face, deciding to come clean with Pei Siyu. I suffer from insomnia. I can only sleep when I catch a whiff of your scent. Pei Siyu's brow furrowed even more tightly. So, you refuse to divorce because you need my scent to fall asleep? I still hold some value for you? Wen Ci thought, oh, you shameless man. Must you be so blunt? She gazed at him with a sorrowful expression. You wouldn't cut me off now that you know my weakness, would you?
Oh, dear.
Had she known better, she would have kept that to herself. It was surely her increased interactions with him, his kisses, His cooking, that had led her to mistakenly believe he was easy to approach. The truth was, he was an unyielding, cold-hearted figure. After an indeterminate amount of time, Pei Siyu finally responded with a low understood. "And what shall I do while you're away? I will leave my coat and shirt at home and try to return early." Wen Ci clasped her hands together. "You truly are a saint." Perhaps it was merely her perception, but after revealing her reliance on his scent for sleep, Pei Siyu's attitude seemed to cool considerably. Although he still responded to her and handed her the clothes he changed out of, he no longer engaged in any intimate gestures toward her. It is often said that a woman's heart is as deep as the ocean, yet in her view, men were no different. She never dwelled on matters that perplexed her. If she couldn't comprehend something, she simply let it be. In any case, as long as there were delectable meals and restful nights, she felt content. Once she amassed enough merit to discover a remedy for her insomnia and cure Pei Siyu's leg, she would take her leave. After bathing, she cuddled the man's clothes and drifted into a beautiful sleep. The night deepened. Pei Siyu entered Wen Ci's room. Recently, the little leopard had taken to sleeping at the foot of Wen Ci's bed. Upon noticing someone enter, it nearly let out a meow, but the next moment, upon realizing it was Pei Siyu, its round eyes widened in surprise. "Dad, are you a peeping Tom? How dare you come to Mom's room again?" Pei Siyu stood by the bedside, gazing at the peacefully slumbering Wen Ci for an extended period. Before she confessed, he had assumed that her nightly embrace of his clothing was a sign of her affection towards him. Little did he know, he had been overly sentimental. If she hadn't been afflicted with insomnia, she would likely have divorced him and left the Pei family long ago. On the day the wild black bear completed its paperwork and officially entered the park, Pei Siyu was away on a business trip. Early that morning, he received a video call from Old Master Pei. "Have you been keeping your wife updated on your itinerary while on this business trip?" Old Master Pei inquired. Pei Siyu replied, "She knows I'm in Ningqing." Old Master Pei glared at him. "Why are you as dense as a block of wood? Besides letting Ci Bao know you're in Ningqing, what else have you done each day? You should send her WeChat updates. And it would be best if you could send her a few selfies every day. She enjoys seeing your abs, so show them to her." "Pei Siyu, you rascal. Why the frown? Your grandfather is thriving, thanks to Ci Bao's medicine. She is our family's blessing. Quickly send a handsome selfie to Ci Bao," commanded Old Master Pei. Pei Siyu rubbed his aching temples and responded, "Grandfather, I must attend a meeting." Before he could finish, Old Master Pei clutched his chest and exclaimed, "Oh dear. My heart is aching. It hurts so much. I might be on my way out." Pei Siyu's brows furrowed tightly, capable of crushing a fly. All right, I'll send it. Do it now, and remember to look handsome." Pei Siyu found himself at a loss with his grandfather, knowing full well that he was feigning a heart attack. Yet wishing to avoid further interruptions, he opened his phone's camera and took a selfie. It had been 2 days since he had been on the business trip, and she had not initiated a message. With a sigh, he sent the photo to Wen Ci via WeChat. Pei Jian drove Wen Ci and Old Master Pei to the private zoo owned by Yuan's father. Pei Jian was so moved by Yuan's father's heroic deeds that he bought the zoo as a gift for him and invested in its improvements. The zoo had undergone a complete transformation. Most notably, the black bear's habitat was striking, featuring a nearly 100-square-meter ecological enclosure with clearly defined bulletproof glass areas. The overall design mimicked a natural mountainous environment, complete with shallow waters, crystal-clear streams, and expansive woodlands. As Wen Ci and the others arrived, the black bear was playing with a bamboo tube filled with wild fruits. Upon seeing Wen Ci, the bear's eyes lit up with joy. "Human, have you come to see the bear?" "The bear really likes its new home," Wen Ci said. As she entered the bear's enclosure, the zookeeper was taken aback. Fearing for Wen Ci's safety, just as he was about to intervene, he witnessed the bear embracing Wen Ci, its furry head nuzzling into her neck, as if seeking affection. The zookeeper couldn't help but think of Beauty and the Beast. "Bear, are you settling in well?" "Very well. Every day there are delicious foods, fun activities, and refreshing drinks." "The bear is absolutely comfortable," replied the bear. Wen Ci gently patted the bear's head. "That's great to hear. Remember, you must never harm anyone. Rest assured." "The bear is clever," it replied. Thinking about the days she had been unable to livestream, Wen Ci decided to broadcast from the bear's enclosure. "Host, you finally started the stream. I've withered waiting for you. You look even more beautiful after a few days. I wish I could marry you. Hey, you frog upstairs. How many peanuts did you eat to get so drunk?" Wen Ci greeted the viewers as usual and then invited them to admire the adorable black bear. "The bear is so cute. Once the park opens, I must take a photo with the bear. I heard we have to wait another week for the park to open. I can hardly contain my excitement. After chatting with the viewers, Wen Ci initiated her first live connection of the day with a user named Princess Yen. Once connected, the screen revealed a woman wearing a pink hat and dressed in postpartum attire. Judging by her outfit and surroundings, she appeared to be at a postpartum care center. Hello.
Host.
My dog, Coleball, has been acting strangely lately. It was very well behaved during my pregnancy, but since I gave birth and moved to the postpartum center, it has transformed into a different dog, being particularly disobedient. My husband works during the day, and after rushing to visit me and the baby post-work, he then has to hurry back to walk Coleball and feed it. However, Coleball keeps urinating everywhere at home, and when my husband feeds it, it barks at him. Just yesterday, it even bit him, and he had to go to the hospital for a rabies shot. My husband is usually very gentle. He rarely gets angry. But after being bitten, he called me in a rage, saying he wanted to give Coleball away. Coleball was a gift from a friend when I started my business. It has been with me for years, and I truly don't want to part with it. Yet, it barks at my husband for no reason, bites, and has accidents at home. I can't figure out what's wrong. I came across your live stream, and, since you can communicate with animals, I asked my nanny to bring Coleball over. When Ci nodded, instructing, point the camera at Coleball. The woman immediately adjusted the camera. Coleball, a small corgi, curled up at her feet, its short legs tucked beneath it, tail drooping, looking quite dejected.
Coleball.
Why have you behaved like this towards your master while your mistress is in postpartum care? Upon hearing Wen Ci's soft and pleasant voice, the curled-up corgi moved slightly. It lifted its head, its moist eyes gazing at the camera. Upon seeing Wen Ci's beautiful and bright face, filled with concern, its nose twitched.
Woof.
I told you. Humans can't understand.
Wah. Do all both so wrong it.
Observing the woeful Coleball, Wen Ci's voice grew even softer. I can understand you.
Tell me.
And I will convey it to your mistress. Coleball again raised its eyes, staring at the screen. Pretty human, can you really understand what Coleball is saying?
Wen Ci nodded. Yes.
Woof. Coleball seemed to have found a confidant, barking incessantly at the camera. There was no malice in its voice, only a plaintive lament. My ears. Goodness, how wronged is Coleball? Is it possible that the male master has been secretly mistreating Coleball at home while the female master is in postpartum care? The hostess live stream is becoming increasingly interesting. I now check her homepage several times a day to avoid missing her streams. Upstairs, 10086. Coleball barked for quite a while before finally ceasing. Wen Ci's expression grew a touch heavier. Host, what did Coleball say? The woman asked urgently. Wen Ci pursed her lips before replying, let's discuss this privately. Please, is there something we cannot hear? Host, we promise not to spread it. Curiosity is piqued. Do you know the feeling of being unable to hear something? It's driving me insane. The woman glanced at the comments and said to Wen Ci, it's alright. You can say it directly. Wen Ci furrowed her brows. It's not good news. You're still in postpartum care, and I'm afraid you might not handle the blow well. The woman glanced at Coleball, who had returned to obediently lying at her feet. She bent down and patted Coleball's head. My parents passed away early, and I've faced scorn since childhood. After graduating high school, I came to the big city alone to make my way through life, enduring numerous storms and tribulations. I am not as fragile as you might think. Seeing that the woman insisted on not having a private discussion, Wen Ci relayed everything that Coleball had said. The Coleball remarked that it had recently detected an unfamiliar scent on its male owner. The woman, taken aback, pondered this strange revelation. An unfamiliar scent? It dawned on her that during her confinement, she had entrusted her clothing factory affairs entirely to her husband, Zhou Xiuyan, which surely involved a fair share of social engagements. Indeed, her husband had been particularly busy lately, frequently partaking in client meetings that likely involved drinking, possibly leading him to absorb the scent of his clients. When Ci pressed her lips together, contemplating that the scent clinging to her husband did indeed carry a hint of milk fragrance, albeit not the same as her own. The woman froze again. Was it true that her husband bore the scent of another woman? How could this be possible? Oh heavens, could it be as I fear? A chilling thought indeed. Is it true that only when a man is hung out to dry will he show his true colors? Yet another day of fearing marriage and motherhood. To those above, do not be so pessimistic during the last live stream. The bond between Ye's father and mother was truly moving. I dream of having a delightful daughter like Ye. The woman connected to Wen Ci, named Xiao Yan, glanced at the barrage of comments from viewers, her mind momentarily blank. Could it be that her husband, Zhou Xian, was unfaithful? She had met Zhou Xian at an exhibition where they both worked in the fashion industry. He was a planning manager at a clothing company, characterized by his gentle demeanor, meticulous nature, and mature stability. After exchanging WeChat contacts, they reunited 6 months later at a friend's gathering. Following their second encounter, he took the initiative to invite her out for meals and trips. He was exceedingly generous, always covering expenses and surprising her with gifts. Initially, they maintained a long-distance relationship, during which he would send her love letters by post in a traditional manner. On significant holidays, he would appear at her home, cooking for her himself. With just a glance, he could discern her desires. Having lost her parents at a young age, Xiao Yan had yearned for warmth and affection, which she found in Zhou Xian. After a year of acquaintance, he formally confessed his feelings, and without hesitation, she accepted him, believing he was a divine gift that brought genuine warmth into her life. After 2 years of courtship, they wed, in hopes of nurturing their small family. She suggested that Zhou Xian take a position as vice president at her company, firmly believing that a united effort would lead to prosperity. In their second year of marriage, she became pregnant. Although her mother-in-law was unable to assist her due to health issues, she was financially capable of hiring a caregiver and staying at a postpartum center. The only regret was her thin endometrium, which made carrying a daughter fraught with challenges, and the doctor advised against having a second child. Nonetheless, she had never favored sons over daughters. Having one daughter was more than sufficient. Zhou Xian expressed his satisfaction at having a precious daughter with her as well. The host, Wen Ci, conveyed that the coal ball implied her husband was unfaithful. Wen Ci nodded, adding that not only that, but her husband's mistress had also borne him a son, and astonishingly, his mistress was residing in the same postpartum center, just above her. Xiao Yan was still processing this information when Wen Ci continued, revealing that her husband, after leaving her, would visit his mistress upstairs, returning home only to care for the coal ball before going back to spend time with his mistress and their illegitimate child. Chapter 83. Witnessing everything. She would tear apart the scoundrel, and the harlot Wen Ci's words struck Xiao Yan like a thunderclap, causing her to widen her eyes in disbelief. Zhou Xian's mistress and child were right above her, her complexion drained of color. Oh my, the poor girl. A cheating man deserves 1,000 needles. Even through the screen, one can feel the despair and anguish of this girl. How disgusting of the man to place his mistress above his own wife. Xiao Yan trembled uncontrollably, her blood running cold, as a buzzing filled her ears. He comes to me daily, smiling as he serves me soup, exuding paternal affection, only to turn around and visit his mistress and their child? If it weren't for the coal ball's peculiar behavior, she would have never suspected anything amiss. The way he looked at her and their daughter made it seem as though they were his entire world. His acting deserves an Oscar. Covering her face with her hands, Xiao Yan was momentarily unable to process such a devastating blow. He had always treated her well, throughout their courtship, marriage, and the birth of their daughter. He had never raised his voice or laid a hand on her, always catering to her every need. When Ci sighed, noting that no man is perfect, and we must seek someone inherently good, rather than merely someone who treats us well. The host speaks wisely. Those who only treat you kindly are often merely putting on a facade. This girl's husband is deeply cunning, managing to act for 5 years right before her eyes. Dear, you are still in confinement. Do not succumb to sorrow. You must gather your strength for your daughter, who relies solely on you. Tears streamed down Xiao Yan's face as she felt something tugging at her pant leg. She glanced down to see the coal ball holding out a few tissues, trying to offer them to her.
Woof.
Don't cry, mistress, you still have the baby and me. Taking the tissues from the coal ball, Xiao Yan wiped her tears and gently patted its head. Had he truly betrayed her? Woof woof woof. The coal ball barked at the camera again. When Ci quickly translated, stating that the coal ball had overheard her husband video chatting with his mistress, who questioned him about arranging for her to stay on the same floor. Worried about being discovered, her husband had assured her that Xiao Yan trusted him completely, and even if she saw anything, he would concoct a reason to placate her. Xiao Yan's hands clenched into fists, veins bulging on her forehead. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she resolved to maintain her composure. Host, I want to take a look upstairs. Only by witnessing it with her own eyes could she truly let go. Xiao Yan did not end the live stream. Instead, using another phone, she arranged for a set of nurse scrubs from the postpartum center to be delivered to her. Are you really going to wear nurse scrubs to go upstairs? Smart thinking, dear. Xiao Yan nodded, instructing them to wait as she changed. A few minutes later, dressed in the nurse's attire, her makeup done and a mask on, she placed her phone in the pocket of her scrubs. Ascending the stairs, she noted the same layout upstairs as downstairs, with only the room at the end of the corridor illuminated. Taking a deep breath, she approached and knocked on the door. Moments later, it opened to reveal a middle-aged woman with her hair in a bun. Upon recognizing the woman, Xiao Yan's heart tightened uncontrollably. It was Zhou Xuyan's mother, her mother-in-law. A month before her delivery, her mother-in-law had claimed to have accidentally broken her leg and needed to recuperate at home, unable to assist her during confinement. Little did she know, it was merely a web of lies they had spun. Zhou's mother did not recognize the disguised Xiao Yan and inquired, "Nurse, what brings you here?" Xiao Yan pressed her lips together, her voice hoarse as she replied, "I'm here to check on the room's sanitation." Nurses routinely checked on sanitation, and Zhou's mother thought nothing of it, stepping aside to allow Xiao Yan into the suite. As she entered the room, she was met with the sight of a young woman in confinement, cradling a child. The revelation of Zhou Xuyan's infidelity and the existence of an illegitimate child was already staggering, but to discover that his mistress was someone she recognized, a girl merely 19 years old, was beyond her comprehension. Zhou Xuyan truly left her in awe, shattering her worldview. "Mother, Xuero, I have arrived." At that moment, a familiar male voice echoed. Zhou Xuyan approached, carrying 2 thermal containers. He placed one on the table and brought the other before the young woman. "I specially simmered some chicken soup." Feng Xuero glanced at the other container. "Did you bring some for Sister Qiao? Her portion is from a fast food restaurant. It certainly cannot compare to the one I brewed for you." Feng Xuero formed a small fist and playfully tapped Zhou Xuyan's chest. "You're insufferable. Has my son been obedient today?" Feng Xuero smiled and nodded, "Obedient, just like you." "You little rascal. How dare you speak so freely?" Zhou Xuyan pinched Feng Xuero's nose. Zhou Mu, witnessing their playful banter, stifled a chuckle. "You two should be mindful of your image, especially with a nurse present." Each time Zhou Xuyan visited Feng Xuero, he donned a mask and hat, only removing them when he went to see Xiao Yan. It was unlikely any nurse would recognize him. Even if they did, it would be inappropriate for them to speak out, as this was a matter of client confidentiality. Xiao Yan, observing the scene, felt as though her heart was being gripped by an invisible hand, causing her an agonizing pain that nearly stole her breath away. The viewers watching the live stream were privy to the entire spectacle. Shameless scoundrels, I feel an overwhelming sense of helplessness from behind the screen.
Am furious.
Can't we impose a penalty on this cheating scoundrel? Exactly. Those so-called experts suggest this and that, even instituting a cooling-off period for divorce. Yet they legalize illegitimate children inheriting assets, but don't propose laws to castrate cheating scoundrels. I feel so sorry for the young lady still in confinement, having to endure such heart-wrenching pain. However, let us look on the bright side. The young lady will eventually have a daughter and a career, living a joyful life free from a repulsive husband. After sipping a few mouthfuls of chicken soup, Feng Xuero wrapped her arms around Zhou Xuyan's neck and planted a kiss on his lips, then playfully bit his neck. Zhou Xuyan quickly pushed her away. "What are you doing? Don't leave a mark." Feng Xuero shot him a reproachful glance. "Are you afraid Sister Qiao will find out?" "Xuero, don't be willful. Letting her know about our relationship now would be detrimental to both of us." Feng Xuero pouted. "Am I to be hidden away with my son for eternity?" "Of course not. She has given birth to a daughter who will eventually marry. All my assets will be left to our son." Upon hearing Zhou Xuyan's shameless words, Xiao Yan could hardly contain her laughter from anger. She stepped out of the suite and took out another phone, sending several messages. After sending them, she turned to the camera with a pained yet composed expression. "Wen Ci, I am incredibly grateful to you today. Otherwise, I would not have uncovered the true nature of this pair of scoundrels in such a short time." Wen Ci, observing Xiao Yan's reddened eyes masked by forced calmness, felt a pang of sympathy. "You are still in your confinement period. Your body cannot withstand such emotional turmoil. This is not about compromise. It is for your own well-being and for your daughter. Everything can wait until your confinement is over." Xiao Yan shook her head. "I cannot wait until my confinement ends. I intend to confront this pair of scoundrels today." Wow, I'm feeling a surge of excitement. The young lady is so cool and fierce. Please don't end the call. I want to see how she confronts the cheating scoundrels. This live stream is more captivating than a short story, utterly mesmerizing. Young lady, go for it. We are all behind you. Initially intending to end the call, Xiao Yan found herself moved by the viewers' unified support, feeling a warmth swell in her chest. Thank you all for your encouragement. I will not end the call. Let us witness together how I confront these scoundrels. Returning to the suite downstairs, she changed out of her nurse's uniform into her own clothes. The bodyguard, she called, had arrived. After leading him upstairs, she instructed him to wait outside while she pushed open the door and entered. Who is it? Why didn't you knock? Zhou Mu's unfinished words caught in her throat as she recognized Xiao Yan standing before her. Xiao Yan. Hearing her name, Zhou Xuyan rushed out, his reaction mirroring that of Zhou Mu, astonished by Xiao Yan's sudden appearance. Though perplexed as to why she was there, Zhou Xuyan fought to maintain his composure.
Wife.
What a coincidence. You know Xuero has given birth? Fang Xuero was a poor student previously supported by Xiao Yan, who had funded her tuition and living expenses from middle to high school. However, Fang Xuero had not applied herself in her studies and had failed to gain admission to a good university. When Fang Xuero requested Xiao Yan to send her abroad for further studies, Xiao Yan discerned that Fang Xuero had changed, no longer the simple, pitiable girl she once was. She decisively declined Fang Xuero's request. Xiao Yan was not only supporting Fang Xuero, she was also aiding 2 boys and another girl. The other 3 had all successfully gained admission to their desired universities through their own efforts. Fang Xuero was the most extravagant of them all, demanding designer clothes, an iPhone, and a monthly allowance of 3,000. Whenever Xiao Yan failed to meet her demands, Fang Xuero threatened to expose her hypocritical facade to the media. When Xiao Yan refused to send Fang Xuero abroad, she indeed went to the media to accuse her. Fortunately, other students testified on Xiao Yan's behalf. Otherwise, Fang Xuero would have tarnished both her reputation and career. As Zhou Xuyan's confidant, he was well aware of Fang Xuero's past actions against her. Yet he still chose to be with Fang Xuero and fathered a child with her. How utterly callous. Chapter 84. Taking the initiative to file for divorce. Leaving him with nothing. Zhou Xuyan's complexion paled, and his heart raced at the sight of Xiao Yan. He struggled to calm himself. He must not lose his composure.
Wife.
Xuero once saved my mother. She is my mother's benefactor. Upon learning she had given birth, my mother and I came to visit her. Please do not misunderstand. Zhou Xuyan believed that a few kind words would suffice to placate Xiao Yan, considering her love and trust in him. She could not possibly suspect that the child Fang Xuero had given birth to was his. Xiao Yan approached Zhou Xuyan, a cold smile curling her lips. Is that so? Her icy, mocking gaze constricted Zhou Xuyan's heart. Had she discovered something? Wife, after all these years, is our relationship not worthy of your trust? Xuero is merely like a younger sister to me.
Slap.
Before he could finish, Xiao Yan struck him hard across the face. Wife, you slap. Another blow landed on the other side of his face. Xiao Yan exerted all her strength, her palms tingling from the impact. Benefactor? Zhou Xuyan. Do you take me for a fool? Fang Xuero is your mistress, and the child she bore is your illegitimate son. Zhou Xuyan staggered, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Xiao Yan, his blood running cold. Zhou Mu, seeing her son struck twice, stormed up to Xiao Yan in fury. Xiao Yan, you shameless woman, how dare you hit my son? A woman must honor her husband. My son married you to carry on the family line. If you can only bear daughters and not sons, that is your fault, not my son's. Xiao Yan was nearly driven to laughter by anger. What son to inherit? Inheriting your family's pile of worthless junk? The viewers watching the live stream were on the verge of developing breast nodules from their outrage. What an absurd statement from that mother-in-law. Do they have a throne to inherit? A remnant of feudalism. Drag her out and give her a taste of her own medicine. The young lady slapped that scoundrel's face twice. It was utterly satisfying. Continue tearing apart that scoundrel, the shameless mother-in-law, and the mistress, until they are utterly devastated. Zhou Xuyan furrowed his brows and turned to Xiao Yan. My mother is an elder. Do not stoop to her level. Let us discuss this downstairs. Zhou Xuyan attempted to embrace Xiao Yan, but she retaliated by delivering 2 sharp slaps to his face. If the elder behaves like this, she might as well wrap herself in a shroud and find peace in the grave. Zhou Xuyan and his mother's expressions shifted noticeably. Xiao Yan, you venomous woman. How dare you curse me? Zhou's mother lunged at Xiao Yan with a menacing glare. The bodyguard stationed outside immediately intervened, restraining Zhou's mother. Xiao Yan raised her hand and, with a resounding slap, struck Zhou's mother across the face.
Ah.
I am your mother-in-law. How dare you hit me? Zhou's mother's face swelled. Her eyes filled with disbelief. You, a feudalistic matron, are unworthy of being my mother-in-law. Zhou Xuyan's countenance darkened to an extreme. Qiao Yan, you must apologize to my mother at once, or I shall never forgive you. Apologize? Only if she kneels before me. Zhou Xuyan, seated on the bed, saw that Feng Shuero had recorded a video of Qiao Yan striking both him and his mother. Sister Qiao, I've captured the footage of you hitting your husband and mother-in-law. Unless you kneel and apologize to Brother Zhou and Aunt Zhou right now, I will expose your heinous actions online. Qiao Yan narrowed her eyes. Her gaze as cold as steel. The ungrateful wretch I supported truly possesses remarkable cunning. Hearing the term ungrateful wretch, Feng Shuero's expression shifted slightly. Now that the mask had been ripped off, she no longer cared about niceties. Qiao Yan, your pretentious acts of charity are merely a facade to garner a good reputation for yourself. I wish to study abroad, yet you refuse to fund me. I wish to work at your company, but you only allow me to be a lowly receptionist when I aspire to be a manager. You fear my abilities may surpass yours, that my brilliance may outshine yours. Goodness. I am filled with a sense of helplessness, unable to intervene from behind the screen. This mistress is the most shameless I have ever encountered. How could she not take a moment to reflect on herself? How utterly ordinary. With her abysmal academic performance, how does she even dare to dream of studying abroad? She is like a ghost hanging from a noose, oblivious to her own disgrace. Indeed, she resembles Pan Jinlian, brazenly stealing a lover. Qiao Yan was nearly amused to the point of laughter by Feng Shuero's shameless remarks. She suppressed her cold smile, her gaze sharp as a blade. Feng Shuero, do you not have any self-awareness regarding your own worth? You cannot even utilize the most basic office software and lack any work experience, yet you desire to become a manager in our company? A key costs a mere 3 yuan. How many do you deserve? Feng Shuero's face turned a shade of fury. How am I unworthy? Did you not also graduate from high school? If you can be the boss, why can't I be the manager? If you were unwilling to support me, you should not have promised in the first place. To withdraw your support halfway is nothing short of treating me like a dog. Qiao Yan scoffed. Do not compare yourself to a dog. Even dogs know gratitude, while you are even less than that, an utterly shameless mistress. Feng Shuero, provoked, became agitated, her voice rising sharply. I am not a mistress. Those unloved are the true mistresses. I bore Zhou Xuyan a son. I am the great benefactor of the Zhou family. Zhou Ani took care of me during my confinement, but neglected you, which speaks volumes of my standing in the Zhou family. It is you, Qiao Yan, who is the superfluous one. Zhou Xuyan furrowed his brows at Feng Shuero, silently urging her to be quiet. The young girl, with her unbridled tongue, revealed everything with just a few words from Qiao Yan. Darling, do not listen to her nonsense. It's all a misunderstanding, Zhou Xuyan reassured. Suddenly, the child in Feng Shuero's arms let out a loud wail. As if triggered, Feng Shuero rushed to the windowsill with the child. She opened the window, leaning half of her body out with the child in her arms. Zhou Xuyan, you must make a choice today. Will you choose me and our son, or Qiao Yan and her daughter? If you do not decide, I will jump out of this window with my son. Zhou's mother was terrified, nearly losing her mind. She struggled against the bodyguards to reclaim her grandson from Feng Shuero's arms. Qiao Yan could no longer bear to have a second child. In her lifetime, she would only have one daughter. The Zhou family could not be without a grandson. Shuero, do not act impulsively. Quickly put my grandson down. After saying this, Zhou's mother turned to Zhou Xuyan, her voice filled with urgency and pleading. Xuyan, you must persuade Shuero. Qiao Yan cannot bear any more children. The son in Shuero's arms is the root of our Zhou family. Nothing must happen to him. Qiao Yan glanced at Feng Shuero, precariously perched on the windowsill, and a cold smile crept upon her lips. Zhou Xuyan, even your mother acknowledges that the child in Feng Shuero's arms is your illegitimate son. Do you still wish to argue? Zhou Xuyan had not anticipated Feng Shuero's extreme actions. Initially, he had intended to soothe Qiao Yan before addressing Feng Shuero. However, with matters reaching this point, it seemed he had no choice but to make a decision. Zhou Xuyan approached the windowsill and grasped Feng Shuero's arm. Do not do anything foolish. How could I possibly abandon you and our son? Upon hearing Zhou Xuyan's words, Feng Shuero let out a long sigh of relief. It appeared she had won her gamble. Zhou Xuyan and Zhou's mother only cared about her and the son she bore. Qiao Yan was about to become the discarded wife. Previously, when she had supported Qiao Yan, she had to be cautious and ingratiating, spending thousands monthly while being chastised for not being frugal. Clearly, Qiao Yan was not short of money. Why only provide her with a few thousand each month? If she were given tens of thousands, would she not have enough? Once she married Zhou Xiyan and became Mrs. Zhou, she would no longer worry about money. Zhou's mother broke free from the bodyguards and rushed to Feng Shuero, cradling her grandson in her arms. Xiyan, since the mask has been torn off, you should confront Xiao Yan directly. After you marry Shuero, my grandson can be registered under the Zhou family's name without any issues. From now on, all our family business will belong to my precious grandson. Feng Shuero, hearing Zhou's mother's words, cast a triumphant and mocking glance at Xiao Yan. Since discovering Zhou Xiyan's infidelity with the impoverished student she had sponsored, and the anguish of their illegitimate child, Xiao Yan had become calm and numb. Feng Shuero's victorious gaze did not provoke her. Instead, she felt she had been blind to the true character of those around her. After closing her eyes, Xiao Yan spoke coldly, Zhou Xiyan, at this point, there is nothing more to say. We shall divorce. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's initiative to divorce, Feng Shuero felt elated within. Finally, Xiao Yan was willing to relinquish the position of Mrs. Zhou. How considerate of her. After the divorce, you and your Zhou family will have no further relations with me and my daughter. Since you have betrayed me with Feng Shuero, you shall leave with nothing. The mention of leaving with nothing caused Zhou's mother, Zhou Xiyan, and Feng Shuero's expressions to shift. Zhou Xiyan's brows knitted tightly together.
Xiao Yan.
I admit I have wronged you, but leaving with nothing is absolutely out of the question. Zhou's mother also interjected sharply. Exactly. On what grounds should my son leave with nothing? He has worked tirelessly managing the company. Without his contributions, how could you have earned so much? Xiao Yan was nearly amused by the shamelessness of the Zhou family. What contributions did Zhou Xiyan even have? The company was founded by her own hands. And only after everything fell into place did Zhou Xiyan join her as the vice president. She was the one who bestowed upon Zhou Xiyan all that he possesses today. Otherwise, he would still be toiling away in another company. Xiao Yan, I can leave the company, but the shares you granted me must be liquidated, he asserted. The mere thought of the shares made Xiao Yan feel she had been foolish. In her desire to reassure Zhou Xiyan, she had divided the company's shares with him. Yet she had wisely retained a reserve. Neither shares nor liquidation would be possible. He must exit with nothing. Seeing Xiao Yan's resolute stance, Zhou Xiyan promptly called his assistant to bring over the equity agreement and summoned a lawyer. Xiao Yan, you signed this document personally. There is no way you can deny it. Xiao Yan picked up the equity agreement, her lips curling into a cold smirk. Zhou Xiyan, did you truly believe I had left myself unguarded? Zhou Xiyan's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? In Chapter 85, a stunning reversal. Driven to the brink, Xiao Yan noticed a bottle of mineral water on the counter. She approached, opened the cap, and dipped her fingertip into the water, sprinkling it onto the signature line of the equity agreement. The once clear signature began to blur and fade like ink meeting water, ultimately vanishing entirely. The signature line was left devoid of her name, replaced by a pristine blank space. Zhou Xiyan felt his mind whirl. He snatched the equity agreement from her, only to see the signature had disappeared. His pupils constricted in disbelief. How could this happen? With a piercing gaze, Xiao Yan looked at Zhou Xiyan, her throat releasing a cold laugh. Did you truly think I would relinquish half of the enterprise I labored so hard to build? I used a disappearing ink pen for that signature. If you had been content to live peacefully and uphold the sanctity of our marriage, this agreement would remain valid. Otherwise, you shall lose everything. Zhou Xiyan's complexion paled. Xiao Yan, I never imagined you would not trust me. Incorrect. Until today, I had complete faith in you, eager to give you everything. Observing Zhou Xiyan in his disheveled state, Xiao Yan's eyes brimmed with mockery and iciness. You are far too self-assured. Arranging for your mistress and illegitimate child to stay in my home, believing you could embrace both sides, securing my wealth while continuing your lineage. Your schemes are laughably transparent. Zhou Xiyan had never anticipated that Xiao Yan had such a contingency plan. With the equity agreement rendered void, he would no longer be a shareholder and would forfeit any dividends, resulting in a significant financial loss. Fine, even without shares, we are legally married. The house, the car, and the company profits are all marital assets. In a divorce, I am entitled to half. I cannot leave empty-handed. Zhou Xiyan shamelessly declared. Zhou's mother quickly affirmed, her voice sharp and caustic. Yes, marital property. Xiyan has done nothing wrong. He merely made a mistake that all men might make. Why should he receive nothing? Feng Shuero, cradling the child in her arms, appeared somewhat placated. Earlier, witnessing the equity agreement rendered worthless, she had been frantic. That was money at stake. If Zhou Xiuyan were reduced to a penniless commoner, how could she accept such a fate? Xiao Yan clapped her hands, and her lawyer entered, briefcase in hand. She cast a cold, steely glance at Zhou Xiuyan. Did you think I only left room in the equity agreement? Prior to our marriage, we also signed a prenuptial agreement with a clause in fine print indicating that you failed to thoroughly review it before signing. You were unaware of its contents, weren't you? Xiao Yan signaled to her lawyer, who began to read from the attachment. Mr. Zhou, according to the first clause of the prenuptial property agreement you signed with Ms. Xiao, if the husband engages in infidelity during the marriage, including but not limited to having an improper relationship with a third party or fathering illegitimate children, he must voluntarily forfeit all rights to the division of marital property and will leave with nothing. Zhou Xiuyan staggered back, colliding with the sofa, his face contorting in pain. This is impossible.
It can't be.
He glared at the attachment in the lawyer's hand, his eyes bloodshot, resembling a cornered beast, and suddenly lunged toward Xiao Yan, as if to devour her whole. Vile woman, you've laid traps for me at every turn. As he attempted to pounce on Xiao Yan, her bodyguards swiftly restrained him. Gazing at Zhou Xiuyan's furious glare, Xiao Yan felt relieved she had not been blinded by love, ensuring she had covered her bases. Otherwise, she would have lost everything. Zhou Xiuyan's roar startled the child in Feng Shuero's arms, who burst into tears. Feng Shuero, flustered, patted the child's back impatiently. Why are you crying now? If Zhou Xiuyan truly left with nothing, would she not be left with nothing as well? Zhou's mother stomped her feet in frustration. Xiuyan, this agreement is invalid. We will sue her. She then turned to Xiao Yan. You deceitful, wretched woman. I am a deceiver, a wretched woman. And what of your son? I not only intend to see him leave with nothing, but I will also expose your family's ugly truths to the world. Zhou Xiuyan and his mother's eyes widened in alarm. What do you mean? Xiao Yan retrieved her phone from her pocket and aimed the screen at Zhou Xiuyan. I am currently live streaming with a trending host, and the viewership has reached 100,000. Zhou Xiuyan glanced at the screen and saw it was indeed live. His blood ran cold, as if freezing in his veins. He resembled a deranged beast, attempting to snatch the phone away, but the bodyguards held him firmly. Zhou's mother, her legs buckling, nearly collapsed. She trembled, pointing at Xiao Yan, hurling insults. Wretch, you are insane. Do you wish to ruin our family's reputation? Quite the contrary. Xiao Yan replied. I plan to ensure that your family's disgrace is shared far and wide. Wen Ci, who had been silent until now, could no longer contain herself. Old hag, did you eat something foul? You speak so vilely, yet you and your son, along with that mistress, are the most wretched of all. Your family will face poverty from this day forward, and you deserve it. Zhou's mother, her face shifting between shades of anger and disbelief, glared at Wen Ci.
Camera.
Focus on Feng Shuero. Xiao Yan swiftly redirected the camera toward Feng Shuero. Feng Shuero, unwilling to be exposed, raised her hands to shield her face.
Wen Ci.
Already enraged by Feng Shuero, unleashed her fury. You still have the audacity to care about your image? You claim to love Zhou Xiuyan. Yet you use your womb to snatch another's husband and destroy a family. I wish you and Zhou Xiuyan eternal bondage, never to emerge and inflict harm on others again. Feng Shuero is a woman whose petty thoughts can be effortlessly discerned by Wen Ci. She harbors jealousy towards Xiao Yan, aspiring to usurp her position and subsequently enjoy a life of affluence. Yet, she fails to recognize that everything Xiao Yan has achieved is the result of her relentless toil and rightful endeavors. In contrast, Feng seeks to exploit her youth and the advantages of her womb to ascend the social ladder. Can such a distorted sentiment truly be considered genuine affection? Once Zhou Xiuyan loses everything, she will inevitably confront the harshness of reality. Feng Shuero yearns to retort against Wen Ci, but her phone screen is inundated with comments denouncing her, Zhou's mother, and Zhou Xiuyan. The vitriol is overwhelming, leaving Feng trembling with rage. She merely seeks to pursue the life she desires. Is there truly a fault in that? Why must she be vilified? Overcome with emotion, Feng finds herself in tears. Brother Zhou, please help me. Zhou Xiuyan, however, is oblivious to Feng Shuero's pleas as he grapples with the impending loss of everything he holds dear. In his quest to win Xiao Yan's unwavering trust, he had poured all his savings into gifts and their wedding, although she later granted him shares. which yield annual dividends. He became entranced by online gambling and now finds himself buried in debt. He is relying on the dividends to repay his creditors. Should he become destitute, how will he settle his debts? Will he not face the threat of his limbs being severed by those he owes? The confidence and arrogance he once possessed have vanished, replaced by a bloodshot gaze directed at Xiao Yan. He reaches out for her hand, pleading, "Yan Yan, I implore you. Do not divorce me. I will sever all ties with Feng Shuero and will not acknowledge the child she bears. From now on, my body and soul belong solely to you and our daughter. You cannot have a second child. I will never turn my back on you. Yan Yan, you are the only wife I will ever have. For the sake of our young daughter, grant me one more chance, please. She cannot grow up without a father." The viewers watching the live stream are filled with concern. Oh my, this scoundrel is utterly shameless. Surely the young lady won't soften her heart and forgive him? I trust the young lady will not pick through the trash again. You possess wealth, beauty, and a daughter. Why settle for such a worthless man? Cast him aside decisively. Xiao Yan wrenches her hand away from Zhou Xuyan, her expression reflecting utter disgust, as if she were gazing at the most repugnant cockroach. Zhou Xuyan, I shall not return to the past. After our divorce, we will lead our separate lives, each free from the other. Upon witnessing the resoluteness in Xiao Yan's eyes, Zhou Xuyan, in a fit of desperation, retorts, I will not divorce you. Even if we were to separate, there is a 1-month cooling-off period. When the creditors come knocking, he can simply direct them to seek funds from Xiao Yan. At that moment, a knock resounds at the apartment door. "We are from the Civil Affairs Bureau," announces a voice. "We are the official account of the Civil Affairs Bureau, here to provide on-site service. We have been watching the live stream, and we absolutely have zero tolerance for the actions of this scoundrel." Realizing that the arrival of the Civil Affairs Bureau staff has dashed his hopes of delaying the divorce, Zhou Xuyan feels a sense of despair wash over him. Chapter 86. Poisoning the Fish Pond. Frantic and heartless, due to the presence of Civil Affairs Bureau personnel, certain private matters are unsuitable for the live stream. Xiao Yan addresses the camera, saying, "Dear host and all the kind-hearted viewers who have offered me encouragement and support, I must disconnect now. I will rejoin after finalizing my divorce with this scoundrel. All right, dear lady, wishing you a joyful divorce. See you soon, dear lady." Wen Ci waves at the camera, wishing for her success. Tears well up in Xiao Yan's eyes as she expresses her gratitude. "Thank you all." After she disconnects, Wen Ci engages in conversation with the viewers. "I believe that kindness must possess a certain edge, and compassion should be limited. In truth, when Feng Shuero was extravagantly spending and pushing for more, Xiao Yan should have ceased her support." Wen Ci pauses briefly before continuing, "Once again, when aiding others, it is prudent to maintain boundaries and avoid personal meetings." The host speaks wisely. Encountering a wolf in sheep's clothing like Feng Shuero ultimately leads to one's own heartbreak. I sincerely hope that Zhou Xuyan ends up with nothing, shattering Feng Shuero's dreams of becoming a wealthy wife. In my view, Feng Shuero does not genuinely care for Zhou Xuyan but is instead enamored with his wealth, seeking to retaliate against Xiao Yan. Wen Ci nods in agreement, adding, "Moreover, a man who appears perfect from the outset, one who understands all your preferences and exhibits no flaws, is likely someone who has meticulously crafted a facade to ensnare you. Once you willingly succumb, his true self will be revealed." Why would Zhou Xuyan choose the very woman Xiao Yan despises as his mistress? Do you truly believe his affection for Feng Shuero is sincere? It is merely a reflection of his own desires and an underhanded way to get back at Xiao Yan, for he is but a man who thrives on the spoils of another. Men like Zhou Xuyan are utterly despicable. Fortunately, Xiao Yan has not let her romantic inclinations cloud her judgment and has retained some foresight prior to marriage. Indeed, otherwise she would have lost both her wealth and herself. With nowhere to weep, after some time, a viewer requests to connect. Wen Ci accepts the call. The individual who appears on screen is an elderly man, around 60. His bloodshot eyes and taut facial lines revealing his exhaustion and indignation. "Sir, what is the nature of your pet? How may I assist you?"
Wen Ci.
The man, named Li Qingshan, grits his teeth, his voice trembling with emotion. "Host, allow me to first show you my fish pond." He turns the camera towards the pond, and both Wen Ci and the viewers are taken aback. The surface of the water is littered with countless dead fish, their bellies upturned. A ghastly sight of white and hints of black. Even the aquatic plants along the pond's edge are lifeless, causing the live stream to erupt in chaos. What on earth? All the fish are dead? Who could be so malicious? These fish were clearly poisoned. The poor man is on the verge of tears. Who could be so wicked and cruel? Li Qingshan's hand trembles as he holds the phone, his voice breaking with anguish. These fish were my pride and joy for 5 years. I nurtured them from fry, feeding them daily, and even keeping vigil at night. This is my labor of love. Last night, I had to attend to something and couldn't watch over them. When I returned today, they were all dead. I reported it to the police. But there are no surveillance cameras here, and they couldn't tell me when they might identify the culprit who poisoned my fish. I saw that you have a way of communicating with animals. Could you perhaps inquire with the nearby creatures to see who poisoned my pond?
Wen Ci.
Observing the man's profound distress, nods. Sir, can you look around for any living creatures? Li Qingshan scans the area, but finds no signs of life. Just then, a series of high-pitched squeaks emanate from off-camera. Wen Ci, attuned to animal sounds, immediately recognizes it as the call of a weasel. Sir, point the camera towards 7 o'clock. Li Qingshan quickly adjusts the camera, revealing a patch of grass at that angle. Now, walk forward and part the weeds. As he does so, a weasel suddenly darts out. Little one, do not flee. I have a few questions for you. Startled yet intrigued, the weasel halts, its eyes widening as it approaches the camera. Human, are you speaking to me? Wen Ci affirms, yes, I am. The weasel, momentarily forgetting its fear, inches closer to the screen, its small eyes fixating on Wen Ci. Human, you are quite beautiful. Wen Ci smiles. Thank you for the compliment. But tell me, why did you make that trembling sound in the grass earlier? I am fortunate that I refrained from stealing fish last night. Otherwise, I would have succumbed to poison. Wen Ci squinted her beautiful eyes. Did you witness anyone tampering with the water last night? The weasel chattered a few times. Indeed, I saw someone carrying a plastic bucket, pouring something into the water that caused the fish to perish. I sensed something was amiss, which is why I refrained from stealing any. Did you get a clear look at the person who poisoned the water? You have lived here for a while. Do you know who it was? I do.
Who was it?
If you wish to uncover the secret, you must provide me with something to eat. Wen Ci nodded and conveyed to Li Qingshan that the little creature knew who the perpetrator was, but had conditions. It required food in exchange. Li Qingshan promptly replied that he would procure whatever it desired in return for the information about the poisoner. He took the weasel back to his home. Li Qingshan's family was relatively well off in the countryside, residing in a 2-story European-style villa. As the weasel feasted, the comments filled the screen. Haha, this weasel is quite clever. Understanding the concept of quid pro quo. I am too impatient. I desperately want to know who would dare poison Uncle's fish pond. Could it be someone from the village envious of Uncle S' fortune? It seems the situation is quite favorable. People in the countryside can be quite petty, always comparing themselves to others. To the commenter above, why assume rural folk are petty? There are plenty of envious city dwellers who scheme behind their neighbors' backs. As tensions in the live stream escalated, Wen Ci interjected, urging everyone to refrain from regional discrimination. It is the human heart that is wicked, not the place. The host has a fair perspective and speaks the truth. Regardless of rural or urban settings, there are good people and bad people alike. After satiating its hunger, the weasel chirped a few more times. The one responsible is the limping man from their village. Wen Ci relayed the weasel's words to Li Qingshan. The limping man? Li Qingshan squinted, a sudden realization altering his expression. It's that limping Wang Maolin. Furious, Li Qingshan swiftly grabbed his phone and dashed outside. It's no wonder Wang Maolin's family would face extinction. With such wicked deeds, who wouldn't suffer the consequences? Li Qingshan raced to the edge of the village, arriving at Wang Maolin's home. Clearly, Wang Maolin's family lived in far more modest conditions than Li Qingshan's, occupying a very simple bungalow. Finding no one at home, Li Qingshan kicked open the door and entered. He rummaged through the house, and soon enough, he discovered a glass bottle labeled with a molluscicide in Wang Maolin's drawer. Li Qingshan pointed the camera at the glass bottle. Here lies the evidence. This old Wang is truly malevolent. Could it be that due to his own family's poor condition, he harbors jealousy towards Uncle's household? To poison the fish that others have painstakingly raised is a legal offense. Just then, Wang Maolin returned. Upon seeing the glass bottle in Li Qingshan's hand, his complexion paled. Li Qingshan, how dare you barge into my home? Li Qingshan glared furiously at Wang Maolin. Last night, you poisoned my family's fish pond, didn't you? A flicker of panic and guilt crossed Wang Maolin's eyes. I did not. Li Qingshan clenched his jaw. You cowardly scoundrel. I found the bottle in your own drawer. How can you still deny it? I am going straight to the police. Wang Maolin, incensed by Li Qingshan's accusation, clenched his fists at his sides, his face turning a shade of iron as he trembled with rage. Why would I poison your fish pond? You know exactly why. Before Li Qingshan could respond, Wang Maolin continued, his agitation escalating. Your daughter-in-law gave birth to a son, and you continuously slander us in front of her and the villagers. Claiming my daughter-in-law has been married for 3 years and still hasn't produced a child, calling her a barren hen, and insinuating the Wang family will face extinction. Wang Maolin's voice grew more fervent, unaware that Li Qingshan was live-streaming. Recently, my daughter-in-law attended a gathering in the village. You got drunk and forcibly dragged her into the woods on her way back, attempting to violate her under the pretense of wanting to lend our family some seed. She fought desperately to escape, and while my son and I considered reporting you, my daughter-in-law feared the shame it would bring, so we refrained. Wang Maolin's fury peaked as he accused Li Qingshan, yet you spread vile rumors about my daughter-in-law, claiming she was promiscuous while working in the city, that she had multiple miscarriages, leading to her inability to conceive. My daughter-in-law nearly took her own life last night. The more I think about it, the angrier I become. If I can't destroy you, why not at least eliminate the fish in your pond? My goodness. What a shocking twist. I had initially felt sympathy for Uncle's poison fish pond, only to discover he is such a malicious person privately. Poor Aunt Wang's daughter-in-law. If I were Uncle Wang, I'd want to castrate that scoundrel. Li Qingshan was taken aback by Wang Maolin's unfiltered outburst, revealing all his misdeeds. Just as he was about to end the live stream,